Chapter 1 My elementary school deskmate is pregnant with my child? So, you mean to say, you were my deskmate in elementary school, and now you're pregnant with my child? John Fong was just getting ready to leave for work. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, with fair skin, a height of 1.68 meters, slender legs, a slim waist, and a touch of aloofness, he said in disbelief. If he remembers correctly, my elementary school deskmate was a chubby girl. Although he has a decent appearance, he is not bad looking. But as the saying goes, fair skin can cover up 100 flaws, while being overweight can ruin everything. He simply couldn't resist the sight of the beautiful woman before him, with her graceful figure and elegant demeanor. It connects to the girl in elementary school who wore glasses, had a bit of baby fat, and was always bullied by me. That's right. You're not trying to shirk responsibility, are you? Seeing Zhang Feng standing there in a daze, Li Xiaochun frowned and questioned him in a cold voice. I'd like to take responsibility. But who knows if you're a scammer? I don't want to be the one left holding the bag. Zhang Feng shrugged and said helplessly. Although the beautiful woman in front of me has an excellent appearance and figure. As a single man, it would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. Even so, he didn't want to become a father for no reason, spending his own money to raise someone else's child. Not to mention, there was absolutely no relationship between them. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Li Xiaochun became somewhat agitated. She glared at Zhang Feng, then pulled a yellowed old photograph from her bag. That was their group photo from their elementary school graduation. In the photo, a group of innocent children, wearing school uniforms, stand together, smiling brightly. Here, see for yourself. Dongyang City, Dukutown, Shinya Village, Yutsai Primary School, Grade 6, Class 2. This is you, Zhang Feng. This is me, Li Xiaochun, who is also your deskmate. Zhang Feng was stunned when he saw the group photo. Soon, he recalled that distant memory from his elementary school days. I remember it was right after the turn of the millennium. Back when the internet wasn't as developed, everyone addressed each other as MM and GG. Zhang Feng's favorite time was after school, when he would go to the internet cafe with his classmates to play Fantasy Westward Journey and run dungeons. Zhang Feng's hometown is Dukutown in Dongyang City. In Zhang Feng's memory, Dukutown was a developed town. With a population of nearly 100,000, there are 7 or 8 primary schools, and Yutsai Primary School is the closest to Shinya Village. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun studied there. At that time, Zhang Feng's academic performance was relatively poor, so the homeroom teacher arranged for him to sit next to Li Xiaochun. Li Xiaochun is a bit chubby, and she's also the class monitor. Therefore, Zhang Feng didn't have a good impression of this classmate and often found ways to tease her. But Li Xiaochun never held a grudge against Zhang Feng. I remember one time, during lunch break, Zhang Feng, feeling playful, brought a lighter from home and, while Li Xiaochun was sleeping, set her ponytail on fire. Li Xiaochun was so frightened that she ran around the classroom in a panic. If the teacher hadn't arrived in time and put out the fire, perhaps Li Xiaochun would have been disfigured long ago and wouldn't be a great beauty now. Later, Li Xiaochun excelled in her studies and was admitted to a key middle school in the city. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, went to Shanghai to study with his parents. After that, the two never crossed paths again. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng remained silent for several seconds before opening his eyes and looking at Li Xiaochun with a complicated expression. So, you really are my elementary school deskmate, Li Xiaochun? But even so, you didn't need to lie to me about being pregnant, did you? I admit that I was a bit too harsh on you when we were in school. But so much time has passed. Is this really necessary? Li Xiaochun pursed her lips and said calmly, but the child in my belly is really yours. Are you kidding me? I haven't seen you since graduating from elementary school. How could the child be mine? Zhang Feng said excitedly. He originally felt a little guilty towards Li Xiaochun. After all, I felt guilty towards her when we were in elementary school. But now, faced with Li Xiaochun's false accusations, Zhang Feng's guilt vanished instantly. Li Xiaochun blinked and looked at Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Don't you remember? 3 months ago, you drank too much and passed out on the street. Boom! Upon hearing Li Xiaochun's words, Zhang Feng's head buzzed, and he was completely stunned. 3 months ago, he attended a friend's birthday party and accidentally drank too much. Unable to hold his liquor, he took the opportunity to go to the restroom and left the KTV alone, intending to call a taxi home. However, when he got downstairs, before he could even take out his phone, he was already passed out drunk on the street. In a daze, Jiang Feng remembered that someone seemed to have helped him up. When he woke up the next day, he found himself in a hotel, but he was alone in the room. Jiang Feng didn't think much of it, assuming that a friend had taken him to the hotel. But now, after hearing what Li Xiaochun said, Jiang Feng suddenly remembered that the person who took him to the hotel that day seemed to be a girl. Could it be? Did I really have sex with Li Xiaochun that night? Seeing Jiang Feng's incredulous expression, Li Xiaochun took out her phone, found a photo, and waved it at Jiang Feng. Here, this is a photo of us making love at the hotel that night. Now, do you still want to say I'm lying to you? He saw a photo on his phone of the two of them, completely naked and pressed together. Jiang Feng froze completely. This. He moved his mouth for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Li Xiaochun looked at Jiang Feng with a grin and said playfully, "If you don't believe me, I have even more intimate photos. Do you want to see them?" No. No need. Jiang Feng's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand and said, "This photo is now enough to prove what exactly happened that night." However, there was one thing Jiang Feng couldn't understand. So, why did Li Xiaochun take him to the hotel? And she also wanted to have sex with him. Logically speaking, she shouldn't hate herself, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Why did you do this? Don't you hate me? I treated you like that back then, and I almost disfigured you. I hate it. That's why I've come to you now." Li Xiaochun touched her belly and smiled at Jiang Feng. "I'm carrying triplets, you're going to be very lucky." Upon hearing Li Xiaochun's words, Jiang Feng was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What? Triplets? Seeing Jiang Feng's shocked expression, Li Xiaochun burst out laughing. "Yes, you'll have to work hard from now on. Raising 3 babies, plus me, will cost a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but swallow. That girl is really ruthless. Raising one 4-legged money-devouring beast costs a lot of money. Raising 3 now costs 3 times as much. Eating, drinking, and excretion all come together in our daily lives. I couldn't earn that much money even if I worked like a slave. Their family is just an ordinary family. The combined salaries of the whole family don't even exceed 20,000 yuan. Back then, after leaving Shinya village to work in Shanghai, Zhang's parents worked hard for most of their lives before they could barely afford an old 2-bedroom apartment. Now there are 3 more kids. Where will they live in the future? Thinking about this, Jiang Feng became somewhat frantic. Okay. So this is how you get back at me? Chapter 2. With the system, even walking a dog can lead to great success. So, are you getting revenge on me? Jiang Feng took a deep breath, looked at Li Xiaochun, and asked with a complicated expression. How can this be called revenge? Li Xiaochun blinked and said with a smile, "Xiaofengzi, this is your good fortune. You should thank me for giving you 3 more adorable dolls." At the end, Li Xiaochun stuck her tongue out at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was so angry at the sight that he almost vomited blood. This woman! That's so cunning. As the ancients said, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. And she, Li Xiaochun, actually waited for a full 15 years, just to get revenge on the person who bullied her when she was in elementary school? I'm telling you, I won't fall for it. You're newly pregnant, so we can't do a paternity test yet. We'll go to the hospital later. If it were my child, I would definitely take responsibility. If not, then everyone go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. You want me to be your fall guy? No way. Jiang Feng, still unwilling to give up, looked at Li Xiaochun and gritted his teeth as he spoke. After saying that, he closed the door. I left my rented room and got ready to go to work. However, just as he reached the stairwell and was about to press the elevator button, sudden, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Drop. Host detected as meeting the requirements. The pampered wife and protective child system is binding you. System binding successful. A new player welcome pack is available. Would you like to claim it now? Jiang Feng paused in his tracks. As a seasoned homebody, of course he knew what the system was for. Many protagonists in online novels are, before they awaken a system, just a salted fish that's as salty as it gets. With a system like this, even walking a dog can lead to great success. But why is this system called spoiling wife and protecting child? It sounds like a dad raising system. Could it be that the triplets in Li Xiaochun's belly are really her own children? System. Could you please describe your features? Zhang Feng stopped and silently asked the system in his mind. Okay, host. This system is a spoiling wife and protecting child system. As long as you raise your child with care or do things that make your wife happy, you will receive generous rewards. Zhang Feng then asked, so, you mean to say that the child in Li Xiaochun's belly is really mine? Yes, host. After listening to the system's answer, Zhang Feng fell silent. It seems there's no way to avoid it now. Zhang Feng shook his head to calm himself down, then silently said in his mind, system, claim the newbie gift pack. Drop. New player gift packs have been distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 300 luxury apartment in Shangshi Mansion. All relevant documents and permits have been placed inside the apartment, and the key and access card are in your pocket. P.S. The house is fully renovated, furnished, and equipped with all necessary household items. It is formaldehyde-free and ready for immediate move-in. It also includes 3 parking spaces. The system's voice had just finished speaking. Zhang Feng subconsciously touched his pocket. Sure enough, they found a key and an access card inside. As expected of the system. That's awesome. Zhang Feng sighed inwardly, his face unable to suppress his excitement. A large single-level apartment of 300 square meters. What does that mean? In Shanghai, where land is incredibly expensive, it would cost at least 20 million yuan. It seems my hard times are finally over. Hey girl, shall we go? What are you still standing there for? Zhang Feng turned his head and smiled at Li Xiaochun, who was standing at the door. She saw that Zhang Feng was preparing to abandon her and leave. Li Xiaochun, who was initially a little disappointed, immediately ran over after hearing these words. Didn't you say you didn't want to take responsibility? Zhang Feng pursed his lips and laughed. When did I ever say I wouldn't take responsibility? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. She naturally took Zhang Feng's arm and said sweetly, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Zhang Feng. To be honest, Zhang Feng was also very confused at this moment. He didn't know what his feelings for Li Xiaochun were. Do you like it or not? The two hadn't seen each other for so many years, but his memory was still stuck when he burned her braids when he was in elementary school. However, it would be impossible for him to have no feelings for Li Xiaochun at all. As an LSP, how could I not have feelings for such a beautiful girl? However, the thought of suddenly having 3 more children, and a beautiful mother to them, is quite troubling. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't speak, Li Xiaochun nudged Zhang Feng's shoulder. Zhang Feng snapped out of his daze after Li Xiaochun's question, took a deep breath, and said, It's nothing, I'm just a little confused. You still haven't told me why you did this. I always feel like I'm going to sleep someday. You'll take out a knife and chop me up. Li Xiaochun was taken aback, then couldn't help rolling her eyes and saying, You idiot, do you have paranoia? If you ask me, the two of us are destined to be together by God. Zhang Feng frowned helplessly. What era are we living in? Why are we still playing this game? Seeing that Li Xiaochun didn't want to tell the truth, Zhang Feng didn't press her further. Anyway, Li Xiaochun will tell you sooner or later. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you somewhere. After saying that, Zhang Feng pressed the elevator button and brought Li Xiaochun downstairs. He hailed a Didi ride-hailing service and opened the car door. Protecting Li Xiaochun, he let her get in first, then said to the driver, to Shangshi Haofu. Zhang Feng originally thought this was just the simplest care for a pregnant woman. But I didn't expect that. The next second, the system's voice came to his mind. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected. Target gains happiness. Reward, 500,000 cash. P.S. The cash has been legally transferred to the host's account. Please check it yourself. Chapter 3 Zhang Feng, are you even human? Soon. Zhang Feng's phone then received a text message. The above shows that his bank card received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Upon seeing this huge sum of money, Zhang Feng almost burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, such a small gesture. How could someone actually receive a reward of 500,000? At this moment, he looked at Li Xiaochun inside the car, and his eyes began to light up. This isn't just a mother, this is a treasure trove. As a corporate slave, Jung Fong works 996 every day and only earns 8,000 yuan a month through hard work. It's less than 100,000 a year. It would take 5 years of not eating or drinking to earn 500,000. But now, all he needs to do is move his hand and let Li Xiaochun get in the car first, and he can get it. Is there anything more wonderful in the world than this? 20 minutes later. The two arrived at the entrance of the grand mansion. Li Xiaochun didn't ask why Jung Fong had brought her here. Because she knew very well that if Jung Fong wanted to say something, he would do so without her having to ask. This is the result of her investigation into Jung Fong over the years. Soon, led by Jung Fong, the two arrived at the door of room 808, Unit 2, Building 8. Jung Fong took out his key and opened the door. After entering the house, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This house is huge. Passing through the door, you enter a spacious garden with shelves on both sides displaying numerous works of art. Further inside is a huge living room. Several genuine leather sofas surround a curved screen TV over 100 inches, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can enjoy a panoramic view of the Bund. The entire city of Shanghai is laid out before you. The dining room and kitchen are connected, and together they cover more than 100 square meters, which is even bigger than Jiang Feng's house. The entire house is fully furnished with all the furniture, accessories, and appliances. It truly offers a move-in-ready experience. Wow! Li Xiaochun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, looking at Jung Fong and asking, "Did you rent this room?" "No." Jung Fong shook his head and said with a smile, "I bought it, in full." Hearing this, Li Xiaochun was completely dumbfounded. "Did you buy this house? Full payment still required. How come I didn't know Jung Fong was so rich?" Li Xiaochun sat on the sofa and remained silent for a full half-minute before looking at Jung Fong curiously and asking, "You have such a big house outside, why didn't Mom tell me?" Jung Fong looked at Li Xiaochun with a puzzled expression. "To tell you the truth, I had already met with your mother before I came to see you," Li Xiaochun explained. "Ha? Why are you looking for my mother?" Upon hearing this, Jung Feng's expression changed instantly. "How would I know where you live if I don't contact your mom?" When Li Xiaochun saw Jung Feng's expression, she immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom likes me very much. She was overjoyed to find out I'm pregnant with your child. He also said that after I meet you, he will take you back." Upon hearing this, Jung Fong was speechless. This girl is really bold. She dared to act first and ask for permission later. However, she would have to tell her parents about this sooner or later. Now that she had met them, she could avoid a lot of trouble. Jung Fong didn't dwell on the matter any further. He took out the key and handed it to Li Xiaochun, saying, "Go and register your fingerprints later. You can keep the key for yourself. Remember not to lose it." Until Jung Fong finished speaking, Li Xiaochun was completely taken aback, staring blankly at Jung Fong. After a moment, Li Xiaochun suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. Jung Fong was stunned by what he saw. "Depend on. What's going on here? Why are you crying again all of a sudden? I didn't do anything to her." Just as Jung Fong was at a loss, the system's voice came out again. "Drop. Host detected showing affection towards his wife. Target gains happiness reward 1 million in cash. Bonus, 1 Lincoln Navigator 3.5T Premium Edition 7-seater. P.S. The vehicle is parked in the underground garage of Shengshi Haofu. The key is in the host's jacket pocket. All relevant certificates, insurance, vehicle registration, and other documents are complete." Jung Fong? He just had Li Xiaochun put her fingerprint in, and suddenly he became a car owner? And it's a Lincoln Navigator worth millions? This is so awesome. Jung Fong couldn't help but look at Li Xiaochun, who was silently sobbing on the sofa. His feelings were complicated. Actually, Jung Fong was somewhat afraid of marriage at first, because he had seen too many scumbags online. In addition, nowadays girls often use psychological manipulation on boys and like to fight. He has an inexplicable fear of marriage. Otherwise, given his looks, he wouldn't still be single at 27. But Li Xiaochun's appearance stirred a flutter in his heart. It must be admitted that Li Xiaochun is indeed very beautiful. And she has a great personality. Aside from being a bit vengeful, she seems to actually like me quite a bit. Although the two hadn't seen each other for over a decade, Jung Fong could sense that Li Xiaochun harbored a special affection for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng walked over to Li Xiaochun, gently stroked her hair, and comforted her. Little girl, don't cry. If you cry again, I'll set your hair on fire. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun's crying stopped abruptly. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Jiang Feng with an incredulous expression, questioning him. Jiang Feng, are you even human? Chapter 4, They've been eyeing me since I was in elementary school? Hey. Faced with Li Xiaochun's questioning, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. He walked over, sat down next to Li Xiaochun, and said softly, don't cry, it's not good for the baby. Good to know. Let's see if you dare to bully me again. Li Xiaochun glared at Jiang Feng angrily, then reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned by Li Xiaochun's charming appearance. This was the first time he had observed Li Xiaochun so closely. Today, Li Xiaochun is dressed very attractively. She has delicate features, with slightly arched eyebrows, a delicate nose, pink lips, and fair, smooth skin like jade. However, due to the early stages of pregnancy, Li Xiaochun's belly was slightly protruding, but it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Feeling Jiang Feng's burning gaze, Li Xiaochun felt her heart pounding wildly. She lowered her head and murmured something softly. Not now. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he realized something. This girl is so bold. At this moment, Jiang Feng's curiosity was once again piqued by her. He moved closer, reached out and pulled Li Xiaochun into his arms, looking down at her. Li Xiaochun tensed up instantly, her breathing became rapid, her pretty face turned red and hot, and even her neck was tinged with a blush. You really aren't going to tell me? Why did you take me to a hotel and then do that kind of thing with me? Jiang Feng forcibly suppressed his inner impulse and looked at Li Xiaochun with a serious expression, asking her a question. Do you really want to know? Li Xiaochun winked playfully. Certainly. How can I marry you with peace of mind if you don't tell me? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes in annoyance. Li Xiaochun nestled against Jiang Feng's chest, and feeling a little pleased when she realized he didn't resist, she explained. Actually, I liked you when I was in elementary school. But all you do is tease me all day long. Until that time, when you burned my braid and almost disfigured me, I didn't like you as much anymore, and my feelings were very complicated. At this point, Li Xiaochun paused, her face turning red, as if she were a little shy. Okay. I never imagined you'd been eyeing me since elementary school? Jiang Feng looked down at Li Xiaochun and said jokingly. No way. Li Xiaochun punched Jiang Feng's chest with her fist and protested, back then, I both loved and hated you. All I could think about was how to get revenge on you. Who told you to burn my braids? You made me look bad in front of the whole class. But later, after graduating from elementary school, I realized how deeply I loved you, but I couldn't find you anymore. Li Xiaochun sighed wistfully, then said, but I don't know if it's fate. 2 years ago, when I graduated from university, my parents came from Dongyang City to Shanghai to attend my graduation ceremony. But I was accidentally hit by a car, and you were the one who saved me. So, we met once 2 years ago. Upon hearing this, a memory flashed through Jiang Feng's mind. 2 years ago, he had just graduated from university and spent his days wandering the streets, sending out resumes and looking for a job. Therefore, they rescued a couple by the roadside. However, at that time, Jiang Feng did not think about Li Xiaochun. After taking the person to the hospital, he first paid the medical expenses and waited at the hospital for quite a while. He only left after a pretty girl came over. So, that girl is Li Xiaochun? Jiang Feng frowned and thought for a moment. It seemed that Li Xiaochun had called out his name directly back then. Moreover, the expression on his face seemed a little off. Jiang Feng thought she saw his name on the hospital bill. After figuring this out, Jiang Feng's expression became somewhat complicated. So, that's when you started thinking about getting revenge on me in this way, right? Haha, yeah. Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, who told you to always bully me before and even burn my braid? Just when I finally let go of you, you reappeared in front of me. So, from that time on, I started thinking about how I could get revenge on you and at the same time repay you for saving my parents. After hearing all this, Jiang Feng finally understood. Why did Li Xiaochun say before that their fate was predetermined by God? Even in a novel, this kind of thing would seem a bit outrageous. So how did you come up with this idea? Jiang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun with curiosity. This. Li Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I not answer your question? It's too embarrassing. After saying this, Li Xiaochun's face instantly turned bright red. Seeing her like this, Jiang Feng didn't press her for more information. One can only marvel inwardly at how incredibly audacious this girl's actions were. The word fierce is a bit too abstract. All right. I've had most of my doubts resolved. However, you'll have to keep trying if you want me to fall in love with you, little girl. As Jiang Feng spoke, he stood up, walked over to Li Xiaochun, gently patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, "Okay, honey. I will continue to work hard." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded. Having cleared up his doubts, Jiang Feng felt much more relaxed. He took out his phone, glanced at the time, and realized it was almost lunchtime. Going to work now is definitely too late. But now that we have the system, it's better not to go to this crappy class. Nizi, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll go buy groceries for you. Jiang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun and said with a smile. Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up immediately. Are you going to cook for me? Nonsense. Can you cook in your current state? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun stood up excitedly and immediately took Jiang Feng's arm. Honey, you're so good to me. I want to go grocery shopping with you. Jiang Feng was about to refuse when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, God-level culinary skills. P.S. With this skill, the host will acquire culinary skills comparable to those of a master chef at a state banquet, and their knife skills and control over heat will also reach their peak. The system's voice had just finished speaking. Soon. A series of information about cooking skills appeared in Jiang Feng's mind. In just a few seconds, Jiang Feng had absorbed all of this information. In less than half a day. The system not only gave me a car and a house, but also rewarded me with 1.5 million yuan in cash. Now it has given me a god-level skill. Now, Jiang Feng was starting to wonder if he was dreaming. Seeing Li Xiaochun grinning foolishly beside him, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile at her. Seeing Jiang Feng's bright and sunny smile, Li Xiaochun was instantly captivated. She blinked her heart-shaped eyes and said sweetly, "Honey, you look so handsome when you smile." Chapter 5, God-Level Trader. 7 p.m. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Li Xiaochun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she kept swallowing. Honey, your cooking is amazing. It looks delicious. Seeing Li Xiaochun's exaggerated reaction, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle and said with a smile, "It's alright, just some home-style dishes." Previously, Jiang Feng's specialty was instant noodles cooked with eggs. But now, with god-level culinary skills, even simple home-cooked dishes are incredibly tempting. You call this okay? It's even better than what those star chefs make. As she spoke, Li Xiaochun picked up her chopsticks, took out a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in Jiang Feng's bowl. Here, husband, you eat first. You worked hard cooking this. Seeing how well-behaved and sensible Li Xiaochun was, Jiang Feng felt very gratified. Without being polite, he picked up a sweet and sour pork rib, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. The taste is really good. He's not someone who hasn't tasted delicacies before. When I was working, I often had to eat at various fancy restaurants to entertain clients. But the food inside was not as good as what he made. That was practically like swill. If Jiang Feng is like this, then Li Xiaochun is even more so. Seeing Jiang Feng enjoying his food so much, Li Xiaochun couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and start tasting it too. After just 2 bites, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Wow! Honey, the food you cooked is so delicious. No, I'll work hard to learn cooking skills another day so I can cook for you, my husband, as soon as possible. When the time comes, honey, you have to teach me step by step, okay? Seeing Li Xiaochun pouting with a serious expression, Jiang Feng felt his long-dormant boyish heart begin to beat again. Although I've never been in a relationship before, I'm still very old. But as a homebody who surfs the internet extensively, haven't I seen pigs run, or even pigs fall in love? When it comes to knowledge about emotions, he is definitely a master. Given the current situation, it's clear that I'm on the verge of falling for it. Hiccup. I'm full. Soon, Li Xiaochun finished all the food in her bowl. Then, she patted her belly contentedly, looked at Jiang Feng and said, "Honey, I feel so happy right now." Jiang Feng smiled and was about to speak. Just then, the system's voice suddenly came to his mind. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, God-level trading skills. P.S. With this skill, the host will become a God-level trader, dominating the financial world and invincible. I heard the system's voice. Zhang Feng's face lit up with surprise. Although he now owns a house, a car, and millions in savings. However, suddenly becoming so rich can easily arouse unnecessary speculation from others. And it's not easy to explain to my parents. After all, others may not know your situation, but surely your parents do? However, now, there are God-level trading skills. All his assets could be concealed through stock and futures speculation. Beside him, he saw Jiang Feng's changing expression. Li Xiaochun asked in confusion, "Honey, what's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Jiang Feng shook his head, stood up and said, "After you finish eating, you can sit down and rest. I'll go wash the dishes." After saying that, Jiang Feng tidied up the dishes and went into the kitchen. "I'll help you." Li Xiaochun got up, intending to help Jiang Feng wash the dishes. Just then, her phone rang. I took it out and looked at it. She discovered that it was her best friend Zhang Lu calling. She had no choice but to turn around, return to the living room sofa, and answer the phone. "Hello? You little brat, where did you run off to? They didn't even say hello to me." As soon as the call connected, a roar came from the other end. "Ouch. Why are you so agitated? I'm a grown man, I only disappeared for half a day, how could I possibly have been sold off?" Li Xiaochun said helplessly. "You brat, I'm just concerned about you, what's with your attitude? If you're so capable, don't come back tonight. Even if you beg me, I won't open the door for you." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lu spoke in a threatening tone. "Cut." Li Xiaochun raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully, "If I don't want to go back, I won't go back. I wouldn't even bother going back to your shabby little house." Zhang Lu was silent for a moment, then, as if she had thought of something, she said in a low voice, "You wouldn't actually go to see him, would you?" "Yes." A happy smile appeared on Li Xiaochun's face as she sweetly said, "My husband is so handsome, and he treats me very well. He even cooks for me." "No way? You've fallen for me so quickly? Has it only been half a day?" Li Xiaochun pouted, "What do you mean by half a day? I've liked him since elementary school, it's been more than 10 years. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. If you have time, pack my things and I'll come pick them up tomorrow." These words were spoken. Zhang Lu on the other end of the phone fell silent instantly. After a long while, she slowly spoke, "No, are you in such a hurry? I'm getting more and more curious about your crush. Hurry up and send me your location. I need to go see what kind of guy could be so infatuated with you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun was immediately stunned. "What are you doing here so late? Trying to be a third wheel? I'm warning you, don't even think about making a move on my husband, or we'll both be estranged." Upon hearing this warning, Zhang Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes and start complaining. "Li Xiaochun, do you really want to do this? They really have no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex. We've been best friends since junior high, and now you're going to dump me for some guy? Don't you have any conscience?" Li Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then touched her chest. It doesn't seem to hurt." Zhang Lu was so angry she almost vomited blood. "Okay, you win. Then when you come to pick up your things tomorrow, remember to bring him over so I can take a look at him and give him my opinion." "Okay, that's settled then. I'll hang up now." After Li Xiaochun finished speaking, she immediately hung up the phone. Then she jogged to the kitchen and went to help Jiang Feng wash the dishes. Night. After cleaning up the kitchen, Li Xiaochun was lying on the sofa watching a movie by herself. Jiang Feng returned to his bedroom and began to think about his next steps. Now we have a system. He no longer needs to go to work. Putting everything else aside, just having the skill of being a God-level trader would be enough to ensure he'd be set for life. Not to mention, the system will also reward you with other things from time to time. As for starting a business, he doesn't even have that idea right now. With a system available, why not enjoy life instead of tinkering with that stuff? Right now, his most important task is to take good care of Li Xiaochun and let her have a peaceful pregnancy. In addition, there's also the matter of getting a marriage certificate. Now that they both have a child, they definitely need to get their marriage certificate and then hold a wedding ceremony. There are still many trivial matters waiting for Jiang Feng. just as he frowned in thought. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaochun ran over from outside, her face pale, and crawled to Jiang Feng's side, clinging tightly to his arm, saying, "Honey, that movie was so scary, it really frightened me." Jiang Feng? Li Xiaochun adopted a weak and pitiful demeanor and said, "So? I'm afraid to sleep alone. Can you stay with me?" Cough cough. Jiang Feng coughed twice, almost choking on Li Xiaochun's words. That girl is such a vixen. Chapter 6 Honey, my figure isn't bad, is it? The next day. The sun has just risen. Jiang Feng was woken up by a cell phone ringing. He picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and immediately heard his mother Zhou Mei yelling and cursing. "You brat, Xiao Chun came to see you yesterday, why didn't you bring her back? I'm warning you, you absolutely mustn't do anything reckless. If you hurt the baby, I'll break your legs." The roaring on the phone instantly banished Jiang Feng's sleepiness. He couldn't help but feel sorry for his father. As a man, having a mother like that is probably not a good life. Mom, you really underestimate your son's character. Okay. I won't say any more to you, I'll take her back in a bit. It was early in the morning, and Jiang Feng didn't have much energy to argue with his mother. That's more like it. Hurry up and get ready, bring Xiaochun back. I've already made breakfast for you. After Zhou Mei finished speaking, she hung up the phone in a hurry. Jiang Feng looked at the blacked-out phone screen and smiled helplessly. She truly is my mother. Give me a slap, then give me a date. If only I could just eat dates. Hang up the phone. Jiang Feng threw back the covers and prepared to get out of bed. Just then, Li Xiaochun turned around and hugged him, muttering in her sleep, "Babies, Mommy has found your daddy. I'm so happy." Looking at Li Xiaochun curled up beside him, talking in her sleep, Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. This girl is getting cuter and cuter the more you look at her. After appreciating it for a moment, Jiang Feng gently moved Li Xiaochun's arm away, carefully covered her with the blanket, and then closed the door to wash up. He had just left the master bedroom. Li Xiaochun, who was lying on the bed, immediately opened her eyes with excitement. She gripped the blanket tightly with both hands, her face beaming with undisguised joy. "Babies, did you see that? Daddy actually covered Mommy with the blanket, he cares about us so much." Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Jiang Feng, who had just squeezed out the toothpaste, suddenly received a message from the system. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected, target gains happiness. Reward, winning lottery numbers, limited to 1 ticket. Jiang Feng shook his head, chuckling and then rubbing his forehead, so this girl was just pretending to be asleep. Was she shy? Thinking about this, Jiang Feng decided to tease her properly later, since Li Xiaochun had provoked him quite a bit last night. After a quick wash, I finished washing up. Jiang Feng strode to the bedroom door, deliberately coughed twice, and pushed the door open to enter. Surprisingly, the scene in the bedroom instantly aroused his blood. Jiang Feng stood there, stunned for 3 seconds, before saying, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were changing clothes." Li Xiaochun, whose upper body was completely naked. She slowly turned to the side and said playfully, "Honey, are you shy? Hee, you look so cute when you blush." As she spoke, she became noticeably bolder in changing her clothes. What seemed like an unintentional flirting gesture actually caused Jiang Feng immense psychological pressure and physical shock. Jiang Feng felt a burning sensation in his nostrils, as if a liquid was about to spurt out. He hurriedly left the bedroom, quickly closed the door, and leaned against the door to calm his agitation. After calming down for a few seconds, Jiang Feng suddenly realized something was wrong. He had come here specifically to tease Li Xiaochun, so how did things turn out the other way around? This girl is something else. Jiang Feng began to question the meaning of life. After changing her clothes, Li Xiaochun came out of the master bedroom and saw Jiang Feng still clutching his heart at the door. She couldn't help but laugh and say, "Honey, I don't think I have a bad figure, do I?" Listening to her teasing tone and seeing her smug expression, Jiang Feng chuckled, "Stop joking around, get ready and come with me." "Okay, let's go." Li Xiaochun immediately linked arms with Jiang Feng, looking like she was ready to leave at any moment. "You didn't even ask where we're going?" Hee, what's there to ask? Wherever my husband goes, I'll go." Li Xiaochun revealed an innocent smile and said leisurely. "You're pretty good." Jiang Feng was completely convinced. 5 minutes later, The two arrived at the underground parking garage of the residential complex. Following the system notification, Jiang Feng located his Lincoln Navigator. Too much happened yesterday, and he didn't even have time to go downstairs to check on the car the system rewarded him with. Jiang Feng was very satisfied when he saw the car in person today. The black Lincoln Navigator in front of me has a cool and imposing appearance, with smooth lines that look like they were carved by a knife and axe, and is full of a sense of technology. If it weren't for Li Xiaochun standing next to him, Jiang Feng would have loved to jump around 3 times in excitement. "Honey, what's wrong?" Li Xiaochun asked, puzzled. "It's all right, get in the car." Jiang Feng pretended to be calm as he took out his car keys from his pocket and casually pressed the unlock button. The car lights came on along with the alarm. This time, it was Li Xiaochun's turn to lose her composure. She rushed to the car and exclaimed in astonishment, "Honey, is this our car? It's so cool. Oh my god, honey, how many more surprises do you have in store for me?" The words had barely left his mouth. Li Xiaochun then consciously pulled open the passenger seat and plopped down inside. He looked around excitedly, like a child, looking left and right, up and down. Jiang Feng was amused by her exaggerated reaction and shook his head helplessly. "Okay, fasten your seatbelt first. You're about to become a mother, so be more mature." Li Xiaochun leaned out of the car window. "Yes, sir. The vehicle is driving on the road." For reasons of safe driving, the two of them stayed quiet for a while, which was quite unusual. There was a bit of traffic ahead due to the morning rush hour. Li Xiaochun thoughtfully handed Jiang Feng a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and brought it to his lips. "Honey, you've worked hard. Have some water to tide you over." "Thanks." Jiang Feng did not refuse Li Xiaochun's kindness and took the water and drank a few mouthfuls. "Honey, why are you being so polite with me? It's like we're complete strangers." Li Xiaochun pouted unhappily. "Are we that familiar? Us?" Jiang Feng said that the two of them were indeed not familiar with each other. "It's just that the progress has been a bit too rapid. You're being polite with me, but I won't be polite with you. Let me tell you, my best friend called me yesterday and said she wants to meet you. After we go to where you're going, you'll come with me to see my best friend, and you can also help me bring all my luggage back, okay?" Li Xiaochun rattled off a long string of words, like reciting a tongue twister. Jiang Feng was a little confused at first, but he figured it all out later. Good heavens, so that's what they were waiting for. These requests are so difficult to refuse. After all, the mother of the child definitely needs to live with him for it to be convenient to take care of her. Then, naturally, she had to retrieve her luggage. When picking up my luggage, I inevitably had to meet this so-called best friend. It's often said that a girlfriend's best friend is like a strategist. I wonder what kind of person Li Xiaochun's best friend will be. At least, it shouldn't be too ugly, right? Birds of a feather flock together. Beautiful women will definitely hang out with other beautiful women. With that in mind, Jiang Feng agreed. "Okay, no problem. Thank you, honey, mua." Li Xiaochun's sudden kiss, coupled with her warm and sweet voice, almost made Jiang Feng lose control of the car at a red light. "Watch your step, you're driving." Jiang Feng scolded him irritably. "What? Baby knows she was wrong, honey, don't be angry." Li Xiaochun guiltily poked her finger, no longer daring to be presumptuous. Jiang Feng. Chapter 7. Our son is really something, quietly accomplishing great things. Suishio residential area. After parking the car, Jiang Feng took Li Xiaochun upstairs. After knocking twice, Zhou voice came from inside. "You brat, you've moved out and you don't even have your own key anymore? Old Jiang, hurry up and open the door for your son, I'm busy with something else." Hearing the sounds from inside the house, Jiang Feng's forehead creased with dismay. Li Xiaochun, meanwhile, was hiding behind and secretly enjoying herself. Jiang Feng gave her a warning look, and she immediately became obedient again. "Okay, I was just about to open the door. Don't rush me." Zhang Jiandong put down the vegetables he was picking and went to open the door for the two of them. "Dad." "Hello, uncle." Okay, coming quickly." Upon hearing Li Xiaochun's voice, Zhou Mei ran out of the kitchen. "Xiaochun, you're here. Are you hungry? Auntie made you a lot of delicious food, but I don't know if you'll like it." "Thank you, Auntie. Anything you make is sure to taste good. I'm so lucky to have such a delicious meal today." Li Xiaochun's sweet words were like honey, making Zhou Mei smile from ear to ear. The two walked arm in arm toward the dining table, seemingly forgetting Jiang Feng's presence. Goodness, I heard this girl say she'd met her mom before. I thought they were just casual acquaintances, but I didn't expect them to be so close. Jiang Feng truly admired Li Xiaochun's skills in winning people over. Let's go, son. Zhang Jiandong patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said helplessly. He already had a deep understanding of his low status in the family. At the dinner table, Li Xiaochun and Zhou Mei chatted and laughed, enjoying their conversation. Jiang Feng and Zhang Jiandong, on the other hand, were busy eating. Look at them, father and son are like gluttons, all they know is eating, they can't even talk. It's better to have a daughter at home, it's more lively. While putting food into Li Xiaochun's bowl, Zhou Mei didn't forget to criticize the father and son. Jiang Feng was speechless, feeling like he was being dragged into this even while sitting down. She glanced up at her father, Zhang Jiandong, who was still smiling without changing his expression. Poor dad, what kind of life is he living? Auntie, I think Jiang Feng is a very good person. You and uncle have raised him to be very outstanding. He took such good care of me yesterday. After saying that, Li Xiaochun glanced shyly at Jiang Feng. That look in his eyes is hard not to misunderstand. Really? Li Xiaochun had just finished speaking. Jiang Feng's parents both turned to him with suspicion. Cough cough. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he almost choked to death. Strangeness. Even though I haven't done anything wrong, I still feel very guilty. What's going on? Well, Mom and Dad, I want to tell you something. Since everyone was watching him, Jiang Feng decided to be frank. I'll take this opportunity to explain about the house and car. Speak. Zhou Mei put down her chopsticks and answered seriously. Zhang Jiandong also put down what he was holding and looked at Jiang Feng. Then I'll make it short. In the past few years, I've been playing the stock market with others and made a lot of money. Then I used that money to buy a house and a car. All payments were made in full, there is no debt. Zhang Jiandong was clearly shocked by his son's words and remained silent for a long time. Zhou Mei raised a question, pay in full? Where did you buy the house? The grand mansion is about 300 square meters. These words were spoken. Zhou Mei and Zhang Jiandong exclaimed almost in unison, what? I've lived in Shanghai for so many years, after all. They were certainly familiar with high-end residential communities like Shengshihaofu. Xiaochun, my son, has he suffered some kind of trauma? Rather than believing that Jiang Feng was delirious from a high fever, Zhou Mei was more convinced that he was talking nonsense because he had a high fever. Ordinary families like theirs. How could I possibly afford a house there in this lifetime? It's true, it's all renovated. We stayed there last night. Li Xiaochun nodded in agreement from the side. Jiang Feng looked at the incredulous expressions on his parents' faces and smiled helplessly, saying, aren't you happy that your son bought a house? You two should pack your things and move in with us in a little while. Xiaochun is pregnant, and I don't know how to take care of her. It would be better if we all lived together so we could look after each other. Looking at Li Xiaochun's determined expression and her son Jiang Feng's confident tone. Only then did the two elders realize that this was probably true. My son is really capable. The Jiang family's ancestral graves are truly emitting auspicious smoke. Honey, you should come with me back to our hometown to burn some incense another day. Zhang Jiandong was the first to laugh out loud, his joy evident in his expression. Go away, we don't have time for that. Our top priority right now is to take good care of our little grandson. It must be because my grandchildren are so sensible that they brought good fortune to our family. Zhou Mei couldn't help but happily touch Li Xiaochun's slightly protruding belly. Jiang Feng was speechless. All right, it's either the ancestors showing their power or the child bringing wealth. So it has nothing to do with him at all? Then you can pack your things. Xiaochun and I are going out to take care of something. We'll come back to pick you up later. With that, Jiang Feng prepared to get up and leave. You go about your business. I'm all packed up. I'll take a taxi there myself, so there's no need for me to make the trip back and forth. Zhou Mei carefully helped Li Xiaochun stand up, afraid that something might happen to her. Honey, what about me? Hearing her tone, Zhang Jiandong realized she wasn't planning to take him along, so he quickly asked. What's it to you? You stay here and guard the house. I used to take care of Xiaochun, don't cause me any trouble. Zhou Mei picked up the remaining buns on the table and stuffed them directly into Zhang Jiandong's mouth to shut him up. Zhang Jiandong had no way to express his bitterness. Zhang Feng gave his father a sympathetic look, as if to offer comfort. And he quickened his pace, saying, "You two can discuss it slowly, we're leaving now. Goodbye, uncle and aunt." "Okay, goodbye, take care on your journey." Zhou Mei saw Li Xiaochun off with a big smile. Then he grabbed Zhang Feng and solemnly instructed him, "You brat, listen to me carefully. Xiao Chun is now the most important person in our family to protect, so you have to take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible." Okay, I got it." Zhang Feng couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. My mom's face changes so fast, it's like a Peking opera face-changing act. After seeing the young couple off, Zhou Mei hummed a little tune as she returned to the house, in a very cheerful mood. "Old Jiang, our son is really something, quietly accomplishing great things. Such a big thing as buying a house was taken care of without us having to worry about anything." Zhang Jiandong grumbled discontentedly, "Fine, I'll buy it then. I don't have anywhere to live anyway." "You old fool, how can you be so ungrateful?" Zhou Mei got angry, put her hands on her hips and scolded, "If Xiao Chun wasn't pregnant and needed someone to take care of her, I wouldn't want to go over there. Why would we be a nuisance, like a third wheel, when the young couple is living their lives together?" Zhang Jiandong conceded defeat. "You're right, but I still want to go and see my son's new house. I'll take you there tonight, and I'll come back after you've seen it, okay?" "Okay, as long as we don't bother them." Chapter 8, Where there are women, there is no humanity. Downstairs in the residential complex, Zhang Feng fastened Li Xiaochun's seatbelt. "How about we call your best friend first and tell her we're coming over?" "No need, she probably hasn't even gotten out of bed yet." Li Xiaochun waved her hand in refusal. "It's past 10 o'clock, and you're still not up? What does she do for a living?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but speculate about the nature of Li Xiaochun's best friend's job. These days, most office workers work from 9 to 5. People who haven't gotten up by midday are definitely working the night shift. Those who work at night, what legitimate way can they possibly have? Oh, they're live streamers, their working hours are very flexible. Just follow the navigation, we'll go straight there. All right. Zhang Feng followed the route given by the navigation system and slowly drove out of the residential area. The new car is very stylish and has plenty of power. But with a pregnant woman in the car, Zhang Feng still drove very carefully. Half an hour later, Li Xiaochun pointed to a parking space by the roadside near an old building and said, "Let's get off here, it's hard to park inside." "You and your best friend live here?" Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised. He used to rent a place to live so that he could be closer to his workplace. Rent in Shanghai is expensive, but I never expected that Li Xiaochun would live in a place that's even less fussy than a bachelor like him. "I want to save all my money," Li Xiaochun explained shyly. After getting off the bus, Zhang Feng looked at the old building up close again and it seemed even more dilapidated. The overall building structure is old, and there are many cracks in the walls. Most importantly, there's no elevator. Li Xiaochun lives on the 8th floor. "Hee, honey, can you carry me upstairs? It's not convenient for them to be here." Li Xiaochun pointed to her stomach in a coquettish manner and said, "You're ruthless." Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and carried Li Xiaochun on his back. "I knew it, my husband is the best to me." "Moo-ah." Li Xiaochun happily rubbed against Zhang Feng's back and gave him a sweet kiss. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, Constitution +3, 500,000 renminbi in cash. Zhang Feng was slightly stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. It feels great to be favored by the system. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was already in good physical condition, and now his physique has improved by 3 points. Carrying Li Xiaochun up the stairs was inevitably tiring, but I could manage. "Honey, you're so amazing." "It's all right." Zhang Feng went straight up to the 8th floor without stopping. Li Xiaochun was so adoring that her eyes were practically sparkling with admiration. This stamina is truly unmatched, no wonder she was able to have 3 children at once. Thinking about this, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but blush. "Come down. How long do you intend to linger on me?" Zhang Feng didn't notice anything unusual about her behind his back, otherwise he would definitely have made a good laugh at her. "Oh." Li Xiaochun obediently got off Zhang Feng's back. Arriving at the door, he knocked and called out, "Lulu, I'm back. Open the door." During Zhang Feng's pause to catch his breath, the door creaked open. A girl wearing a nightgown, with disheveled hair and panda eyes typical of someone who's been staying up all night, emerged. She rubbed her eyes, clearly still half asleep. It's so noisy, I'm still getting my beauty sleep, Zhang Lu complained to Li Xiaochun with dissatisfaction. The next second, her gaze suddenly met Jiang Feng's. Ah! Why are there men here? My image is completely ruined. In an instant, the entire hallway was filled with Zhang Lu's high decibel screams. Bang! After the screams, the door was slammed shut. Only Li Xiaochun and Jiang Feng were left outside the door, looking at each other in bewilderment. I told you to make a call a long time ago, but you wouldn't listen. You've scared your best friend now, haven't you? Jiang Feng said with a hint of helplessness. It's okay, that's just how she is, she's easily startled. Li Xiaochun comforted her. Then the knocking grew louder. Zhang Lu, open the door quickly. Why do you need to look so good when you're meeting my husband? 5 minutes later, the door reopened. Jiang Feng was finally able to get inside the house. Hello? I'm Zhang Lu, Xiaochun's best friend. Zhang Lu, now dressed in clean clothes, reintroduced herself. She had originally planned to thoroughly investigate Li Xiaochun's boyfriend. But what just happened? It has completely robbed her of her confidence, to the point that her voice is now barely audible. In the somewhat cramped living room, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Hello. Jiang Feng continued. Just when everyone was at a loss for what to talk about next, Li Xiaochun spoke up. Huh? Didn't I ask you to help me pack my luggage yesterday? You didn't tidy up? Zhang Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, Do you think I'm free? I finished my live stream at midnight last night. How could I have the energy to help you pack your things? Since you're all here, just take it yourselves. No, I want you to help me clean up. Li Xiaochun stomped her foot angrily and said, How can you let my husband do such hard work? She seemed quite self-righteous. Jiang Feng didn't know whether to be touched or to think she was missing a screw in her head. What the hell? Li Xiaochun, are you even speaking human language? You're so heartless when it comes to the opposite sex. How did I end up making friends with someone like you? Zhang Lu was no pushover either, and immediately retaliated. The two girls chattered back and forth, arguing for a long time until they finally got tired of arguing. Okay, I'll do it since you're pregnant. I'll clean up your mess one last time. If you're so capable, then don't ever come back. Despite her tough exterior, Zhang Lu made some harsh words and went straight to Li Xiaochun's bedroom to get busy. I already have a husband, why would I come back here? Li Xiaochun said proudly, Honey, don't you think so? I'll go in and help too. Jiang Feng got up with a wry smile, ready to go inside and help tidy up. Oh dear, I'd be so embarrassed if my husband saw my underwear. That being said. But she didn't stop Jiang Feng. Instead, he leisurely went to the kitchen. I took a bunch of grapes out of the refrigerator, washed them, and then went into the bedroom. Honey, you've worked hard. Have some grapes. Li Xiaochun diligently fed Jiang Feng fruit. They completely disregarded Zhang Lu's well-being as a single person. Hey, if you two want to show off your love, can't you go somewhere else? Don't get in my way. Zhang Lu grumbled in dissatisfaction. The room wasn't big to begin with, so it was hard for her not to see them. Honey, what if someone's jealous of us? Li Xiaochun looked at Jiang Feng with an innocent expression. Jiang Feng's lips twitched slightly. If he hadn't known the whole story, he could easily have been fooled by Li Xiaochun's pitiful appearance. It's obvious. She was deliberately trying to provoke Zhang Lu. These two girls are truly a pair of bickering lovers. Jiang Feng was speechless and could only speed up his work, finish quickly, and leave as soon as possible, to avoid becoming cannon fodder in their bickering. Chapter 9, My college roommate calls. Everything is finally packed. Jiang Feng carried 2 suitcases downstairs. Despite having endured a lot of public displays of affection and some unpleasantness, Zhang Lu still got off to see them off. Just before getting on the bus, Zhang Lu glanced at Li Xiaochun, then said to Jiang Feng, Hey, be nice to her. If I find out she's been mistreated by you, I won't let you off the hook. Jiang Feng smiled and said, Don't worry. Li Xiaochun, oblivious to everything, blew Zhang Lu a kiss. Come visit me sometime, you know where I live now, right? Zhang Lu's eyes reddened. Just leave already, you're annoying to look at. Snort. Li Xiaochun gave a haughty snort, then turned and got into the car. Zhang Feng greeted Zhang Lu and got into the car. On the bus, Li Xiaochun's little pearls were almost falling out. You could tell she was still very reluctant to part with Zhang Lu. However, both best friends were stubborn. When they get together, no one gives way to anyone else. Zhang Feng didn't know how to comfort her. Just then, Zhang Feng's phone suddenly rang, and the number was saved as Xiao Bao. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaochun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask, "Honey, who is this?" There was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Because this nickname seems a bit ambiguous, like a name that only very close friends would use. "Could you turn on the speaker for me?" Zhang Feng didn't explain much, but simply asked Li Xiaochun to answer the phone for him. Li Xiaochun obediently agreed. After the call is connected, a rough male voice came from the other end. "TZ, where are you?" "Brother, I'm about to embark on a long voyage. Do you have time to meet up?" Upon hearing that Xiao Bao on the other end of the phone was actually a boy, Li Xiaochun realized that she had misunderstood. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly turned her gaze to the window. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Feng was both amused and exasperated, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he said into the phone, "Stop talking nonsense. You're about to get married, where could you possibly go? Dad's driving right now, he'll hang up when there's nothing else to do." Zhang Feng turned the steering wheel, looking impatient. "Hey, no. I've run into some trouble, and the wedding might not be going to happen." Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Zhang Feng could clearly sense that he was a little down. "What's going on? Weren't you and the class monitor going to get married? You even bought a house. Now you're not getting married?" At this point, Zhang Feng suddenly realized, "No way, did the class monitor dump you? Where are you now? I'll come find you." "The usual place, Joe's Barbecue." "Good." After hanging up the phone, without saying a word, Zhang Feng turned around at the intersection and drove straight ahead. Li Xiaochun sensed that something was wrong, but didn't ask any further questions. "Let's not go home first, let's go see my friend." "Good. He was my college roommate." Because he was the youngest and his name contained the character Bao, everyone called him Xiao Bao. "We are very close." 10 minutes later, Joe's Barbecue Restaurant. Zhang Feng led Li Xiaochun into the store, looked around a few times, and finally saw a familiar figure. The man was still drinking silently with his head down, unaware of Zhang Feng. Beside him sat a girl with a neat short haircut, whose expression was also somewhat melancholy. Zhang Feng walked straight over. He patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Lebao saw his brothers arrive. He forced a stiff smile. "Brother Feng, you're here." "This is?" Wang Lebao then noticed Li Xiaochun standing next to Zhang Feng. "Your sister-in-law, be careful. Don't let the smell of alcohol bother her, she's pregnant." Zhang Feng pulled out a seat for Li Xiaochun to sit down first. "What?" These words were spoken. Wang Lebao and the girl next to him were both shocked. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Li Xiaochun's belly, and sure enough, he saw a slight bulge. Li Xiaochun was overjoyed to hear Zhang Feng introduce himself to his friends so openly. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected. Target gains happiness. Reward, 5% of Rongshan Technologies shares. Note, the share transfer agreement has been deposited in the study of Shengshi Haofu. Please check your inbox. Rongshan Technology? 5% of the shares. Upon hearing this reward, Zhang Feng almost burst out laughing. He wasn't exaggerating, the rewards the system gave him were simply too incredible. Rongshan Technology. It's a well-known technology research and development company in Shanghai. The company owns a wide range of high-tech products, including state-of-the-art bioengineering equipment and medical devices, with a market value exceeding 100 billion yuan. Simply put, Zhang Feng, who owns 5% of the shares, is now a billionaire. Brother Feng, when did you get married? He didn't even tell me. He doesn't treat me like a brother at all. Wang Lebao's voice pulled Zhang Feng back to reality. Don't talk nonsense, we haven't even had the banquet yet. Zhang Feng steered the conversation back to the other person. So, what's going on between you two? You don't seem like you're breaking up. Sigh. Sweetie and I have a great relationship. Wang Lebao and Zhang Tiantian glanced at each other, then sighed simultaneously. It's my mom. I don't know what triggered her. she had clearly agreed to a dowry of 180,000 yuan. At the last minute, they suddenly changed it to 500,000. Zhang Tiantian explained, embarrassed. Wang Lebao added, Brother Feng, as you know, my family's financial situation is just average. I barely managed to make a down payment on a house this year, all thanks to my own hard work. With the bride price suddenly increasing so much, where am I supposed to get the money? After listening, Zhang Feng was speechless. He looked at Zhang Tiantian, why don't you try to persuade Auntie again? Zhang Tiantian shook her head with a wry smile, it's no use. I've tried to persuade you countless times, but it's no use. I'm really desperate now, and I've decided to elope with Lu Bao. That's so cool. Li Staochun blurted it out. I think Zhang Tiantian is my idol. The next second, she then received a headshot from Zhang Feng. Hey, why did you hit me? Serves you right for stirring up trouble. Then, Zhang Feng calmly analyzed, the sudden increase in the bride price is indeed a bit suspicious. I remember Auntie was quite pleased with Xiaobao before, and you're an only child, so this money. Zhang Tiantian interrupted, isn't it just vanity at play? When the relatives around me found out I was getting married, they all came to ask my mother how much dowry she was going to ask for, saying how good their daughters were marrying and how high their dowries were. My mom was immediately unhappy when she heard that, and changed her mind and said she wanted 500,000. Speaking of this, Zhang Tiantian was also full of resentment. Life is what you live. What's the point of constantly comparing yourself to others? Li Xiaochun echoed. That's right, that's right. Zhang Tiantian seemed to have found a kindred spirit, it's a pity that my mother is very concerned about her image. Zhang Feng not only has a pregnant wife, but he also suddenly has so much savings? We agreed to be losers together after graduation. So now, you've secretly reached the pinnacle of your life, haven't you? It's not suitable. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, so you must have a lot of expenses. We can't take this money. Zhang Tiantian quickly waved her hand in refusal. It's okay, I support whatever my husband says. Li Staochun rested her chin on her hands, looked at Zhang Feng with a smile, and said, if you don't have enough money, I have more here. Li Staochun's gentle and sensible demeanor made Zhang Feng feel very proud. He reached out and patted Li Xiaochun's head, saying with a smile, my wife is so good. Zhang Feng's actions surprised Wang Lebao and Zhang Tiantian. They never expected Zhang Feng to show affection in public, especially in such a cloying way. However, Li Staochun seemed to enjoy it. After all, this was the first time Zhang Feng had called her wife. She had always been the one who called him husband, and Zhang Feng had never responded. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, 1 million in cash. Goodness. The 300,000 plus yuan I was going to lend to my brother hadn't even been transferred out yet, and this fresh million yuan has already arrived in my account. Zhang Feng really wanted to pick up Li Xiaochun and spin her around a few times. It seems my mom was right. His wife and children are truly his lucky stars, they bring him wealth. Let's go. I can't make large transfers on my phone, so I'll go to the bank next door to withdraw the money for you. It's clear that everyone's attention isn't on the food. Zhang Feng suggested that they take care of the important matters first. Okay. I will remember your kindness, brother. As if making a firm decision, Wang Lebao said, from now on, whenever you need me, I will definitely risk my life to help you. Okay, I got it. Zhang Feng smiled and agreed. With the system at his disposal, he didn't need anyone else's help. But to put Wang Lebao at ease, he could only smile and agree. 10 minutes later. Construction bank in the sweltering summer. Zhang Feng transferred the extra 320,000 yuan that Zhang Tiantian's mother had temporarily added to Wang Lebao's account without missing a single penny. The remittance transaction is complete. A group of 4 people came out. Brother Feng, thank you. I reckon the money will come back after it's been circulating around with my mom for a while. I'll have Lu Bao return it to you right away. Zhang Tiantian said with a face full of gratitude. Aha! Wang Lebao stood to the side, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Don't rush, communicate with your aunt properly. Set a date as soon as possible, I'm looking forward to your wedding. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said readily. It can help friends. It feels pretty good. Absolutely. Sweetie and I are having a wedding banquet, and we can't do without you. After all, I'm still waiting for your big red envelope. Once Wang Lebao received the money, he seemed to be revitalized and was in the mood for jokes again. Screw you. Zhang Feng laughed and scolded. The two girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seriously? Zhang Feng then asked, how are you getting back? Do you want me to take you? After saying that, he waved the car keys in his hand. Holy crap, when did you buy a car? Still a Lincoln. I'm not saying this to be mean, but bro, you've become a bit of a stranger to me lately. Wang Lebao snatched the car keys from Zhang Feng's hand. Observe carefully. It was discovered that it was indeed true. With Brother Feng's intelligence, making money is a piece of cake for him. You should return the key to them right away. Zhang Tiantian snatched the keys and handed them to Zhang Feng apologetically, saying, we can just take a taxi back. You should take your sister-in-law back to rest. Thank you so much for your help today. Wang Lebao slapped his forehead, look at my memory, my sister-in-law is pregnant. You guys go first, don't worry about us. Then, urged by the two, Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun finally got into the car. Okay, then drive carefully. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Xiaochun beside him and felt that it was indeed a bit inappropriate for her to be pregnant and running around with him. Okay. Take good care of your sister-in-law, I'm waiting to become her godfather. Say goodbye to Wang Lebao and the other person. Zhang Feng stepped on the gas and drove straight back to the grand mansion. Upon entering the living room, Li Xiaochun lay down on the sofa. She watched as Zhang Feng helped her unpack all the luggage she had retrieved. Anyway, we don't need your help here. If you're tired, go take a nap. Zhang Feng said in a disdainful tone. No. She needs her husband to be with her to fall asleep. Li Xiaochun stood up and hugged Zhang Feng's arm tightly, acting coquettishly. It seems there is an invisible connection. Her chest accidentally bumped into Zhang Feng's arm. Zhang Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. If the current situation allowed, he really would have liked to teach Li Xiaochun a lesson. Buzz buzz buzz. Honey, your phone is ringing. Just as Zhang Feng was contemplating how to teach Li Xiaochun a lesson in the future, Li Xiaochun woke him from his reverie. Oh, give it to me. Zhang Feng glanced at his phone. It was a call from his boss. It just so happens that he was planning to resign recently. This phone call came just in time, saving me the trouble of dealing with the HR department. Xiao Jiang, the company got a last-minute job, and we need you tomorrow. Mr. Yi, I was just about to tell you something. Zhang Feng interrupted the person on the other end of the phone before they could finish speaking. Okay, you go first. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xiaochun couldn't help but prick up her ears and eavesdrop on their conversation. I want to resign. I will handle the handover with the relevant personnel, so don't worry. The CEO Yi on the phone was a young, beautiful, and successful businesswoman. He is usually decisive and efficient in his work. He took special care of Zhang Feng and never made things difficult for him at work. If he hadn't suddenly acquired the system, Zhang Feng would have continued working at the company indefinitely. After all, who wouldn't like a boss who was emotionally stable and willing to help them grow? So sudden? Yi Ling was very shocked. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and said, may I ask what the reason is? My wife is pregnant with triplets and needs someone to take care of her. I have to stay home with her. Zhang Feng smiled and pinched Li Xiaochun's cheek. He knew that the little girl was eavesdropping nervously nearby. Wife? When did you get married? You've kept it a secret so well. Yi Ling said, both amused and exasperated, then sighed, all right then, I approve. However, you still need to come to the company tomorrow to complete the formalities. Bring your younger brother and sister-in-law along too, so I can meet them. No problem. Chapter 11 Yi Ling's Troubles. The next day. 10 a.m. Zhang Feng brought Li Xiaochun to Green Ivy Entertainment Company. This is where Zhang Feng worked for 4 years. The company is not very large. It mainly undertakes activities for third and fourth tier artists, and occasionally connects with a few medium-sized live streaming annual meetings. In Shanghai, it's considered a relatively low-tier entertainment company. Zhang Feng is the company's styling consultant. My usual job is to design looks for the company's artists and check if their makeup and styling match their personas. I don't care about anything else. Honey, do you see a lot of beautiful women every day when you go to work? Li Xiaochun followed behind Zhang Feng, asking curiously as they walked. I guess so. Zhang Feng gave a perfunctory reply. Actually, compared to Li Xiaochun, those other celebrities aren't that great to look at. Celebrities undergo layers of packaging before appearing in front of the camera. But Li Xiaochun is completely different. Even without makeup, she is still stunning. Needless to say, her figure is also outstanding. It should be perky where it should be perky, and firm where it should be firm. In short, it's a capital S curve. Humph, let's hurry up and go home after we finish the resignation procedures. You're not allowed to look at other girls anymore. Li Xiaochun angrily pulled Zhang Feng forward. Slower. Be careful not to disturb the fetus. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. This little girl looks so cute when she's jealous. Sudden. A hand landed on Zhang Feng's shoulder, and someone asked, Brother Feng, who's this? A new artist the company just hired? What are you saying? This is my wife. How could I be that close to a celebrity? Zhang Feng punched the other person in annoyance and said in a deep voice. The man in front of him had a somewhat effeminate air about him. He was Zhang Feng's colleague, named Dixing. Really? Your wife is so beautiful. Brother Feng is so lucky. As Dixing was speaking, he leaned closer to Zhang Feng. Get out of the way. Zhang Feng dodged away in disgust and asked, Is President Yi in her office? I need to talk to her. I'm here, go ahead. I'll take good care of your little wife. Dixing winked at Zhang Feng and said. Li Xiaochun nodded in agreement. Actually, from the moment I entered the company, Li Xiaochun began to look around, showing great interest in everything about Zhang Feng. She was overjoyed to have this opportunity to get to know her husband better. All right. Be more reliable. Zhang Feng gave Dixing a verbal warning. He turned to Li Xiaochun and said, Sit here for a while, I'll be right back. Okay, honey. Li Xiaochun answered obediently. After explaining the points that need attention, Zhang Feng, familiar with the route, headed towards the general manager's office. Inside the office, Yiling, dressed in a smart designer suit, was leaning against the glass window making a phone call. Her expression was somewhat serious, and her brows were furrowed. She had just put down the phone when Zhang Feng came in. Xiao Jiang, you're here. Yes, I just arrived. Seeing that Yiling's expression was off, Zhang Feng asked with concern, What happened? Rongshan Technology approached us about a collaboration 2 weeks ago, and we even signed the contract. If it's a sure thing, then we'll definitely go for it. A lot of manpower and resources have been invested, and the funds have exceeded 1 million. But now they're breaking the contract just like that. At this point, Yiling rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. So we're just going to leave it at that? Zhang Feng was equally annoyed after hearing this. After all, he had once been a part of this company, and Yiling had never treated him unfairly. Now that the company is facing difficulties, he certainly cannot stand idly by. Yiling sighed and said, What's the point of talking to someone who acts like a scoundrel? It'll just lead to endless arguments. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Yiling opened the blinds in the office and saw Li Xiaochun. Is that your sister-in-law outside? She's very pretty. Why didn't you invite her in? I was worried you were busy, so I had her sit outside for a while. It just so happens that Daxing also wants to have a chat with her. Zhang Feng finally smiled when Li Xiaochun was mentioned. Yeah, Dixing loves beautiful women, so he'll definitely be gossiping with his sister-in-law. Aren't you afraid that Big Star will talk bad about you? Yiling knew the company's employees very well, and covered her mouth to chuckle. He dares? Zhang Feng replied with a smile. When work wasn't being discussed, Yiling's expression softened considerably, like that of an approachable girl next door. Perhaps once she has someone to rely on, she won't have to work so hard and maintain the image of a strong woman all the time. Zhang Feng silently sighed to himself. Then, he decided to help Yiling. Leave the Rongshan Technology matter to me. I happen to be there, and I have a friend I can talk to. There should still be room for negotiation on this cooperation. Speaking of which, Zhang Feng immediately took out his phone, ready to make a call, giving Yiling no chance to react. Yiling was stunned when she saw this. Okay. She agreed, albeit a bit late. Yiling had complete faith in Zhang Feng's abilities. The reason she wanted to refuse was simply because she didn't want to trouble Zhang Feng. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Previously, the system only provided the share transfer agreement and not any other documents, so Jiang Feng called the front desk of Rongshan Technology. "Hello, this is Rongshan Technology. May I ask who you are?" The front desk customer service representative politely inquired as a routine matter. "I'm looking for Chairman Shin. Tell him I'm Jiang Feng. He will answer the phone." The person on the other end of the phone was stunned and remained silent for a long time. Because Chairman Shin is the chief chairman of Rongshan Technology. They're usually elusive and rarely seen. How could someone of my level possibly have a say in their affairs? But Jiang Feng's firm tone made her dare not fail to pass on the message. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll connect you to the internal line now, it will take about a minute." The front desk customer service representative answered in a well-trained manner. In fact, the person at the Rongshan Technology reception desk wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yi Ling, who was listening to Jiang Feng's conversation, was also stunned. The acquaintance Jiang Feng mentioned turned out to be the chairman of Rongshan Technology. This was something she never expected. Which company's employees can directly contact the client's boss? "Hello, is this General Manager Jiang? The call has been successfully transferred." Shin Wanjin's deep voice came through. "Right. Hello Chairman Shin, I am Jiang Feng." Jiang Feng chuckled. "Hee, Mr. Jiang is too modest. Why haven't you come to the company since you acquired the shares? Are you free today?" Shin Wanjin asked tentatively. He was still quite wary of Jiang Feng, who had suddenly appeared. After all, he's the kind of person who can buy 5% of Rongshan Technology's shares with a single move. There are very few like that in the entire city of Shanghai. It's clear that Jiang Feng must be a formidable character. Shin Wanjin has secretly sent people to investigate his identity. Unfortunately, there's still no news. Chapter 12. Will you be my most beautiful bride? I won't meddle in company matters. I trust Chairman Shen will make a better decision. Jiang Feng cut to the chase and said, "I called mainly because I heard that Green Ivy Entertainment and Rongshan Technology had a collaboration that's been going badly lately. What is Chairman Shen's opinion on this matter?" These words were spoken. It was obvious that Shin Wanjin on the other side was hesitant. "I'm not entirely sure about this matter. It's possible that the people below handled things poorly. According to President Jiang, how should this be handled?" Shin Wanjin directly threw the question back to Jiang Feng. "I think Green Ivy has a good reputation in the industry and is very experienced in contracting cultural performances. Now that the contract is signed, why not continue the cooperation?" Jiang Feng said slowly. "Since President Jiang has spoken, I certainly have no objections. I'll follow up on this in a bit, don't worry." "Then thank you in advance, Chairman Shin. You're too kind. Mr. Jiang, if you have some free time, we can have a meal together." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Feng then hung up the phone. Then, he looked at Yi Ling, who was still in shock, and said with a smile, "Okay, now all the problems are solved." "Xiao Jiang, I didn't realize that. You have such a good relationship with Chairman Shin of Rongshan Technology?" Yi Ling asked, somewhat incredulously. "It's a long story. I can barely speak." Jiang Feng scratched the back of his head and said modestly, "If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it." Yi Ling said understandingly, "I'll treat you and your sister-in-law to a meal another day. After all, you've done me a great favor. You can't refuse, it's a farewell gift for you." Jiang Feng smiled and agreed, "Okay, I'll do as you say. Complete the resignation procedures." I walked out of the general manager's office. Jiang Feng was stunned by what he saw. The dozen or so members of the operations team surrounded Li Xiaochun. Everyone was nodding in approval. Every face on theirs held an expression of admiration. Li Xiaochun, not seeing Jiang Feng come out, continued working on the computer. "It's actually very simple, as long as the data analysis is done correctly, you can see here." Cough cough. Jiang Feng stood behind the crowd and deliberately made noise. Everyone was stunned. Li Xiaochun jolted awake and stood up. Like a child caught doing something wrong, she laughed and asked, "Honey, when did you come out?" The operations team members then came to their senses. One by one, they rushed to praise Li Xiaochun. Jiang Feng felt as if his eardrums were about to burst from the noise, and he was almost going deaf. "Brother Feng, your wife is amazing, she's a tech genius. She's incredibly capable. If she were in our company, we probably wouldn't stand a chance." "Brother Feng, are you really not considering letting your wife come work here? With her abilities, I feel like President Yu would have to offer her a starting salary of at least 10,000. TCH, you underestimate my sister Chun, don't you? At least 35,000. Jiang Feng. We left Green Ivy Entertainment Company. Honey, have I done something wrong? Li Staochun asked cautiously. Her face clearly said, I was wrong, I'll never do it again. They looked so pitiful. Jiang Feng couldn't bear to say anything more. No, everyone thinks my wife is amazing, I'm just happy about it. After spending 2 days together, Jiang Feng realized that Li Xiaochun was actually very simple-minded, only her thinking was occasionally a little unconventional. So he gradually lowered his guard, and even the way he addressed each other became more intimate. Really? Zhang Feng's simple praise made Li Xiaochun happier than any other person's 10 or 100 compliments. Fool, of course it's true. Jiang Feng gently stroked Li Xiaochun's nose and said tenderly, Are you enjoying your work? No way. I only like being with my husband, and I want to have many, many children with him. Li Xiaochun wrapped her arms around Jiang Feng's neck in a coquettish manner and said in a sweet, affectionate tone. Come on, you can't fool me. Just now at the company, when you were explaining things to them, your eyes were shining. Jiang Feng smiled and continued, After you finish your postpartum confinement, if you want to go back to work, I will definitely support you. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, honey. You're so good to me. Despite being on a busy street, Li Xiaochun still gave Jiang Feng a sweet kiss without any hesitation. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, proficiency in calligraphy. The system's rewards always come unexpectedly. Jiang Feng was starting to get used to it. It's still early, is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll go shopping with you. Jiang Feng gentlemanly opened the car door and let Li Xiaochun get in first. Wow, my husband is the best. Li Xiaochun shouted happily. Be aware of the potential impact. Jiang Feng tapped her forehead and closed the car door. Li Xiaochun sat obediently in her seat and stuck out her tongue. Jiang Feng got into the driver's seat. Li Xiaochun has already set up the navigation. Forever and ever? Where are you from? A restaurant? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. Oh, honey, you drive first. You'll know when you get there. Li Xiaochun said mysteriously. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng didn't ask any more questions. Start the car and drive towards your destination. Since I promised to accompany Li Xiaochun, I'll just go along with her wishes. 10 minutes later, the sign that read Forever and Ever came into view. The store has a very modern design, and its exterior looks like it belongs to Europe and America. The overall design is predominantly white. A wedding dress shop? Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. Yes, wearing a wedding dress is every girl's dream. Honey, you didn't know? Li Xiaochun nodded vigorously as she explained. Looking at her beaming expression, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Now, the feeling of having a wife and children is becoming more and more real to me. Then let's get off the bus. I'll take you to achieve your dreams. Jiang Feng readily agreed. Li Xiaochun hesitated, glancing down at her stomach. 3 months of pregnancy, plus the fact that she was carrying twins or triplets. Her figure is no longer as slender as before. Although outsiders see Li Xiaochun as having a perfect appearance, she herself is somewhat dissatisfied. Maybe I should just forget it, I don't look good right now either. As they talked, Li Xiaochun's eyes involuntarily reddened. She looked up and sniffed. She smiled casually and said, Honey, let's go home. Come again sometime, okay? Not good. Jiang Feng refused decisively. Because he knew that what Li Xiaochun needed most right now was his encouragement. Going straight home would be tantamount to agreeing with her opinion that she's not beautiful, which would only make her more upset. Xiaochun, I'm really looking forward to seeing you in a wedding dress for me. So, will you be my most beautiful bride? Chapter 13, Preparing to Meet the Parents? I do. Hearing Jiang Feng's confession, Li Xiaochun was deeply moved, and tears finally streamed down her face. She threw herself into Jiang Feng's arms and sobbed like a child. Drop. Host detected showing affection towards wife target is extremely happy. Reward, 20% of IFC group shares, plus 10 to constitution. Boom. The system's voice had just finished speaking. Jiang Feng felt his body undergoing a tremendous change. He stood there, stunned. IFC Group. That's a world-leading financial company. It spans various industries, boasting world-class fund, securities, and trust businesses, and also wields considerable influence in real estate, entertainment, hotels, and catering. He can be described as a true business tycoon. Its market capitalization is a staggering $500 billion. Owning 20% of the shares would instantly boost Jiang Feng's net worth, turning him into a billionaire. The +10 to his physique further enhances his physical abilities. Ordinary diseases simply cannot harm him. It's like having a cheat code. Jiang Feng suppressed his excitement and began to comfort Li Xiaochun. Stop crying, you're all covered in tears. It's all your fault. You said all this out of the blue, and it made me cry. Li Xiaochun put her hands on her hips and argued arrogantly. Jiang Feng teased Li Xiaochun, saying, Okay, it's all my fault. Just pretend I didn't say those things, okay? Not good. Really? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. Alright, let's get off the bus. Although we're not having a wedding now, it's still okay for us to try on the wedding dresses first. Okay, whatever you say, honey. After saying that, the two got off the car. Step into the Eternal Love wedding dress shop. When the shop assistant saw a customer enter, he quickly went to greet him. Welcome. Are you here to choose a wedding dress? The wedding dress shop in front of us is quite large. There are 3 floors in total. The store is decorated in a luxurious and elegant style. It gives people an extremely comfortable feeling. Which is the most beautiful wedding dress in your store? Jiang Feng spoke up. Seeing his refined demeanor and the fact that his female companion was even more beautiful than a celebrity, the shop assistant immediately guessed that Jiang Feng must be quite wealthy. A batch of wedding dresses just arrived at the store a few days ago. Both the style and the material are among the best in the new season. Let me take you and the young lady to have a look now. The shop assistant introduced the products with great enthusiasm. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Jiang Feng and his companion followed the shop assistant to the second floor lounge. While the shop assistant was getting the wedding dress, Li Xiaochun whispered in Jiang Feng's ear, Honey, you were so handsome just now. I don't know how to repay you. Her breath was fragrant, and her warm breath brushed against Jiang Feng's face. It stirred his heart. Fortunately, the shop assistant was quick and efficient, and soon brought out the wedding dress. This saved Jiang Feng from dire straits. Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up when she saw the wedding dress. 20 minutes later, the curtain was drawn back. Wearing a limited edition wedding dress, Li Xiaochun stood on the stage, looking absolutely stunning. The white strapless design accentuated her figure. Moreover, it features a hollow design, allowing you to see the snow white and soft skin underneath. A delicate waistline is cinched at the waist. The skirt reached her knees, revealing her straight and slender legs. Honey, do you think this outfit looks good? I asked in a sweet, coquettish voice. Nice. But you can only wear it for me to see. Jiang Feng's appreciative tone carried a hint of jealousy. Li Xiaochun immediately understood, covered her mouth and chuckled, I know. Noon. Jiang Feng pulled the still wanting Li Xiaochun away from the wedding dress shop. Honey, trying on wedding dresses is fun, but it's also so tiring. I'm so hungry right now, I feel like I could eat a whole cow. Li Xiaochun sat lazily in the passenger seat and complained. So you do know what hunger is? If I don't pull you away, you'll practically take root there. Jiang Feng said irritably. Pregnant women should eat on time. What's more, she's a pregnant woman like Li Xiaochun, carrying multiple babies. I left home around 9 a.m. and have been busy until now. The baby in her belly is probably starving too. Why, honey, I was wrong. Li Xiaochun said, knowing she was in the wrong. This will not be repeated. Jiang Feng pretended to be angry and said, Let's go home. Mom just sent us a message asking us to come back for dinner. Okay, time to go home. Li Xiaochun cheered happily. She especially liked it when Jiang Feng said the word go home, because it made her feel a special sense of belonging. A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era. Jiang Feng and his companion returned home. The table was already laden with a delicious-smelling lunch. You brat, always taking Xiaochun running around like this. I'll settle the score with you later. Zhou Mei launched into a tirade against Zhang Feng. Turning to Li Xiaochun, he said considerately, "Xiaochun, you must be starving. Sit down and eat." After saying that, Zhou Mei gave Zhang Jiandong a wink. Zhang Jiandong immediately understood, went to the kitchen, brought out a bowl of hot soup, and placed it in front of Li Xiaochun. "It smells so good. Auntie, your cooking skills are amazing. Could you teach me sometime?" Li Xiaochun praised him sincerely. Zhou Mei was overjoyed. "No problem at all, Auntie will definitely teach you everything she knows. But your most important task right now is to take good care of your health and give birth to the baby smoothly." "Okay, I'll listen to Auntie. Eat lots and lots of food, and make the baby in your belly healthy and chubby." Li Xiaochun nodded obediently in agreement. Okay. Here, have another bite of this." Zhou Mei enthusiastically served food to Li Xiaochun. Zhang Feng, standing to the side, looked somewhat bewildered. "Is this my biological mother? Why are you treating Li Xiaochun even better than you treat me? Honey, come on over. Auntie's cooking is so delicious." In the end, it was Li Xiaochun who noticed him and invited him over for dinner. "Okay, sure. Really? The mother of my child is the best, she always remembers me when good things happen." Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little touched. "Never mind him, he's a grown man, he's not going to starve to death," Zhou Mei said with disdain. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, but was unable to refute it. Zhang Jiandong silently handed his son a bowl and chopsticks, signaling him to talk less and eat more. "Thank you, Dad." Zhang Feng accepted his father's kind gaze. "Oh, right." Halfway through the meal, Zhou Mei seemed to remember something and said, "You brat, when are you planning to go to Xiaochun's house to meet his parents? Let me tell you, your dad and I have made up our minds about Xiaochun as our daughter-in-law. You'd better marry her right now, do you hear me?" Zhou Mei kept rambling on and on. Zhang Jiandong also spoke up, unusually, saying, "That's right, at the very least we should get the marriage certificate. Otherwise, it will be difficult to register the child's birth." "Yes, I know. I know what I'm doing." Zhang Feng put down his chopsticks and said seriously. Hearing Zhang Feng's reply, a happy smile unconsciously appeared on Li Xiaochun's face. Although the two have grown closer over the past few days. But when you receive an affirmative answer, she couldn't contain her joy, as if she had eaten candy. Only the parents are unaware that she is pregnant. Moreover, Zhang Feng was the boy who often bullied her when she was a child, almost causing her to be disfigured. I wonder how my parents will react if they find out about this. They probably won't object, right? After all, Zhang Feng had saved their lives. Chapter 14. You brat, you've got assets worth tens of billions? Just as Li Xiaochun was lost in her fantasies, Zhang Feng's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Feng answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Vivian, the secretary of Chairman Shin of Rongshan Technology. I'm calling because Chairman Shin has prepared an invitation for you, hoping that President Jiang will do me the honor of attending the group's cultural performance." "A cultural performance?" Zhang Feng was somewhat puzzled. "Yes, it's the one we collaborated on with Green Ivy Entertainment." Vivian patiently explained, "Would it be convenient for you to come down and pick up the invitation? I'm downstairs in your apartment building." "Okay, I'll go down now." Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Hang up the phone." After saying goodbye to his family, Zhang Feng hurried downstairs. "I had just arrived at the security room. I saw a conspicuous Audi sedan parked at the entrance of the residential area. A woman with a good figure, exquisite makeup, and dressed in a business suit is standing by the car waiting." "You must be General Manager Jiang?" When Vivian saw Zhang Feng, she took the initiative to greet him, saying, "It's an honor to meet you." "Hello." Zhang Feng nodded politely. "This is what Chairman Shen asked me to give to you." Vivian presented the invitation with a professional smile and both hands. Zhang Feng accepted the invitation and saw the words "to Mr. Zhang Feng" written in large gold lettering on the cover. He didn't rush to open it, but instead asked, "Can family members bring their children to the event?" Vivian smiled and said, "Of course. As a shareholder of the company, you are naturally allowed to bring your family members." Zhang Feng glanced at the event date. "Keep the invitation safe and put it in your pocket. Thank you for making this trip." Please convey my message to Chairman Shen that I will attend on time. Of course. President Zhang, please take care. Under Vivian's gaze, Zhang Feng returned home. Honey, you're back. Li Xiaochun is like a clingy little kitten. She immediately ran to Zhang Feng's side. She held his arm tightly and smiled foolishly at him. Yes, Chairman Shen of Rongshan Technology sent me an invitation. Let's go participate in the company's internal talent show. Zhang Feng took out the invitation and casually handed it to Li Xiaochun. Who? Shen Wanjin of Rongshan Technology? Before Li Xiaochun could even open the invitation, Zhang Jiandong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? You know him? Zhang Feng asked. Of course. Zhang Jiandong said excitedly, Rongshan Technology is so famous. Shen Wanjin is a big shot, worth over 10 billion, a legendary figure in Shanghai. Zhang Jiandong reminded me of this. Li Xiaochun and Zhou Mei finally realized who Chairman Shen of Rongshan Technology was. That's someone who's been on the recently released list of China's richest people, someone who's quite well known. Such an important person would send an invitation to Zhang Feng? Doesn't this seem a bit like a scam? Li Xiaochun quickly flipped open the invitation and glanced at it, her expression quite subtle. Seeing this, Zhou Mei also came over to take a look. After a moment of silence, her brows furrowed again. Is this true? The three people's different reactions left Zhang Feng somewhat amused and exasperated. To put their minds at ease, he chose to be honest and accept leniency. I seem to have forgotten to tell you that I am now a shareholder of Rongshan Technology. After saying that, before the others could even voice their questions, Zhang Feng went straight to the study and took out the share transfer agreement that the system had given him. The contracts are all here, you can take a look. Zhang Feng spoke frankly and openly. To save time, he also put the IFC Group's portion on the table. If we say it all now, we won't have to waste time explaining it later. The three people exchanged glances, their expressions gradually becoming unpredictable. Honey, you know better, come and take a look. Zhou Mei spoke up. Okay, let me take a look. Zhang Jiandong swallowed. He picked up the share transfer agreement from the table with trembling hands. Read it carefully. Despite being just a team leader, Zhang Jiandong is quite familiar with the various clauses and legal provisions in the contract. 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiandong finally finished reading the two documents. He rubbed his temples heavily and remained silent. Zhou Mei was extremely worried. How is it? Watching for ages, and not a single fart escapes his lips. Zhang Jiandong unusually ignored his wife. Instead, he looked at his son Zhang Feng and said, You brat, you now have assets worth tens of billions? Wow! These words were spoken. Zhou Mei and Li Xiaochun were both stunned. Especially Zhou Mei. 2 days ago, when Li Xiaochun, who was pregnant, came to my door, she was worried about where to raise money to buy a wedding house and hold a wedding for her son. Now it's all right. Zhang Feng owns a house and a car, and his assets are worth tens of billions? Shares are only valued at market value, they can't be used as cash. Zhang Feng smiled modestly. Do you think your dad's stupid? Zhang Jiandong slammed his fist on the table and stood up excitedly. Ordinary people's stocks cannot be liquidated. But you're a shareholder, with so many shares under your name. If you sell them, you can turn them into real money, right? Speaking of which, Zhang Jiandong suddenly looked around at his surroundings. Then, looking at Zhang Feng with a serious expression, he said, Tell Dad honestly, there are no outsiders here. You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mei quickly went to close the window. Zhang Feng almost choked to death on his own saliva. He rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Mom and Dad, what are you thinking? How could I possibly do such a thing? Besides, I've only just started to make some progress and I've already scared you two like this. How am I supposed to dare to improve in the future? Zhang Feng had barely finished speaking. Zhou Mei grabbed his ear and scolded him. What are you saying? Whose child is like yours? 2 days ago, I was just a rented worker, and today I've suddenly become a billionaire. Anyone in this situation would be worried. Okay, Mom, I know I was wrong. Please let go of my hand. Zhang Feng begged for mercy repeatedly. Even the most powerful person wouldn't dare to misbehave in front of their mother. Auntie, please stop scolding him. It's not easy for Zhang Feng to achieve these results. I guess they wanted to give you a surprise, and they glossed over all the hardships you suffered before, which is why it seems so abrupt. Li Xiaochun then pleaded for mercy. Zhou Mei then softened and let go of his hand. Goodness. My wife knows how to take care of me. Although acquiring these shares wouldn't have been difficult, my wife has already given me such an easy way out, so I might as well go for it. Yes, now we've finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. I suggest we go out and celebrate tonight, what do you say? Zhang Feng said with a smile. What's there to celebrate? People get cocky just because they have a little money. Save them all for me. Zhou Mei glared at Zhang Feng, annoyed. There will be many expenses when raising a child in the future. All right. Zhang Feng conceded. Old Zhang, let's go. Come out with me for some fresh air. All right, I should head back now. As Zhang Jiandong was about to leave, Zhang Feng secretly put his arm around his shoulder and said, Dad, I'll transfer some money to you later. Hey kid, spin some more, I want to buy a luxury car too. Chapter 15 Triplets, truly amazing. No matter how shocked Zhang's parents were, the reason why Zhang Feng made a lot of money has finally been completely explained. Next. Let them adapt gradually. Obviously. This change is hard for people to accept all at once. The whole afternoon, Zhou Mei was preoccupied with worries. They even began to suspect that Zhang Feng had been switched with someone else. This feeling persisted until after the meal, and it hadn't dissipated. Mom, are you going to bed so early? Zhang Feng noticed that Zhou Mei was behaving strangely and took the initiative to show concern. Yeah, I'm a little tired. You guys should go to bed early too, don't stay up late. After speaking absent-mindedly, Zhou Mei returned to her room. Zhang Feng watched a movie in the living room. They returned to the bedroom. The moment he stepped into the room, Li Xiaochun clung to him. She buried her face in Zhang Feng's arms. Honey, do you really have that much money? Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, pinched her cheek. You don't believe me either? You seemed quite calm at noon, but it turns out you were just pretending. Li Xiaochun pouted and explained, seeing how my aunt and uncle were acting, how could they dare to cause any more trouble? We definitely need to stabilize the situation. I don't know what to say to you. Zhang Feng was speechless. However, Li Xiaochun meant well and cooperated well with him. He gently grasped Li Xiaochun's fragrant shoulder. Looking at her, he said, Okay, then I'll say it one last time, it's true. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Trust, trust, trust. Wow, that's awesome. My husband is a billionaire. Li Xiaochun cheered softly. She didn't want to wake Zhou Mei. Mrs. Richman, may I take a bath now? Zhang Feng said helplessly. Of course you can. Li Xiaochun said with great enthusiasm. He then added, Sir, would you like any special services while taking a bath? Zhang Feng looked down at Li Xiaochun, who was wearing light pajamas. Suddenly, I felt a surge of heat within my body. Good heavens! Who could stand this? It's practically tempting to commit a crime. Zhang Feng's Adam's apple bobbed as he said restrainedly, No need, I prefer cold showers. After saying that, I grabbed my change of clothes and headed towards the bathroom. Honey, I'm going for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. Will you come with me? Li Xiaochun asked with a pitiful expression. That goes without saying. Zhang Feng pursed his lips and said speechlessly, Go to sleep quickly, or I'll come out of the shower and find you still playing. My husband is so fierce. I wonder how they'll be punished. Li Xiaochun winked seductively and said, You deserve a beating. 3 veins popped out on Zhang Feng's forehead. If this teasing continues, it's hard to guarantee that nothing bad will happen. The next morning, Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun had breakfast at home. I greeted Zhou Mei, heading off to the hospital. On the way, Li Xiaochun was in a good mood and kept humming a little tune. We've arrived, get off the bus. After Zhang Feng parked the car, he carefully helped Li Xiaochun unbuckle her seatbelt. Thank you, honey, Mua. Li Xiaochun leaned over and kissed Zhang Feng. You seem to be in a good mood today. Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Humph, that's not good at all. It wasn't until I got to the hospital that I remembered that I got pregnant with triplets to get revenge on you. Who knew you were so rich? I'm so angry. After getting out of the car, Li Xiaochun stamped her feet and said, It looks like an inflated pufferfish. Jiang Feng? Goodness, you still remember that. They entered the hospital. The strong smell of disinfectant hits you right away. It makes people unconsciously feel nervous. Li Xiaochun gripped Jiang Feng's hand even tighter. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Jiang Feng squeezed her hand gently to comfort her. Aha! Encouraged by Jiang Feng, Li Xiaochun entered the examination room. The first 3 months have passed. The fetus is now basically stable. Li Xiaochun lay in bed as the doctor performed various tests on her. Jiang Feng sat quietly beside her. After completing a series of examinations, the doctor asked Li Xiaochun curiously, "How come you get pregnant so easily, looking so delicate and frail?" "Triplets, that's really amazing." Li Xiaochun felt a little shy after what was said. She lowered her head and replied, "Maybe, my husband is more capable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips twitched slightly. The smile on his face gradually became awkward. He could clearly sense a meaningful look in the eyes of the doctors and nurses in the examination room. "Dad-to-be, would you like to hear your baby's heartbeat?" "May I?" Of course, a 3-month-old baby already has a fetal heartbeat. And your wife is pregnant with triplets, so it's easy for her to hear. Then I'll listen. The doctor applied coupling gel to Li Xiaochun's abdomen. Turn on the fetal heart rate monitor. Slowly move the probe across her abdomen. Find a suitable location to listen. Knock, knock, knock. A strong heartbeat came from the other end of the machine. Jiang Feng and his companion held their breath. I stared intently at the screen, afraid of missing anything. The 3 babies are very healthy. With such good-looking parents, their children will surely be good-looking too. The doctor said kindly. "Thank you, doctor." Jiang Feng said politely. He and Li Xiaochun looked at each other and smiled. Both of them had happy and satisfied smiles on their faces. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, stock market trend chart. I never imagined I was already a billionaire. The system wouldn't even let him lie down. If this had happened before, when Jiang Feng was penniless, he would have been so happy to receive this reward that he couldn't sleep. After all, with a stock market chart, making money from the stock market is incredibly easy. But now, Jiang Feng has set himself the goal of becoming a lazy bum. Let him try his hand at stock trading, it depends on his mood. Make sure to give your baby extra meals when you get back. Don't diet because you're afraid of losing your figure, or your baby won't get enough nutrition. You're carrying triplets. The doctor carefully gave instructions. Good. Li Xiaochun took the examination report and nodded. The next prenatal checkup is in a month. If you feel unwell during this time, you should seek medical attention promptly. Okay, thank you, doctor. Leaving the hospital. The air outside smells much sweeter. Honey, are we going home now? Li Xiaochun fastened her seatbelt and asked obediently. Wait a minute. Jiang Feng suddenly felt his phone vibrate. I took it out and looked at it. It was Wang Lebao calling. I wonder if their talks went smoothly when they went back last time. Honey, answer it quickly. Li Xiaochun, like a gossipy bystander, was eager to know how the story would unfold. Jiang Feng had just answered the phone. Wang Lebao's energetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Even without using external speakers, Li Xiaochun also heard what he said. Brother Feng, it's done. Sweetie and I can finally get married. Hurry up and bring your sister-in-law to our usual spot. Let's drink until we're completely drunk today. Upon hearing this good news, Jiang Feng was also happy for his brother. He glanced at Li Xiaochun and mouthed, "Are you going?" "Go ahead. Let's share in the joy." Chapter 16. Lying flat is the ultimate dream. Joe's Barbecue Restaurant. It's the same familiar spot. Wang Lebao and Zhang Tiantian had already ordered a table full of dishes and were ready to start drinking. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, over here. They're here. Jiang Feng smiled and waved to them in response. This time it's really a done deal, right? There won't be any more changes of mind? Jiang Feng, with Li Xiaochun by his side, immediately began asking questions as soon as they sat down. No. My mother-in-law was overjoyed to receive the 500,000 yuan dowry. How could she possibly go back on her word? Wang Lebao quickly filled Jiang Feng's glass with wine. He raised his glass and said, "Speaking of which, I must toast my brother. If it weren't for your help, Tian Tian and I, never mind, we're both in the wine." Wang Lebao tilted his head back. He drank it all in one gulp. Jiang Tian Tian chimed in with a smile, "Yes, thanks to Brother Feng's help, I should also offer him a toast." "All right. I know you're happy, so drink slowly. I drove here, so I won't drink." Jiang Feng also had to take care of Li Xiaochun, so he dared not do anything reckless. "It's okay, Brother Feng, you don't need to drink. But Tian Tian and I have to do something, otherwise what would we be?" Wang Lebao grinned from ear to ear. It's obvious she's in a really good mood. "Oh right. I almost forgot about the important matter." Wang Lebao slapped his forehead. He took a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was puzzled. "What does this mean?" "Sigh, my mother-in-law suddenly raised the bride price so high simply because she cares about saving face. Now that we've saved face, the money will naturally be returned." Puff. Jiang Feng nearly spat out all the tea in his mouth. "You're back so soon? So you two were all so dramatic before, even talking about eloping?" Wang Lebao scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Who knew my mother-in-law would return the money so quickly?" "You know that. I've always been a timid and cautious person, and I wouldn't dare touch loans." Jiang Feng was both amused and exasperated after hearing this. He didn't take the bank card, but said, "I don't need the money right now. You can use this money to buy a car. You're not a child anymore, you can't let Tian Tian be exposed to the wind and sun with you. There's no rush to pay back the money." Wang Lebao looked at his girlfriend beside him with shame. "I want to know what Jiang Tian Tian means. If Jiang Tian Tian also has this idea, then he will accept the bank card. No, this can't be done. Quickly return the money to Brother Feng. We can talk about buying a car later, once we've earned the money." Jiang Tian Tian quickly waved her hand, resolutely refusing to accept it. Wang Lebao thought she was right. You can't take advantage of someone just because they're rich. Brother Feng, you've already helped us a lot. Take this money back. Wang Lebao reached out his hand again. She wanted to slip the bank card into Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng saw that the other party refused to accept the money. A thought suddenly struck me. I suddenly remembered the stock market trend chart that the system had given me earlier. Although it's of no use to me. But for the brothers, it could allow them to make a fortune in a short period of time. "Okay, listen to me first." Jiang Feng waved his hand, indicating, "I have some inside information here. You can take this money and make a short-term investment like I did. I dare not say much, but I can definitely make enough to buy a car. How about it?" After Jiang Feng finished speaking, Wang Lebao was clearly tempted. But as an honest and simple person who has never touched stocks before, he still had many concerns. Will it work? Jiang Feng was embarrassed. "Do you think I would do something to you?" "Okay, you can place your bet without worry. If you make a profit, it's yours. If you lose, it's all on me. To do it or not. It's just a matter of a word." Wang Lebao slammed his fist on the table excitedly. "We have to do it. Since my brother has put it this way, it would be too cowardly of me not to do it." The initial enthusiasm faded. Wang Lebao then looked at Jiang Tian Tian. "What do you think?" "Go for it, don't you trust Brother Feng?" Jiang Tian Tian replied with a smile. Since Jiang Feng and his companion couldn't drink alcohol, the dinner ended quickly. Before parting ways, Jiang Feng wrote down the stock market trend chart for the next week and handed it to Wang Lebao. When to buy and when to sell. The labeling is very clear. Even a fool can make money. "I don't know how to thank you enough, Brother Feng," Wang Lebao said from the bottom of his heart. "Treat us to a meal when you've made some money." Jiang Feng patted his brother on the shoulder and laughed. As long as Wang Lebao can operate according to what he wrote, the 500,000 in the card at that time, it can at least double. Definitely. We're leaving now, see you next time. Goodbye, Brother Feng. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Okay, goodbye. After saying goodbye, Jiang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun beside him and said, "It's still early, shall we continue to stroll around?" "Okay." Li Xiaochun clapped her hands in agreement. "Then I'll call my mom and tell her I'll be home later, so that she won't complain that I'm taking you out indiscriminately again." Zhang Feng took out his phone, ready to report to his mother. Then another call came in, this time from an overseas number. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment. It's likely a call from the IFC group. Hello, this is Zhang Feng. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Mike, the managing director of IFC. Please forgive my intrusion. My guess was right. Zhang Feng smiled and said, No need to bother you, is there something you need? You have become our group's largest shareholder by acquiring 20% of the group's shares. You currently have the authority to join the top leadership team. When do you plan to start working here? Zhang Feng was stunned. He never imagined that owning 20% of the shares would make him the largest shareholder of IFC, and that he would even have to work at headquarters. This is not good news for Zhang Feng. After all, lying flat is his ultimate dream. He pondered for a moment. Zhang Feng said, I'll try to find time to complete the onboarding process. But forget about the management company. I only care about receiving my share of the profits. I won't participate in anything else. Mike said with a regretful tone, the company respects any decision made by its shareholders. The first dividend of the year will be distributed on the 10th of next month. I hope to see Mr. Jiang at headquarters at that time. Okay, thanks for reminding me. Zhang Feng hung up the phone. Looking at Li Xiaochun beside him, he said, Would you like to go abroad for a few days? What? We agreed to go shopping. Why are you suddenly going abroad? Li Xiaochun was a little confused. The IFC called and said they'll be distributing dividends next month. I'd like to take you there to share in the money and go on a trip while we're at it. However, given your current condition, it seems you're not suited for long-haul flights. After considering it, Zhang Feng said, Then let's not go for now. Let's talk about it after you give birth. There are dividends? Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. No, you have to go. I'll wait for you obediently at home. Okay. I just realized that this girl is quite the little money grubber. Chapter 17. The streamer quickly tapped the link, I want to buy a wife. How come I didn't notice this before? So you're a little money grubber after all. Zhang Feng pinched Li Xiaochun's cheek, feeling both amused and exasperated. Snort! It would be foolish not to take the money. Li Xiaochun said proudly, I'm not stupid. You're just a little fool. Zhang Feng gently tapped Li Xiaochun's forehead and explained, The shares I own are there for all to see. Even if I don't go, the dividends will still be deposited into my account. Now you know, you silly pig? My husband is so bad. They bully me all the time, but they mean well. Li Xiaochun said coquettishly. The two were walking on the road. They were chatting and laughing. They looked like a couple deeply in love. The combination of their striking good looks attracted the attention of many passers-by. That girl is so beautiful, and her makeup doesn't look very heavy. That's what you call natural beauty. You can't envy that. Her figure is absolutely stunning. She's definitely a girl who stepped out of a comic book. Li Xiaochun didn't care about the comments from passers-by. In her eyes, there was only Zhang Feng. When we reached the next intersection, a series of panting shouts came from behind. Please wait a moment, you two. The owner of the voice held a long-handled microphone. They blocked Zhang Feng and his companion's path. What's up? Zhang Feng frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. Could I take a few minutes of your time for an interview? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wangwang, the host of Fun Facts About Shanghai. Zhao Wangwang was panting heavily. Sweat still clung to his forehead. It's obvious. In order to catch up with Zhang Feng and his group, Zhao Wangwang also put in a lot of effort. You should find someone else. Zhang Feng had no interest in wasting time on people he didn't know. After saying that, he turned to leave. But Li Xiaochun stopped her. Hey, their job isn't easy, let's just cooperate. They speak in a grand and righteous manner. In fact, Li Xiaochun had her own little plan in mind. She had watched the Fun Facts of Shanghai livestream before and found it quite interesting. Zhao Wangwang is definitely one of the platform's top streamers. The video has been viewed at least tens of millions of times. Li Xiaochun thought, what if this interview were broadcast? Now that everyone knows Zhang Feng is already taken, they won't have to worry about anyone trying to take him away from them in the future. That's the idea. I'm so clever. What are you grinning about? Zhang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun and asked. It's nothing. It's their first time being interviewed, so they're a little excited. Li Xiaochun tried to cover it up guiltily. Ha, your girlfriend is so cute, bro. Not just girlfriend, she's wife. Before Zhao Wangwang could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Li Xiaochun. Although they haven't registered their marriage yet, they already have a child, so calling her his wife wouldn't be wrong. That's great. I just wanted to ask about marriage. Zhao Wangwang asked excitedly, what are your thoughts on wedding dowries? What's there to say? Li Xiaochun raised her chin and said disdainfully, as long as he likes me, money doesn't matter. Frank and straightforward remarks. It made passers-by stop and stare. However, many netizens feel that love is ephemeral, and the amount of the bride price is a kind of guarantee. Holding it in my hand gives me a sense of security. Zhao Wangwang deliberately stirred up trouble. They're all excuses. A sense of security cannot be built with money. Besides, if you truly love your husband, how could you bear to let him run around for the bride price? These days, who makes money easily? Li Xiaochun analyzed the situation in a very logical and thorough manner. She nudged Zhang Feng beside her with her elbow. Am I right, honey? Yes, the questions have been answered. Let's go. Zhang Feng took Li Xiaochun's hand and left the crowd. Until they completely disappeared. Zhao Wangwang finally came to his senses. The statements made by this pair were indeed unexpected. At the photographer's prompting, Zhao Wangwang hurriedly looked at the live stream. Wow, the comments section is flooded with them like rockets. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds can fly by in the blink of an eye. Where can you find such a beautiful, generous, and understanding wife? Give me one too. Host, please send me the link. I want to buy a wife. Bright eyes and white teeth, well-proportioned features drooling. Everyone calm down. Beautiful women are naturally paired with handsome men. She won't be interested in you. Looking at the unusually active live stream room, Zhao Wangwang was a little unsure how to end things. Just as bewildered as she was, another viewer outside the live stream also felt the same way. Duku Town, Dongyang City. Cloud Convenience Store. A young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old was rushing to the cashier, clutching his phone. Dad. Something terrible has happened. My sister, she. Snap. A merciless slap landed on the back of the young man's head. At such a young age, he's still so impulsive. What happened to your sister? Take your time to talk. This convenience store owner has an upright appearance and speaks in a serious and methodical manner. It was Li Xiaochun's father, Li Weijun. And that young man who was red-faced just now. That is Li Xiaochun's younger brother, Li Chen. A soon-to-be graduate of Dongyang No. 1 High School. My sister is so outrageous. She actually called someone else husband in front of the camera. She's never even been in a relationship. Li Chen held up his phone and complained to his father, Li Weijun. What utter nonsense. Give it to me, I want to see it myself. Li Weijun snatched the phone and began to look through the video. Upon closer inspection, my blood pressure spiked to 200. This is utterly ridiculous. Li Weijun was so angry that he slammed his phone on the table. Li Chen quickly snatched the phone. She held it close to her heart. You can be angry, but why did you smash my phone? I bought this phone, I can smash it if I want. Li Weijun was still angry. One of the female regulars at the shop rarely saw him lose his temper like this. So he stepped forward to comfort him, saying, Oldly, it's normal for kids to date when they're older. I remember Xiao Chun is not young anymore, she can also consider getting married. We parents need to be more open-minded. In a town, everyone is related by some degree. Talk to your peers. Li Weijun was still very polite. We can talk, but we should be open and honest. So that's why this girl was so determined to go to Shanghai. Speaking of which, Li Weijun shook his head in exasperation. Who hasn't been young? When you were young, Laoli, you didn't care about anything when you were in love. I'm looking at your daughter. It's probably because of you. A nosy uncle placed a jug of wine on the cashier's counter and jokingly remarked. Uncle Zhang, what do you think my dad did when he was young? Tell me more, I want to hear it. Li Chen leaned forward and asked gossipily. That's interesting, your dad. Cough cough. Don't say things you shouldn't say in front of your children. Chapter 18: The Mother-in-Law's Phone Call. Cloud Convenience Store. It was a struggle to finally see all the customers off the store. Li Weijun lost interest in doing business and simply put up the closed sign. Close the store doors. Show me the video again. Li Weijun said to his son. Then you can't break it again. If you break it, you'll have to pay for a new one. Li Chen said reluctantly. Stop arguing with me and give it to me. Okay. Don't rush. With a roar from Li Weijun, Li Chen hurriedly scrambled to hand over the phone. Looking at the video, my daughter has a happy expression on her face. Li Weijun felt an emptiness in his heart, as if his most precious treasure had been stolen. Dad, do you want me to go to Shanghai to gather some information for you? Li Chen began to offer suggestions. You're about to take the college entrance exam, and you still have the mind to wander around outside? You're not going to read anymore? Li Weijun retaliated with a sharp flick on the forehead. Ouch, that hurts. That's my older sister, how could I not care? And my grades are incredibly consistent. Li Chen pushed up his glasses. He confidently stated, getting into a 985 or 211 university is easy enough. That won't work either. Li Weijun refused without even thinking. However, he still couldn't shake off the sorrow in his heart. I thought about it for a while. He took out his phone and called Li Xiaochun's mother. Old woman, I have something to tell you, but don't get agitated. My daughter found a boyfriend in Shanghai. When did this happen? Could there be a mistake? The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with shock. I just found out too, it can't be wrong. Li Weijun hoped it was fake. But with solid evidence right in front of you, you can't pretend you didn't see it. After you finish your business trip in Jincheng, don't rush home. Why don't you go to Shanghai first? Our daughter is so innocent, don't let her get fooled. Okay, got it. I know what I'm doing. On the other side. Unaware of the truth, Zhang Feng was holding Li Xiaochun's slender waist. He talked to her and asked, were you confessing your feelings to me when you said those things? You noticed that. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Li Xiaochun covered her face. She shyly snuggled into Zhang Feng's arms. Fool. Zhang Feng was quite happy. At this time, they happened to walk in front of a jewelry store. Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Feng pulled Li Xiaochun along, preparing to go inside and make a purchase. No, I don't want it. Things here must be expensive. Li Xiaochun waved her hand and said, let's go for a walk in the back. I said let me in, so I'll let you in. Zhang Feng said in an unquestionable tone. But. There's no but about it. Are you trying to pretend you're single by not wearing a ring? Zhang Feng deliberately provoked him. No, that's not true. Li Xiaochun blushed and said aggrievedly, I just wanted to save you money. Do you think a billionaire like me needs a pittance? You have to pick out the biggest diamond ring today and wear it properly. Zhang Feng said domineeringly. Wow, my husband is so handsome. Li Xiaochun cheered. He said playfully, then I won't be polite. You. Zhang Feng gently pinched her nose. He then led Li Xiaochun into the jewelry store. The salesperson was already at the door, waiting for customers to arrive. Upon seeing Zhang Feng and his companion, they immediately greeted them warmly, welcome. Are you here to choose a wedding ring? The salesperson is an old man. With just one glance, one can immediately identify a customer's needs. Yes, my husband said he's going to buy me the biggest diamond ring ever. Li Xiaochun leaned affectionately against Zhang Feng's arm, sweetly showing off. Yeah? Your wife is truly blessed. My husband is so handsome and so generous. The salesperson couldn't help but start to scrutinize Zhang Feng's appearance. Indeed, quite impressive, a dignified appearance. Especially with the system's support, Zhang Feng's temperament has improved significantly. Despite wearing inexpensive clothes, she still gave off a very noble impression. You guys? Do you have any of those signature items or the like? Zhang Feng glanced at the wedding rings in the display case and didn't feel very satisfied with any of them. The store's prized possession? Yes, please wait a moment. The salesperson was taken aback at first, then exclaimed with delight. After all, this was the most extravagant customer she had ever served. The sales representative immediately called headquarters to arrange for Zhang Feng to receive the goods. just as Li Xiaochun was waiting with great joy. Her phone rang. Was that my mom calling? Li Xiaochun was quite surprised to see the incoming call. Then, her face turned deathly pale, and she looked utterly panicked. It was as if she had remembered something ominous. Honey, what about my mom? Could it be that they know about us? Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Now you know you're scared? What, you're making fun of me. Li Xiaochun is about to cause trouble. Okay, it's all right. Jiang Feng reached out and patted Li Xiaochun's head. He reassured her, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Answer it quickly, it might be something urgent. I hope so. Li Xiaochun silently repeated this to herself. The call was connected. Hey, Xiaochun, Mom will be in Shanghai at 6 tonight. If you have time, come pick me up. A voice came from the other end of the phone. So sudden? Li Xiaochun paused for a moment, then asked, Is it Shanghai East Railway Station? Yes, there are many trains at the East Station. Don't forget it's 6 o'clock, Mom has something to do, I'll hang up now. Before Li Xiaochun could react, the call was disconnected. Fortunately, it's all right. Judging from my mom's tone, she probably didn't know what had happened. Li Xiaochun felt a sense of relief. Is Auntie coming to Shanghai? Jiang Feng asked. Yes, but she probably doesn't know I'm pregnant yet. That's what Li Xiaochun said innocently. Jiang Feng was somewhat speechless. Do you think you can hide this pregnancy? Oh no. What do I do? I'm doomed. Jiang Feng reminded me of this. Li Xiaochun looked down at her stomach, feeling like crying but having no tears. Their conversation stunned the sales clerk next to them. What's going on? She looks like she's 3 or 4 months pregnant. Why would she be afraid of her parents finding out? Is it because she's shy? That doesn't mean they're doomed, does it? The salesperson had already conjured up a long, melodramatic story of love, hate, and revenge within a wealthy family. How long does it take for you to transfer the goods? Jiang Feng interrupted the salesperson's daydreaming. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I was just about to tell you that our prized possession has been taken on an exhibition and won't be back for a while. Would it be convenient for you to leave your phone number? I will send you a message as soon as the exhibition is over. The salesperson explained apologetically. All right. That's the only way. Jiang Feng casually wrote down a string of numbers and handed it to the salesperson. Then he left the jewelry store with Li Xiaochun. Chapter 19, The Proposal. Back in the car. Li Xiaochun had a crying face. He was completely different from his usual carefree self. Fool, go buy some groceries before you go home. Jiang Feng put his hands on the steering wheel and comforted her, saying, Since your mother is coming, let's treat her well. I believe she will understand. Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Honey, you want to meet my mom? Nonsense, you're carrying my baby. If I don't step forward to explain, who will? Jiang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's wrong with this girl's thought process? It seems different from normal people. Husband. Thank goodness you're here. Li Xiaochun gazed at Jiang Feng with starry eyes. Suddenly, she became excited again. After meeting the parents, can we get married right away? Yes. Is it appropriate for us not to get married given our circumstances? Jiang Feng was so angry he laughed. As it turns out, when a person is extremely speechless, it can indeed laugh. Of course it's not appropriate. Li Xiaochun said earnestly, I want to stick to you for the rest of my life. Okay, sticky bug. Let's go. Jiang Feng affectionately patted Li Xiaochun's hair. No. It needs to be stamped for confirmation, so you don't regret it later. After saying that, Li Xiaochun kissed him directly. This time, the kiss wasn't on the face. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. It felt like eating cotton candy, sweet and soft. A slight tingling and trembling sensation. After a long while, their lips parted. Li Xiaochun blushed and stubbornly said, All right, there's no denying it this time. Okay, my dear wife. Jiang Feng smiled and agreed. She looked at the handsome Jiang Feng, who was gazing at her with a tender expression. Li Xiaochun felt a sweet warmth in her heart, which was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Prize, a pair of eternal love wedding rings. Note, the wedding ring has been placed in the car and can be retrieved at any time. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Feng instinctively wanted to take out the wedding ring and put it on Li Xiaochun's finger. But then I felt that this was too hasty. After all, girls like romance, so I can find a more suitable opportunity to propose to her later. And the most important thing right now. It was to leave a good first impression on Li Xiaochun's mother, who was also his future mother-in-law. Therefore, Jiang Feng spent more than 2 hours shopping with Li Xiaochun before returning home. 5 p.m., Grand Mansion. When Zhou Mei saw the two people returning with their bags full of goods, she was so surprised that she almost couldn't speak. What are you doing? Did they rob the mall? No. Xiao Chun's mother is coming tonight, so I'll buy some things to make it easier to receive her. Jiang Feng explained with a smile. Ah? Is your mother-in-law coming? You brat, why are you only telling me now? I haven't prepared anything. Zhou Mei was sweating profusely with anxiety. In the eyes of the older generation, meeting one's in-laws is a major event and should not be taken lightly. Otherwise, it will easily give others something to talk about. What's there to prepare? I've already bought everything I need. You just need to prepare dinner. Jiang Feng calmly arranged, I will go to the East Station with Xiao Chun to pick her up later. Okay, you should set off early in a bit. Don't be late. Zhou Mei helped carry the things into the house. Then, she hurriedly tied on her apron and ran into the kitchen to get busy. Oh, right. You need to call your dad. Our mother-in-law is here. If he's not here, it would be very impolite of us. Looking at Zhou Mei, who was busy running around, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Is it really necessary? He seems even more flustered than the person involved. But it's good that someone else is taking care of things. I'm happy to have some peace and quiet. Old Jiang, come over to your son's place as soon as you get off work. My mother-in-law will be here soon. Yeah, that brat is only telling me now. Zhou Mei kept talking incessantly. Turn around. Seeing Jiang Feng still sitting on the sofa, she said, aren't you going to leave yet? What if we get stuck in traffic? It takes at least 20 minutes to get to the East Station from here, let's hurry. Stop dawdling here. If you're late, I'll beat you to death. Is this my own mother? Why do they always have to resort to killing? Jiang Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Although he knew that if he left now, he would definitely have to wait at the East Station for quite a while. However, due to pressure, Jiang Feng still chose to get up and go pick up the person. Okay, then I'll go with Xiaochun now. Along the way, unimpeded, the two arrived at the high-speed rail station a full half-hour early. Jiang Feng parked the car in the station's parking lot, then turned off the engine and waited. Honey, I'm so nervous. What should we do if my mom doesn't approve of us being together? Li Xiaochun suddenly rushed over, grabbing Jiang Feng's arm tightly and refusing to let go, her voice filled with worry. Jiang Feng could even feel her body trembling. Fool, look up. Look at me. Jiang Feng lifted Li Xiaochun's chin. At this time, her eyes were glistening with tears. His face was filled with anxiety and unease. Jiang Feng asked, what do you think of me? Great. He's tall and handsome, very gentle with me, reliable and responsible, and so rich. Speaking of Jiang Feng's strengths, Li Xiaochun talked on and on, like pouring out beans. Okay, stop. Since you think I'm so great, what are you worried about? As he spoke, Jiang Feng then took out a diamond ring from his pocket and held it up in front of Li Xiaochun. I saw a diamond ring. Li Xiaochun was both surprised and delighted. This ring is at least 10 carats, bigger than a pigeon egg, and is obviously very valuable. She never expected Jiang Feng to pull this stunt. Could it be? Is he trying to propose to me? The thought of this possibility made Li Xiaochun's heart begin to pound violently. Xiao Chun. At this moment, Jiang Feng lowered his head, looked at Li Xiaochun with deep affection, and said softly, although our beginning was a bit sudden, I know that you truly love me. After spending these past few days together, I've gradually come to realize how good you are. So, as a man, I'm proposing to you. Li Xiaochun, will you marry me? Hearing Jiang Feng's confession, Li Xiaochun felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but shed tears. Good. she answered, her voice trembling with sobs. Zhang Feng then took out the diamond ring and put it on Li Xiaochun's ring finger. Let me take care of you from now on. Aha! Li Xiaochun nodded happily. Zhang Feng wiped away her tears and then said, silly wife. Now it's your turn to put the ring on my finger. Li Xiaochun hummed in agreement. He carefully picked up the other ring. She cleared her throat, honey, thank you for everything you've done for me. Although I know I'm not good enough and sometimes I make you angry, I promise. I will definitely be a good wife, a good mother, and a good daughter-in-law in the future. Please don't leave me, okay? Li Xiaochun looked at Zhang Feng with a pitiful expression. His eyes were full of expectation and pleading. Zhang Feng smiled and said indulgently, all right, then I'll take pity on you and accept you as my concubine. Li Xiaochun proudly put her hands on her slender waist and said, humph, you're annoying. Quickly, put your hand over. The moment she put the ring on Zhang Feng's finger, the system voice sounded again. Chapter 20 Honey, my mom's here. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Award, ownership of the Jin Mao Tower. Note, the property ownership certificate has been stored in the study of Shengshi Haofu. Please check it yourself. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhang Feng was somewhat stunned. This reward is really awesome. Jin Mao Tower. That's a commercial office building in the most bustling area of downtown Shanghai. It covers an area of over 200 acres and has a total of 99 floors. It was designed and built by the renowned architect Jacques Herzog. It cost a total of 500 million yuan to build. It has been featured in the news headlines for several days and is one of the iconic buildings in Shanghai. Most importantly, it's about owning an office building like this. Even without doing anything else, one can earn a net profit of 80 million yuan every month just by collecting rent. Zhang Feng felt secretly delighted. The thought of life ahead is wonderful. Just as he was envisioning how to spend so much money, Li Xiaochun grabbed his arm and said, honey, my mom's here. Looking in the direction she was pointing, I saw a woman in her 40s, dressed elegantly, standing in front of the train station exit, gazing into the distance. Get off the bus quickly. Zhang Feng urged. The two hurriedly got out of the car and went to stand in front of Li's mother. Mom. Hello, Auntie. Zhang Feng greeted him politely. Mother Li did not speak, but instead looked Zhang Feng up and down. Seeing that he had a dignified appearance and spoke politely, she reluctantly nodded. Hello. Li Xiaochun timidly approached her mother's side. Mom, don't be so serious. He'll be nervous. Zhang Feng's lips twitched. I know Li Xiaochun meant well. But isn't it a bit inappropriate to say something like that at this time? Really? Mrs. Li frowned as she looked at her daughter, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Why didn't you care about me and your dad this much before? Now look what's happened. She's not even married yet, and her arm is already bent like this. Li Xiaochun scratched the hair behind her ear. I'm not. Etc. Li's mother suddenly raised her voice. Her eyes were fixed on Li Xiaochun's stomach, and she asked incredulously. Are you pregnant? After saying that, Li Xiaochun felt so guilty that she couldn't even lift her head. Seeing that Mrs. Li was about to erupt like a volcano, Zhang Feng quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Auntie, let's get in the car first. There are so many people coming and going here, it's not a good place to talk. Right. Mom, let's go. Li Xiaochun took the opportunity to pull her mother towards the car. Unexpectedly, Li's mother shoved her away. I can walk by myself. You two had better give me a reasonable explanation later. Otherwise. Li's mother's anger level visibly soared. She had just developed a liking for Zhang Feng. It vanished in an instant. It has nothing to do with Zhang Feng, it's my fault. Shut up. Get in the car. Mother Li scolded sternly. Li Xiaochun had no choice but to obediently get into the car, fearing that she might take her anger out on Zhang Feng again. Zhang Feng followed behind the mother and daughter. He shrugged helplessly. It seems that getting past the mother-in-law is no easy feat. But for his wife and children, it's normal to get some criticism. At worst, I'll get another beating. The atmosphere inside the car was unusually heavy. The air conditioner is blowing out a cool, refreshing breeze. Mrs. Li said sternly, Speak, what happened? Good. Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. This is a very complicated story. It starts from when I was in elementary school. You'd better get to the point. No, then it's hard to say. Mrs. Li was clearly speechless with anger. But Jiang Feng could tell that Li's mother's emotions had calmed down considerably compared to before she got in the car. Li Xiaochun also discovered it. She then began to recount her love-hate relationship with Jiang Feng in detail. Okay, that's it. It's all my fault. If you want to hit or scold me, come at me. Li Xiaochun straightened her chest with a righteous air, her expression very firm. Li's mother's feelings became somewhat complicated. In a short time. I don't know how to view Jiang Feng. As Li Xiaochun said, it was Jiang Feng who burned his daughter's braids when she was a child. Later, it was Jiang Feng who saved her and her husband's lives. In addition, it was Li Xiaochun who fell in love with him first, actively seeking sexual relations with others. So, things have developed to this point. It really can't be blamed on Jiang Feng. You. Helpless, Li's mother tapped Li Xiaochun's forehead. Mom. Li Xiaochun looked at her with pleading eyes. It's all a tragic fate. You like Xiaojiang, but there's no need to resort to such a radical method. Alright, let's put this behind us. From now on, you need to live a proper life with him, understand? Okay. Li Xiaochun exclaimed almost with a cheer. Then. She proudly held up her diamond ring. Mom, look. This is a ring that Jiang Feng bought for me. Now all we need is a household registration booklet before we can get our marriage certificate. Mrs. Li shook her head, both amused and exasperated. There's just no way to deal with her. With Li Xiaochun's explanation, Li's mother's opinion of Jiang Feng improved a lot. Xiaojiang, I misunderstood you. I apologize in advance. Auntie, please don't say that. I also bear some responsibility. I will treat Xiaochun better from now on. Okay, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Xiaochun is a bit immature, so please be more tolerant of her. If she does anything wrong, tell Auntie and Auntie will discipline her. This time, it was Li Xiaochun's turn to be dumbfounded. What's going on? My mom switched sides way too quickly. Jiang Feng smiled and said, No, Xiaochun is very sensible, and our family all likes her very much. That's right. Li Xiaochun gave a haughty snort and deliberately raised her face high. It seems to be saying, see? My husband knows how to care for people. Jiang Feng and Li's mother were amused by her little expressions. Let's go home. My mom should have already cooked all the dishes. Jiang Feng started the car. Alright, don't keep your mother-in-law waiting too long. Li's mother turned to her daughter and said, I'll call your dad and explain to him. Your wedding can be postponed, but you must get your marriage certificate first. Tell your dad to send the household registration booklet over first. Li Xiaochun cheered, Long live Mom. That's all. Jiang Feng drove home. Li's mother dialed Li Weijuan's number and explained the whole story. A 20-minute drive passed. The matter was explained clearly, and we arrived home. When getting off the bus, Jiang Feng's careful protection of Li Xiaochun was witnessed by Li's mother. Her feelings for this prospective son-in-law grew rapidly. 1 hour ago. Li's mother was still glaring at him angrily. They are now chatting and laughing as they follow Jiang Feng ahead. Li Xiaochun? Was I just ignored by my own mother like this? Chapter 21 The Heartless Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. A few minutes later. When they stepped out of the elevator, Zhou Mei and Zhang Jiandong had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Mother-in-law, you finally arrived. Come on in. I've already prepared the food. Oh, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Of course, that's only right. The two mothers held each other's hands harmoniously and walked into the house. At dinner time, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Zhang Jiandong, adopting the demeanor of the head of the household, raised his glass. Today is a day worth celebrating. I propose that we all raise our glasses to welcome our mother-in-law who has come from afar. Zhou Mei, with a broad smile, echoed. Yes, welcome. We're all looking forward to your arrival. Mother Li was touched by everyone's enthusiasm. She doesn't usually drink, but she made an exception today. You're too kind. I should be the one toasting you. Xiao Chun must have caused you a lot of trouble, please bear with her. After saying that, Mother Li downed the wine in her hand in one gulp. Seeing that the guest was so agreeable, everyone responded with a toast. Of course, Li Xiaochun was drinking fruit juice. After finishing her drink, Zhou Mei quickly took over the conversation, saying, No, Xiao Chun is a wonderful girl. I dream of having a daughter like her. Don't worry, my dear in-laws. If they have a conflict in the future, we will definitely stand on Xiaochun's side. Jiang Feng? What's going on? Why did it suddenly involve me again? He just wanted to have a quiet meal. Fortunately, Li Xiaochun interrupted from the side. Auntie, we have a very good relationship. We will absolutely not argue, so as not to cause you any trouble. The smile on her face was very sweet, and it was clear that she and Jiang Feng were truly in love. The three elders at the table exchanged a smile, revealing satisfied expressions. Because this is exactly the scene they want to see. And so, the elders continued chatting. They began planning all the details of Jiang Feng and his wife's wedding. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, Mrs. Li left Shanghai. The incident happened suddenly, and she only managed to come over when she had some free time. So I didn't stay long. After seeing off Mother Li Xiaochun sat in the car and stretched comfortably. As soon as my mom left, the air was filled with the taste of freedom. That's great. Puff. Isn't it said that daughters are like warm little cotton padded jackets? Li Xiaochun looks completely out of place in a cotton padded jacket. Calling them heartless is an understatement. Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, You're saying all this. Aren't you afraid I'll tell your mom? Li Xiaochun turned around, blinking her innocent big eyes. Honey, you're the best person. I know you definitely won't tell on me, right? Jiang Feng, both amused and exasperated, tapped her forehead. That depends on how you perform, right? If I perform well, I. Before Jiang Feng could finish speaking, he was silenced by Li Xiaochun's pink lips. Her kiss. It was both enthusiastic and somewhat awkward. This caused the flames within Jiang Feng's body to rise rapidly. Honey. Is this considered a good performance? Li Xiaochun blushed and murmured shyly. Her innocent charm was tinged with a hint of allure. Jiang Feng suppressed the heat in his heart. He gently kneaded her soft waist and said with a wicked smile. It's all right. There is room for improvement. My husband is so naughty. Li Xiaochun instantly understood what Jiang Feng meant. Her face turned even redder with embarrassment. At this moment, Jiang Feng's phone suddenly rang. It was yet another unfamiliar number without a contact name. Since the system started giving him more and more rewards, Jiang Feng has gotten used to receiving calls from unknown numbers. He naturally answered the phone and said, Hello, this is Jiang Feng. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Lu Liang, the person in charge of the property management office of Jin Mao Tower. I only received the news of the transfer of ownership of Jin Mao Tower at 10 p.m. last night. I didn't call because I didn't want to disturb your rest. Is now a convenient time for you? Could you come over and complete the handover procedures? On the other end of the phone, the man asked respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng suddenly realized and said, No problem, I estimate I'll be there in 20 minutes. That's great. I'll be waiting for your arrival. Please be careful on your journey. Hang up the phone. Jiang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun beside him and said mysteriously, I'll take you to a nice place. Aha! Li Xiaochun nodded. Although she didn't know where the good place Jiang Feng mentioned was, Li Xiaochun unconditionally trusted what he said. Since Jiang Feng said it's good, then it must be good. Fortunately, Shanghai East Railway Station is very close to Jin Mao Tower. 20 minutes later, Jiang Feng arrived at the building on time. Li Xiaochun followed obediently behind him, her eyes constantly looking around. Under the sunlight, the glass curtain wall of the Jin Mao Tower reflects a dazzling gold color. Like a grand palace. It stands in the heart of the bustling city. Do you like it here? Jiang Feng inquired. Of course I like it. I've heard about the Jin Mao Tower in Shanghai for a long time, and it's said to be a world wonder, but I've never been to see it before. Thank you, husband, for bringing me here. Li Xiaochun said simply. If I told you that this building would belong to our family in the future, would you believe me? What? Li Xiaochun covered her mouth in surprise. However, she quickly recovered. After all, Zhang Feng is a big shot who owns shares in both Rongshan Technology and IFC Group. Now there's another building. It's not impossible. Honey, I believe you. Li Xiaochun nodded firmly. Zhang Feng felt extremely happy seeing her excited expression. It feels so good to be rich and have a loved one by your side to share this feeling. Let's go. There are already people inside, waiting for us. Zhang Feng took Li Xiaochun's hand and walked into the Jinmao Tower. Inside the lobby. The marble floor has clearly defined veins and is as smooth as a mirror. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the lobby, you can see the bustling traffic outside. The vibrant energy of Shanghai stands in stark contrast to the tranquility here. President Jiang, you've arrived. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black suit took the initiative to greet Zhang Feng. Oh, you must be Manager Liu? Zhang Feng nodded and said. Yes, yes. Lu Liang was flattered that Zhang Feng still remembered his name. People of this caliber are usually very arrogant. He hadn't expected Zhang Feng to be so kind. President Zhang, this way please. I'll take you and your wife to the office to talk. Lu Liang extended his right hand, making a pleased gesture. Good. The elevator went up to the 99th floor. This is the private domain reserved exclusively for the president of Jinmao Tower. Ordinary people are not allowed to come here without permission. Zhang Feng took his seat in the CEO's chair. Lu Liang handed over the prepared documents and procedures. President Zhang, this is the personnel list for the entire Jinmao Tower. And the rental income for the first quarter of this year. Once you have reviewed and confirmed the details, the finance department will transfer all the rent to your account. Zhang Feng was secretly delighted. He looked up and asked, approximately how much was the rent for the first quarter? Chapter 22, 1 million yuan in employee benefits. Jinmao Tower. The CEO's office. Lu Liang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said seriously. Reporting to General Zhang. The rent for last quarter totaled 241 million yuan. Hiss. Li Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp. This number is simply enormous. A level of wealth that I would never dare to dream of in my entire life. She glanced at Zhang Feng's expression and found that he was surprisingly calm. Okay, I understand. Zhang Feng gave a brief reply and looked down at the documents in his hand. Actually, when the system issues rewards, he roughly calculated the rent for the Jinmao Tower. The figure Lu Liang reported was only slightly higher than his own estimate. Therefore, Zhang Feng was not surprised. After carefully reviewing more than 10 pages of documents and confirming that there were no problems, Zhang Feng's signature section. Sign your name. He pushed the document in front of Lu Liang and said, take 1 million from this quarter's rent. Distribute them to everyone as employee benefits at the beginning of the year. How exactly will it be allocated? We hope Manager Lu can make reasonable arrangements. Lu Liang was stunned. But his professional work ethic allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Okay. Then I'll thank President Zhang on behalf of the employees. After reporting on the various matters concerning the Jinmao Tower, Lu Liang left the office. Li Xiaochun stood to the side, pouting. It seems like there's some dissatisfaction on their part. How? Is talking to me about work too boring? Zhang Feng pulled the girl into his arms. Let her sit on his lap. No, that's not it. I just feel that you're being a bit too generous to your employees. That's 1 million. Just send it out so casually? Li Xiaochun said angrily. Zhang Feng was amused by her greedy little act. He patiently explained, I have my reasons for doing this. After all, we're new here and haven't built up our network yet. If we leave a bad impression of being stingy and mean, who will be willing to work hard for us in the future? After listening, Li Xiaochun seemed to be deep in thought. Yes, honey, you're right. You've thought things through very thoroughly. No wonder you're the kind of person who can achieve great things. She smiled radiantly and cast an admiring glance at Zhang Feng. This pleased Zhang Feng greatly. He leaned back in his executive chair and said lazily, all right, stop flattering me. Give me a massage, my eyes are getting blurry from looking at all this information. Alright. Technician number 1 will be at your service shortly. Li Xiaochun pressed Jiang Feng's temples with her slender fingers. The pressure is moderate, and the technique is gentle. It only took 2 or 3 seconds. Jiang Feng felt much more relaxed. Not bad. It's very comfortable. Hearing the praise, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but lean close to his ear and whisper. Is there any reward? TSK. So that's where they were waiting. Jiang Feng was both amused and exasperated. What kind of reward do you want? Well. Li Xiaochun put her finger to her lips and began to think. A moment later. She looked up, her eyes sparkling, and said. I want you to come shopping with me. Let's buy. Ha ha ha, okay. I'll grant your wish. Jiang Feng stood up and straightened his clothes. He took Li Xiaochun's hand and was about to lead her away. Wow! My husband is so wonderful. Li Xiaochun sighed with happiness. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, exceptional business acumen. Note, possesses exceptional business acumen, allowing the host to easily understand all business operations. Goodness. It seems the system is determined not to let me lie down. Then all I can do is wait and see. After all, there's no reason not to accept a gift that's delivered to your door. Inside the parking lot. Jiang Feng had just gotten into the driver's seat. The notification that the rent had been received arrived. Lu Liang is quite efficient. With these 200 million yuan in pocket money, he took Li Xiaochun out to spend it. Perhaps it was because their parents had already met, or perhaps it was because Jiang Feng's love for Li Xiaochun was growing day by day. He found himself paying more and more attention to Li Xiaochun. If it were in the past, Jiang Feng never imagined that he would be willing to go shopping with a girl. This is a costly and labor-intensive task. Who wants to do it? 2 hours later. A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era. Are you sure this is enough? Don't you need to buy anything else? Jiang Feng was still a little dumbfounded when he saw what Li Xiaochun had bought. Yes. Look how amazing this wok is. It uses infrared temperature control and is completely non-stick. And this rice cooker, it's... Li Xiaochun talked on and on about the advantages of the 2 kitchen utensils. At the end, they didn't forget to add a sentence. They've been in my shopping cart for a long time, but they're too expensive, so I've been reluctant to buy them. Thank you, husband, for paying the bill. Honey, you're so handsome. After saying that, Li Xiaochun also gave Jiang Feng 2 thumbs up in praise. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Feng glanced at the bill in his hand. The total amount did not exceed 1,000. I thought Li Xiaochun's buy would refer to some luxury goods. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be these household items. However, this also highlights the difference between Li Xiaochun and other women. Marrying a girl like her is like finding a treasure, isn't it? Their chattering attracted Zhou Mei's attention. You're back. Hey, what did you buy? Zhou Mei asked curiously. Auntie, these 2 are the kitchen's secret helpers. They are there. Li Xiaochun covered her mouth and whispered, cooking will be even more amazing with this added advantage. Yeah? Then I'll give it a try. Zhou Mei followed Li Xiaochun to the kitchen, thinking of trying out the new kitchen utensils to see if they were comfortable to use. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. It was Xin Wanjin from Rongshan Technology who called personally. The main reason was to confirm with Jiang Feng whether he could actually attend the company's arts performance. After all, in previous years, this would have been just an ordinary routine performance. But now, a new shareholder has suddenly appeared in the company. Therefore, Xin Wanjin planned to turn the literary gathering into a shareholders' meeting. Take advantage of the lively occasion to let everyone meet Jiang Feng. Faced with Xin Wanjin's enthusiastic invitation, Jiang Feng naturally agreed. He never intended to make a high-profile appearance, nor was he interested in scheming against others. But we can't just hide like a turtle and never show our faces. Hang up the phone. Jiang Feng wanted to go to the kitchen to see how his mother and daughter-in-law were getting along. I happened to overhear Li Xiaochun speaking. Mom, isn't this pot amazing? You won't have to work so hard anymore. Zhou Mei smiled and agreed. Yes, that's right. My daughter-in-law really knows how to buy things. Every single item is so practical. The two suddenly changed how they addressed each other. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He nudged Zhang Jiandong's arm and asked, "Dad, what's going on?" Chapter 23. Let's go to your house to avoid the storm. Your mother just used a very special red envelope, 1 in a million, as a gift for changing her address to your mother. Is there a problem with having such a good daughter-in-law? Zhang Jiandong sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, reading the newspaper. Of course, no problem. Zhang Feng smiled apologetically. After all, it's a good thing that mom and dad like Li Xiaochun. To avoid having to deal with mother-in-law daughter-in-law issues at home in the future. Zhang Jiandong put down his newspaper and looked at Zhang Feng, asking, "You brat, when are you planning to visit Xiaochun's family? Your in-laws have already come once, you need to put this matter on the agenda quickly, otherwise." Zhang Feng interrupted, "I know what I'm doing." He glanced at Zhang Jiandong with disdain. "Dad, I've noticed that you've become more and more talkative since you've been spending so much time with mom." "Yeah?" Zhang Jiandong couldn't help but start to reflect. At this moment, Zhou Mei suddenly appeared, a threatening smile on her face. "Who are you talking badly about?" The father and son were so frightened that they immediately shut up. "Instead of doing any work, you're just gossiping here? You, go and kill the fish." Zhou Mei pointed at Zhang Jiandong and said. Then, he looked at Zhang Feng beside him. "Don't just sit around doing nothing. Peel all these garlic cloves for me. Quickly, everyone get moving." Under Zhou Mei's coercion, the meal preparation work, which wasn't strenuous but felt incredibly fulfilling, finally came to an end after half an hour. A family of 4 sat at the dining table. "Let's officially start eating. This rice smells so good. It's unlike anything I've ever had before. Mom is amazing. Li Xiaochun's compliments, though late, have finally arrived." Zhou Mei waved her hand with a sense of accomplishment. "No, there isn't. The main reason is that the rice I bought was good, and your new pot is also great." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law started exchanging compliments, one after the other. Zhang Jiandong and his son were quite happy to be relaxed. "Just focus on your work." Ring ring ring. The phone rang. This time it was Li Xiaochun's phone. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I'm going to answer a phone call." Li Xiaochun glanced at her phone and saw that it was her best friend Zhang Lu calling. "It's alright, you can take it here. No need to be so formal," Zhou Mei said understandingly. Li Xiaochun looked at Zhang Feng and saw Zhang Feng nod. Only then did he feel relieved enough to answer the phone. "What's wrong?" "I'm having dinner with my parents-in-law right now." Li Xiaochun's tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Hopefully Zhang Lu understands what she means, so I'll keep it brief. "Xiaochun, come save me. I'm in trouble. My mom is about to come to Shanghai. She said she brought a promising young man with her this time. Isn't this forcing me to go on a blind date?" Zhang Lu wailed and howled on the other end of the phone. Well, Li Xiaochun was speechless. She thought it was something extremely urgent. He calmly comforted her, saying, "Zhang Lu, I'm not trying to be mean. You're this age and you still don't have a boyfriend, no wonder your mom is worried. There's nothing wrong with blind dates. Why don't you give it a try?" Zhang Lu, on the other end of the phone, was so anxious she was jumping up and down. "Impossible. I, Zhang Lu, have traveled all this way with great difficulty, just so I can have the freedom to date, right? Forget it, I can't explain it to you. You're home now, right? I need to go to your place to lay low for a while." After saying that, Zhang Lu hung up the phone immediately, giving Li Xiaochun no chance to refuse. Because Zhang Lu has a loud voice, and she was arguing fiercely. So, Zhang Feng and the other two heard their conversation clearly. "Hee hee, that's good. When your friends come over, it'll help keep you entertained. Young people find it more fun to hang out with their peers." Zhou Mei picked up a piece of fish for Li Xiaochun and smiled as she defused the situation. Li Xiaochun pouted, looking a little unhappy. "But I don't want her to come. Zhang Lu is so loud and noisy, it's unbearable." This time. Now it was Zhang Feng's turn to be puzzled. "There are so many rooms in the house, it's fine to let her stay one night. Isn't she your best friend? Are you going to just stand by and watch me die?" Li Xiaochun, looking utterly wronged, nestled into Zhang Feng's arms. "But she'll disturb our time together at night. I just want to be with my husband." "Okay." These words were spoken. Zhou Mei and Jiang Jiandong's mouths were instantly stuffed with dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. This food tastes bland and unappetizing. However, seeing the young couple so affectionate made them very happy, and they couldn't help but smile like doting ants. Zhou Mei stood up first. Xiaofeng is right. They're friends, after all. If they want to come, we can't refuse them. How about this? Tonight, your father and I will go back to the old house so that you young people can have a good get-together. As he spoke, Zhou Mei forcibly pulled Jiang Jiandong up. After understanding, Jiang Jiandong quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, you guys have fun. As the old saying goes, having more friends means having more options. We can't narrow our own path. We'll go back first, and have your mom come over to cook for you tomorrow. Li Xiaochun was stunned. Ah? Mom and Dad, are you both leaving? She wanted to persuade the two elders to stay. Zhang Feng gestured for her to sit down. It's okay, they probably want to go home and visit their families too. I'll deliver it. Sit down and eat some more, sweetie. Watching the three figures leave, Li Xiaochun was furious. You brat Lulu, just wait till I get my hands on you. 20 minutes later. The guardhouse called, saying someone was looking for her at the gate and asking if they should let her in. Based on the security guard's description, it was indeed Zhang Lu. Yes, my friend, let her in. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he hung up the video call. Li Xiaochun, standing to the side, was puffed up with anger, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Honey, you should say you don't know him. Let her stay outside and get some fresh air. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. Okay, they didn't mean to bother us. Don't do that in a little while. All right. Li Xiaochun immediately deflated. For my husband's sake, I'll let her off this time. You. Zhang Feng affectionately pinched the tip of his girlfriend's nose. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Feng gestured with his lips, signaling Li Xiaochun to open the door. Li Xiaochun obediently did as instructed. My best friend. Zhang Lu burst into the room with a wail. It wasn't for nothing that I took care of you for so many months during your pregnancy. Now it's your turn to take responsibility for me. She wasn't being polite to Li Xiaochun at all. Li Xiaochun slapped away Zhang Lu's hand that lunged at her and said irritably. Finding a man to take responsibility for you is more like it. I am only responsible for my husband. After saying that, Li Xiaochun walked straight towards Zhang Feng. She hugged his arm and said sweetly, Honey, am I right? Zhang Feng? Don't bring the war on me. I have no interest in your best friend's affairs. You guys chat, I have something to take care of. I'm going back to my room now. Zhang Feng would avoid it if he could. Use the earth escape technique to disappear on the spot. Seeing that Zhang Feng was avoiding her because of Zhang Lu's arrival, Li Xiaochun felt even more resentful towards her best friend. You can stay here if you want, but you'd better behave yourself. Okay, no problem. Chapter 24, accompanying my best friend to a blind date? The next day. Early morning. Zhang Feng got up early as usual. After a quick wash, I prepared to make breakfast. But as soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, he saw a gloomy figure sitting in the corner of the living room. Hearing the noise, the figure slowly turned around. She had two large dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Lu, didn't you sleep last night? Zhang Feng asked in surprise. Zhang Lu raised her haggard face and said listlessly. Isn't she a good wife to you? She won't even chat with me. How can I fall asleep when I have something on my mind? You know, when she needed someone to be with her before, it was always me. Stop. Stop tattling on me. Li Xiaochun rushed out of the bedroom and scolded Zhang Lu. Turn your head. She changed into a particularly gentle and charming demeanor, took Jiang Feng's hand, and said in a coquettish tone. No one is as immature as Zhang Lu. It's late at night. They just sit there chatting with people instead of sleeping. Zhang Feng. Zhang Lu stood up and said indignantly. TCH, you used to drag me into talking about Zhang Feng every night, okay? Don't you know how I got these dark circles under my eyes from staying up so long? Oh dear, why are you saying these things in front of my husband? I'm so embarrassed. Li Xiaochun nestled shyly in Zhang Feng's arms and said coquettishly. This scene. This almost made Zhang Lu vomit blood. Seeing this scene would undoubtedly be even more heartbreaking for someone who doesn't have a boyfriend and is being forced into blind dates by their own mother. Zhang simply lay down on the sofa and started throwing a tantrum, saying, "I don't care, you two have to take responsibility for me. My mama's phone hasn't stopped ringing since yesterday. I don't think I can avoid it." It rolled around a few times. Seeing that neither Zhang Feng nor Li Xiaochun reacted, Zhang Lu jumped up from the sofa with a start. "Why don't you two come with me to my blind date? And could you also take a look at my eyes?" Li Xiaochun paused for a moment, then pointed to herself and Zhang Feng. "Shall we go with you?" Seeing that the idea had potential, Zhang Lu quickly ran over and hugged his leg tightly. "Aha! It'll just be a short meal, it won't take up much of your time." Seeing her best friend's expectant look, Li Xiaochun kindly reminded her. "Are you sure? Auntie won't see the two of us and start nagging you even more?" "That's right." Zhang Lu was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. After a long silence, Zhang Lu seemed to have made up her mind. There's no way to avoid it. If you rely on someone, they'll crumble, and if you rely on someone, they'll run away. I think I should just go on a blind date. The sooner you die, the sooner you're free. Li Xiaochun looked at her best friend, both amused and exasperated, and patted her shoulder to comfort her. It should have been done long ago. Zhang Lu glared fiercely at Li Xiaochun, who was watching the commotion. What a terrible best friend, she can't help with anything at all. I'm leaving." After saying that, without looking back, he opened the door and ran away. The fluid and effortless maneuvers left Zhang Feng completely dumbfounded. "Aren't you going to chase after them and see what's going on?" "It's fine. She can handle it." Li Xiaochun looked like she knew everything. As Zhang Lu's good friend of many years, Li Xiaochun understands her personality best and knows that she won't let herself suffer. 10 a.m. The park next to the residential area. Zhang Feng took Li Xiaochun down for a walk after she finished breakfast. During pregnancy, a woman's physical health and emotional well-being are equally important. Zhang Feng has decided that he will focus all his attention on Li Xiaochun and the child during this period. The two walked hand in hand along the green tree-lined path. "Honey, do you think I'm having a boy or a girl? I don't have X-ray vision, how would I know?" Li Xiaochun pouted and said, "Okay. Should we ask the doctor about this next time we have a prenatal checkup?" Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. "Is this necessary? I feel that opening blind boxes brings more surprises." Li Xiaochun was somewhat troubled. "What if they're all boys? Don't people always say that dads only like little princesses?" Puff. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. So this girl was thinking of herself after all. He stopped in his tracks. He pinched Li Xiaochun's cheek. "Fool, whether a child is a boy or a girl is not something we can control. I only pray that our child can be born safely. Nothing else matters." Speaking of which, Zhang Feng gently pulled the touched Li Xiaochun into his arms. "And you, I hope you stay safe and sound." "Do you know?" "What?" "I know, honey." Li Xiaochun was deeply moved, and she said, sobbing, "So you love me this much?" "Fool, if I don't love you, who will I love?" Zhang Feng patted Li Xiaochun on the back to comfort her. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, latest research data on nanolithography machines. Wow. Another windfall has fallen from the sky? But this pie is way too big. Zhang Feng felt like he was about to be knocked unconscious. As is widely known, nanolithography machines are currently the most advanced technological products known. It can be used to make various precision instruments and to recreate virtual environments. In the future, it is very likely to become an important tool in human social interactions and commercial activities. Every update inevitably causes a global sensation. Therefore, even if the information Zhang Feng possessed were priced at hundreds of billions, people would still flock to it. He suddenly realized that the Rongshan Technology Arts and Culture performance, which was also the day of the shareholders' meeting, was coming up soon. Presumably, the system rewarded itself with a lithography machine at this time for this reason. Zhang Feng pondered to himself. In any case, he will definitely make good use of this information to maximize his own interests. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to plan, a sharp female voice came from not far away. "Can we please stop harping on this issue? How many times have I explained this? That wasn't my intention. Everyone at the party was egging me on, and I had no choice but to drink the nuptial wine with him and kiss him. Can't you be a more magnanimous man? The woman's voice was very loud. Passers-by were drawn to her and gathered around to watch the spectacle. Li Xiaochun's gossip instincts were also aroused, and she pulled Zhang Feng forward, squeezing to the very back. The woman was seen continuously speaking to a middle-aged man in front of her. The man, however, kept his jaw clenched and remained silent. He didn't speak until the woman started touching him. Enough. I've really had enough of you. You always make excuses for yourself. We can drink from the same cup and kiss today, but what about tomorrow? What are you planning to do tomorrow? That's it, let's just get a divorce, there's nothing more to say. After the man finished speaking, he turned to leave. But the woman refused to let go. You just leave like that? Have you forgotten what you promised me when you were pursuing me? Seeing this scene, Li Xiaochun's sense of justice surged into her heart. She rushed forward, stood in front of the man, and confronted the woman, saying, "You're completely unreasonable. Even I, a passerby, can't stand it anymore. If you don't want to live a peaceful life with people, then let this guy go." The woman was taken aback. "I have no idea where Li Xiaochun came from," she said, both angry and annoyed. "This is none of your business, you can leave." Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Zhang Feng quickly ran over to protect Li Xiaochun. Chapter 25. The reinforcements I called finally arrived. On the street, Zhang Feng used his tall frame to block Li Xiaochun's way. He frowned, turned around, and said, "Are you out of your mind?" Li Xiaochun's chest heaved violently with anger. "No, I just can't stand how arrogant she is. Isn't this just making girls look bad?" The woman was clearly a little confused as well. She turned around awkwardly and shouted to a group of people hidden 100 meters away. Director, what's going on? Do we have this scene?" These words were spoken. The passers-by were stunned. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun's expressions changed drastically, and their faces turned red. At last, under the watchful eyes of passers-by, Zhang Feng quickly left the scene with Li Xiaochun. Even while running, he didn't forget to apologize to people. "We're sorry, we didn't mean to disturb the filming." "I'm so sorry." Because of a guilty conscience, the two ran all the way back to their neighborhood before stopping to catch their breath. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun exchanged a smile. Li Xiaochun patted her chest, panting heavily. That was so embarrassing, thankfully they didn't pursue it. Zhang Feng tapped her on the head. "You. Don't be so impulsive again." Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue. "Okay, I understand. Let's not go for walks in that area for a while. I don't want to be recognized." The two held hands and started walking home. Sudden. After receiving a text message, Li Xiaochun smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "Honey, how about we go see Lulu?" Her blind date arrangements seemed quite interesting. A Yuan restaurant. Inside a private room on the second floor, Zhang Lu sat upright at the dining table. She was completely different from her usual carefree self. On the opposite side of her, seated on the seats, were a woman in her 40s and a man in his early 30s. The two were having a lively conversation, but Zhang Lu clearly didn't want to join in. "Auntie, you flatter me too much. I was just lucky." The man with a 4-6 parted hairstyle, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a suit, said with a smile. Zhang Lu heard the man's laughter. "I felt a tingling sensation on my scalp and general discomfort." "Xiaoli, you're too modest. If only my child were half as good as you." As she spoke, Zhang's mother patted her daughter's hand and introduced her. "Young Li graduated from a prestigious university. I got a management position at a big company right after graduation, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, and I own a house and a car in Shanghai. He is a steady and reliable person. Mom is satisfied with everything about it." "Lulu, what do you think?" Zhang Lu forced a smile. "I think he's too good for me, I'm not good enough for him." These words hit Zhang's mother right where it hurt. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by not being good enough for me? Have I ever starved you or neglected you all these years? Didn't I still pay for your university education? Don't try to fool me." You have to give me a straight answer today. You and Xiaoli, is it a good match, or not? Zhang Lu felt extremely helpless in the face of her mother's barrage of criticism. She sighed and said, Mom, you're in too much of a hurry. Who makes a decision right after meeting someone on a blind date? You should at least give me a few days to think it over. Zhang's mother glared at Zhang Lu. Okay, I'll give you one more day. A response must be given by tomorrow. He finished speaking and didn't wait for Zhang Lu to say anything. Zhang's mother then explained to Xiaoli, without saying a word. Xiaoli, please don't take offense. Lulu is just a spoiled child, but otherwise she's quite good. You young people should talk to yourselves more. Auntie has something to do, so she won't be able to eat with you. The man quickly got up to see him off. Okay. Auntie, please walk carefully on your way. When only the two of them remained in the private room, Zhang Lu found the food in front of her even harder to swallow. She looked at the man opposite her, without any desire to understand him. But simply leaving is definitely not an option. After all, she didn't want to be bombarded by her mother again. In desperation, Zhang Lu could only send a message to Li Xiaochun for help. Fortunately, Li Xiaochun agreed to come and rescue her. I think they've eaten almost all of it. How about we go for a walk outside? Zhang Lu suggested. Yes, that's a great idea. A walk after dinner is beneficial. Xiaoli preached eloquently. Zhang Lu. 15 minutes later. Following the address sent by Zhang Lu, Li Xiaochun arrived at the coastal road next to the restaurant on time. Zhang Lu then led Xiaoli out. The two groups of people happened to run into each other. Zhang Feng stopped in his tracks the moment he saw the man. Li Xiaochun sensed that something was wrong with him. So, before the person got too close, he took the initiative to ask. Honey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Feng's lips twitched, revealing a mocking smile. Nothing. I just felt that things suddenly became interesting. 10 meters away, the sharp-eyed Zhang Lu noticed that the reinforcements she had called for had finally arrived. Excitedly, he ran over and hugged Li Xiaochun. My best friend, I knew you wouldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Although we've only been apart for a few hours. But Zhang Lu acted as if she hadn't seen him for years. He held onto Li Xiaochun's hand the whole time. They refused to let go. Xiaoli, who was behind her, strode up. I wanted to give a straightforward self-introduction. But when he looked up, he saw Zhang Feng. His face suddenly darkened, and his gaze became evasive. Li Xiaochun sensed something was wrong. She glanced sharply at Xiaoli, then looked at Zhang Feng. Honey, do you two know each other? Zhang Feng said with a smile. Who wouldn't know Dr. Li? Zhang Feng stared intently at Xiaoli. How? You've lost interest in living a carefree life, and now you want to marry an honest man? Even the most naive person could tell something was wrong as soon as these words were spoken. Zhang Lu pointed at Xiaoli and said angrily. Okay. So you're playing pretty fancy tricks? Xiaoli blushed crimson under the gazes of the three men. Sorry, I suddenly remembered I still have some work to finish. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he turned and fled in panic. Not even the most basic explanation was left. Zhang Lu jumped up with joy when she saw that the annoying ghost her mother had sent was gone. I've disliked him for a long time, but I didn't expect him to actually be a bad person. What kind of taste does my mom have? I'm going to have a good talk with her this time, and see if she dares to introduce me to any other men again. Li Xiaochun nudged Zhang Feng's arm from the side. Honey, how did you meet him? Zhang Feng smiled and said. It's a long story. Xiaoli, Dr. Li, whose full name is Li Gang. Li Gang and Zhang Feng were alumni of the same school. Because they were from the same hometown, the two became quite close. However, after Li Gang caused some trouble, Zhang Feng felt that he was a terrible person and stopped associating with him. The campus network back then. However, this left behind numerous reports of Li Gang juggling multiple relationships, resulting in deaths. If you look through it again now, you can still find the records. Chapter 26 Shenwanjin's Visit. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Rental rooms in old buildings. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun said goodbye to Zhang Lu and her daughter and left the rented house. After Zhang Feng showed her the campus network and chat logs with his classmates, Zhang's mother was shocked and felt a cold sweat break out on her back. Although Zhang Lu didn't criticize her too much, Zhang's mother still deeply reflected on her mistakes. She fears more that her daughter will marry the wrong person than that she won't get married. On the road, Li Xiaochun remained silent throughout, and Zhang Feng knew she was still afraid. After all, she and Zhang Feng hadn't crossed paths for over 20 years, but because she had a crush on him in elementary school, she had a relationship with him and even got pregnant with his child. This is really crazy. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was a good person, which prevented her from falling into the abyss. We're home, get off the bus. Zhang Feng parked the car and turned off the engine. Li Xiaochun nodded obediently and looked at Zhang Feng. Honey, it's so good to have you. Otherwise, Zhang Lu will be in trouble. Li Xiaochun and Zhang Lu often bicker, but when something really happens, they both really care about each other. Fool, your friend is my friend. I will not stand idly by. Zhang Feng gently flicked the tip of Li Xiaochun's nose and said, My husband is really capable. Here's a reward, a Trojan horse. Just as Li Xiaochun gave him a kiss. The system's gift has arrived. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, 1 villa in Tianji Mansion. Note, the property certificate has been stored in the study of Shengshi Haofu and can be retrieved by the owner. Tianji Mansion? Is it the villa district that's supposedly the most expensive in all of Shanghai? Zhang Feng was overjoyed. It is said that the land there is priceless, and even if you have money, you can't buy it. Because it was specially built by the developer to be given as a gift to the 10 top business tycoons in the country as a token of friendship. Rather than calling Tianji Mansion a mansion, it would be more accurate to describe it as a symbol of status. Rongshan Technology. Inside the chairman's office. The moment the system finished distributing the rewards, news spread that Zhang Feng had acquired the Tianji Mansion property. Our general manager Jiang is probably no ordinary person. Do you even need to tell me? Anyone who can get their hands on Tianji Mansion must be a formidable character. Moreover, his recent achievements go far beyond these. It's not impossible for them to take over our entire Rongshan technology in the future. Cough cough. Several shareholders were discussing Zhang Feng at length in Shen Wanjin's office. He got more and more excited as he talked, and almost lost his composure. Chairman Shen, we misspoke, please forgive us. Yes, look at my foul mouth. There definitely wasn't such a day. An older shareholder took the initiative to apologize. The others, who were less experienced, also expressed their apologies to Shen Wanjin. I think you're right. Zhang Feng is indeed not to be underestimated. Shen Wanjin said with a smile. But behind that smile lies a deeper meaning. Go down. Go and do your jobs. Yes, Mr. Shen. The shareholders felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Shen Wanjin smile. Now, hearing him tell them to leave, they hurriedly and obsequiously fled. It's not surprising that people overthink things. Zhang Feng's rise to power was both sudden and rapid. Shen Wanjin had also secretly investigated him several times. The intelligence they gathered was always the same. My parents are ordinary office workers. He is a stylist at Green Ivy Entertainment, and his salary is average. But in just 1 week, it was like he had a cheat code. They aggressively acquired shares and ownership of major companies. His net worth has increased hundreds of millions of times. The only variable in all of this is that woman named Li Xiaochun. Could it be that Li Xiaochun's appearance spurred Zhang Feng to strive for excellence? That's impossible. Shen Wanjin was completely baffled. Vivian, prepare an invitation for me, and get the car ready. Get it done within 10 minutes. I have plans. Shen Wanjin dialed the phone and quickly gave the instructions. Half an hour later. A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era. Shen Wanjin stepped out of a black Bentley. He strode forward, his expression arrogant. He was wearing a well-tailored Italian suit and holding a red invitation in his hand. They looked like high-end people. After Shen Wanjin identified himself, the security guards in the residential compound let him in. At the same time, Zhang Feng is at home. His mother was nagging him loudly. Xiao Chun is pregnant. As a man, you need to restrain yourself and not do anything inappropriate, understand? Zhou pulled Zhang Feng aside and warned him in a low voice. It started in the afternoon. As she passed by the young couple's door, she overheard some sounds she shouldn't have heard. The sound was very faint. But Jo Mei, who has been through it all, can still clearly tell the difference. This made her face feel incredibly hot and burning, so she quickly looked away. Fearing something might happen, Jo Mei later found another opportunity to educate Jiang Feng. "Oh, Mom, I know. We are just..." Before Jiang Feng could finish speaking, the doorbell rang. "I'll open the door." In a great mood, Li Xiaochun skipped and hopped to open the door. After opening the door, looking at Xin Wanjin, who was dressed in a sharp suit, Li Xiaochun asked curiously, "Who are you? Did we come to the wrong door?" Xin Wanjin recognized her at a glance as Jiang Feng's wife, Li Xiaochun. He introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, Mrs. Jiang, I am Xin Wanjin from Rongshan Technology. Is Mr. Jiang home?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun immediately understood. She immediately turned and shouted into the house, "Honey, someone is looking for you." After saying that, he didn't invite Xin Wanjin in, but left him standing at the door. Logically speaking, her behavior was somewhat impolite. But Jiang Feng didn't blame her too much. "Honey, should I get Mr. Shen a pair of slippers?" Li Xiaochun followed behind Jiang Feng and asked. "No need, I'll take care of it. You go with Mom." Jiang Feng smiled and patted her head. Jo Mei didn't go out when she heard that it was Chairman Shen from Rongshan Technology. Her main concern was that she might offend someone because she wasn't good at speaking, and that would cause trouble for her son. So she and Li Xiaochun obediently prepared some fruit for their guests in the kitchen. Jiang Feng smiled and invited Xin Wanjin into the house. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, my wife is not very sensible. Please forgive any negligence." Xin Wanjin shook his head to indicate it was nothing, and even praised him warmly. No. Madame Ling has a straightforward personality. Someone like me who has been in the business world for a long time finds her very endearing. Moreover, it is I who have taken the liberty of disturbing you today. I should be the one apologizing." Jiang Feng led Xin Wanjin to the living room and poured him a cup of tea. Chairman Shen is truly a magnanimous person. "May I ask what brings you here today?" Chapter 27, The Master of the Tower. "Actually, it's nothing serious. My daughter's birthday is in a couple of days. I'm planning to invite some close friends and have a party at home to celebrate. It'll be a lively occasion. That's why I thought of President Jiang. We hope that you and your wife will be able to attend." Xin Wanjin's face was full of friendly smiles. Jiang Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't expected someone of Xin Wanjin's status and position. In front of someone like myself, a newcomer. He was so humble and modest. As far as my relationship with Xin Wanjin is concerned, we can hardly be described as close. Attending a family dinner is indeed a bit of a stretch. Jiang Feng didn't quite understand why Xin Wanjin would invite him to participate. We can only guess. Perhaps this is Xin Wanjin's way of showing goodwill. Since he personally came to invite me, I couldn't refuse him. Of course, it would be my honor. Jiang Feng raised his teacup and responded politely. Then I will thank President Jiang on behalf of my daughter. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll take my leave now. Xin Wanjin left the invitation on the coffee table and got up to leave. Jiang Feng didn't try to stop him further. All right, then I'll see Chairman Shen off. I walked to the door. Xin Wanjin suddenly stopped. After careful consideration, he still chose to speak. President Jiang, I heard that Tianji Mansion gifted you a villa? Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Yes, it's still the king of the buildings that's being given away. These words were spoken. Xin Wanjin's pupils suddenly dilated, and the smile on his lips stiffened. A long time. After regaining his composure, he said admiringly, as expected of President Jiang. It's not that Xin Wanjin lost his composure. An entrepreneur who can get a developer to give away a villa in Tianji Mansion is already considered an outstanding individual. What's more, Jiang Feng received the king of buildings. The most prestigious villa in Tianji Mansion is one that all the top billionaires in China are vying for. Get it? This effectively solidified their position as a business tycoon. Jiang Feng thought the villa the system gave him was luxurious enough, but he didn't expect that the king of the villas was the best of the best. It's more like a villa than a villa. It would be more appropriate to call it a manor. The site alone covers an area of 9,999 square meters, with the villa itself occupying 2,000 square meters. In addition to flower gardens, lakes, and hills, there are also 2 swimming pools and a golf course. Most extravagantly, the interior decorations are almost modeled after the palaces where ancient emperors lived, with every corner being exquisitely crafted. A magnificent crystal chandelier, marble floors covered with snow-white carpets, exquisitely carved tables and chairs. Every item here can be described as one of the rarest in the world. Such a mansion ranks among the top in the world. 5 years ago, this prime apartment building had just been completed. Mr. Lee, the richest man in Hong Kong, once offered $6 billion to acquire the penthouse, but was rejected. Subsequently, many other wealthy people also made offers, but all failed. Now everyone understands that this penthouse is not something that can be measured in money, and Tianji Mansion has been looking for the most capable person. Therefore, outsiders generally only know that Jiang Feng is another new owner of Tianji Mansion. Little did they know that he was the owner of the King of Towers. Let's not talk about others. Jiang Feng himself only found out about it when he returned home and checked the property certificate in his study. After seeing Shen Wanjin off, Jiang Feng realized the upheaval that would occur in the entire business world if his identity as the owner of the VIP building were exposed. Honey, what are you thinking about? Did Chairman Shen cause you trouble? Li Staochun quietly approached Jiang Feng and gently inquired. No. Don't underestimate your husband. Jiang Feng smiled and pulled Li Staochun into his arms. The two embraced and cuddled for a while. Suddenly, Jiang Feng suggested, "By the way, I bought a villa today. Would you like to go take a look?" Li Xiaochun was stunned. She quickly recalled that Jiang Feng had been with her all day, so how could he have time to buy a villa? A villa isn't a small item that you can just buy online. Seeing Li Xiaochun's confused expression, Jiang Feng explained with a smile. I've been eyeing this villa for a long time, but I only finalized the purchase today. You're carrying triplets, so having more space will allow the babies to move around more. Oh. My husband is so wise. Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to flatter him. Then, she saw the festive red invitation on the coffee table. Did Chairman Shen bring it? He's so old, why is he having a wedding banquet now? Puff. What do you mean, what's going on? Jiang Feng was amused and exasperated by his wife's adorable and silly antics. He opened the invitation and let Li Xiaochun read its contents herself. Chairman Shen's daughter is having her birthday in a couple of days, and he made a special trip to invite us to the event. They've put a lot of thought into this, so please keep the invitation safe. Okay, I understand. Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue and quickly put the things away. Outside the gate of the residential compound, Shen Wanjin returned to the car with a heavy heart. After the driver started the car, he took a deep breath, forced himself to stay alert, and instructed his assistant. Vivian, when we get back to the company, tell everyone that I'm going to promote President Zhang's status by 3 levels. No one is allowed to raise any objections to this matter. Vivian, sitting in the front row, had a look of surprise in her eyes after hearing Shen Wanjin's words. Zhang Feng's status was elevated by 3 levels. His position is 1 level higher than that of Chairman Shen Wanjin. Although she didn't know the purpose of doing this, Vivian still honestly agreed. Okay, boss. Shen Wanjin rubbed his temples and continued. How's the cultural performance that Green Ivy Entertainment is planning progressing? We just had our final rehearsal yesterday. Their boss, Mr. Yi, assured us that there would be no mistakes. Okay, keep a close eye on this matter, and report any problems immediately. In addition, when you have the finance department settle the money, give them an extra $1,000,000 red envelope and say it's President Zhang's idea. Okay, I'll pass it on to the finance department. Vivian nodded and noted it down, but her doubts only deepened. By the way, the information I gathered before was that President Zhang and his partner are not married yet, right? Shen Wanjin rarely brought up other people's family affairs. Vivian mentally reviewed the message and cautiously replied. Yes, I'm not married. Okay, please help me book Master Kai's appointment. I need to talk to him face to face once the cultural performance is over. Receive. As the car continued to move forward, Vivian's notebook gradually filled with more than a dozen to-do items related to Jiang Feng. After Shen Wanjin got off the car, Vivian couldn't help but sigh heavily. The things on the notebook are all things that need to be done immediately, and each one must be done flawlessly. This junior assistant is bearing far too much. Chapter 28 Visiting the Villa. The next day. 10 a.m. Zhang Feng brought Li Xiaochun to Tianji Mansion. The two were instantly excited the moment they saw the building. Wow! Li Xiaochun immediately exclaimed in surprise. This. She was speechless for a moment. I don't know what words to use to describe the beauty and luxury of the king of buildings. Zhang Feng suppressed his excitement and put his arm around Li Xiaochun's shoulder. Go in. Don't just marvel at the outside, go see what it's like inside. Li Xiaochun clutched her pounding heart and said with a face full of surprise. Honey, is this really our house? You're too calm. Zhang Feng pretended not to care and said. Sha, your husband is a billionaire, is it so strange that he owns another house like this? Not surprising at all. Li Xiaochun quickly waved her hand and said, Husband. She stared at Zhang Feng with a love-struck expression. Zhang Feng was puzzled. You're so handsome. Li Xiaochun hugged Zhang Feng's arm tightly, as if she had found a great treasure. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she said. Let's go in and take a look. I can't wait to visit. She rushed ahead. I want to be the first person to open the door. With a creak, the iron gate slowly opened. The entire view of the building gradually unfolds before your eyes, a vast expanse of lush greenery. Lush trees surround a magnificent mansion with a roof covered in blue glazed tiles. In the distance, an octagonal pavilion casts dappled shadows in the sunlight. The entire environment exudes a solemn and tranquil atmosphere. Although Zhang Feng had viewed pictures of the building beforehand, he was still stunned by the actual building before him. Needless to say, Li Xiaochun was even worse off. He stood there frozen for 3 minutes without moving. But even the best things can become tiresome if you see them too often. 2 hours later, Li Xiaochun, dragging her tired body, returned to the entrance of the manor with Zhang Feng. Honey, are we really going to live here? Zhang Feng touched her cheek and asked. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Li Xiaochun frowned and said carefully. Of course I like it. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful house? However, I feel this place is too big, and it feels a bit empty. It's not as welcoming as the house we live in now. After saying that, she poked her finger, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, this villa was obviously bought at a high price, and now he says he doesn't want to live there, as if he's throwing a tantrum. I wonder if Zhang Feng will be angry. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Feng laughed after hearing her words and even chimed in. Yes, I feel the same way as you. To be honest, this building is truly excellent, and there's not a single flaw to be found. Every detail is so perfect. But compared to this, Zhang Feng also preferred the house in Shangshur Mansion. It wasn't as luxurious as this place, but it was very cozy. Moreover, having lived there for a while, I've developed an attachment to it. Then what about this house? Li Xiaochun asked curiously. Let's leave it empty for now. If you change your mind later and want to come and stay for a while to relax, that would be nice. Zhang Feng said calmly. That would be a huge waste. Li Xiaochun said with some regret. Your husband still has the means to waste money. Let's go, you fool. Zhang Feng gently tapped Li Xiaochun's head and said. At this time, the phone rang. It was a call from Wang Lebao. Brother Feng, I need to tell you something. Sweetie and I have set our wedding date for early next month. We're currently trying on our wedding attire. Are you free? Come and be my advisor. Wang Lebao was still in a great hurry, and he finished explaining everything as soon as he answered the phone. Early next month? That's just a few days away. Why was it ordered in such a hurry? Zhang Feng glanced at the date and said, puzzled. Well. Sweetie is pregnant. Wang Lebao said with a silly grin. Even through the phone, you could feel his joy. Great job, bro, that was fast. Tell me, which wedding dress shop? I'll bring your sister-in-law over in a bit. The third house from the corner of Wutong Road is the one that Tian's relatives own. We're waiting for you guys, come quick. After excitedly relaying the message, Wang Lebao hung up the phone. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. This guy's something else, showing off and then running away. He turned around and glanced at Li Xiaochun's increasingly protruding belly. Snort. My friend's progress is not bad either. In terms of strength, I am still the better one. Feeling bewildered by his gaze, Li Xiaochun asked coquettishly. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Zhang Feng touched the bridge of his nose and grinned mischievously. If it's good looking, then look at it more. Is it illegal to look at your own wife? Oh, my husband is such a bad guy. Li Xiaochun wanted to punch Zhang Feng in the chest with her little fists, but Zhang Feng stopped her. Okay, let's get serious. Xiao Bao just called and is asking us to come over. Let's go, don't keep them waiting. Okay. Li Xiaochun obediently followed behind Zhang Feng, following his instructions. The wedding dress shop on Wutong Road. Zhang Feng sat in the car and started searching for navigation. After saying that, he suddenly realized something and turned to look at Li Xiaochun. Sure enough, I noticed a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, deciding to try and comfort her. If you also want to. Before he could finish speaking, Li Xiaochun interrupted him. In no mood. I already tried it on last time. I've already decided that I'll wear a wedding dress and have the wedding after the baby is born. She shook her head vigorously, her attitude very firm. Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. Okay, whatever you say. Should we still go to the bridal shop and give them our advice? Go ahead. Xiao Bao is your brother. Since he has asked, we should definitely go over. Honey, it's just helping me look at wedding dresses, don't overthink it. Li Xiaochun shrugged helplessly, pretending to be indifferent. Zhang Feng knew she was just being stubborn. He took Li Xiaochun's slender hand and whispered. Fool, why didn't you just tell me back then that you liked me? You know, I can't resist a girl like you at all. Li Xiaochun took Zhang Feng's hand and rubbed it against her pretty face. Hee, but that's too slow. Isn't it great now? Anyway, I don't think I've lost out. I'm happier than anyone else now. Real. Li Xiaochun emphasized the last sentence, fearing that Zhang Feng wouldn't believe her. What a silly little thing. Zhang Feng pulled her into his arms. Meeting you has made me very happy. We must grow old together, love each other forever, and never be apart. Wah, honey, you have to keep your word. Pinky promise. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's confession, Li Xiaochun was so moved that her eyes filled with tears. Okay, pinky promise. Zhang Feng gently cooperated. Drop. The system voice sounded again. Chapter 29: A Man's Competitive Spirit. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected. Target gains happiness. Reward, Constitution +5 bonus. Note, this reward can be transferred, and its effect is the same as if the host used it personally. After hearing the system prompt, Zhang Feng chose to give it to Li Xiaochun without hesitation. Bite. Transfer successful. Target person: Li Xiaochun's physique increased by 5. Because of her pregnancy, Li Xiaochun could clearly feel that her body was much heavier than before every morning when she got up. But right now, she suddenly felt much more relaxed. Even my legs, which were tired from walking around the manor, didn't feel so sore anymore. He became radiant. Strangeness? Is this the power of love? Li Xiaochun fell into Zhang Feng's arms and murmured. Zhang Feng. Wutong Road. Romantic house wedding dress shop. As soon as Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun entered the store, they saw Wang Lebao wearing a white double-breasted suit, grinning foolishly at himself in the mirror. Zhang Tiantian was not seen. She was probably changing into her wedding dress in the dressing room. Zhang Feng deliberately slowed his footsteps. He quietly approached Wang Lebao from behind, and unexpectedly shouted into his ear. Son, Dad's here. This trick worked, and Wang Lebao was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. I'll go. You scared me to death, Brother Feng, you can't do that. Wang Lebao patted his chest, still shaken. The surrounding waiters watched the two brothers playfully bickering and found it amusing, covering their mouths and chuckling. Who told you to look in the mirror for so long? They didn't even notice we were coming. Zhang Feng said dismissively. I never realized this kid was so vain. I'm going to tease him about it today. Hee, maybe I was too focused on it. Wang Lebao scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Looking down at his suit, he suddenly perked up, immediately straightened up, and asked Zhang Feng and the other man. How about it? Don't I look handsome in this outfit? Zhang Feng stroked his chin and gave an objective assessment. It's all right. He's definitely not as handsome as me. Upon hearing this, Wang Labao was unhappy. A man's competitive spirit surged up instantly. Brother Feng, believe it or not, I'll wear this to your wedding. I can steal all your thunder in an instant. After saying that, Wang Labao even raised his chin with particular confidence. Hey, I think you're getting a little cocky. Okay. Then today I'll show you what real handsomeness is. Zhang Feng snapped his fingers. A waiter immediately came over. How can I help you? Go get me a suit, a good quality one. A limited edition would be best. Seeing that Zhang Feng was serious, Wang Labao panicked. He wasn't truly blind, he could see that he and Zhang Feng were almost worlds apart. You should know that Zhang Feng was a campus heartthrob back in school. Comparing yourself to him isn't just asking for trouble. Wang Labao dared not make any more boastful remarks and immediately admitted defeat. No, Brother Feng, I was just joking. Look at you, why are you taking this so seriously? Calm down, come and have a glass of water and rest for a bit. Wang Labao attentively poured water for Zhang Feng and massaged his shoulders. The contrast is huge. Li Xiaochun, who was standing next to her, couldn't stop laughing. Holding her pregnant belly, she laughed until tears streamed down her face. Honey, stop teasing Xiaobao. Let him be a groom in peace. The three of them were laughing and joking outside, having a great time. At this time, Zhang Tiantian had already changed into her first wedding dress and walked out from the back. What are you talking about? It's so cola-filled. I could hear the laughter from behind. Honey, they all bully me when you're not around. When Wang Labao saw that his own people had arrived, he quickly stepped forward to win them over. Zhang Tiantian laughed and tapped Wang Labao on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Real. Wang Labao, holding Zhang Tiantian's hand, complained pitifully. They kept showing off their affection in front of me. He also said that Brother Feng is much more handsome than me. Zhang Tiantian was taken aback. He glanced at Zhang Feng, then at Wang Labao standing in front of him. I think there's nothing wrong with that statement. Anyone with eyes can see that Zhang Feng is more handsome. She disgustedly pushed away Wang Labao's large face that was leaning in close. Why are you comparing yourself to Brother Feng for no reason? Isn't it better to just be yourself? If I were someone who only cares about looks, I wouldn't be interested in you. Wife, you. Wang Labao's mental state collapsed after being disliked by his own wife. He thought that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and that Zhang Tiantian would always be on his side. Unexpectedly, reality is so cruel. The truth can be especially hurtful. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Labao ran off to the side and started acting emo. Zhang Tiantian watched his retreating figure and smiled helplessly. She's almost 30, but she's still like a child. Li Xiaochun stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay, you'll definitely mature after becoming a father. I hope so. Choosing a wedding dress is a huge undertaking. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun accompanied them in the store for 2 whole hours before finally deciding on the style. After the mission was successfully completed, the group went to a nearby coffee shop to chat. As for lunch, I just took care of it at the wedding dress shop. Zhang Feng would never let his wife and children go hungry. How's the stock I told you to buy going? Zhang Feng moved a small cake in front of Li Xiaochun, then looked at Wang Labao and asked. That's exactly what I was thinking of saying. This is amazing. Those who bought made money. The price has risen by about 80%. Brother, I'm not saying anything more. From now on, I'll cover all our foot massage and foot bath expenses. Wang Labao's eyes lit up when he spoke. Completely unaware that Zhang Tiantian, standing beside him, turned ashen-faced after hearing his words. Finally, he simply took matters into his own hands, grabbing Wang Labao's ear and scolding him. A person who was about to get married, still thinking about going to that kind of place for a foot massage, is that it? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Honey, let go. Wang Labao covered his ears and begged for mercy. Put. Li Xiaochun couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the couple bickering. Silly sister, why are you still laughing? Aren't you worried at all that Brother Feng is going to a place like that? Seeing that Li Xiaochun was actually smiling, Zhang Tiantian kindly reminded her. But Li Xiaochun didn't take it seriously at all. I'm not worried. I completely trust my husband. He goes to that kind of place to relax, he won't do anything outrageous. After saying this, Li Xiaochun looked sweetly at Zhang Feng. Honey, am I right? Zhang Feng smiled and patted her head. Yes. With such a wonderful wife, why would I even look at someone else? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue and then shyly leaned into Zhang Feng's arms. The two unwittingly showered everyone around them with another dose of PDA. Snap. Zhang Tiantian slapped her forehead, knowing that this silly girl was beyond saving. She was completely infatuated with Zhang Feng. Wang Lebao, standing to the side, looked on with envy. I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, Feng's life is my dream. Chapter 30. Has he eaten a leopard's gall? 2 days later. Evening. A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era. Li Xiaochun sat in front of the wardrobe, looking unhappy. What's wrong? Zhang Feng came in from outside the door and noticed that the girl seemed a bit off. I'm annoyed right now. My belly is getting bigger and bigger, and I can't fit into any of my pretty clothes anymore. Why, honey, can I skip the birthday party? I don't want to embarrass you. Li Xiaochun threw herself into Zhang Feng's arms, feeling extremely wronged. Zhang Feng smiled and comforted him. How can that be? There will definitely be many beautiful young ladies at the banquet. Don't worry about letting me go alone. Li Xiaochun simply shook her head and remained silent. He pondered for a moment. Zhang Feng noticed that she was still in low spirits. So he picked up his phone to call Shen Wanjin and tell him he wasn't going. After all, in Zhang Feng's eyes, nothing is more important than his wife and children. Seeing that he was really going to hit him, Li Xiaochun quickly stopped him. No, don't make things difficult for everyone because of me. I'll go. Only. She stammered on and on. I'm just dressed terribly, I don't know if people will laugh at me. Zhang Feng was amused by her girlish thoughts, reached out and gently pinched her nose, and laughed. Let's see who dares to laugh at my wife. Did you eat a leopard's gall? Zhang Feng spoke with great confidence. The numerous rewards given by the system were the source of his confidence. Just his status as the owner of the Tianji mansion was enough to make everyone look at him with more respect. If you weren't a fool, who would dare to provoke Zhang Feng? It feels so good to have my husband backing me up. Li Xiaochun instantly became much happier. With Zhang Feng's encouragement, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Not only did she choose her outfit for the banquet, but she also excitedly ran to the dressing table to do her makeup. You know, Li Xiaochun looks beautiful even without makeup. Eating out is no problem at all. Many people even cast envious glances at Zhang Feng. Seeing Li Xiaochun putting so much effort into dressing up, not wanting to embarrass herself, Zhang Feng felt a pang of sympathy. He thought about it. I decided to send Shen Wanjin a message anyway. The message was also very straightforward. My wife is pregnant and her mood is fluctuating a lot. I hope that I will not hear any discordant voices at tonight's dinner. On the other side. Located 20 kilometers away from the Grand Mansion, in Villa number 3 of the Guangza Mansion. Upon receiving the message, Shen Wanjin took a deep breath. He knew, of course, how much Zhang Feng valued Li Xiaochun. He had only learned about it from rumors before, but now he had witnessed it firsthand. Shen Wanjin immediately picked up the phone. Pass down the word that the owner of the Tianji Mansion's King of Buildings will also be attending the banquet tonight. Tell everyone to be alert and make sure they are in top form. And, his wife is pregnant. Tell everyone to be careful and make sure nothing goes wrong. In the hall. The steward, who was busy arranging the banquet, received a call from Shen Wanjin and was genuinely intimidated by his imposing aura. Even though it was over the phone, he still nodded and bowed repeatedly as he said, Yes, Mr. Shen, I will make the arrangements. I guarantee there won't be any unexpected problems. 7 p.m. Zhang Feng drove Li Xiaochun to the Guangza mansion. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Where to? Are they the owners of this place? How dare they drive in? The security guard asked casually. Judging from his appearance, he's probably made things difficult for others quite often. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face showed some displeasure, but because Li Xiaochun was right beside him, he held back from losing his temper on the spot. Zhang Feng ignored the security guard and turned to look at Li Xiaochun. Honey, did you bring the invitation that Chairman Shen gave you last time? In the passenger seat, Li Xiaochun, after being dressed up, had her temperament elevated several levels, making her absolutely dazzling. She smiled and said to Zhang Feng, Yes, it's in my bag. Let me look for it. At the same time, Jiang Feng's phone rang. It was Shin Wanjin calling. Mr. Jiang, where are you and your wife? Should I send someone to pick you up? Jiang Feng glanced coldly at the arrogant security guard and turned on the loudspeaker. Chairman Shin, we've arrived at the door. What a pity. Jiang Feng stopped halfway through his sentence. Shin Wanjin, on the other end of the phone, was sweating profusely with anxiety. He had already informed Jiang Feng that he would be attending the banquet. Making a mistake at this critical juncture is a slap in the face, isn't it? People who don't know him might think he's just bragging. Shin Wanjin pleaded almost humbly. What's the pity? Mr. Jiang, did something happen to you? Can I help? Please speak frankly, don't be so polite with me, Shin Wanjin. The security guard standing nearby, of course, knew who Shin Wanjin was. After hearing his conversation with Jiang Feng, he was dumbfounded and knew that he was doomed for the day. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's lips curled up. It's nothing serious. It's because of the security guard at the gate that they won't let us in. They even questioned us about our origins. Upon hearing this, Shin Wanjin, anger surged into my heart instantly. Jiang Feng was a guest whom I personally visited and invited. How dare this lousy security guard be so arrogant and speak rudely to Jiang Feng? He suppressed his anger and smiled at Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, could you please hand the phone to the security guard? Let me talk to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately handed his phone to the security guard. By this time, the security guards were completely panicked and at a loss. You have to understand, Shin Wanjin alone is not someone a coward like him can afford to offend, not to mention that Jiang Feng's identity sounds even more powerful than Shin Wanjin's. Why didn't you answer when I told you to? Jiang Feng questioned him sharply. He's still angry. Okay. The security guard shakily took the phone and held it to his ear. In just 1 minute, the security guard's face turned from blue to purple in an instant. It was quite a sight. Can we go in now? Jiang Feng took back his phone and asked in a cold tone. Yes, of course. President Jiang, I'm sorry, please forgive me and let me off the hook. The security guard almost knelt down. You flatter me. I have no intention of lowering myself to your level. Jiang Feng closed the car window, choosing to avoid seeing it altogether. Then I stepped on the gas and drove into the residential area. After the car started moving, Li Xiaochun said indignantly. Honey, I thought you were going to just tell Chairman Shin to fire him. He's so bad, he deserves to be taught a lesson. Jiang Feng smiled. I never expected this little girl to be so clear about her likes and dislikes. Forget it, don't bother. I don't want to let this kind of person affect my mood. Jiang Feng gripped the steering wheel and looked straight ahead as he spoke. Honey, you're so generous. I want to learn from you in the future. Li Xiaochun looked at Jiang Feng with an expression of admiration. Chapter 31 Birthday Dinner. As Jiang Feng drove towards Villa number 3. Inside the villa, Shin Wanjin stared at the phone that had just been hung up, still shaken. However, thinking that the banquet was about to begin, he forced himself to cheer up and started greeting the guests who had already arrived. Since this was a birthday party, Shin Wanjin only invited some neighbors who lived in the Guangza mansion and a few close friends. The number of people was not large. Mr. Shin, it's already 7 o'clock. Where is the owner of the building? A middle-aged man in his early 50s, wearing a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, asked. Shin Wanjin explained helplessly. The security guard was inconsiderate and blocked people at the door, preventing them from coming in. Luckily, I made a phone call in time. This remark caused the entire audience to burst into laughter. Everyone found it incredible. The dignified owner of the Tianji mansion, a top-tier building, was actually made difficult by a mere security guard? They dare to say it out loud, but others don't dare to believe it. The owner of the King of Buildings is young, doesn't like to put on airs, and drives a low-key car, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. That security guard was blind to the importance of a person. Don't make the same mistake later. Shin Wanjin gave everyone a heads up in advance. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions became much more serious. The guests present were all prominent figures in the business world, so they naturally understood what Shin Wanjin was referring to. Just as the banquet fell silent, a bright light suddenly flashed outside, followed by the sound of brakes. The housekeeper was the first to react. He ran outside, opened the gate, and waited for Jiang Feng's arrival. On the other side, Jiang Feng showed no sign of panic or nervousness despite the fact that someone was waiting for him. After he got out of the car, she calmly walked to the passenger side, opened the car door, and said gently to Li Xiaochun, "Get off the bus, we've arrived." Li Xiaochun nodded obediently and slowly walked down. She wore a light blue dress and silver white leather shoes, exuding an elegant and tranquil aura. The two walked hand in hand into the banquet hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "I'd heard that the owner of the building was very young, but this is too young. He doesn't even look 30. Not only is he young, but he's also so handsome." A few impatient young people whispered among themselves. After being glared at by his father, he immediately quieted down and stopped talking. Xin Wanjin, as the one who invited him, was the first to come forward. "Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, welcome. This way, please." The villa courtyard of Guangzhou Mansion is not very large, only a little over 100 square meters. However, in Shanghai, where land is incredibly expensive, it is enough to demonstrate the prestige of its owner. Period. Xin Wanjin continued to introduce Jiang Feng to the guests. Those who wanted to see the real face of the king of buildings, despite having prepared themselves mentally beforehand, were still shocked when they saw Jiang Feng with their own eyes. Because of the phrase young and promising, this was perfectly embodied in Jiang Feng. In an instant, everyone felt a mix of emotions, unable to express them in words. But they quickly accepted the fact and walked towards Jiang Feng and his companion with smiles. Several of the girls surrounded Li Xiaochun and chatted with her as if they were old friends. "Little sister, your skin is so good. What skincare products do you usually use? Can you share them? She's obviously naturally beautiful, don't even think about it. President Jiang is so lucky to have found such a beautiful wife. Oh, little sister, I feel especially close to you. You must come visit us often to play together." A large group of people kept talking about sister this and sister that, which completely baffled Li Xiaochun. Out of politeness, Li Xiaochun chatted with them in a very friendly manner. When Jiang Feng cast a concerned look at her, although Li Xiaochun was exhausted, she still gave Jiang Feng a reassuring smile. Jiang Feng nodded and continued socializing with Xin Wanjin. The living room and yard of Villa Number 3 were set up as meeting rooms. In the middle of the hall, there is a rosewood table. An 8-tiered cake was placed on top, surrounded by drinks and desserts for guests to help themselves, and decorated with many flower petals. Judging from the arrangement, Xin Wanjin had put a lot of thought into it. "If it's inconvenient for you to drink alcohol, Mr. Jiang, juice is just as good. It's up to you." Xin Wanjin knew that Jiang Feng had driven there, and that Li Xiaochun, who needed someone to take care of her, was with him, so he cleverly served Jiang Feng a non-alcoholic beverage. "Thank you and your wife for gracing my daughter's birthday party. Shall we have one?" "Good." Jiang Feng did not refuse and raised his glass to clink glasses with the other person. Because Xin Wanjin set a good precedent, everyone who wanted to talk to Jiang Feng knew about it. He wasn't drinking today, and no one dared to cause any trouble. This saved Jiang Feng a lot of trouble. One night. It will pass quickly. After dinner, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun left first, and everyone consciously came to the door to see them off. It's not that anyone mandates that we do this. It's because Jiang Feng is the one who effortlessly took over the top building of Tianji Mansion. Anyone who dares to disrespect them is asking for trouble. On the way back, Li Xiaochun rested against the car headrest. Jiang Feng turned his head and looked at her tenderly. "How about it? Was the banquet fun tonight?" Li Xiaochun nodded happily. "Not bad. I didn't expect them to be so easygoing. Many of them exchanged contact information with me, saying they wanted to hang out together again in the future." Jiang Feng smiled, but did not tell Li Xiaochun the specific reasons why those people were willing to show goodwill. He felt that it was enough for him to know these things. Li Xiaochun doesn't need to worry about the interpersonal relationships in the business world. Most importantly, given Jiang Feng's current wealth, there are very few people who dare to go against him. Moreover, the system's rewards will not stop there. Your wealth and status will only increase in the future. Thinking about this, Jiang Feng suddenly realized that the system hadn't distributed any rewards for 2 days. Could it be that Li Xiaochun has gradually become accustomed to being pampered and has raised her threshold for happiness? The next day. It was early morning, just as dawn was breaking. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, 5 million cash, plus 3 to constitution. Note, all cash has been legally transferred to the host account and is ready for immediate use. Jiang Feng was sound asleep when he was woken up. He looked at the person next to him, still completely bewildered. It's so early in the morning, everyone's still asleep, and I haven't done anything, have I? How did I trigger the reward? Just when he was completely baffled, Li Xiaochun rolled over beside him, draping one leg over Jiang Feng's body, muttering in her sleep. My husband is so good. I am the happiest woman in the world. Jiang Feng. Chapter 32. Can you tell me who you really are? After being woken up by the system, Jiang Feng couldn't sleep either, so he got up to wash up. After he changed his clothes, he came out of the room. Zhou Mei was already washing vegetables in the kitchen, preparing to make breakfast. Mom, up so early? Jiang Feng said, yawning. Zhou Mei waved the spatula with a beaming smile. The thought of cooking for my 3 precious grandchildren fills me with energy and makes me happy. Jiang Feng. So when I was in school, I always ate fast food outside for lunch, and my mom only had to cook dinner, and she would often look unhappy. Now that it's your turn to make it for your grandson, you're happy? This mother is really. Jiang Feng shook his head, both amused and exasperated. By the way, son, you did well last night, keep it up. Just hold on until my precious grandson is born. Zhou Mei turned off the stove and praised Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled awkwardly. His words sounded strange no matter how you looked at them. It's really unpleasant to want to be intimate with my wife but have to be monitored. On the other side, Li Xiaochun must have been having a wonderful dream, because she slept until 9 o'clock before getting up. Even so, Zhou Mei still felt extremely distressed. Xiaochun, are you awake? Did you sleep well? If you feel like you haven't slept enough, Mom will bring your breakfast in for you. I'll take a nap after I finish eating. Li Xiaochun blushed when she heard this. It's usually the daughter-in-law who serves her mother-in-law breakfast. How could she sleep until she naturally wakes up and still need her mother-in-law to bring her food to her room? This is turning the heavenly gang upside down. No need, Mom, I've had enough sleep. Don't worry too much about me. Li Xiaochun said obediently. Jiang Feng, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, don't spoil her. What kind of mother-in-law are you? You brat, what do you know? Zhou Mei rolled her eyes at Jiang Feng, then smiled and helped Li Xiaochun sit down at the dining table. Xiaochun, wait a moment, Mom will heat up your breakfast and bring it over. Very soon. I'll go get it myself. Li Xiaochun got up to go to the kitchen to help, but Zhou Mei stopped her. Be good, sit still and don't move, Mom will get it for you. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were being so polite and deferential to each other that Jiang Feng felt a pang of envy. I've never enjoyed this kind of treatment before, growing up. It was almost 10 o'clock. Jiang Feng, having finished breakfast, took Li Xiaochun out under some pretext. It wasn't that the house in the grand mansion was uncomfortable, but rather that Zhou Mei was far too biased. Jiang Feng was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be nagged to death. Parking lot. Inside a Lincoln Navigator. Li Xiaochun sat in the passenger seat, laughing carefree. Jiang Feng pinched her cheek in an annoyed tone. How? Are you happy to see your husband being bullied? Li Xiaochun quickly shook her head. No, I'm too heartbroken to care. Jiang Feng snorted coldly. That's more like it. However, the fault did not lie with Li Xiaochun, and I really had no reason to be angry with Li Xiaochun. At that very moment, the phone rang. It was Yi Ling calling. Just as the car hadn't started moving, Jiang Feng casually answered the phone. Hey, Sister Ling, is there something you need? Since he helped Yi Ling a lot last time, and since he would no longer be working at Green Ivy Entertainment, Jiang Feng changed how he addressed Yi Ling. Of course, this was also Yi Ling's idea. Calling him General Manager Yi is too formal and makes it seem distant. You really do have a bad memory. We agreed to have dinner together last time, but I didn't know when you would be free. I'll just make a phone call to ask. Yi Ling said in a joking tone. Jiang Feng slapped his forehead. Oh, so that's what it is. Sure, let's set it for noon today. I'm looking for a restaurant. Okay, pick what you like, I'll pay. Yi Ling said generously. Then, as if remembering something, she hesitated for a moment before saying. By the way, Rongshan Technology transferred money to me yesterday, saying it was to settle the payment for the cultural performance. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Isn't that what should be done? He didn't understand Yi Ling's intention in saying this.
Yi Ling stammered as she continued.
That's right.
But, the final payment was a full million more than expected. The people from Rongshan Technology said that this money was your idea. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly understood. It's likely that Shen Wanjin wanted to curry favor with him but didn't know where to start, so he simply tried to win over his friends first.
Okay, I understand. Since they've said so, just accept it without worry. Don't feel awkward about it.
Zhang Feng said calmly, without much emotional fluctuation.
$1 million is nothing to him now.
It's understandable that Shen Wanjin is willing to pay this money as a stepping stone to befriend Zhang Feng.
Xiaojiang, can you tell me who you really are?
Yi Ling bit her lower lip and finally asked the question that had been bothering her.
Cough cough. Zhang Feng coughed awkwardly twice. This is a difficult question to answer. You can't exactly say that you triggered the system. People will definitely think I'm an idiot. Sister Ling, the signal isn't very good in the underground parking lot. Let's talk when we meet. I can't hear what you're saying right now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng let out a deep sigh.
Shen Wanjin really meant well but ended up doing the opposite of what he intended.
Li Xiaochun, standing to the side, watched the spectacle with amusement. Honey, will this work? We'll still have to meet later, won't we?
Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly.
Never mind, we'll deal with it later. It's still early, how about we go see a movie?
Upon hearing that they were going to see a movie, Li Xiaochun got excited. She hasn't watched a movie alone with Zhang Feng yet.
Okay, honey.
Then you have to buy me popcorn and cola. I want to eat while I watch.
Little glutton, you just finished breakfast, how can you still eat so much?
Zhang Feng affectionately pinched her cute little nose.
Humph, it's not like they want to eat it.
It's just that the baby in my belly is crying for food, and I'm just speaking up for them. Li Xiaochun crossed her arms and pouted unhappily.
But Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's a brilliant excuse. 10:30. Fuhua Cinema, Screening Room 6.
Li Xiaochun, having finally gotten her wish, sat in a movie theater chair with the popcorn and cola she wanted.
Since it was a weekday morning, the entire theater was almost empty. It could be considered a private event.
Zhang Feng chose a romantic art film, and the whole film had a light and pleasant pace. Just as the two were engrossed in watching, a rustling sound suddenly came from the last row of the theater, which sounded rather frightening. Li Xiaochun hid in Zhang Feng's arms in fear and screamed.
Honey, what's that sound? It can't be a mouse, can it? I'm terrified of mice. Chapter 33 The Blunder. Ah! Li Xiaochun's screams were so loud that they alerted the cinema staff. After a lengthy and complicated examination,
it turned out that it wasn't a rat at all, but a young couple hiding on the back seats of the movie theater, chewing on each other. The blunder made it impossible to continue watching the movie. Zhang Feng had no choice but to leave the cinema with Li Xiaochun, whose face was flushed with embarrassment.
We walked out of the screening room.
Li Xiaochun immediately quickened her pace, as if she wanted to escape the place of trouble as soon as possible.
Don't walk so fast, the floor is slippery. Zhang Feng carefully reminded him. Oh dear, you're still blaming me. It's all your fault.
He insisted on coming to see a movie, which made me look foolish.
Li Xiaochun was both embarrassed and annoyed.
She turned around and gave Zhang Feng a light punch, then ran all the way outside the mall before stopping. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly.
It's so unfair that you can blame it all on yourself. Of course, the situation just now was indeed a bit awkward, and it's normal for Li Xiaochun to lose face.
There's no point in saying more now that things have come to this. Zhang Feng had no choice but to go along with Li Xiaochun's tone and comfort her.
Then tell me, how can I make it up to you?
Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun's attention was immediately diverted, and she began to think about it seriously. She placed her finger on her cherry-like lips and thought for a long time.
Buy me a strawberry ice cream. That's it? Zhang Feng almost burst out laughing. So this little girl thought about it for so long, looking so serious, just to trick me into having an ice cream? Is it okay, honey? Li Xiaochun clung to Zhang Feng's hand, swaying it from side to side and acting coquettishly. Okay. I'll buy it for you.
Zhang Feng said, as if he were giving in.
While pregnant women shouldn't eat too much ice cream, it's okay to indulge occasionally. Yay! My husband is the best. Li Xiaochun cheered excitedly. The unpleasant mood was swept away.
Zhang Feng affectionately ruffled her soft, long hair and smiled slightly. Then I took her to a well-known 4-character ice cream shop nearby.
Since we're going to eat,
I must give my wife and children the best. After all, I'm not short of money. To make Li Xiaochun happy, Zhang Feng even ate with her.
Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness.
Reward, a 7-day futures price chart.
I just walked out of the ice cream shop. The system's voice sounded again.
Zhang Feng turned to look at Li Xiaochun beside him. The girl was smiling radiantly, clearly in a very good mood.
Zhang Feng wasn't very interested in this reward. He had never considered touching stocks before, let alone futures. But I don't need it myself, but I can give it to someone else. Shen Wanjin and Wang Lebao are both within Jiang Feng's consideration range. Giving it to the former would increase his influence at Rongshan Technology.
Although Zhang Feng didn't want the highest leadership position, he certainly couldn't be an unknown nobody.
Not to mention, when the company makes money, you can also receive dividends.
As for the latter, they are all family members. If you can make money with futures, it can be even more lucrative than stocks. Putting aside the fact that it's not much, it should be enough for Wang Lebao and his wife to pay off their mortgage.
Thinking about this,
Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a winning lottery number that he hadn't used yet.
Honey, why aren't we leaving? Li Xiaochun grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and shook it.
Her face was almost touching Zhang Feng's. The two were practically pressed together. Looking into Li Xiaochun's bright, watery eyes, Zhang Feng said mysteriously, I suddenly thought of an exciting way to play.
Are you interested? What? Li Xiaochun asked blankly.
Before she could react, Zhang Feng led her to a lottery shop. Looking at the lottery shop that was packed with people,
Li Xiaochun blinked and looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief.
It's normal for ordinary people who don't have money to dream of getting rich overnight by scratching lottery tickets. Otherwise, the lottery shop wouldn't have been doing so well. However, Zhang Feng's current net worth exceeds 100 billion, and the rental income and dividends from just one company are enough for him to squander for half his life.
With such immense wealth, why would someone buy lottery tickets at a roadside lottery shop? Honey, are you kidding me? No. I have a feeling I'll win the lottery today, just you wait and see.
Zhang Feng said to Li Xiaochun with a smile. Li Xiaochun opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say a word.
All right.
Since my husband is interested, I'll play along.
We have money at home anyway.
To Li Xiaochun's surprise, Zhang Feng only bought one lottery ticket when he entered the lottery shop, spending a total of only 2 yuan.
Honey, shouldn't we buy more? The odds of winning are too small. Li Xiaochun offered her advice cautiously. Since we're already here, we might as well give it a try. If you're lucky enough to win a big prize, wouldn't that be the icing on the cake? One bet is enough. Fool, want to make a bet with me? If I win the lottery, you have to promise me one thing. Zhang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun with a smile and said.
Looking at Zhang Feng's handsome face, Li Xiaochun was slightly lost in thought for a moment, then gently bit her pink lips and nodded.
Honey, we don't need to wait to win the lottery. Whatever you want me to do, I can do it right now. Li Xiaochun's infatuated expression amused Zhang Feng. Then wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth first. Honey, you're so mean. Noon. Jufuji Restaurant is located opposite Green Ivy Entertainment.
Inside the private room, Yiling finally managed to arrange a dinner date with Zhang Feng and his companion. I only caught a glimpse of her last time, but I thought she was very beautiful. Now that I'm seeing her up close, wow, she really is as beautiful as an angel.
If you were willing to debut as an artist, you would definitely become a household name.
Yiling's words contained no flattery. After all, girls as beautiful and elegant as Li Xiaochun are rare.
Moreover, she is currently pregnant. Li Xiaochun blushed and said, Sister Ling, you flatter me. You're beautiful enough, and you still praise me like that. I'm really embarrassed. Yiling smiled and shook her head, it's different. I'm all made up with makeup and clothes. You're truly naturally beautiful. Seeing that the two were getting stuck in a vicious cycle, Zhang Feng quickly interrupted. All right, you girls never stop chatting. I'm starving, I need to order first.
Yiling then came to her senses.
Today we're treating people to dinner, so we should definitely order the food first. Okay, you order. It didn't say we couldn't order. Yiling smiled and called the waiter over, then handed Li Xiaochun a menu. Sister-in-law, see what you like to eat. Don't be shy with your sister. Good. Li Xiaochun obediently accepted it. 5 minutes later. The waiter checked the dishes again before taking them away. Yiling stood up and poured tea for Jiang Feng and the other man respectively. Xiao Jiang, tell me about it. I haven't heard the answer to what I asked you on the phone yet. Chapter 34. Jiang Feng is completely captivated. There's not much to say. Jiang Feng smiled awkwardly in response to Yiling's question. Seeing the questioning look in Yiling's eyes, it seemed she intended to investigate further. Jiang Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and make up a lie. I've made some money from buying stocks and futures over the years, and I just happened to be able to acquire a small stake in Rongshan Technology. That's all. Cough cough. Yiling choked on the tea she had just drunk, coughing and turning red in the face, clearly shocked by Jiang Feng's words. What does it mean to own a small percentage of Rongshan Technology shares? That's a well-known tech company in Shanghai. It almost ruined my Green Ivy entertainment back then, but luckily Jiang Feng came to my rescue. Yiling had to look at this former subordinate with new respect. Li Xiaochun patted Yiling's back understandingly, letting her catch her breath. Sister Ling, are you alright? Yiling took a deep breath, thinking that since Jiang Feng didn't really want to talk about this topic, she shouldn't make a fool of herself, so she simply started chatting with Li Xiaochun. Sister-in-law, after you left last time, many of my company's employees were praising you. Li Xiaochun smiled sheepishly and said, Really? Yiling took her hand and said warmly. How could it be fake? They all praise you, saying that not only are you beautiful, but your operational skills are also superb. How about it? Would you be interested in working at my company? A gleaming olive branch was thrown directly to Li Xiaochun. Li Xiaochun shrugged, no thanks. My mother-in-law won't let me do any housework at home normally. If I were to say I want to go to work now, that's definitely not allowed. Speaking of which, Li Xiaochun shook her head coquettishly. Yiling glanced at Jiang Feng, then at Li Xiaochun. Good grief, have these two been spending all their time at Versailles today? Okay, I understand. Let's eat. Just then, the waiter brought the dishes over, and Yiling urged everyone to eat them while they were hot. Period. We also chatted about some everyday family matters, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. An hour later, Yiling received a call from her company saying that there was something she urgently needed to return to resolve. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun were very understanding and told her to go back first. Yiling apologized repeatedly and only left after paying the bill. Honey, would you like some dessert? I'm not eating anymore. Do you really think I'm a pig? Yeah, look how much you ate this morning, aren't you a little pig, a pink little pig? My husband is naughty. Inside the private room, only Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun were snuggling together, being affectionate. I stayed for a short while. Li Xiaochun yawned. After becoming pregnant, she became more sleepy. Oh, the pink pig is full and it's time for bed. Then let's go back. Jiang Feng teased in a joking tone. Li Xiaochun glared at him angrily, but did not refuse his suggestion. Because she did feel somewhat tired and exhausted. Just as the two were about to leave the restaurant, a car that was completely out of control drove straight toward them. Ah! Husband, be careful! Li Xiaochun screamed and turned around to protect Jiang Feng, shielding him with her body. The incident happened suddenly. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and he reacted quickly by hugging Li Xiaochun. Quickly roll over and fall to the side. 2 seconds later. With a loud bang, the car crashed into the doorframe on the right side of the restaurant. The glass doors were shattered, and the walls were also damaged. Everyone present was stunned. The boss, in a panic, rushed over and yelled, "How do you drive? If you're looking to die, get out of here. Don't ruin my business." Jiang Feng frowned, and Li Xiaochun in his arms turned pale with fright. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Feng carefully helped Li Xiaochun up, repeatedly checking if she was injured. Fortunately, Li Xiaochun had no external injuries, but she was quite frightened. She bit her lower lip. With tears welling in her eyes, she said in a trembling voice, "I'm fine, honey, how about you?" Jiang Feng gave her a big hug and said reassuringly, "It's good that you're all right." "I'm fine too, don't worry." He asked Li Xiaochun to sit on the chair next to him and rest for a while he got up and walked to the car. With one foot on the car body and the other hand pulling on the door, he tried to drag the driver out of the cab. However, the car door was severely deformed after the collision. Even though Jiang Feng's physique had improved several times over, he still couldn't open the car door all at once. "I tried it a few times." Jiang Feng's anger burned ever brighter. He casually tore off the nearest tablecloth, wrapped it around his hand, and smashed it directly against the car window. "Husband! Let's go home, no." Worried that Jiang Feng would get hurt, Li Xiaochun quickly stepped forward to stop him. This time, Jiang Feng did not comply with her wishes, but continued to raise his fist at the car window. Bang bang bang. 3 punches shattered the car window. The driver inside was also fully awakened. He swayed his drunken head, still unaware of where he was. "Hey kid, why did you smash my car window?" Jiang Feng was too lazy to waste words with him. He grabbed the handle from the inside, opened the car door, and dragged the driver off the car to the ground like he was throwing away trash. "Hey, you brat, you dare to touch me?" The driver was overweight, had yellow teeth, and reeked of alcohol. "It's obvious he's had quite a bit to drink." "That's exactly what I'm going to do." Jiang Feng grabbed him by the collar and punched him twice. He was beaten so badly that he could only lie on the ground begging for mercy. "Stop hitting him. Hitting someone is illegal." Jiang Feng snorted coldly. "Illegal? You drunk driver, do you even respect the law?" After saying that, she kicked him several more times. This time, the driver was completely speechless. No one around dared to utter a sound, only the boss silently took out his phone to call the police. Jiang Feng frowned. He took a picture of the license plate of the vehicle that caused the accident and sent it to Shenwanjin, along with a text message. "The driver was drunk and nearly hit my wife. I'm borrowing some staff from the group's legal department. I'm going to make sure this bastard spends the rest of his life in jail." Shenwanjin received the message and replied almost instantly, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." A dozen minutes later, inside a Lincoln Navigator, Jiang Feng gently helped Li Xiaochun fasten her seatbelt and then touched her cheek. "Fool, why are you blocking my way? It's very dangerous, you know?" Li Xiaochun lowered her head and said, "It's precisely because it's dangerous that I want to stand in front of you. I don't want anything to happen to my husband." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a tremor in his heart. He reached out and hugged Li Xiaochun tightly, saying, "Silly girl, I'll be all right. Have you forgotten that your husband is omnipotent? But what if something happens to you?" At this moment, a trace of color finally returned to Li Xiaochun's face. She smiled and looked at Jiang Feng, asking, "Honey, are you confessing your love to me? Tell me you can't live without me." Jiang Feng reached out and stroked Li Xiaochun's silky hair, smiling as he replied to her expectant gaze. "Yes, I have completely fallen in love with you and can't live without you. Are you satisfied now?" Yes, the moment Li Xiaochun shielded him with her petite body, Jiang Feng was completely captivated. Chapter 35: The Deal with Shenwanjin. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected. Target gains happiness. Reward: Danger Foresight Skill, 25% of Sooner Group shares, Constitution plus 10, Constitution plus 5 gift. Tip 1: This skill allows you to foresee whether you and your loved ones may encounter danger. Note 2: The share transfer agreement has been stored in the study of Shengshi Haofu and can be checked by yourself. Hint 3: Give the 5 points of physical constitution that can be transferred to Li Xiaochun. After listening to the system's prompts, Jiang Feng made a decision very decisively. Li Xiaochun was in a great mood after hearing the confession. Suddenly, I felt warm all over, as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. At the same time, I felt much stronger and less tired. Even many of the discomforts associated with pregnancy disappeared instantly. Li Xiaochun blinked her big, bright eyes and looked at Jiang Feng, saying, "Honey, I have a secret to tell you. I think I have superpowers. Every time I get close to you, I feel incredibly powerful." Jiang Feng smiled without saying a word, and raised his hand to touch her cheek. I started the car and drove home. 20 minutes later. I'm home. As soon as Li Xiaochun saw her mother-in-law Zhou, she couldn't wait to share what had happened that day with her. The two women chattered away as they prepared the food, creating a lively atmosphere. In an instant, the whole house is full of life.
Hearing the cheerful sounds coming from the kitchen, Zhang Feng felt much calmer.
He turned and walked into the study. He then presented the latest equity transfer agreement awarded by the system. Suner Group,
the largest electronic product contract manufacturing group in the country. It has ventured into multiple fields, owns several factories, and has an average annual output value of over 10 billion yuan. It went public 3 years ago, and the stock price reached a high of 2 points on the first day of trading. As the scale of the industry continues to expand, its market value has now exceeded 100 billion. However, many technology groups are now focused on building their own contract manufacturing plants, so Suner Group's stock price has gradually declined.
If no measures are taken,
the future of this group is also predictable. If this equity transfer agreement were handed over to someone else, it would indeed be a hot potato that is neither useful nor worth discarding.
But for Zhang Feng, these shares could be very useful. He pondered for a moment.
Zhang Feng put the equity transfer agreement back in the drawer, picked up the phone, and dialed Shin Wanjin's number.
Chairman Shin, do you have time to come out and have a chat? I have something here that I think you might like. Rongshin Technology. Chairman's office.
Shin Wanjin, who had just finished dealing with a pile of official business, was pleasantly surprised to receive Jiang Feng's call.
Of course I have time. Mr. Jiang, where are you now? I'll be right there. Hang up the phone.
Jiang Feng walked out of the study and called out to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the kitchen.
Mom, wife, I have to go out for a bit. You don't need to cook my portion tonight.
Li Staochen poked her little head out from the kitchen. Okay, honey, be careful on the road.
Then, she secretly blew a kiss. Come back soon. Okay, I understand.
Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head, realizing he really had no way to deal with this little girl.
A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era.
The surrounding tea houses. Zhang Feng had just arrived when Shin Wanjin followed closely behind. The tea house is located near the residential area. It only takes Zhang Feng less than 10 minutes to get there. Shin Wanjin came all the way from Rongshin Technology, and the fact that he arrived so early shows how much he values it. Chairman Shin, panting heavily, waved to Zhang Feng.
President Jiang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm not late, am I? Zhang Feng laughed. No, that's not true. I just arrived too.
Let's go, I've already booked a private room, let's sit down and talk slowly.
All right, Mr. Jiang, please go first.
The two sat in a private room by the window, drinking top-quality Longjing tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Feng explained the purpose of his visit and handed over the documents.
Chairman Shin, you can take a look.
Tomorrow is the company's cultural performance, which is also the day Rongshin Technology will hold its shareholders' meeting. Zhang Feng had already decided to use what he had to exchange for more shares of Rongshin Technology. This decision was made after careful consideration.
Rongshin Technology owns its own mobile phone and laptop brands. With Suner shares, all of Rongshin Technology's OEM manufacturing can be completed by Suner in the future. Isn't this a win-win situation?
Shin Wanjin carefully reviewed the documents Zhang Feng handed him, and the smile on his face could no longer be hidden.
President Jiang, you. Zhang Feng gave a nonchalant
I will hand over 25% of Suner Group's shares, plus the 5-nanometer lithography technology, to Chairman Shen. He paused, looked into Shin Wanjin's eyes, and said,
How many shares of Rongshin Technology can we get in exchange? A flicker of struggle crossed Shin Wanjin's face.
After all, the information Zhang Feng provided was extremely important to him. Leaving aside the equity of Suner Group, just considering the 5-nanometer lithography machine technology alone, if it were sold on the market, it could be exchanged for most of Rongshin Technology. Now, possessing this technology is equivalent to monopolizing the global lithography machine market. Therefore, this value cannot be measured in money at all. Owning shares in Suner Group can reduce the company's existing product costs by more than 15%. But Rongshin Technology was, after all, the brainchild of Shin Wanjin. He currently owns only 65% of the shares, and he doesn't want to transfer them casually, causing the company to lose its balance and become chaotic internally. The transfer of shares means the loss of control. On one side is the empire he has worked so hard to build, and on the other side is the technology that can rapidly increase the company's wealth tenfold.
Shin Wanjin remained silent for a long time, unable to come up with a suitable answer.
President Jiang, your question has really stumped me. Shin Wanjin rubbed his hands awkwardly. Then, he turned his gaze to Jiang Feng.
Could you tell me, Mr. Jiang, why you were willing to provide these two documents instead of doing it yourself?
Jiang Feng chuckled and said, he's just lazy. I believe Chairman Shin can also see that I am not very interested in business matters.
I prefer to spend my time with my family, so you don't need to feel pressured. Name your price, and I'll pay if I think it's right. I can promise you that I will never interfere in any of the company's internal management. This can be added to the contract.
Shin Wanjin was greatly shocked when he heard Jiang Feng's words. I never expected the young man in front of me to be so honest and generous. That's simply beyond reason.
Shin Wanjin was deeply moved and said, President Jiang, you are truly unique. However, you should decide on the price.
I will pay if it is reasonable. Jiang Feng took a sip of tea and smiled. Chairman Shin, you really know how to play the game.
Chapter 36 will send you a big rocket.
Inside the private room, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said,
Tomorrow is the shareholders' meeting. You might as well discuss it with the other shareholders. No matter what arrangements you make in the end, I want 40% of the shares.
Furthermore, regardless of whether the company conducts another round of financing in the future, my shareholding cannot be changed.
See? Did I make myself clear enough?
Jiang Feng finished speaking.
Shin Wanjin then fell silent. If you were to exchange 40% of Rongshan Technology shares for these two items, would it be worth it? The answer is undoubtedly yes.
If Jiang Feng wanted, he could take those assets and start a new company with someone else, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, within 5 years, the success would far surpass that of Rongshan Technology.
Thinking about this, Shin Wanjin dared not hesitate any longer. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I understand what you mean.
I'll go back and discuss this with the other shareholders right away.
If they don't agree, no, they definitely will. Shin Wanjin stood up and made a promise to Jiang Feng.
Then let's wait for Chairman Shin's good news.
Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Okay. Thank you for the resources, Mr. Jiang. I won't bother you any longer. See you at the shareholders' meeting tomorrow. Good.
After Shin Wanjin left, Jiang Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief.
He glanced at the time. It was time to go home. I wonder if Li Xiaochun will throw a tantrum if it gets any later.
Jiang Feng smiled helplessly, got up, grabbed his coat, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, a stylish and well-dressed girl appeared before them. She struck up a conversation very naturally and familiarly. Handsome young man, where are you headed?
Would you be interested in inviting me to the next event?
Jiang Feng didn't even look up, and directly pushed her overstepping boundaries.
If you're not interested, get out of the way.
After saying that, he turned and left. The girl was left standing there, looking completely bewildered.
A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era.
Jiang Feng, having successfully negotiated a business deal, returned home in a cheerful mood. At this moment, Li Xiaochun was sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating potato chips while watching a live stream. They had no idea that Jiang Feng had returned.
He muttered to himself, with your mediocre skills, you think you can be a streamer? Go up and auto-attack, how stupid.
Jiang Feng rarely saw Li Xiaochun so relaxed, so he didn't interrupt her. Instead, he went around behind her and glanced at her curiously.
Is Zhang Lu doing a live stream? Husband! Li Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise. Then, suddenly remembering his earlier behavior, he said somewhat awkwardly. Honey, when did you get back? You didn't even tell me.
She's lost all her ladylike image.
Her voice is so sweet and adorable. Jiang Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps, but he still said indulgently. No, she's still very cute. He tapped Li Xiaochun's delicate nose to indicate his approval.
The little girl was really flattered.
Hee, my husband is so good. In my eyes, my husband is handsome no matter what he looks like.
Li Xiaochun casually tossed her phone onto the sofa and then hugged Jiang Feng and showered him with kisses. Unable to refuse her kind invitation, Jiang Feng sat down and embraced her.
The two of them then became affectionate again.
Even though we'd only been apart for a short while, it felt like we hadn't seen each other for days. The sound of Zhang Lu's live stream came through the phone. Jiang Feng then stopped what he was doing and asked with concern.
How's Zhang Lu's live stream going? Are there many viewers?
Li Xiaochun pouted and shook her head, saying,
It's all right. I've been live streaming for about half a year, and I only have 2,000 or 3,000 followers. The number of people watching each day is about 200. I don't even know if there are any bots among them.
The money she earns is barely enough for her to live on by herself.
I'm worried for her too. Speaking of which, Lee Xiaochun couldn't help but feel worried for her best friend.
Staying up all night to do live streams is a job that relies on youth. If Zhang Lu continues to show no improvement, not only will she not earn any money, but her health will also suffer. Seeing Lee Xiaochun's worried face, Zhang Feng couldn't help but offer her some advice.
You're a wealthy wife now, helping your friends shouldn't be too difficult, right? Is there anything that money can't solve?
These words were spoken.
Lee Xiaochun's eyes lit up instantly. Honey, you mean?
Zhang Feng gently tapped Lee Xiaochun's forehead.
Fool, isn't my meaning obvious? If you want to help Zhang Lu, then go ahead and help her. Our family isn't short of money. If helping her makes you happy, why not?
Upon hearing this, Lee Xiaochun excitedly hugged Zhang Feng tightly. She kissed him hard on the lips.
Honey, you're so good to me. I was so moved I almost cried.
After saying that, he even made 2 fake whimpering sounds. Zhang Feng ruthlessly exposed her, saying, "Come on, you can't even squeeze out a single tear.
Go watch your live stream." "Yes, ma'am."
Lee Xiaochun gave Zhang Feng a playful salute, then picked up her phone and started teasing Zhang Lu.
She typed rapidly in the live stream.
"Silly streamer, call me sister and I'll send you a big rocket.
Get out of here, you don't have a damn penny."
Zhang Lu kept losing her matches tonight and was annoyed by the mocking comments in the live stream. Seeing Lee Xiaochun's comments made her even angrier.
However, Zhang Lu thought again that Lee Xiaochun was no longer the same person she used to be. She has no money. But her husband is rich.
So Zhang Lu immediately put on a fawning expression and said to the camera, "Sister, my dear sister, I am the most beautiful, lovely, intelligent, and kind." Lee Xiaochun giggled with delight at the praise. After Zhang Lu finished using all the good words she could think of, Lee Xiaochun went to recharge and give a reward, sending 5 big rockets in one go to the live stream. Zhang Lu was stunned by the continuous stream of spectacular special effects. The live stream has lasted so long. This was the first time she had ever seen such a huge gift as a rocket, especially 5 of them in a row. When she came to her senses, Zhang Lu panicked. Even though I know that Lee Xiaochun is now living in a big house with Zhang Feng, she should be financially secure.
But as her best friend, she couldn't help but worry about Lee Xiaochun.
10,000 yuan is beyond what Zhang Lu considers a threshold that can be joked about.
Moreover, Lee Xiaochun has children to raise. No way, sis, are you crazy? Did you accidentally drop it? You just spent 10,000 yuan, do you know that? Does Zhang Feng know that?
Never mind, I'll transfer the money to you right now, just wait. Zhang Lu looked down and started looking for her other phone, preparing to transfer money to Lee Xiaochun. Seeing how considerate her best friend was of her, Lee Xiaochun felt a lump in her throat, but she wouldn't let it go. She quickly typed in the live stream.
TCH, don't underestimate Mrs. Zhang's abilities. Let me show you a couple more tricks. After sending the comment, I immediately sent 10 rockets.
Zhang Lu was completely dumbfounded this time.
Lee Xiaochun then commented. Ha, now you can't pay it back even if you want to, right?
I don't know how much balance you have, sticks out tongue.
Puff. That really hurts, bro. When the sisters dig up old dirt, they really hit the nail on the head.
Zhang Lu was on the verge of tears and was about to kneel down to thank Lee Xiaochun.
At this moment,
the number of viewers in the live stream suddenly surged. The number of people increased dramatically from over 200 to 500, then 1,000.
The frequency of bullet comments is increasing rapidly, showing no signs of stopping. Seeing Zhang Lu's blank expression, Lee Xiaochun became anxious. What are you thinking about, you big idiot? Start streaming the game already.
Zhang Lu snapped out of her daze. Right, let's start the game, welcome everyone. Seeing the increasingly lively livestream, Lee Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, finally helping her best friend get back on track.
As long as nothing goes wrong, a surge in followers is definitely possible. Chapter 37 Shareholders Meeting. The next day, at noon, Zhang Feng and his family are having lunch. Son, how are we going to Xiaochun's parents' house tomorrow? Are you driving or taking the high-speed rail?
Zhou Mei asked with concern.
Take the high-speed rail, driving is too tiring.
Zhang Feng ate his food and mumbled something indistinctly. Upon hearing this, Jo-mei put down her chopsticks and immediately said, "Okay, then we need to book the tickets quickly."
Stop eating, let's look at the tickets first.
After saying that, he snatched Jiang Feng's bowl and told him to quickly take out his phone to book a high-speed rail ticket.
Jiang Feng. Half an hour later.
While we were finishing our meal, we also got the tickets booked. Li Xiaochun voluntarily helped Jo-mei tidy up in the kitchen. Jo-mei wouldn't let her do any work, so she mainly focused on keeping her company. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along quite well. Jiang Feng was sitting on the sofa, just about to relax by scrolling through his phone, when Shen Wanjin called. The main point was to tell Jiang Feng that the shareholders had reached an agreement and were willing to give up a portion of their shares to him.
Shen Wanjin gave up the lion's share, relinquishing 30%.
The other shareholders collectively relinquished the remaining 10%.
Once the contract is signed,
Jiang Feng will become the largest shareholder of Rongshan Technology.
Hang up the phone. Li Xiaochun just came out of the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Feng's beaming face, the girl's usual paranoia kicked in again.
Li Xiaochun quickly walked over to Jiang Feng and sat down next to him, pressing herself close to him like a clingy little kitten.
Honey, who are you talking to on the phone?
Chairman Shen, let's talk about some company matters. Jiang Feng explained with a smile. Then, he touched Li Xiaochun's loose hair and said,
"The company's cultural performance will begin in a little while. Do you want to go change your clothes?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun then remembered that she had to accompany Jiang Feng to an event today. The saying pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years is no joke.
Her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Oh no, I completely forgot about that."
Honey, you're really something, why didn't you remind me sooner?
Li Xiaochun pouted, complained to Jiang Feng a couple of times, and quickly went back to her bedroom to get ready. Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly. This girl is getting better and better at shifting blame. It seems she's learned bad habits from Jo-mei. But you still have to pamper your own wife.
What can we do?
Jiang Feng got up and followed him into the bedroom. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Li Xiaochun standing in front of the full-length mirror, looking aggrieved and unhappy, holding a pile of clothes.
Silly girl, what's wrong now? Look at your lips, they're so pouty you could hang an oil bottle on them. Jiang Feng put his arm around Li Xiaochun's shoulder and joked. Snort.
I never want to have children again, I'm getting so fat I'm practically a pig. Li Xiaochun angrily threw her clothes on the bed. Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle and comforted her. It's normal to gain weight during pregnancy, especially since you're carrying triplets. Li Xiaochun buried her face in Jiang Feng's arms, snuggling against him sadly.
Will I have a harder time recovering after giving birth than others? Honey, you won't dislike me, will you? You're talking nonsense.
Jiang Feng tapped Li Xiaochun's head and said seriously, "My wife is so beautiful, how can anyone else compare?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun burst into laughter through her tears.
But soon, she frowned again, stared at Jiang Feng, and said, "Then you have to help me choose which one to go with." No problem. At Jiang Feng's suggestion, Li Xiaochun chose a white dress. After changing my clothes, I put on some light makeup.
Li Xiaochun stood in front of Jiang Feng and spun around.
Honey, does it look good?
Her skirt flowed gracefully, making her appear like a fairy descending to earth. With Li Xiaochun's exquisite and beautiful features, she is truly stunning. Jiang Feng paused for a moment, then praised with admiration.
It looks good, of course it looks good. Don't you even know whose wife she is?
Hearing Jiang Feng's generous praise, Li Xiaochun smiled mischievously, looked at herself in the mirror again and again, and was very satisfied.
3:30 p.m. Jiang Feng brought Li Xiaochun to the headquarters of Rongshan Technology. The cultural performance will be held in the central hall on the first floor. Now.
A number of staff members had already gathered in the hall.
Li Xiaochun linked arms with Jiang Feng as they walked toward the venue, attracting a lot of attention. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, good afternoon.
Chairman Shen and the other directors are already waiting in the conference room upstairs.
Let me take you up.
A staff member wearing a white shirt and an employee badge walked quickly towards Jiang Feng and his companion, and said respectfully.
Li Xiaochun smiled and released Jiang Feng. The people from Green Ivy Entertainment should be backstage, right? Could you take me there to have a look?
The staff member paused for a moment and looked at Jiang Feng. Li Xiaochun nudged Jiang Feng and said with a smile, "You don't need to look at him. There's no point in me going in, it would only delay their business."
Jiang Feng nodded and said to the staff member, "Could you please arrange for someone to take my wife backstage?" Okay, I understand.
The staff member nodded quickly, used the walkie-talkie to call for a helper, and instructed her to take Li Xiaochun to the backstage dressing room. Then he took Jiang Feng upstairs. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, several shareholders were talking in hushed tones. Today's meeting is of great significance. Rongshan technology will be reshuffled.
A knock came at the door. The people inside fell silent instantly. Someone took the lead and stood up, and the others followed suit.
The staff member pushed open the door from the outside and said, bowing slightly,
President Jiang, please. Jiang Feng nodded calmly and strode inside.
Seeing the shareholders in the meeting room, all around the same age as his father, yet so polite, Jiang Feng chuckled. Hee, everyone, there's no need to be so serious, please sit down. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to sit down. Seeing this, Jiang Feng took the seat next to Shen Wanjin.
At this moment,
only then did the other shareholders dare to sit down one after another. Shen Wanjin took out the revised share transfer agreement and politely pushed it in front of Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at the contract first.
If there are no problems, you can just sign it. Jiang Feng took the document and carefully read through it.
It's not that I'm afraid Rongshan technology will cheat me, I doubt they'd have the guts.
But I still have to put on a show. 10 minutes later, there was complete silence.
Jiang Feng put down the contract in his hand without expression.
This contract. The surrounding shareholders held their breath, wondering what he would say next. I think there's no problem. Then I'll sign it.
Jiang Feng said with a smile. Shen Wanjin quickly put on a smiling face and handed over the pen.
All contracts are in triplicate. After Jiang Feng finished signing, all the shareholders couldn't help but stand up and applaud.
Although he wasn't truly enjoying the occasion, Jiang Feng still forced himself to say a few words.
First of all, thank you all for your support and cooperation. From now on, we're all in the same boat.
I don't like complicated things, and I won't get too involved in the company's miscellaneous affairs in the future. But as soon as I find out anyone who dares to outwardly comply but inwardly defy me, or to engage in any underhanded tactics,
then don't blame me for being impolite.
The words had barely left his mouth. Immediately, a group of people eagerly pledged their loyalty, saying, President Jiang, please rest assured, we will definitely work together to strive for the future of Rongshan technology.
Yes, everyone will absolutely cooperate fully with you. Chapter 38 Returning to my hometown to propose marriage. After signing the contract, Jiang Feng went straight backstage to find Li Xiaochun.
He preferred being with his wife to the somber atmosphere of the meeting room.
Unaware of the situation, Li Xiaochun was chatting and laughing with several female celebrities. They seemed to get along well. Husband, are you done with your work?
The moment Li Xiaochun saw Jiang Feng, she decisively abandoned the girl she had just met and rushed towards him.
Jiang Feng smiled and hugged her. Yeah, I'm done with work. Do you still want to stay here? Or would you like to come out for a walk with me? Li Xiaochun was stunned. Aren't you going to watch the performance tonight? Do you want to see it?
Jiang Feng gave her the decision-making power.
Li Xiaochun tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. Forget it, we have to go back to our hometown tomorrow, let's go back and rest early.
After discussing it, the two said goodbye to the female celebrities and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Yiling.
The performance is about to start, where are you two going? We're not watching anymore, we have other things to do.
Jiang Feng explained with a smile, and mentioned that he was going to visit Li Xiaochun's parents the next day.
Oh, then you should go back quickly. Should I give a message to Chairman Shin?
Yiling thoughtfully reminded her.
Need not. I'll just send him a text message in a bit.
Jiang Feng didn't want to cause trouble for other people's work.
Alright, be careful on your journey. Okay, I know. Let's make it another day. Goodbye, Sister Ling. Li Xiaochun followed behind Jiang Feng, waving sweetly as she spoke. Back in the car,
Jiang Feng casually placed the newly signed equity transfer agreement on the back seat, then told Li Xiaochun to fasten her seatbelt before starting the car. Li Xiaochun pointed to the thick file folder, somewhat curious.
Honey, what's this?
Jiang Feng casually remarked, equity transfer agreement.
Ha! That sounds pretty impressive. May I take a look?
Li Xiaochun blinked her big eyes, her face full of anticipation.
She was genuinely curious. Having worked as a laborer for so long, she had never seen anything like it before. Moreover, the fact that it was packaged in a sealed document bag made it seem even more mysterious. Look, it's not like it's anything shameful. Jiang Feng did not refuse. Having received permission, Li Xiaochun immediately opened the file bag. I was stunned when I saw it. Although she didn't quite understand many of the regulations, she did understand the sentence that Jiang Feng held 45% of Rongshan Technology's shares.
Husband.
Li Xiaochun almost cried out in surprise. What's wrong?
Making a fuss over nothing, she doesn't act like a mother at all. Jiang Feng said with a hint of helplessness as he drove.
45% of Rongshan Technology shares? I didn't see wrong, did I? Didn't you have 5% of the shares before? How come you suddenly have so many more? Li Xiaochun took deep breaths repeatedly.
If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she certainly wouldn't have believed it was true.
Ha, your husband is just that omnipotent. Follow me. Just wait and enjoy your good fortune.
Jiang Feng said arrogantly.
Oh my god, honey, you're so handsome. Li Xiaochun leaned in and gave him a sweet kiss.
When the two returned home, Zhou Mei had almost finished packing her luggage. The main reason for returning to Dongyang City this time was to visit Li Xiaochun's home and get engaged to his parents. Therefore, most of the things prepared were cigarettes, alcohol, and gifts.
In addition, Jiang Feng will be returning in a few days to attend Wang Lebao's wedding.
So there's no need to bring clothes, and as for daily necessities,
Zhang Jiandong had already prepared those. That's right, Zhang Jiandong went back to Dongyang yesterday.
After all, the old house has been uninhabited for a long time, so it needs to be cleaned and tidied up properly, otherwise it will be uninhabitable.
The next day, 10 a.m.
Jiang Feng was pushing a large suitcase in each hand and carrying a huge hiking backpack on his shoulder, looking quite depressed. Directly in front of him, Li Xiaochun and Zhou Mei were holding hands, chatting happily. Jiang Feng sighed and shook his head helplessly.
At this time,
he missed his father terribly. It's a pity that Zhang Jiandong had already gone back ahead of time, otherwise he could have helped me share the burden.
After a long drive, the high-speed train finally arrived in Dongyang City.
Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions.
What are you standing there for? Quickly find out where your dad is.
That old geezer, he clearly said he would come to pick us up, but we haven't seen him yet.
Zhou Mei's urging interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. Okay, I'll call my dad and ask.
Just as Jiang Feng was about to take out his phone, a young man of about 17 or 18 years old suddenly jumped out in front of them and very familiarly covered Li Xiaochun's eyes.
He, I caught you. Guess who I am, or I'll give you a reward. Jiang Feng's expression instantly turned displeased. Zhou Mei's complexion was naturally not much better.
If she hadn't been carrying gifts for her in-laws, she would have slapped them long ago. It's not that I suspect Li Xiaochun has some old flame back in her hometown, after all, this boy looks like he's still a child. But his actions are just too reckless. After all, Li Xiaochun is pregnant. Before they could speak, Li Xiaochun twisted the young man's hand off, then grabbed his ear and scolded him. Li Chen, are you looking for death?
Don't you know I'm pregnant? Shouldn't you be scared?
Li Chen cried out in pain. Ouch, sister, go easy on me, it hurts.
Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the siblings playfully bickering.
As an only child, he has no idea what it's like to have siblings. Seeing the two of them now, I find it quite interesting. Just imagine, Li Xiaochun is pregnant with triplets, her future days are going to be interesting.
Hi, brother-in-law, nice to meet you.
Jiang Feng greeted Li Chen with a smile.
Li Chen's eyes lit up. You're my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, tell me quickly, how did you make my older sister so gentle? You have no idea how. Li Chen grabbed Jiang Feng's arm and said happily. Li Chen! Watch your mouth. Li Xiaochun blushed slightly and glared fiercely at Li Chen.
She then explained to Jiang Feng, this kid has always loved to talk nonsense since he was little, honey, just ignore him.
Okay.
Jiang Feng smiled and patted Li Xiaochun's head.
TSK. So cheesy, it gives me goosebumps.
Li Chen crossed his arms and said with disdain. I don't know what's gotten into my older sister, she's even learned to act cute and affectionate with people.
When Li Chen saw it, he was completely devastated. Just as the brother-in-law was having an existential crisis, Zhang Jiandong finally appeared. You're here. I've been looking for you for ages. Come on, everything's been tidied up, you can move in right away. Huh? Who's this kid?
After Jiang Jiandong finished speaking, he noticed an unfamiliar face. Dad, he is Xiaochun's younger brother.
Zhang Feng took the initiative to introduce himself.
Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Chen explained his purpose. Yes, my parents said that my sister is not married yet, so it is inconvenient for her to live with you. That's why I came here to pick her up.
After the marriage proposal is completed and the marriage certificate is obtained, she can go there. What? Li Xiaochun immediately became anxious. She clung tightly to Zhang Feng's arm. Honey, I don't want to be separated from you. Tell my brother to leave. Li Chen was stunned. What's going on? Did my sister take the wrong medicine?
In the end, it was Zhang Feng who stepped in and managed to appease Li Xiaochun.
Honey, you and your brother go back first. I'll go propose this afternoon, and you can come home with me tonight, okay? Okay. Honey, you have to come quickly. Chapter 39 My sweet little girl flies away. Exit of the high-speed rail station.
With tears in her eyes, Li Xiaochun held Zhang Feng tightly, showing no intention of letting go.
That expression almost broke Zhang Feng's heart. Even Li Chen, who was standing next to him, felt that he might be acting a bit too much like a villain.
Zhang Feng reached out and pulled Li Xiaochun into his arms, gently patting her back to comfort her.
Okay, sweetie, you go home now. I'll come pick you up as soon as I get home and drop off my luggage, okay?
Li Xiaochun shook her head and changed her mind, saying, No, I still want to go home with you. Zhang Feng smiled and turned her head towards him, looking directly into her eyes, then reached out and tapped the tip of her nose.
It's not like I'm not going to come over. And you're not going back to your parents' home anymore? I promise you, I'll come to your house to propose marriage within 3 hours at most, okay?
Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Li Xiaochun stomped her foot angrily. Well, it's settled then, 3 hours at most, or I'll bite you.
Okay, 3 hours at most.
Li Xiaochun then released Zhang Feng and walked towards Li Chen, turning back every few steps. But just as she walked up to Li Chen, she kicked him directly. It's all your fault, humph.
Li Chen? No, this is the rule here, and it's what my parents asked me to do. Why are you blaming me?
Li Chen gave Zhang Feng a resentful look before quickly following him. Sis, be careful, you're carrying a baby.
Don't walk so fast, oh my god, sis.
Watching the siblings walk away, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he took the suitcase from them.
Dad, Mom, let's go back too.
Zhang Feng originally thought that it was just 3 hours, no big deal.
But after he actually broke up with Li Xiaochun, he then realized how unbearable those 3 hours had been.
Almost immediately after they parted, a chill inexplicably crept into his heart, as if something was missing.
2 hours later, he kept thinking about Li Xiaochun.
Thinking back to the time they spent together, wondering if this girl was being mistreated at home, he completely forgot that Li Xiaochun was actually the little princess of that family. After nearly 2.5 hours, Zhang Feng could no longer sit still. He glanced at Zhou Mei, who was tidying up inside the house, and called out, Mom, are you done getting everything ready?
When are we leaving? All right, where's your dad? Let him drive. Zhou Mei came out of the house and brought out 2 prepared betrothal gifts.
The package was filled with candy and melon seeds, with a large red book in the middle that read marriage certificate.
The other document was filled with banknotes, all prepared by Jiang Jiandong yesterday. It totaled 99,999 yuan, symbolizing longevity.
It's not that they don't want to give more, but that it's unnecessary. Most importantly, the highest they pay here is 66,600, while they have already raised the standard by 1/3. Giving too much might attract gossip and be counterproductive.
They're here. Get in the car.
As soon as Zhou Mei finished speaking, Jiang Jiandong parked the car directly at the gate and got out of the driveway. I've already put the cigarettes, alcohol, and tea upstairs, and there are some snacks too.
Let's hurry up, we can't keep our daughter up.
Jiang Jiandong bought the car yesterday with cash, using the money Zhang Feng gave him. It was a Hongqi HS5, with a temporary license plate on the front. Load things, get in the car, start the engine, and set off. As the car drove away, Zhang Feng's mood gradually returned, and a handsome smile unconsciously appeared on his lips.
Meanwhile, in Duku Town,
Li Xiaochun lay listlessly on the sofa. She held her phone in her hand, staring intently at the time displayed. Li Weijun sat opposite him, a cigarette between his fingers.
Because Li Xiaochun was pregnant, he didn't light it, and his expression was incredibly complicated. Seeing Li Xiaochun's expression made me feel incredibly heartbroken. He can't even figure out whether someone else's pig has taken over his cabbage, or whether his own cabbage has been forced into someone else's pig's mouth. But regardless, he was very clear about it. My dear little darling has flown away. After preparing a large table of dishes, Li's mother, Lu Yanqing, came out with a towel in her hand. Seeing the father and daughter, I was so angry I laughed. She first walked up to Li Xiaochun and tapped her forehead. Alright, they just called and said they've already set off. It hasn't been that long, and you're already standing there like a statue waiting for your husband. What's wrong with you? You're not planning to let Xiaofeng go to work in the future? Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Are we really setting off? Lu Yanqing? Well, the key point this girl missed was a single sentence. Well, it's their business, and she can't interfere too much. Besides, the girl will find out later. Lu Yanqing shook her head and did not answer Li Xiaochun. She then sat down next to Li Weijun and slapped his leg hard. What are you doing? Your in-laws are arriving soon. Who are you going to look at with that long face? Don't you want your daughter to be happy? Who said that? Li Weijun became anxious. But then he sat back down and sighed. I'm just a little heartbroken. After all, I raised my daughter all these years, and now someone has taken her away, pot and all. I have to be happy about it. Just tell me, what's wrong with me feeling down for a little while? Lu Yanqing was so taken aback by his words that she raised her hand and tapped his forehead, then pressed him down onto the sofa. Fine, you're aggrieved, so you'll be happy if your daughter never gets married in this lifetime, right? Li Weijun muttered and turned his head away. I didn't say that. If you don't have any, get up quickly and come help me bring out the dishes. Honestly, all day long, your daughter is so happy and you're not? What are you thinking about all day? Hurry up. After Lu Yanqing finished speaking, she stood up, glanced at the second bedroom, and frowned, saying, Xiaochen, what are you doing holed up in your room? Come out right now. Li Chen walked out with panda eyes. Mom, you're one to talk. How am I supposed to face anyone looking like this? It wasn't you, pft, ha ha, your sister who hit you? But. No, I need to go inside and laugh for a bit first. Watching Lu Yanqing's retreating figure, Li Chen was dumbfounded. He pointed at himself and said, No, Mom, aren't you going to do anything about my sister? Don't tell me you'll go and complain to your brother-in-law when he gets here. Li Chen? Chapter 48 True Dragon emerges in Xinyu village. Inside the living room. Seeing my mom laughing so hard she was practically unrecognizable. Li Chen even began to doubt whether he was their biological son. The way he treats Li Xiaochun is completely different from how he treats himself. But then I thought about my older sister, who is getting married today. He finally felt a little better. He thought to himself, I don't believe you'll treat me like this again when my sister isn't home. Just as he was envisioning a bright future, Li Weijun suddenly walked over and slapped him on the head. What are you thinking about? Go and call your second uncle and fourth uncle's family right away. Don't wait until people arrive, then we won't even have anyone to carry our things. Li Chen. All the beautiful dreams I had just had were shattered into dust by that slap. He sighed and walked out, giving Li Xiaochun a glare as he left. Fortunately, Li Xiaochun is now completely immersed in the happiness that Zhang Feng is about to bring. So I didn't notice his gaze, otherwise. He's bound to get another beating. 12:45 p.m. There were less than 10 minutes left until the time Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun had agreed upon. A shout came from downstairs, the marriage proposal is here. Li Weijun and Lu Yanqing, along with Li Xiaochun's eldest uncle and aunt, fourth uncle and fourth aunt, all rushed downstairs. Li Chen and his eldest uncle's two sons also went down with them. Li Xiaochun also wanted to go down, but was held down by her fourth uncle's younger sister, Li Sisi. Sis, you're pregnant now. Why don't you just wait here? Running around like this, are you trying to worry your husband to death? Come on, am I as fragile as you say? Li Xiaochun twitched her nose, then pinched Li Sisi's cheek. Huh? It's quite fun, huh? Li Sisi's eyes lit up, and she slapped Li Xiaochun's hand away. Tell me honestly, does your brother-in-law like to pinch your cheeks? Well. Li Xiaochun's eyes began to dart away. Li Sisi smiled and pulled Li Xiaochun to her feet. Even though we can't go down, we can still see things from here. At the same time, the Hongqi sedan was parked downstairs in the Duku Town residential area.
Knowing that old Li's daughter was getting married, almost half the people in the neighborhood came to visit. People of all ages and genders gathered around in circles. "There's nothing we can do, Li Xiaochun is just too beautiful." Countless young people in the neighborhood regard Li Xiaochun as their goddess. Well, now that their goddess is about to be taken away, how can they possibly be content without seeing it? After Jiang Jiandong parked the car, he was the first to jump out. After glancing at it, he took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over, finally stopping in front of Li Weijun. Relatives by marriage. Li Weijun took the cigarette from Jiang Jiandong and forced a slightly dry smile. At this moment, Lu Yanqing also pulled Zhou Mei over and, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, kicked Li Weijun in the shin. "What are you standing there for? Go and greet people." Li Weijun hissed and nodded to Jiang Jiandong. "It's good that you're here. Let's go upstairs and talk." Jiang Jiandong nodded happily and said, "Okay, let's move the things first." At this moment, Jiang Feng walked over. He looked at Li Weijun and Lu Yanqing and took a deep breath. Then she bowed deeply to the two of them. "Dad, Mom, thank you for raising such a wonderful girl as Xiaochun. Don't worry, from now on I will cherish her, protect her, and love her with my life." This was the first time Li Weijun had formally looked Jiang Feng up and down. Jiang Feng's appearance and temperament made Li Weijun take a liking to him at first sight. The smile on his face was no longer dry, it softened completely. He raised his hand and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. "You little rascal, you managed to get my daughter away from me so secretly. Do you know that when I first heard about what happened between you two, I almost went to Shanghai with a knife to chop you up?" Jiang Feng smiled awkwardly. Although it was Li Xiaochun's fault, he had to take the blame. Try to put yourself in their shoes. If his future daughter were to do something like that, he would definitely do more than just think about it. Seeing Jiang Feng in person, Li Weijun felt much better and turned around to say, "Xiaochun, what are you standing there for? Help your brother-in-law carry the things upstairs." "Ah, they're here." Li Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly called over his two older brothers from his uncle's family to help move things. The items presented were mostly ordinary snacks and gifts, but when a basket of bright red and green banknotes was brought out, the onlookers were stunned, and murmurs of discussion arose. "Wow! How much does this cost? That's over 100,000, right? That's all for a marriage proposal? What are we going to do next? I heard that the Jiang family is from Shinya village. It seems that a real dragon has emerged from there." "What do you mean by real dragon?" "All I know is that the Li family's daughter has been married off." The onlookers were bewildered, as were Li Weijun's family. It's not that they've never seen so much money before. Their family still has hundreds of thousands in savings, but that's just savings, and it's far less impressive than cash. Most importantly, as I said before, the bride price and betrothal money they offer here are not that much. Upstairs, Li Sisi turned around excitedly, put her arm around Li Xiaochun's shoulder, and jumped up and down. "Sis, so much money. Your husband is so good to you." Thump. Li Xiaochun tapped her younger sister on the forehead in an annoyed tone. "What are you saying? Can love be measured in money? You brat, let me tell you, if I ever find out you've become a gold digger, I'll teach you a lesson. Our Li family doesn't need people like you, understand?" Omitted. Li Sisi stuck out her tongue, nodded, and took Li Xiaochun's arm. "Sister, does brother-in-law have any younger brothers? Introduce him to me?" Li Xiaochun was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "No." Just then, a noise came from the doorway. Li Xiaochun couldn't wait to run over. As soon as the door opened, her gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Feng, and she gave a silly, infatuated smile. This scene once again broke the heart of Li Weijun, the old father. He gave a soft hum. He turned around and beckoned to the others, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Feng also saw Li Xiaochun, smiled and walked over, saying softly, "I'm not late, am I?" Li Xiaochun proudly raised her chin. "I'll pass you." But after saying that, she threw herself into Jiang Feng's arms and said in a pitiful voice, I missed you so much." Jiang Feng gently embraced her and whispered, "I missed you too. I've been urging your mother-in-law to come back several times." "Really?" Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. "Moi, honey, you're so good." The words had barely left his lips. The entire living room fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Jiang Feng opened his mouth. In the end, all the sweet words turned into awkward laughter. I'm so panicked. Chapter 41, Going to get the marriage certificate. With the groundwork laid earlier. What happened next became quite logical. The two parties exchanged marriage certificates and set a wedding date. At the same time, Li Weijun and Lu Yanqing each gave Jiang Feng a red envelope containing 11,111 yuan to change his address. This means that Jiang Feng was the son-in-law they chose from among thousands. Actually, they originally prepared only 1,111 yuan in red envelopes. It wasn't that they didn't want to take more. Instead, they felt it was unnecessary, since that's how it is here. But after Li Xiaochun returned, they found out after asking around. They gave them 11,111,111, which symbolizes that Li Xiaochun is their 1 in a million daughter-in-law. Since that's the case, they naturally can't afford to lose face. Not to mention that Jiang Feng actually brought in 100,000 yuan as a marriage proposal fee this time. Although the Li family wasn't wealthy, they weren't the kind of people who would sell their daughters. All this money will eventually be returned as part of the dowry. Whether Jiang Feng and his group want it or not is one thing, but their stance must be clear. After lunch, Li Weijun and Zhang Jiandong took Li Xiaochun's eldest uncle and fourth uncle's families back home. While they were out, Zhou Mei retrieved the family's household registration book from the bedroom and carefully placed it in Li Xiaochun's hands. "Girl, go ahead and get your marriage certificate with Xiaofeng." Li Xiaochun gripped the household registration booklet tightly in her hand. It was only at this moment that she suddenly remembered that after receiving the marriage certificate, her household registration would be moved from the Li family to the Zhang family. From then on, this place was only her parents' home, and no longer her home. "Mother." With red eyes, Li Xiaochun hugged Lu Yanqing and sobbed softly. Lu Yanqing's eyes also became a little moist. After all, the daughter I've raised for over 20 years now belongs to someone else's family from today onwards. That feeling is something you can never understand unless you've experienced it. She gently patted Li Xiaochun's back, fighting back tears, and smiled. "Silly girl, why are you crying? Today is your engagement day, so cheer up. Besides, it's not far from Shanghai, just a 3-hour high-speed train right away. Just remember to come back and visit more often in the future." Li Chen then quietly walked up to Jiang Feng and whispered, "Brother-in-law, you must treat my sister better in the future, or I will definitely not let you off the hook." Jiang Feng's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. "Don't worry, no one can hurt her, including myself." Li Chen raised his hand and punched Jiang Feng in the chest. "Alright, since my sister has decided on you, then you are my brother-in-law. That's all for now, I'm going back to my room." After Li Chen left, Lu Yanqing pulled Li Xiaochun over, solemnly placed Li Xiaochun's hand in Jiang Feng's palm, and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, from now on, my girl will be in your care. Go ahead." "Thank you, Mom. I will definitely love her well." Jiang Feng held Li Xiaochun's hand tightly, looking at her with tender affection. Li Xiaochun sobbed a few times before lowering her head and leaning into Jiang Feng's arms. "Husband." 3 p.m. The entrance to the marriage registration office. Li Xiaochun had regained her composure by now, clutching the 2 red marriage certificates and grinning foolishly. Drop. Host and target have been detected to be married. Target's happiness level has reached unprecedented heights. Reward, a set of Suzhou embroidery masterpieces, the 9 Heavens Dragon and Phoenix Robe. The system is here to wish the host a happy marriage. Note, the 9 Heavens Dragon and Phoenix Robe has been stored in Tianji Mansion Villa. The host can collect it at his own discretion. 9 Heavens Dragon and Phoenix Robe? Is that the legendary Suzhou embroidery treasure? It is said to be a legend because this dragon and phoenix robe was supposedly specially made by Emperor Xiaozong of the Ming dynasty for his empress. As is well known, Emperor Xiaozong of Ming, Zhu Yuzhao, had only one wife in his entire life, making him the only emperor in the entire history of China to have only one wife. Moreover, this emperor and his empress had a very deep relationship. Although he was the emperor, he lived and worked with Empress Zhang every day, just like an ordinary couple. In an era when the importance of carrying on the family line was paramount and polygamy was rampant, this was truly a breath of fresh air. The 9 Heavens Dragon and Phoenix Robe was specially made by a Suzhou embroidery master at the behest of Emperor Xiaozong after he ascended the throne and conferred the title of Empress Zhang. However, it is only a legend and there are no records of it afterward. Therefore, Jiang Feng always thought that this was just a fabrication, something made up by people at the time to highlight the relationship between Zhu Youxuan and Empress Zhang. Now that the system has suddenly given him this reward, does that mean those legends are true? Click. Suddenly, a flash of light pulled Jiang Feng back from his mental whirlwind. Looking at Li Xiaochun, who was as happy as a child. Jiang Feng smiled happily and said softly, "Silly girl, from today onwards, you are my rightful wife."
Li Staochun nodded happily, then continued fiddling with her phone.
Soon, she opened the post she had made on her WeChat moments and showed it to Jiang Feng. Hee, honey, look, isn't it beautiful?
I'm going to make Lulu so envious.
Jiang Feng smoothed her long hair. You tease Lulu like this every day, aren't you afraid she'll break off all ties with you one day?
She wouldn't. Besides, I'm helping her.
If I don't provoke her like this, with her laid-back personality, who knows when she'll ever find a boyfriend?
She'll have to thank me later,
Li Staochun tilted her head back arrogantly, her face saying praise me, which completely stunned Jiang Feng.
Jiang Feng laughed heartily and picked her up. Yes, she'll thank you later, but now, we have to go back. Li Staochun squinted, nestled comfortably in Jiang Feng's arms. Good. Back in the neighborhood.
Jiang Feng's mindset has also undergone a significant change. Most importantly, a huge weight was lifted off my shoulders, and I felt much more relaxed. The two families sat around in the living room, chatting and laughing, and gradually let go of the sadness of their impending separation. Especially that kid Li Chan, who was acting like a close brother and sister with Li Xiaochun just a moment ago, is now complaining to Jiang Feng. Pointing to the two dark circles under her eyes, she angrily denounced Li Xiaochun's crimes. Li Xiaochun, who was standing next to him, gritted her teeth as she listened. If Jiang Feng hadn't been holding her, she would have definitely shown this brat what it meant to be an older sister's authority. Jiang Feng gently stroked Li Xiaochun and said with a smile, I heard you're a very good student.
Have you decided which school you want to go to? Shanghai University.
Li Chen paused for a moment before his eyes hardened and he said, I have to go and keep an eye on you. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback, then burst out laughing. Okay, if you get into Shanghai University, your brother-in-law will give you an apartment near the university.
Chapter 42. 15 years felt like a dream. Night. Shinya Village, Zhang family. Honey, pinch me.
Li Staochun lay in Jiang Feng's arms, holding the marriage certificate in her hands, her expression somewhat bewildered.
Jiang Feng, both amused and exasperated, pinched her cheek. Does it hurt? Li Staochun's blank eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Pain.
After saying that, she rolled over and snuggled into Jiang Feng's arms. We actually got married. It's wonderful, these past 15 years have felt like a dream. Seeing the restless Li Xiaochun in his arms, Jiang Feng was terrified and quickly held her still.
Oh my little darling. You'd better behave yourself. If your mother-in-law sees you, you'll be a widow. Li Staochun stopped whimpering, but showed no intention of getting out of Jiang Feng's arms. At this moment, Zhou Mei came out of the kitchen, looking at them with a big anti-smile. You two stop fooling around and get some rest. We have to go to the ancestral temple tomorrow. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. No, you're really going? Hey, what's wrong with you, kid? How could something like this be fake?
Zhou Mei was so angry at Jiang Feng that she laughed.
He picked up the broom next to him and prepared to deal with Jiang Feng.
Jiang Feng jumped up, picked up Li Xiaochun, and ran off, saying, I know, Mom, you should go to sleep early too.
Good night.
Li Xiaochun nestled in Jiang Feng's arms, giggling and laughing, her happiness level soaring.
Just for a short while.
The system then rewarded Jiang Feng with nearly 2 million in cash and 3 points of physical fitness.
The next day. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, spurred by his powerful biological clock.
She glanced at the sleeping beauty beside her and gently pecked her cheek.
Then I got up and washed up.
When I returned to the living room, Zhou Mei had already prepared breakfast. She glanced at Jiang Feng as he walked in and asked, Is Xiao Chun still sleeping?
Jiang Feng hummed in agreement and went straight to the dining table. Looking at the table full of side dishes, he couldn't help but give Zhou Mei a thumbs up. Mom, now I see, my son is adopted, right? Otherwise, why did we always make do with breakfast like that before? Get lost, eat it or don't, it's up to you. I'll go call your dad, and the three of us can go over there in a bit.
As she spoke, Zhou Mei walked toward their room. Jiang Feng paused for a moment, then decisively put the chopsticks down, got up, and walked towards the bedroom. After all, Li Xiaochun is now the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family.
What's the point of not going to the ancestral worship ceremony?
Although there is a local custom that pregnant women do not visit graves during pregnancy, for fear that the bad luck of the ancestors will harm the child, Jiang Feng, being a modernly educated person, still decided to tell Li Xiaochun.
Before Jiang Feng even reached the destination, Li Xiaochun yawned and walked out of the bedroom. After seeing Jiang Feng, she walked over groggily, snuggled into Jiang Feng's arms, and pouted. Honey, give me a kiss. Muah.
Zhang Feng chuckled upon hearing this, leaned down and kissed her, then ruffled her slightly messy long hair. Why are you up so early?
Li Xiaochun sobered up a bit and raised her hand to draw circles on Zhang Feng's chest. We're paying respects to our ancestors today.
I'm the newest member of the family, so I have to go and greet Grandpa and Grandma. Wow, it smells so good.
Did Mom make breakfast?
Little foodie, hurry up and wash your face and come out for dinner.
Okay, Ma, I love you. Li Xiaochun walked into the restroom with a happy smile. 7 a.m.
In the courtyard, Zhou Mei looked at Li Xiaochun with some concern. Girl, why don't you stay home and rest?
You can come over after the baby is a month old.
Li Xiaochun grabbed Zhou Mei's hand and said coquettishly, Oh, Mom, I know, it's okay. Besides, it's my first day in the family, it wouldn't be right if I didn't go and see Grandpa and Grandma. In addition, the baby in my belly is their great-grandchild, they will definitely protect the babies.
This. Zhou Mei kicked Zhang Jiandong. Old Zhang, say something too. Zhang Jiandong's lips twitched slightly. I think Xiaochun is right.
Zhou Mei was speechless.
But after thinking about it, I still didn't object.
Finally, he put a jacket on Li Xiaochun, muttering complaints under his breath, which made Zhang Jiandong roll his eyes. The Zhang family's cemetery is located in the fields north of Shinya village.
In a vast wasteland, apart from Zhang Feng's grandparents, all the direct ancestors of Shinya village are asleep. So after arriving here,
Zhang Feng first helped Li Xiaochun get acquainted with the people, and then took her to her grandparents' graves. Zhang Jiandong had already set out the offerings, while Zhou Mei lit some paper money and whispered, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll take care of Lao Jiang.
Xiao Feng has grown up and gotten married.
His wife is very beautiful and sensible, and she's pregnant with our baby.
By the end of this year, you'll be great-grandparents.
By the way, Xiao Feng has really made something of himself.
He's making a lot of money now.
He has a big house and a car in Shanghai, and now he has a beautiful, gentle, and sensible wife.
His life is getting better and better. Dad, Mom, you too, don't be stingy with money over there. If you run out, come to me in my dreams.
As she spoke, Zhou Mei's eyes reddened. Because Zhang Jiandong is an only child, Zhou Mei was well taken care of after she came here. Zhang Feng's grandparents truly treated Zhou Mei like their own daughter. Although the elderly couple passed away early, but they had a deep bond with Zhou Mei.
Zhang Jiandong didn't say anything.
After kowtowing to his grandparents, he sat down next to them and smoked. His eyes were red, and even the fingers holding the cigarette were trembling. Zhang Feng pulled Li Xiaochun over and respectfully kowtowed 4 times to the grave.
This is also their local custom.
Gods kowtow 3 times, ghosts kowtow 4 times means that gods kowtow 3 times, while ghosts kowtow 4 times. Otherwise, it's considered a lack of proper etiquette, which could lead to serious trouble. Zhou Mei sat in front of the grave, rambling on and on for almost half an hour before finally starting to pack her things, and casually slapped Zhang Jiandong on the back.
Let's go, old man. Didn't we agree to go to Uncle's house today?
Zhang Jiandong responded with a yes, stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and looked at the grave. Dad, Mom, we'll be leaving now.
We'll come back to visit you on October 1st. Leave the cemetery.
Zhang Feng then noticed that Li Xiaochun's emotions were a bit off, her eyes were red. His mind went blank for a moment, and he quickly whispered.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
Li Xiaochun quickly shook her head, looking at Zhang Feng with teary eyes. Husband, I will be a daughter-in-law as good as my mother-in-law from now on, really. Zhang Feng suddenly realized what was happening, and his defenses crumbled.
Chapter 43 I became a rich man's wife? Honey, I believe in you.
You will definitely become the gentlest and most virtuous daughter-in-law in the world. Zhang Feng reached out and patted Li Xiaochun's head, saying with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun's face became more serious than ever before, and she nodded solemnly to Zhang Feng. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhou Mei felt a warm glow in her heart. Her daughter-in-law was sensible, which made her future life easier as a mother-in-law, so her feelings for Li Xiaochun deepened. She gently nudged Zhang Jiandong, who was driving, and saw a smile on his lips, creating a warm atmosphere throughout the car.
After returning home, Zhang Jiandong and Zhou Mei went to the home of Zhang Feng's second grandfather, who was also Zhang Jiandong's uncle.
Zhang Feng was left behind to take care of Li Xiaochun. It would be unreasonable for them not to attend ancestral worship ceremonies, but there's no real need for these kinds of family visits.
Zhou Mei's main concern was Li Xiaochun triplets are extremely rare even in this era.
Although it has only been a little over 4 months, Zhou Mei has no choice but to take it seriously. Zhang Jiandong had the same attitude. He believed that visiting relatives was possible anytime. Moreover, Jiang Feng's second grandfather is in good health. We can check on him again at the end of the year.
Jiang Feng had no objection to this. They would usually come back for the new year anyway.
Although they didn't stay for long, they weren't strangers, so there was no need to rush now.
Li Xiaochun wanted to go, but was forcibly suppressed by the family of three. In the living room,
Li Xiaochun was idly scrolling through videos on her phone. Jiang Feng was in the kitchen, helping her cook some nourishing broth. With his godlike culinary skills, these tasks were a piece of cake for Jiang Feng.
But just as Jiang Feng was about to take the final step,
suddenly, Li Xiaochun screamed from inside the living room, startling him so much that he almost dropped the pot lid. He quickly covered the pot and rushed out, taking 3 steps at a time.
"Honey, what's wrong?"
Jiang Feng was stunned.
He saw Li Xiaochun sitting upright on the sofa, staring blankly at her phone.
In a daze, Jiang Feng walked behind Li Xiaochun and followed her gaze, only to find that she was looking at a news article.
The news headline was rather alarming.
Rongshan Group announced that it has fully mastered the 5-nanometer lithography machine technology and has entered the trial production stage immediately.
Below is some technical terminology information about Rongshan Group's 5-nanometer lithography technology.
What shocked Li Xiaochun, however, was not any of this, but rather the video's ending, the videographer's words. Therefore, this is a major positive development. After the stock market opened today, Rongshan Group's stock price hit the daily limit within just 10 minutes. If Rongshan Group can indeed produce a complete 5-nanometer lithography machine, then this company will undoubtedly become a new world-class group.
Of course.
Jiang Feng didn't listen to what was said after that. It was mainly because Li Xiaochun had realized what was going on. She tilted her head up, looking at Jiang Feng, who was so close to her, and asked innocently, "Honey, have you become even richer?"
Jiang Feng. Okay, they definitely have more money now.
Based on the current stock price trend of Rongshan Group, it's not a problem for his assets to double.
Moreover, he gave Shen Wanjin complete technical data.
As long as the materials are up to standard, building a 5-nanometer lithography machine is not a problem at all. At that time, Rongshan Group will be the first company in the world to independently develop and manufacture a lithography machine. Even if Rongshan Group has no intention of monopolizing the market, it cannot change this situation, at least not in the short term. He owns 45% of the shares in Rongshan Group.
How much money will we have by then? Several hundred billion? Still.
However, Jiang Feng quickly came to terms with it. He chuckled and patted Li Xiaochun's head. No matter how valuable the stocks are, they are still just stocks.
All I can get is the dividends, so just look at them. Humph, is the baby happy?
Li Xiaochun wouldn't have it, and suddenly kissed Jiang Feng on the cheek, grinning foolishly.
Hee hee, I'm about to become a billionaire's wife? Hee hee, honey, can I go show off my wealth to Lulu?
Jiang Feng curled his lip. If you're not afraid of scaring her to death, then go ahead and show off.
Also, don't be so jumpy next time. You scared me so much that I almost blew up the kitchen just now. Omitted.
Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue guiltily and grabbed Jiang Feng's hand in a pleading manner. Baby was wrong. Do you want to hit baby, husband? Jiang Feng opened his mouth, then pinched her cheek, both amused and annoyed. All right, I forgive you.
Watch the video, the soup will be ready soon. Watching Jiang Feng's retreating figure, Li Xiaochun felt as if she had fallen into a honeypot. She gently placed her hand on her belly and said proudly, "Babies, isn't mommy amazing? You all think mommy is amazing too, right? Hee hee, shall we go and annoy your auntie?"
At this point, she gently pressed her stomach and continued, "I knew you would agree.
Mommy loves you, Mua."
Meanwhile, in Shanghai, Zhang Lu, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a little cold. She shuddered suddenly, grabbed the blanket that had been kicked away, and rolled herself up. But before she could fall back asleep, her phone started ringing incessantly.
The constant tinkling of the doorbell irritated Zhang Lu. She fumbled for her phone and, without even opening her eyes, shouted, "Who is it? Disturbing my sleep so early in the morning. Don't you want to give me a break? Are you looking for a fight?"
After saying that, she threw the phone away again. To her surprise, the tinkling sound continued to ring.
Ah!
Zhang Lu screamed and sat up with her eyes wide open. After finding her phone, she was about to start yelling when she discovered it was a message from Li Xiaochun. The message was still ringing, but there were already more than 20 messages before it. Seeing this, Zhang Lu sobered up a bit and curiously opened the chat interface.
"Lulu, I've got something for you to see." But don't be surprised, okay? Photo attached. Oh, I forgot you couldn't understand it, so let me explain it to you. Do you know what this is? It's an equity transfer agreement. Do you know which company it belongs to? Rongshan Group. Hee hee, are you a little surprised? I'll tell you a secret, this belongs to my husband. Guess how many shares he owns? I bet you couldn't guess it either, so I'll kindly tell you, 45%. My God, it's like a dream, you know what? I'm now the wife of a billionaire. Aren't you surprised? Unexpected? Did I say a bit too much? Hey, why aren't you replying to my messages? Are you still sleeping? You big idiot, what are you sleeping for? Get up and party, or I'll storm Shanghai and beat you to a pulp. Looking at the messages, Zhang Lu shook her head, thinking she was still half asleep and that she was dreaming. Yes, it must be a dream. Otherwise, how could that idiot Li Xiaochun possibly become a rich wife? I've been so worried about her. Weakly grabbing a strand of hair, he yanked it out with all his might, and in that instant. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts so much. Zhang Lu was in so much pain that tears came to her eyes. But the next second, Zhang Lu was stunned. It hurts? So I'm not dreaming? This brat really became a rich man's wife? Zhang Feng is actually a billionaire? Are you kidding me? Thinking of this, Zhang Lu's sleepiness vanished instantly, and she couldn't wait to open the video call. But the call was rejected as soon as it was made. She actually refused to answer? Chapter 44 Yucai Primary School. The next moment. Shinya Village, Zhang family. Li Xiaochun nestled on the sofa, watching one voice message after another pop up. Moreover, each of these messages lasts for more than 40 seconds. Several of the messages were even 60 seconds long, which startled her so much that she almost threw her phone away. After sending more than 30 voice messages, Zhang Lu called back with a video call. This time, Li Xiaochun dared not refuse. Otherwise, who knows what that idiot would do? He might even come all the way to Donyang to find her. You big idiot, what exactly do you mean? You woke me up and won't answer my video call, do you want to die? The video call just connected. Zhang Lu then roared like a mad tiger. Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue and winked playfully. You won't, my husband won't allow it. These words were spoken. Zhang Lu's face turned red at a visible speed. She glared at Li Xiaochun through gritted teeth. You think you're the only one with a husband? Believe me or not, I can find one in a minute. Li Xiaochun nodded in agreement. After all, Zhang Lu was very pretty, and although she's a little chubby, she still has a lot of admirers. Before Zhang Lu could even breathe a sigh of relief, Li Xiaochun said, but the one you found isn't as good as my husband. Puff. Zhang Lu almost vomited blood. She really couldn't refute that. Zhang Feng is not only handsome and sunny, but also has an impeccable demeanor and excellent interpersonal skills. Most importantly. Zhang Lu suddenly realized the purpose of the phone call, and exclaimed in shock, what you just told me is all true. Zhang Feng is really a shareholder of Rongshan Group? A billionaire? Li Xiaochun proudly raised her head. Were you scared? Hee hee, isn't my husband amazing? Zhang Lu has lost the ability to think. After all, anyone would be shocked to suddenly hear that their best friend's husband has become a billionaire, no, even a multi-millionaire, let alone a billionaire. Hundreds of billions, what does that even mean? Seeing that Zhang Lu did not respond for a long time, Li Xiaochun was startled. She also suppressed her original plan to tell Zhang Lu about the Jin Mao Tower and IFC. She was afraid that if she continued talking, Zhang Lu would break down because she couldn't handle the shock. After a silence of more than 30 seconds, Zhang Lu rolled her eyes and said irritably, don't pay attention to me, I need to calm down. The call ended as soon as the words left his mouth. Looking at her phone, which had returned to the chat interface, Li Xiaochun felt a pang of worry. This girl, could she really be scared? Should I call an ambulance just in case? Just as Li Xiaochun was pondering whether to call for an ambulance. Shanghai. Zhang Lu kept closing her eyes, opening them, closing them again. After repeating this more than 10 times, she gave up, then sat up abruptly, gritting her teeth and saying, screw emergency care. This idiot, coming here to show off his wealth, even my plastic best friends aren't as plastic as you. After saying that, she quickly sent a message to Li Xiaochun. Xinyu Village. Li Xiaochun was about to make a phone call. Suddenly I saw the message and quickly clicked on it. You idiot, trying to show off your wealth in front of me? We'll talk when you get back.
If you don't treat me to a month's worth of meals this time, I'm telling you, this isn't over.
And it can't be just any ordinary meal, it has to be a high-end hotel. I'm going to eat you out of house and home.
Put.
Li Xiaoqun smiled, casually replied with an okay, then jumped off the sofa, ran to the kitchen, clung to the doorframe, poked her head out, and blinked her playful big eyes at Zhang Feng. Honey, I told Lulu. Zhang Feng gave her a look that was both funny and exasperating, and then?
She wants me to treat her to dinner, and at a fancy hotel no less.
Humph, do you think I'm that easily swayed?
Put. Li Xiaoqun spoke guiltily, her eyes darting around. Zhang Feng was completely charmed by her expression, his eyes filled with doting affection. Okay?
Li Xiaoqun's eyes lit up. Isn't my husband angry? Zhang Feng was stunned. What are you angry about?
Yea, long live my husband, I love you. Li Xiaoqun made a heart shape with her hands and ran away quickly.
Zhang Feng. After finishing the soup.
Zhang Jiandong and Zhou Mei have not returned yet.
Feeling a bit bored, Li Xiaoqun simply dragged Zhang Feng out the door and headed straight for their alma mater, Yucai Primary School. In recent years, Danyang City has continued to develop, and its educational resources have also been increasing. However, due to the unique geographical location of Yucai Primary School.
So while rural primary schools in the surrounding area were gradually disappearing, the teaching staff of this primary school continued to increase, and it took on the responsibility of educating students from all 6 villages in the entire fairy town.
A dozen minutes later, Li Xiaoqun stood silently at the entrance of the primary school.
Looking at the school, which had completely lost its original structure, a deep sense of loss appeared on his face.
Zhang Feng chuckled and patted her head. Want to go in again? Li Xiaoqun first shook her head, then nodded somewhat reluctantly. Let's go in.
I want to see the place where I used to study.
Fool.
Zhang Feng hugged her and said, this school was completely renovated 10 years ago. The original classrooms are all gone.
Now there is only one teaching building.
Even the playground has been completely rebuilt.
The layout is completely different from what we had back then.
Even if you go in, you won't be able to find the place where we used to study.
But
Li Xiaoqun's eyes reddened slightly, and she sobbed softly before falling silent again in Zhang Feng's arms. Zhang Feng gently patted her back, looking at the school in front of him. Several years ago, when Zhang Feng returned to his hometown to hold a banquet after finishing the college entrance examination, this school began to be demolished and rebuilt. He remembers crying for several days afterward. Especially when those tiled roof classrooms were demolished, he sat at the school and cried for a whole day. In the end, Zhang Jiandong helped him back. He still remembers it to this day, the first time in several years that he had hugged Zhang Jiandong and cried out to him.
His memories are gone now. So many years have passed.
He has gradually come to terms with the disappearance of the school. So, although he comes back every year over the years, he always makes a point of avoiding this place, because it holds so many memories of his childhood, but now he can't even find a trace of it.
Just then, a sudden voice startled the two awake. Huh? You're Xiaofang? And this is your spouse? Li Xiaoqun stood up in a bit of a panic.
But when she saw the person in front of her, she froze, then let go of Zhang Feng, ran quickly to the person, and hugged him tightly.
Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin is a senior teacher at Yucai Primary School. Although she only had a junior high school diploma, she was a proper homeroom teacher when Zhang Feng and his classmates were in elementary school. And coincidentally, she was Zhang Feng and Li Xiaoqun's homeroom teacher.
So many years have passed, and Teacher Qin's hair is now completely white, and her face has many wrinkles, but she still looks very energetic, and there is always a very comforting smile on her lips. Zhang Feng didn't quite understand it before, but later he realized that the smile was one of relief.
So even after so much time has passed.
But every time he came back, Zhang Feng would still go to see her, year after year, without fail.
Chapter 45. The boy who bullied you back then actually married you.
Li Xiaoqun suddenly hugged him. Ms. Qin was momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized something was wrong.
Oh dear, girl, get up right away.
You're pregnant, don't get agitated, speak slowly.
Li Xiaoqun wiped away her tears, then smiled and made a playful gesture. Teacher Qin, look who I am?
Teacher Qin paused for a moment, first glancing at Zhang Feng, before turning her gaze back to Li Xiaoqun.
After scrutinizing her for a while, she suddenly slapped her forehead. You are the girl whose braid was burned by Xiao Feng? Li Xiaoqun, is that you?
Seeing that Teacher Chin recognized her, Li Xiaochun was overjoyed and was about to jump up when Teacher Chin pressed her down.
Is it really you? Don't jump, watch your body.
Oh my, I really didn't expect that the boy who used to bully you would actually marry you.
This is really. But you've grown up and become even more beautiful. That's wonderful. But, Teacher Chin, you've gotten old.
Li Xiaochun was a little unhappy, especially when she saw Teacher Chin's white hair and wrinkles on her face. She couldn't help but feel sad.
Teacher Chin was overjoyed. How can I not age? I'm already 65 this year. If I don't age, I'll become a monster. You guys are.
Zhang Feng walked over with a smile. Xiaochun wanted to see her old school, but found that it had been demolished and rebuilt. She no longer has the place where she has memories of the past, and she is feeling sad here.
Teacher Chin laughed heartily upon hearing this, and tapped Zhang Feng's forehead. And you're talking about Xiaochun? Back when this school was demolished, who was it that cried all day in the school? Zhang Feng awkwardly touched his nose.
I turned my head to look at the distant sky.
Say whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me. But Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh. Then he put his arm around Teacher Chin's shoulder and said, Teacher Chin hasn't retired yet? You should take a rest too.
Teacher Chin gently patted Li Xiaochun's back, full of emotion. I've retired, but I've been idle at home, so I came here to watch over the gate. Watching the children read and come home from school every day fills my heart with joy and comfort.
Come on, let's go inside and sit down. Good. Li Xiaochun readily agreed.
Seeing that Li Xiaochun agreed, Teacher Chin smiled, took her hand, and walked into the school. At the same time, he told her about some of the things that had happened at the school over the years. For example, which teacher from back then went to junior high school, and which teacher went to another elementary school. Finally, he even told Li Xiaochun that their math teacher from back then was now the principal of the school.
These are all just very ordinary little things.
But Li Xiaochun listened very attentively, occasionally mentioning things that happened back then, which made Teacher Chin laugh heartily. Zhang Feng sat at the door, watching over the gate for Teacher Chin while also trying to understand Li Xiaochun's feelings. Teacher Chin didn't stop until the bell rang, and called out to Zhang Feng, Xiao Feng, go to the office and call your teacher Luo. Tell her that her former star student has come to see her.
Hey!
Zhang Feng smiled as he stood up, made a heart shape with his hands towards Li Xiaochun, and then left the house amidst Li Xiaochun's shy expression.
As for his star pupils, that's true. Back then, Li Xiaochun always got perfect scores in math and was the math teacher's favorite student.
In addition, Li Xiaochun was rather shy and introverted at that time, which made her the math teacher's darling. Therefore, Zhang Feng, who used to bully Li Xiaochun, was a person who liked to bully her back then. Naturally, he became a negative example in the minds of math teachers.
Principal's office.
After Zhang Feng arrived here. First, he looked through the window to make sure the person was inside before gently knocking on the door.
I heard the word come in.
Zhang Feng carefully pushed open the door. There was no way around it. The main reason was that Teacher Luo had left a deep impression on Zhang Feng back then.
When he came in, Teacher Luo looked up and laughed when she saw him. Huh, who do we have here? Isn't this the little tyrant from back then? What brings you here to see me today?
Compared to Teacher Chin, Teacher Luo was much younger, only 48 years old this year. Even so, a large patch of his head had turned white, making him look about 60 years old.
However, it is precisely because of his existence that
Yucai Primary School is able to improve year by year, thanks to a teacher who truly cares about the children. Zhang Feng smiled ingratiatingly. Well, Teacher Luo, that's not nice of you to say.
Why can't I come to see you? Besides, I'm not coming alone this time. I brought my wife. You have to give me some face. After all, I was your pride back then, wasn't I? Stop joking around with me, just tell me, what's the matter? Teacher Luo chuckled and scolded.
Zhang Feng chuckled and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, placing it on his desk.
Don't refuse. This is my only pack. Someone gave it to me, I don't smoke them. I'm just passing on what I've received. Professor Luo, are you busy? I knew it. Let's go. Teacher Luo casually put the cigarettes into his pocket and walked towards the door first. As he passed Zhang Feng, he chuckled and said, Why did you think I would refuse your cigarette? Zhang Feng?
By the time he realized what was happening, Teacher Luo had already left the office.
Zhang Feng quickly chased after him. Hey, Teacher Luo, wait for me. I came to tell you that someone wants to see you. They're sitting with Teacher Chin right now. A few minutes later, Teacher Luo stared blankly at Li Xiaochun in front of her. After regaining his senses, he even thought he had misread it, so he took off his glasses and wiped them several times. When he finally confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed his beloved from back then, he was completely overwhelmed with emotion. No, girl. Why did you marry this brat? Have you forgotten that he burned your braid back then? How could you be so forgetful? Teacher Luo looked somewhat incredulous. Hey Teacher Luo, that's going too far. There's an old saying that it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. Are you just jealous of my happiness? Before Li Xiaochun could say anything, Zhang Feng became unhappy. Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue at Zhang Feng smugly before replying with a smile, Teacher Luo, it's all fate. Besides, Zhang Feng is so good to me now. Look, I'm pregnant with 3 babies. Teacher Luo sighed, I know, but I just feel uncomfortable. You had such good grades back then, and this brat ruined them all, humph. At this point, Teacher Luo couldn't help but laugh again, but seeing how good your relationship is, I'm relieved. But, you brat, remember this, never, ever hurt her again, or I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Feng straightened up abruptly, don't worry, you don't need to lift a finger. My mom will deal with me first. Put. Upon hearing this, all 3 people in the room laughed. However, Zhang Feng was left out of the picture. The 3 of them simply ignored him, chatting and laughing, which made Zhang Feng extremely envious. The 3 of them chatted until school ended in the afternoon. Teacher Luo was going to let the students leave the school, mainly those from other villages, and they could only leave if their parents were with them. Teacher Chin helped out from the side. After all, she was getting old, and Teacher Luo couldn't really entrust her with such a heavy workload. Besides, Teacher Luo was taught by Teacher Chin back then, so she could be considered Teacher Chin's mentor. In addition, they are all from the same village. Therefore, Teacher Luo took great care of Teacher Chin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun also chose to leave, promising to visit the 2 during the Chinese New Year, and only then were they allowed to leave. Chapter 46. Can you do me a favor and be my best man? On the way home, Li Xiaochun was in a particularly good mood. She tightened her grip on Zhang Feng's arm, humming the melody of Let Us Row Our Boats. This was the first song Li Xiaochun learned at this school. However, this song seems to have disappeared from textbooks and schools. Zhang Feng gently swayed Li Xiaochun's arm. Are you happy? Li Xiaochun nodded, squinting her eyes as she smiled. I'm so happy to see Teacher Chin and Teacher Luo. I really didn't expect them to still be at the school. It's just that they've all gotten so old. Zhang Feng chuckled, of course. You're going to be a mother soon, how could they not age? But I think they must be very happy to see you today. Hee hee, honey, do you still know this song? Will you sing it with me? Zhang Feng. Sing? On the street? Looking at the villagers coming and going, Zhang Feng's face felt a little hot. Seeing the expectant look in Li Xiaochun's eyes, Zhang Feng still chose to compromise, his lips twitching slightly. Alright, then you start? Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Okay, let's row our boats, get ready, sing. Zhang Feng spoke with his eyes closed. Let's row our oars, and let the little boat push through the waves. When they got home, Zhang Jiandong and Zhou Mei were already back. Seeing the young couple humming a song as they entered, Zhang Jiandong and his partner exchanged glances, but then smiled at each other. Regardless, as long as the 2 of them are happy, does it matter what they do? However, even though they didn't ask, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but want to share. Upon seeing the 2, she rushed to Zhou Mei's side and hugged her arm, saying, Mom, I went to school today and saw Teacher Chin and Teacher Luo. We also talked about many things from the past. Mom, I have something to tell you. The mother and daughter went inside, leaving Zhang Feng and Zhang Jiandong looking at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Drop. Host detected showing affection towards wife. Target gains happiness. Reward, mastery of financial skills. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhang Feng smiled slightly. I sat down next to Zhang Jiandong, savoring the tranquility and warmth of the moment. The next day, Zhang Feng took Li Xiaochun back to Duke town. After spending the morning at his father-in-law's house, the 2 began booking train tickets back to Shanghai. My main task upon returning this time is to get my marriage certificate with Li Xiaochun. Now that the matter is settled, there's no need for me to stay any longer. Most importantly, Wang Lebao's wedding is on the 5th. Today is the 3rd, and starting tomorrow, there are many things to prepare.
As one of Wang Lebao's few brothers in Shanghai, it wouldn't be right for Zhang Feng not to be there. When they got home, Zhou Mei had already packed her things. After they returned, she went straight to the high-speed rail station.
6 p.m., Grand Mansion.
Li Xiaochun lay relaxed on the sofa and stretched out her arms wide.
Ah, it feels so good to be back here, honey, hug me.
Zhang Feng smiled as he hung up the clothes, then walked over and sat down beside her, pulling her into his arms and tapping her forehead. You really don't want to stay in your hometown? Li Xiaochun turned her head away. No, husband, you're not allowed to falsely accuse me. Zhang Feng was completely charmed by her and couldn't resist giving her a kiss on the lips before putting her down. Okay, I'll go prepare dinner for you.
After dinner, let's go for a walk. Okay, honey, you've worked hard.
Li Xiaochun turned to the side, her smile captivating.
After returning to Shanghai,
Zhang Jiandong and Zhou Mei then returned to the old house. This was something Zhang Jiandong and Zhang Feng had agreed upon. During the day, Zhou Mei would go over to help take care of Li Xiaochun, and at night, they would give the young couple some alone time.
Just as Zhang Feng was preparing dinner,
his phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang. Li Xiaochun glanced at it curiously, then grabbed her phone and ran into the kitchen. Then he answered the phone and held it to Zhang Feng's ear.
Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback.
The next moment, Wang Lebao's voice came from the phone. Brother Feng, I need your help urgently.
Ahem, wait, what are you doing, kid? They're getting married soon, what's the rush?
Zhang Feng almost choked on the cooking fumes that were escaping, and retorted irritably.
Wang Lebao was stunned. What are you doing? Nonsense, what can you do at this time? I'm cooking. If you have something to say it now. That. Wang Lebao chuckled obsequiously. How about I do you a favor the day after tomorrow and be your best man? Zhang Feng laughed in exasperation. Didn't you say you didn't need me? I have no choice. Just tell me if you're coming or not. I'm only getting married once in my life, so don't make me lose face. Wang Lebao became anxious. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm cooking. Okay, that's settled then. I won't bother you two anymore. What did you say? Tomorrow? You're coming back? Goodness, that reaction time is unbelievable.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng noticed a small, fair hand sneakily reaching into the plate. Noticing Zhang Feng's gaze, Li Xiaochun froze in place and smiled guiltily. The food my husband made smells so good, I'm getting hungry just smelling it.
Zhang Feng took a breath and pointed to his face. Li Xiaochun happily leaned over and gave him a quick kiss. Don't be angry, honey. Why would I be angry? Alright, you can take it out to eat first, I'll cook 2 more dishes.
Zhang Feng placed the plate in Li Xiaochun's hands with satisfaction and pinched her cheek with a smile.
Li Xiaochun sniffed and put the plate back. No, I want to wait for my husband to eat together. I'm going out, otherwise I really can't hold back anymore. With that, she ran out.
She didn't behave like a pregnant woman at all, which made Zhang Feng very worried. Zhang Feng only breathed a heavy sigh of relief after she sat back down on the sofa and took out her phone. He shook his head with a wry smile and muttered to himself, I added nearly 20 points to her physique, there shouldn't be any problems, right? According to Zhou Mei, when she was 8 months pregnant, she was still working in the fields. It's only been 4 months, there shouldn't be any problems. Zhang Feng let out a breath and continued cooking. 10 minutes later, he brought out 4 dishes and a soup. Then he served Li Xiaochun rice again. Seeing Li Xiaochun's happy expression, Zhang Feng opened his mouth to speak several times.
Until after dinner.
Seeing Li Xiaochun running around rummaging through clothes again, Zhang Feng finally couldn't hold back any longer. He walked over and gently put his arms around her waist. Take it easy next time.
Are you trying to scare me to death?
Li Xiaochun was stunned for a moment, looking at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. Then she looked at her stomach, immediately wrinkled her nose, and pouted with a pitiful expression.
Honey, I don't want to get pregnant anymore. Put.
Zhang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But what could he do?
Just coax them. He held Li Xiaochun in his arms and comforted her softly. Okay, I promise, we'll keep this baby, okay? Be good, okay?
Li Xiaochun snuggled into Zhang Feng's arms, whimpering, Honey, I'm so upset.
Yes, my husband knows. Come on, let me help you find some clothes.
After finally comforting Li Xiaochun, Zhang Feng felt more exhausted than if he had fought a battle.
However, after seeing the smile on Li Xiaochun's face,
all his hard work vanished, leaving only a profound sense of accomplishment.
Chapter 47 Wang Labao's Wedding. After Li Xiaochun changed her clothes, the two went out of their house and strolled around the square below the grand mansion. After all, it's almost 8:30 p.m. now. Given Li Xiaochun's physical condition, it's not appropriate for her to go out any longer. It's quite nice to just wander around down here. Especially at this time, the square of Shengshihaofu was mostly filled with parents playing with their children. Looking at those lively and adorable children, Li Xiaochun's mood improved significantly. She placed her hands on her belly, and a loving smile, unique to mothers, unconsciously appeared on her lips. Just as they reached the edge of the square, a small children's volleyball bounced up to the two of them. Immediately afterward, a little girl who looked about 4 or 5 years old ran over quickly. Zhang Feng was just about to pick up the volleyball and return it to the child. But to their surprise, the child ran right up to Li Xiaochun. He looked at her with shining eyes and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Auntie is so beautiful, so much prettier than my mom." Sigh, why isn't my mom a beautiful mom? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun were completely stunned. Along with them, a woman following behind the little girl was also stunned. It was obvious that she was the little girl's mother, and it was equally obvious that the little girl's fate was likely to be tragic. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun couldn't help but feel sympathy for the little girl as they looked at her. Behind the girl, her mother, embarrassed and fearing her daughter might say something shocking, rushed over, scooped the girl into her arms, and gave her a light slap on the bottom. "You brat, just wait till I get back and see how I deal with you." After speaking, the woman bowed slightly to Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun, full of apology. "I'm sorry, the child is ignorant. Well, I won't bother you anymore, I'm really sorry." Put. Watching the woman leave with the child, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Actually, that older sister is very pretty too, right? Is this what they call in a daughter's eyes, even her own mother is ugly? Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then put his arm around Li Xiaochun's shoulder. "What are you saying? Our daughter will definitely not say that in the future." Li Xiaochun made a face, proudly raising her little head, her face full of "praise me for being pretty" expressions. Actually, apart from the older women, almost none of the women in this neighborhood are ugly. After all, one can afford to buy a house in Shengshihaofu. Even in Shanghai, they would be considered upper middle class. After all, a house costing tens of millions is not something everyone can afford. And these people, whether it's their own daughters or their wives, are completely unlikely to be ugly. Don't talk about marrying a virtuous wife, everyone knows that principle. But once you have the means, who wouldn't want to marry a beautiful woman? Zhang Feng chuckled and pinched Li Xiaochun's cheek. Just as he was about to speak, a child who looked no more than a year old wobbled over, grabbed Li Xiaochun's leg, and looked up at her with his bald little head, giggling. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was so angry he laughed. "Okay. This little brat is so big, and he actually wants to steal his wife?" Just then, a girl of about 23 or 24 years old ran over quickly, picked up the child, pinched his little face full of collagen, and said through gritted teeth, "You little rascal, Auntie just blinked and you came over to flirt with me, didn't you? Where did you learn this bad habit from?" The child didn't understand what his aunt was saying at all. Just watching Li Xiaochun laugh and giggle, even reaching out her chubby little hands for a hug. The girl quickly pressed the child's hand down, and bowed to Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun, both amused and exasperated, saying, "I'm so sorry, the child was too naughty. I hope you don't mind." "I'm really sorry." Li Xiaochun smiled slightly and said, "It's alright. Besides, this little guy is really cute." "Is he your sister's child?" The girl nodded and said, "Yes, it's my sister's house. I'm a graduate student at Shanghai University and I'm staying at my sister's house temporarily." "A graduate student? That's great." A hint of envy flashed in Li Xiaochun's eyes. She was eligible to take the postgraduate entrance exam at the time, but some things happened that forced her to withdraw from it. This was her own secret, and even Zhang Lu didn't know it. After apologizing to the two of them again, the girl finally ran away before the little guy, who was about to leave for Bengbu, started crying. But soon, Li Xiaochun and Zhang Feng heard a loud cry. "Put." Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh again, and gently patted Zhang Feng's arm. "Honey, do you men like pretty girls since you were little?" Zhang Feng was stunned. "Huh? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything." Li Xiaochun looked suspicious and laughed. "If you didn't, why did you burn my braids and bully me?" "That." Zhang Feng reached out and pulled Li Xiaochun into his arms, changing the subject. "Alright, I was young and ignorant back then. Besides, Do you want me to be a pervert since I was a child? Lee Xiaochun pouted, baby doesn't care.
Anyway, when baby gets angry, at least, 3 kisses are needed to make her feel better.
Okay, not just 3, 30 is fine too.
Zhang Feng carried her to a nearby bench and sat down, watching the square dancing in the middle of the square and swaying gently. The two sat there until 9:30. It wasn't until the weather turned cold that Zhang Feng stood up and pulled Li Xiaochun, saying, "Let's go, it's time to go back and rest." With a blush on her face, Li Xiaochun leaned her head against Zhang Feng's chest, following him step by step. Later, she put all her weight on Zhang Feng. With dozens of points of physique boost, this weight was nothing to Zhang Feng.
As I walked into the building,
he simply picked Li Xiaochun up in his arms and carried her into the elevator.
The next day, Zhang Feng opened his eyes, feeling refreshed.
He looked at Li Xiaochun, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and smiled as he kissed her forehead. Only then did he get dressed, go out to wash up, and prepare breakfast.
While Zhang Feng was busy preparing breakfast, a shop in the Linjiang residential area. Wang Lebo has been so badly abused that he's almost unrecognizable.
Not only did she have dark circles under her eyes, but her hair was also a mess, and her clothes were crooked and askew. Even so, he was still on his phone making calls,
booking banquets, delivering wedding dresses, reserving wedding cars, and so on.
Although his parents came from the countryside, there are still big differences between weddings in the city and those in the countryside. So his parents couldn't help much at all, and almost all the big and small things fell on Wang Lebao's shoulders. A few minutes later, Wang Lebao hung up the phone, then let out a heavy sigh of relief, slumped onto the wedding bed, and showed a look of both laughter and tears on his face. But as soon as he sat down, before he could even catch his breath, the door was pushed open from the outside. A thin but very capable young man ran in. He slapped Wang Lebao on the thigh. "Get up quickly, it's time to go see the wedding cars." Inside the room, Wang Lebao stood up weakly, swayed inside, then reached out and put his hand on the young man in front of him. "Boss, let me tell you, anyone who gets married a second time in this life is a bastard."
Snap. The young man called boss slapped Wang Lebao on the back. "What are you saying? What's wrong? You don't even want the class monitor anymore? You want a second chance? Believe me, we guys will beat you to death first.
Hurry up, stop dawdling here. The wedding car company has already called twice."
Wang Lebao chuckled foolishly. "Yeah, let's go then.
Oh, and don't forget to call Brother Feng and tell him to come over right away.
That guy's stuck in his boudoir and won't come out, damn it."
Okay.
The eldest brother pushed Wang Lebao out.
Only after getting into the car did he take out his phone, find Zhang Feng's number, and dial it.
Chapter 48 Brothers Reunite. A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era. Zhang Feng was enjoying a sweet breakfast with Li Xiaochun when the phone rang, shattering their cozy moment. He took out his phone with a huff, but when he saw the incoming call, he paused for a moment. Then he quickly made a should gesture to Li Xiaochun before answering the phone. "Hey. Boss, what made you suddenly decide to call me?"
"Fengzi, get up quickly, Xiaobao can't hold on much longer."
Zhang Feng was taken aback. "You're all here?"
"You're here.
Now there are 6 of us in the dorm, and you're the only one missing. Are you free?
If you have one, go to the Yuanding Sancheng Wedding Company now. I'm taking Xiaobao to look at wedding cars."
"Okay, I'll be right there."
Zhang Feng agreed, hung up the phone, and casually popped something into his mouth. He hurriedly grabbed his coat, then ran to Li Xiaochun and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. "Honey, I'm going to go look at the wedding cars with Xiaobao first.
You stay home and wait for mom to come over, okay?"
A hint of reluctance flashed in Li Xiaochun's eyes, but she did not refuse. After all, she had heard the entire phone call. It wouldn't be appropriate for Zhang Feng and his brothers to reunite with her. So she pointed to her other cheek, pouted, and said, "Okay, but you have to give me 2 kisses, and you can't drink too much outside." Zhang Feng smiled and kissed him, then shook the car keys in his hand. "I'm driving, why are you drinking?"
"I'm leaving, I'll be back soon. Goodbye, husband."
Li Xiaochun saw Zhang Feng off to the door before returning to the dining table, looking dejected. Without Zhang Feng by her side, she suddenly felt that none of the delicious food on the table tasted good. He forced down a few bites, then put down his chopsticks, rested his chin on his hands, and glanced at the digital clock on the wall.
"My husband left 5 minutes ago, and I miss him so much, sob sob sob."
Just then, the door was pushed open.
Jo Mei came in carrying the groceries for lunch and asked in confusion, "Honey, what was that brat doing running out in such a panic?" Did something happen to someone?
Li Staochun's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up, ran over, and took the things from Zhou Mei's hands. Mom, it's nothing, it's just that Wang Lebo is getting married tomorrow. Several of their college roommates came, so they went over for a get-together.
Is that so? Did you tell him? Never mind, I'll just call him myself. At the same time, Zhang Feng had already driven out of the residential area and headed straight for the wedding company.
Fortunately, it was still early, and the Shangshi mansion was not far from the wedding company, so Zhang Feng arrived just in time to meet Wang Lebao and the others. Zhang Feng remained silent for a moment as he looked at the young man standing next to Wang Lebao. Then, he smiled, strode over, and punched the other man in the chest. Gao Haoyu, you still have the nerve to show your face? 5 years, so what? If it weren't for Xiaobao's wedding, you weren't planning on showing up? Gao Haoyu, the eldest in Zhang Feng's dormitory, is from Jiangpan in northeast China. He is generous and righteous.
Although his family doesn't have much wealth, he is undoubtedly the number one person in the dormitory. Everyone respected him because he was truly dedicated when there was trouble. After graduating from university, Gao Haoyu left Shanghai, though they initially kept in touch. But then this guy seemed to vanish into thin air. He wouldn't answer the phone, and when we went to find him, we were told he had moved. Originally, he thought he would never have the chance to meet again in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, this time he was brought out. This is why Zhang Feng rushed over in such a hurry. After all, Gao Haoyu had taken the blame for him a lot when they were in school. Gao Haoyu hugged Zhang Feng and patted him on the back. We can talk about our business later. Let's help Xiaobao look after the wedding car first.
As he spoke, Gao Haoyu glanced at Zhang Feng's Lincoln Navigator and gave him a thumbs up. The wedding planning company was finalized last week. We're just here now to make final confirmations and choose the decorations for the wedding cars.
Thanks to Zhang Feng's help, Wang Lebao now has some money, so he's become much more generous.
The wedding car was a Porsche. The rental fee is 8,000 yuan per day, and with the entire wedding car fleet, the cost for one day is a full 30,000 yuan. You should know that in Zhang Feng's area, wedding cars are usually rented from relatives and friends, at most an Audi or Mercedes from the wedding planning company, which only costs a few hundred yuan a day.
30,000 yuan. It's clear how much Wang Lebao has bleed.
After selecting the decorations and finalizing the wedding car lineup, Wang Lebao paid the wedding company another 10,000 yuan.
The remaining 10,000 yuan would be settled after the wedding tomorrow.
It was already 9:30 a.m. when they walked out of the wedding company.
Wang Lebao gently patted his forehead. Goodness, it's finally all done. Boss, is everything all right now? Gao Haoyu put his arm around his neck. Nothing? How could it be? The 6 of us haven't gotten together for years. We have to have a good drink this time, right? Wang Lebao's lips twitched slightly. Damn, can't we do it tomorrow? I just want to sleep right now.
Okay, let's have a get-together then, but no drinking. I really can't hold on any longer. I'm afraid I'll die from over-drinking.
Gao Haoyu nodded cheerfully. Considering how pitiful you are, let's arrange it this way. Fengzi, what do you say? Zhang Feng waved his phone. Anything is fine.
I just made a reservation at Su Family Restaurant.
How about it?
Gao Haoyu was about to nod when he suddenly realized what was happening and stared at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Holy crap, Fengzi, you've struck it rich?
Su Family Restaurant. A traditional restaurant that has been passed down since the 1920s.
Legend has it that the first head chef was a court chef in the late Qing dynasty, who was a master of Huaiyang cuisine. However, this century-old shop began a large-scale renovation after the turn of the century. Apart from the taste remaining the same, everything else, including the service and environment, has been completely renovated. Most importantly, the price has increased several dozen times compared to what I heard in the last century. Of course, these are all rumors.
Zhang Feng and his group did indeed visit Su Family Restaurant once.
But as soon as they entered, before they even had a chance to order, they were scared away by the prices on the menu. From that time on, Su Family Restaurant. This became their biggest obsession during their university years, permeating every aspect of their lives. Therefore, after hearing that Zhang Feng had booked the location for Su Family Restaurant,
that's why Gao Haoyu reacted so strongly.
After all, a simple meal there costs tens of thousands of yuan, which was quite beyond his expectations.
As the only insider, Wang Lebao immediately overpowered Gao Haoyu. Don't worry, Brother Feng is really rich now. Do you know where he lives?
A luxurious mansion, a single house costs over 10 million, pay in full. Brothers, I was able to get married smoothly this time thanks to Brother Feng's help of 300,000 yuan, so you can eat without worry today. Let's experience what it's like to eat at the expense of the wealthy. Gao Haoyu's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. Although it was well hidden, Zhang Feng still managed to spot it and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the boss has something on his mind. Zhang Feng gently patted Gao Haoyu's shoulder and chuckled, let's go. We can also talk about where you've been all these years.
Don't you consider us brothers anymore? Gao Haoyu took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily, and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll call them now. Back when they were in school, there were 6 people in Zhang Feng's dormitory. Zhang Feng is the 5th oldest, ahead of Wang Lebao.
Gao Haoyu is the eldest, and Wang Lebao is the youngest. In addition, there is Sun Wei as the 2nd oldest, Wu Zijuan as the 3rd oldest, and Xiao Fei as the 4th oldest. They were not only in the same dormitory, but also in the same department and the same class. Therefore, their bond is even deeper than that of ordinary roommates. This time, Wang Lebao was the first of the 6 brothers to get married. Their marriage partner was none other than their class monitor, Zhang Tiantian, so they had no choice but to come over. I suppose that's why Gao Haoyu was blown up, right? Chapter 49. You really struck it rich? Half an hour later. Food streets near universities in Shanghai. Zhang Feng also saw Sun Wei and the others, who had been separated by distance, and gave each of them a huge bear hug. He slapped them hard on the back a few times, finally releasing the pent-up longing in his heart. After the hug, Sun Wei punched Zhang Feng on the shoulder first. Great job, Fengzi. Of the 6 brothers, you're the most successful now, aren't you? I heard you already have a younger brother and sister-in-law. And you're pregnant? Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. After Xiao Bao's matter is settled, I will introduce her to you. No, please. Wu Zijuan raised his hand and pressed down on Zhang Feng's shoulder. We brothers didn't have much to do this afternoon. I heard you went to stay at Shengshi Mansion. A multi-million-dollar mansion. Surely it's all right to let the brothers go over and see the place, to familiarize themselves with it? Slightly startled, Zhang Feng turned to look at Wang Lebao. Seeing Wang Lebao nod, he smiled again. Okay, as long as it doesn't interfere with Xiaobao's business, then after dinner, I'll invite you over as guests. But let's make it clear first, no alcohol is allowed for lunch. If you want to drink, we can drink as much as we want at Xiaobao's wedding tomorrow. The 6 brothers walked into Su's restaurant, chatting and laughing. Then, to the astonishment of Gao Haoyu and the other 4, Zhang Feng directly called a waiter and led them to a VIP room on the 3rd floor. They only realized what was happening after they were seated in the private room. Gao Haoyu immediately moved closer to Zhang Feng and whispered, Fengzi, aren't you afraid of getting scolded by your wife when you get home? I heard that the minimum charge for this private room is 30,000 yuan. We're not strangers, how can you explain this back home? Xiao Fei frowned and said, that's right, it doesn't matter where we gather, it's just eating and drinking, we don't care about saving face. If this makes you quarrel with your sister-in-law, then we should get out of here as soon as possible. Sun Wei patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Fengzi, as the saying goes, if you want to find one person to love, you'll stay together until old age. Since your sister-in-law is willing to have your child, she's determined to spend her life with you. We can't just act like a big shot and mess around. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, slapped away several people's hands. What are you saying? Don't worry, don't you know what kind of person I am? The kind of person who would abandon his family for the sake of face? Hurry up and sit down, order whatever you want to eat. Today is the first time in 5 years that we've all gathered together, so don't hold back. Gao Haoyu was still a little worried and asked with a concerned look, are you really alright? Why don't you call your sister-in-law first? We'll ask her, otherwise we won't dare to eat this meal. Even Wang Lebao joined in the fun. That's right, Xiaobao, take it easy, tell your sister-in-law first. Zhang Feng was thoroughly annoyed by their insults. But deep down, I felt warm inside. After all, their intentions were good, they just wanted their brother to have a better life. Slightly helpless, he took out his phone, found Li Xiaochun's number, and dialed it. Li Xiaochun seemed to have been waiting for his call, so she answered the phone as soon as it rang. Then came Li Xiaochun's happy voice, honey, did you miss me? Gao Haoyu and the others were speechless at this sweet remark. Upon hearing from Wang Lebao that Zhang Feng's wife, Li Xiaochun, was a stunning beauty, the group fell completely silent. Zhang Feng couldn't help but cough twice. Cough cough, be good, stop fooling around. I'm at Su family restaurant with a few brothers. They're worried I'll spend money recklessly, so they insisted on calling you to let you know.
Come on, tell them, do you think your husband is short of money? Ah.
Hearing that Jiang Feng's brothers were all there, Li Xiaochun immediately screamed in embarrassment and said angrily, "You bad husband, why didn't you say so earlier?
This is so embarrassing. You have to make it up to me when you get back, or I'll go tell mom."
Okay, but could you tell me first if we could eat here?
I reckon it'll cost tens of thousands of yuan.
Li Xiaochun was slightly taken aback and instinctively wanted to refute.
But then, thinking of Jiang Feng's current wealth, she breathed a sigh of relief and said somewhat shyly, "That's all? I thought it would cost more. Feed up, and don't forget to bring me some too."
Good. Jiang Feng hung up the phone with a smile, just about to speak. Then he saw Gao Haoyu and the other four looking at him like he was a ghost. Their expressions made him tremble. Inside the private room,
Jiang Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, and his scalp tingled. "Wait, guys, are you guys still going to eat or not? Holy crap! Fengzi, you've really struck it rich?" Chao Fei was the first to react, and suddenly grabbed Jiang Feng's shoulder, looking him up and down.
They seemed to want to see what made this younger brother, who had been taken care of in school, different from them. Sun Wei breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, "All right, since your wife says it's nothing, let's sit down. But let's make this clear first, when we get to Fengzi's place, the brothers should all know what to do, so I won't go into details."
"Okay, sit down. Don't let Fengzi feel like we're looking down on him."
Gao Haoyu also came to his senses and invited his brothers to sit down. But after hesitating for a moment, he looked at Jiang Feng and said, "This place is a one-time thing, don't do it again. For gatherings and such, I think the roadside barbecue stalls are just fine." Jiang Feng sighed, both amused and exasperated. "All right, I'll do as you say, but we'll eat and drink as usual this noon. Waiter, please give us the menu so they can order."
Despite Jiang Feng repeatedly telling him to order whatever he wanted.
However, Gao Haoyu and the others ultimately chose only the cheapest dish each. In the end, Jiang Feng added a few decent dishes. He appreciated the gesture, but that didn't mean he would listen to them. If it weren't for the fear that these people wouldn't accept it. He really wanted to tell them all about his wealth and let them know what it meant to have nothing to lose. After the waiter left, Jiang Feng finally turned his attention to Gao Haoyu.
"Boss, tell us about it. What has happened all these years? I can't get through on the phone, and he's disappeared without a trace?"
Gao Haoyu was slightly taken aback, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Before he could speak, Jiang Feng raised his hand and continued, "If you consider us brothers, then tell the truth.
What can't we brothers shoulder together? Of course, if you don't consider us brothers, then just pretend I didn't say anything. After this meal, you can do whatever you want from now on." "Yeah, boss, I'm not saying this to be mean, but I felt something was off when you came yesterday. But considering you had your own reasons, I held back from asking. Now that Fengzi has brought it up, let's talk it over and see what's going on."
Chao Fei leaned against Gao Haoyu, his face radiating an air of "I'll beat you up at the slightest provocation."
Gao Haoyu's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Several seconds passed before he looked up and sighed, saying, "Fine, it's not like it's anything shameful anyway.
As you all know, I come from a single-parent family and have lived with my dad since I was a child. The year I graduated, my dad was diagnosed with pulmonary edema and sepsis. After spending all our savings, we were only able to barely control his condition, but there was basically no chance of a complete cure." At this point, Gao Haoyu's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth to hold back his tears. "Later I heard that there was a way to treat my father in the provincial capital, so I sold our old house and went to the provincial capital for treatment. But when I got there I found out that it would cost more than 1,000,000 yuan to cure him. My old house is in the suburbs, and it only sold for a little over 600,000 yuan. In order to raise money for my father's medical treatment, we have been working hard all these years."
"Never mind, I'm not going to say anything more." Bang! Wang Lebao suddenly grabbed Gao Haoyu's shoulder, then raised his hand and grabbed his collar.
"Boss, you're such a jerk.
You didn't tell us about something this important? What the hell are you trying to do? Don't you consider us brothers?" Xiao Bao. Jiang Feng stood up and pressed Wang Lebao down, then looked at Gao Haoyu. "Now? How's uncle?"
Gao Haoyu leaned back in his chair, trying to hold back his tears, and a relieved, sorrowful smile appeared on his face.
"He's gone. He passed away last winter.
I took him back to my hometown.
I've been busy paying off debts lately.
I'm so sorry that on Xiaobao's joyous occasion, I made everyone grieve along with me.
It's my fault, really. Get out."
Before Gao Haoyu could finish speaking, Zhang Feng slapped him across the face, stared into Gao Haoyu's eyes, and then patted him hard on the shoulder. How much do you still owe?
A few 100,000, I guess.
I'm doing pretty well working where I am now, making 15,000 a month. I should be able to pay it off in 3 to 5 years.
Let's not talk about that. If you still consider me your boss, then listen to me.
These next few days are a big day for Xiao Bao.
If you keep acting like this, I'm really going to lose my temper.
This statement completely shut down Zhang Feng and his team's line of thinking.
Most importantly, Gao Haoyu's father is gone. As for repaying the money, they didn't say anything. Gao Haoyu had to handle it himself.
Now that they've paid the money, given Gao Haoyu's personality, things will inevitably be even more difficult for him. At the same time, he'll have to endure inner turmoil, feeling like he's let his brothers down. In that case, it will be even more difficult to see this boss again in the future. What was supposed to be a happy gathering? Because of Gao Haoyu's situation, the atmosphere in the private room suddenly became somewhat somber.
After a long while,
Zhang Feng let out a long sigh and returned to his seat.
Boss, I remember you have excellent financial skills. You said you wanted to get an accounting certificate, did you pass it? I passed the exam right after I finished dealing with my dad's affairs. What's wrong?
Gao Haoyu was a little confused and looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression.
Zhang Feng waved his hand. It's nothing, I just need an accountant here. Do you want to come help me out? Keep an eye on the money for me? You started a company? Gao Haoyu paused for a moment, then realized and said, that's true.
If you hadn't started a company, you probably wouldn't have the wealth you have today.
Okay, just say the word and I'll come over. Anyway, it's just a temporary job over there, so it doesn't matter when I quit. Okay, let's start today. You'll be my chief financial officer.
But let me make this clear first, my work here is quite busy, and you'll need to learn some foreign languages. Most importantly, you'll probably be traveling back and forth between China and other countries. For now, let's set the monthly salary at 50,000, with a bonus every quarter. At this point, Zhang Feng also looked at Sun Wei and the others. You guys too, if you want to come and follow me.
Goodbye.
Before Zhang Feng could finish speaking, Wu Zijuan interrupted him. Among us, Fengzi, you are a top student, and the eldest is also a top student.
There are only 4 of us. If it weren't for you guys guiding us back in school, we probably wouldn't have been able to graduate.
That's right, we know our own capabilities, and we're not incapable of getting by right now. If we really encounter difficulties, we'll come to you again.
Alright, enough of that. Let's eat. It's a party today, so everyone better be happy. Chapter 50. What are you planning to make me do? Holy crap, this is the legendary upscale residential area? This environment, this management, this property. Fengzi, I admit I'm envious. It's really great.
The landscaping, parking spaces, and other amenities are far superior to those low to mid-range residential areas.
I'm so envious. Fengzi, can you share your experience? How did you suddenly unleash your full potential?
Inside the Shangshi Haofu residential community.
Gao Haoyu and his 4 friends looked around in amazement, their eyes filled with undisguised envy.
Zhang Feng smiled as he parked the car in the underground garage. Wang Lebao originally planned to park in the temporary parking space, but when he saw that 3 consecutive parking spaces were all named after Zhang Feng, he realized that the parking spaces were not occupied by Zhang Feng.
He was immediately terrified. Holy crap, Brother Feng. You actually bought 3 parking spaces? You're such a big spender, aren't you? The other people had similar expressions.
After all, buying a house and buying a parking space are 2 different things. Many people work their whole lives and only have one house, while parking spaces are always temporary. Sun Wei and his friends are still living in their old home in the countryside and commute to get off work by car every day.
But that doesn't mean they don't want to move to the city, it's just that their financial situation doesn't allow it.
Zhang Feng parked the car and chuckled. No, this parking space was a gift.
5 people. Even though I know Zhang Feng is telling the truth, why the hell do I want to punch him so badly?
Zhang Feng had already called Li Xiaoqun before he came. So when they stepped out of the elevator, they saw Li Xiaoqun standing at the door, her eyes fixed on the elevator. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Li Xiaoqun's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over. But after running only 2 steps, she remembered what Zhang Feng had said earlier, so she quickly slowed down, walked over with a smile, and stuck out her tongue, looking a little guilty. Then she waved to Gao Haoyu and the other four, saying, "Hello, my name is Li Xiaochun, and I am Jiang Feng's wife." Gao Haoyu and the other three stared at Zhang Feng in disbelief. The main reason was that Li Xiaochun's looks were so stunning that they felt like they were looking at a two-dimensional beauty, so they couldn't react for a moment. It wasn't until Li Xiaochun's voice came out that they snapped out of their daze and hurriedly nodded and greeted her.
Li Xiaochun smiled slightly and said, "Come in quickly." Gao Haoyu shook his head, looking at Wang Lebao with a strange expression. "Xiao Bao, is this what you meant by a little pretty?" Sun Wei and the other two also looked at Wang Lebao with unfriendly expressions. Damn, if she's only a little pretty, are there any beautiful women left in this world? Wang Lebao felt his scalp tingling under their gazes, and forced himself to say, "But Tian is right here, what am I supposed to say?" Hurry up, she's already gone." "I'll settle the score with you when we get back." Wu Zijuan rolled her eyes, then quickly turned around and followed Zhang Feng. Enter the living room. Li Xiaochun greeted the others again and then went back to her bedroom to find Zhou Mei. The main problem was that Zhang Feng's brothers arrived rather suddenly. Apart from knowing Wang Lebao, she was meeting the others for the first time and really didn't know what to say. And she could tell too. If she were there, those people wouldn't be able to let loose. Rather than that, it would be better to leave the space to the brothers. As expected, after Li Xiaochun entered the bedroom, Gao Haoyu and the other four, including Wang Lebao, all breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wei punched Zhang Feng again, looking at him with a serious expression. "Your wife is so beautiful, and she's even willing to have your child. Did you save the galaxy in your past life?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "Be nice to her. You can tell she's a good girl." Zhang Feng chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, I care much more than you do. Besides, we've known each other since elementary school. We're childhood sweethearts." Zhang Feng's words effectively shut down everything Gao Haoyu and the others wanted to say. After all, since they were childhood sweethearts, their two families must be very familiar with each other and know each other inside and out. Putting everything else aside, Zhang Feng wouldn't act recklessly, even considering the relationship between the two families. With their understanding of Zhang Feng, the group completely relaxed and began to tour Zhang Feng's home. It must be said that the design of the large-scale apartments in Shengshi Mansion really makes people look good. Now that they no longer felt guilty, the five of them had already started discussing. "Holy crap, I didn't dare look before, but now I realize, this living room is freaking huge. Wow, so comfortable. And this balcony, in the summer you can curl up here, drink, and enjoy the breeze. Wow, just thinking about it makes me envious. This kitchen is almost as big as my house. It's too luxurious, too decadent. Brother Feng, is it too late to curry favor with him?" Zhang Feng showed them around the house, listening to their flattery. Although he wasn't particularly vain, at that moment, Zhang Feng discovered that the feeling of having one's vanity satisfied was really great. The group stayed at Zhang Feng's place until 4 p.m., but Wang Lebao and the others left first because they still needed to prepare for tomorrow's wedding. However, Zhang Feng kept Gao Haoyu behind, mainly to explain his business and some things that Gao Haoyu would be responsible for next. Gao Haoyu originally thought Zhang Feng was just a successful entrepreneur with a small company, but after Zhang Feng finished explaining his business, Gao Haoyu almost collapsed. Seeing Gao Haoyu's bewildered expression, Zhang Feng sighed and said nothing more. After all, these are things he has to go through. Otherwise, his achievements would be limited, and Zhang Feng wouldn't be able to help him much, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. After all, although those industries belonged to him, they were related to the livelihoods of countless people, and he couldn't afford to disrupt the operation of the entire industry for the sake of Gao Haoyu alone. It took Gao Haoyu more than half an hour to barely process the information shock brought by Zhang Feng, and he looked at Zhang Feng with a complicated expression. "Fengzi, are you sure you're not joking with me?" Zhang Feng leaned back on the sofa, chuckled, and shook his head. Gao Haoyu took a deep breath before nodding. "What do you want me to do?" Zhang Feng sat up straight and put his hand on his shoulder. "Just check the accounts, start with the Jin Mao Tower. Are you confident?" Gao Haoyu's eyes gleamed. "Since you've given me this opportunity, if I don't achieve something, wouldn't I make you lose face?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer in a week at most." Chapter 51 SOS Call. I continued chatting with Zhang Feng for a while longer. Gao Haoyu then left. Unlike when he arrived, his face was full of worry. As he left, his eyes shone with anticipation for the future. Zhang Feng escorted Gao Haoyu out of the residential area before returning home. In the living room, Li Xiaochun was fiddling with her phone, her long legs casually propped up on the coffee table, swaying slightly.
Seeing Jiang Feng return, she quickly tossed her phone aside, rushed into his arms, and looked at him with a pitiful expression, saying,
"Honey, I miss you so much." Jiang Feng, both amused and exasperated, kissed her on the cheek. "Didn't I come back a long time ago?"
Li Xiaochun snorted and turned her head away arrogantly. "You came back, but you didn't stay with me."
"It's the same as if you didn't come back at all."
"I don't care, at least 3 kisses, plus a hug and to lift you up high."
Okay, kisses, hugs, and piggyback rides." Jiang Feng was overjoyed.
He first kissed Li Xiaochun's face several times, and then picked her up. She did this several times, which made Li Xiaochun giggle and laugh heartily.
In the kitchen, Zhou Mei looked at them with a warm, ant-like smile. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is wonderful." Just as Li Xiaochun was enjoying her husband's doting affection, her phone rang at an inopportune moment. I listened to the phone ringing.
Li Xiaochun buried her head in Jiang Feng's arms and muttered angrily.
Who is it that has no sense of public decency? Doesn't she know that she's currently nurturing her relationship with her husband? I'm so angry, I'm not answering.
Jiang Feng nuzzled her face against his, then chuckled and picked her up. Then he returned to the sofa, picked up her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and said softly, "It's Lulu's call, she probably has something to say, answer it." Li Xiaochun whimpered as she crawled out of Jiang Feng's arms and reluctantly answered the phone. But before she could speak, Zhang Lu's anxious voice came through the phone. "Girls, come quick to the Shanghai Hotel and save me. I'm on the 18th floor." After finishing speaking, Zhang Lu hung up the phone without giving Li Xiaochun a chance to reply.
Li Xiaochun?
Suddenly, she remembered what Zhang Lu had told her earlier, and hurriedly stood up from Jiang Feng's lap. "Honey, Lulu is in danger, let's go quickly." Jiang Feng also realized that something was wrong, and quickly got up to put a coat on Li Xiaochun. What exactly happened? With a worried look on her face, Li Xiaochun pushed Jiang Feng out the door. "Last night, Lulu told me that a guild wanted to sign her. The meeting was at the Shanghai Hotel. Lulu has been waiting for this signing opportunity for half a year, but why is this happening?" Jiang Feng suddenly realized that he had clearly been tricked. Either the guild has a problem, or there are scammers using the guild's reputation to do something shady. Just in case. After Jiang Feng drove out of the residential area, he then called Shen Wanjin directly and asked him to send a lawyer to the Shanghai Hotel. If there's a problem with the guild, he'll make the guild disappear completely. If it's a scammer, he'll also let them know why the flowers are so red. Because they were worried that Zhang Lu might cause trouble. So Jiang Feng was driving a bit fast on the road, but luckily it wasn't rush hour yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Feng parked his car at the entrance of the Shanghai Hotel. He tossed the car keys to the security guard, who ran over and casually handed him 300 yuan. "Brother, I'm in a hurry, could you park my car for me?" "Thanks." The security guard froze, staring at Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun as they hurried inside. He glanced down at the parking fee in his hand, shook his head with a wry smile, and said, "This young man, never mind, let's wait until he gets back." However, to Jiang Feng's surprise, when they arrived at the Shanghai Hotel, a young man immediately came over and bowed to them, saying, "Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, hello. I am Wang Weichen, the chief lawyer of Rongshan Group. I've already found out their location, room number 4 on the 18th floor. But I called the door several times, and they didn't open it. I'm currently communicating with the hotel manager." Jiang Feng's eyes flickered. "Are you sure it's a guest room, and not a conference room or something?" Wang Weichen shook his head. "It can be confirmed that it is a guest room." Jiang Feng took a deep breath. At that moment, he really had the urge to slap Zhang Lu. "How old are you? How can you not even tell the difference? What are you doing a live stream?" No, with her brain, she'd probably get ripped off even if she went to work. He pondered for a moment. Jiang Feng looked at Wang Weichen. "What did the manager say?" Wang Weichen frowned and said, "The manager said they don't have the right to open the room." Jiang Feng nearly choked to death, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Go tell the manager to use the key to open the door. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, but if something irreversible happens because he doesn't open the door, I'll make sure his hotel goes out of business." This is exactly what Wang Weichen was waiting for. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, he quickly walked over. In less than 30 seconds, they got the keys and the three of them hurriedly went upstairs. On the 18th floor, Wang Weichen easily found his way to room number 4, and casually opened the door. The instant the door opened, a scream rang out.
Stop right there, you bastard.
Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Feng quickly released Li Xiaochun and rushed into the guest room. The next moment, his anger began to surge. He stomped his toes on the ground and charged towards the two men in the guest room. With two muffled thuds, two shirtless men crashed heavily to the ground.
Li Xiaochun then rushed in, ignoring the two men, and went straight to Zhang Lu. He pulled her up from the ground and asked, "Lulu, are you all right?" When Zhang Lu saw Li Xiaochun, she froze instantly, hugged Li Xiaochun, and burst into tears.
Zhang Feng sighed heavily. Attorney Wang, investigate these two people and see if they have any criminal records.
Also, help me sue this hotel. Two men and a woman came to book a room, and they actually let them? This matter is not over until they give me an explanation. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Wang Weichen responded, took photos of the two men, and then quickly left. After he left, Zhang Feng took out his phone and dialed the police. Chapter 52 Live Streaming Platform Shares. 8 p.m. Zhang Feng and his two companions left the police station. After getting into the car, Zhang Feng finally couldn't hold back any longer. He turned around, looked at Zhang Lu, and snapped at her irritably. Are you missing a screw in your head? Two grown men invited you to a hotel, and what's worse, they even booked a room together. And you actually went along like an idiot. What was you thinking? Also, after you realized something was wrong, you had time to call Xiaochun. Why didn't you call the police? This was when I was there. If I wasn't there, how do you plan to get Xiaochun to save you? You idiot, you're a complete idiot. Husband. Li Xiaochun was startled by Zhang Feng's sudden outburst. Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. He sat back down, reached out and ruffled Li Xiaochun's hair, then shook his head and said, I'm fine, it's just. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I always wanted to sign with a guild because only by signing could I get promotions and make money. I'm sorry. In the back seat, Zhang Lu buried her face in her hands and cried bitterly. Only now has she been able to fully release her emotions, otherwise, if she had kept them bottled up inside, something bad would have happened sooner or later. Because of what happened, Zhang Feng didn't let Zhang Lu go back to the rented room. Instead, he took her back to the grand mansion, where Li Xiaochun stayed with her until she fell asleep before leaving the bedroom. Looking at Zhang Feng sitting on the sofa, Li Xiaochun pursed her lips and walked over, nestling in Zhang Feng's arms and softly saying, Honey, Lulu knows she was wrong, so please don't be angry, okay? Mooah. Zhang Feng leaned back on the sofa, picked up Li Xiaochun, adjusted her position to make sure she was comfortable, and then shook his head and spoke. I'm not angry, I'm furious at their lack of ambition, and I'm also a little scared. What's there to be afraid of? Li Xiaochun asked curiously. Zhang Feng rested his chin on Li Xiaochun's forehead and said with a wry smile, What else could it be? Not only is she your best friend, but she also took care of you for several months. I have to repay that kindness. And I can tell that she truly considers you a sister. You must feel even worse if she gets hurt, right? Put. Li Xiaochun smiled happily. She reached out and hugged Zhang Feng's neck tightly. Honey, how can you be so good to me? Zhang Feng tapped the tip of her nose. Is that all? Isn't this what I should be doing? Li Xiaochun shook her head. No, anyway, my husband is the best, the most handsome, and the most loving husband in the world. Husband, I'm so happy. Drop. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected target gains happiness. Reward, 20% equity stake in the Orange live streaming platform. P.S. All documents have been placed in the study, please retrieve them yourself. A system that suddenly appeared. This caused Zhang Feng's mind to go blank for a moment. When Zhang Lu got into trouble, Zhang Feng was already thinking about whether to acquire a guild. As he mentioned earlier, Zhang Lu took care of Li Xiaochun for several months, eating and living with her, and chatting with her to make her happy. He could never repay this debt of gratitude. In addition, there's the long-standing friendship between Li Xiaochun and Zhang Lu. If something happens to Zhang Lu, the people who will be most heartbroken, besides Zhang Lu's parents, will definitely be Li Xiaochun. Zhang Feng would naturally not allow this situation to occur, so providing Zhang Lu with a safe live streaming environment was essential. But he never expected the system to be so considerate. They directly gave him 20% of the shares in the Orange platform. Although he doesn't know much about the live streaming industry. However, as the largest live streaming platform in China, Juzi Live is valued at over 8 billion yuan.
Most importantly, with this 20% stake, he can completely transform Zhang Lu's live streaming environment into an impenetrable fortress.
The reward for completing the system's digestion.
Zhang Feng finally relaxed completely and smiled as he gave Li Xiaochun a kiss. Alright, we should go rest now, or the baby will protest.
Li Xiaochun winked playfully. Really? Isn't it your husband who's going to protest?
Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback and then sensed that something was wrong.
He twitched his lips slightly and slapped Li Xiaochun's bottom in an annoyed manner. What are you saying? Go to sleep. He.
Li Xiaochun made a funny face and giggled, then hugged Zhang Feng's neck. Hug me, honey. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, picked her up and carried her towards the bedroom.
The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
When Zhang Feng walked out of the bedroom, Zhou Mei was already up and making breakfast.
To his surprise, Zhang Lu had also gotten up and was helping Zhou Mei cook.
Seeing Zhang Feng reminded Zhang Lu of yesterday's events, and she stood there awkwardly, her head bowed shyly.
Zhang Feng, I'm sorry.
Zhang Feng glared at her irritably and walked straight into the restroom. His behavior made Zhang Lu uneasy, and she stood there somewhat at a loss. Zhou Mei also learned about yesterday's events from Zhang Lu, so she had no intention of speaking at this moment.
Zhang Lu must remember this incident thoroughly. Otherwise, if there's one, there will be two.
As her daughter-in-law's best friend, Zhou Mei certainly didn't want Zhang Lu to repeat the same mistake. Just as Zhang Lu was about to break down, Zhang Feng came out with a towel and said, "Don't think about signing with any guild anymore. I'll call Orange Live today and have them connect with you directly.
You can just sign with the company."
Zhang Lu trembled and suddenly looked up at Zhang Feng. She certainly knew about Juicy Livid was currently the largest live streaming platform in China.
She never expected that Zhang Feng would also have connections with Orange Livid was truly unbelievable. Ignoring Zhang Lu's surprised expression, Zhang Feng frowned and asked, "Did you hear what I said?" Zhang Lu then realized what was happening and nodded repeatedly. I heard you, thank you." Zhang Feng nodded noncommittally. At this moment, Li Xiaochun, still half asleep, walked out of the bedroom in her pajamas.
Holding Zhang Feng's phone in her hand, she rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "Honey, it's Xiao Bao on the phone." Zhang Feng's lips twitched slightly. He glared at Zhang Lu again, then quickly grabbed his phone and answered, "Xiao Bao, I'm coming right away." After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked up at Li Xiaochun. "It's Xiao Bao's wedding.
You should pack your things and come with me." Li Xiaochun's eyes widened suddenly. I forgot, wait for me, I'll get ready right away." Seeing Li Xiaochun rush into the bathroom in a panic, Zhou Mei, who was cooking, froze and turned to look at Zhang Feng. "No, I've already cooked." Chapter 53 The Wedding in Progress. Hurry, the wedding car is coming soon." "Xiao Bao, what are you doing over there? Are you ready? How's it going at the hotel? Has anyone gone over to keep an eye on things?" "Second brother, what the hell are you doing there? What are the arrangements at the hotel? Where's the wedding car? What time will it arrive?" "Fifth brother, what time will the wedding car arrive?" 7:20, it won't delay the auspicious time. I'll call again to urge them." When Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun arrived at Wang Lebao's house, it was already in complete chaos. "All our relatives and friends have arrived, we need to make arrangements. Wang Lebao's pre-departure preparations need to be done. We need to communicate with the hotel." In short, the whole scene was a mess, which completely baffled Zhang Feng. He'd attended weddings before, but this was the first time he'd ever seen one like Wang Lebao's. Unlike Zhang Feng, Li Xiaochun looked at the lively atmosphere around her with envy. "Is this what a wedding is?" She turned to look at Zhang Feng beside her, pursed her lips, and raised a beautiful smile. She also tightened her grip on Zhang Feng's hand. Noticing the change in Li Xiaochun's emotions, Zhang Feng turned his head and looked over. After seeing the longing in Li Xiaochun's eyes, he whispered something in her ear. Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'll take you there after Xiao Bao's wedding." Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly, the longing in her eyes now completely undisguised. Before she could even speak, Gao Haoyu ran over and grabbed Zhang Feng, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, but I'll have to borrow your husband for a bit." After saying that, he didn't give Li Xiaochun a chance to react at all, and then dragged Zhang Feng away. Li Xiaochun was slightly taken aback, then burst out laughing. Zhang Feng almost kicked the guy who was suddenly pulled away. "Boss, at least let me settle my wife in. She doesn't know anyone here." Gao Haoyu waved his hand. "Don't worry, I've arranged everything, here."
Zhang Feng turned his head and saw a girl of about 17 or 18 years old standing next to Li Xiaochun, whispering something to each other. Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly, and it seemed that the two were having a good conversation.
Zhang Feng was relieved and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "Nonsense, go change your clothes. You're the best man, and you're going to wear this?" Gao Haoyu looked at Zhang Feng as if he were an idiot. Zhang Feng. Not far away, Li Xiaochun was stunned after laughing. Because she suddenly realized that she didn't know anyone here. She has no idea what to do next. Who can save her? Just as she was feeling a bit lost, a girl ran over with a smile. "Sister-in-law, are you brother Zhang Feng's wife?" Li Xiaochun paused for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." "And you are?" The girl tilted her head and playfully took Li Xiaochun's arm. "My name is Sun Xiaoqian, and Sun Wei is my brother." Sun Wei? Zhang Feng's second brother? Li Xiaochun suddenly realized, and a smile returned to her face. "Don't you go to school?" Sun Xiaoqian stuck out her tongue. "I study at the high school affiliated to Shanghai University. It's a holiday today, so I came along to join in the fun. Hee, mainly because I haven't had a wedding banquet in a long time, and I'm a little craving one." Li Xiaochun was amused by Sun Xiaoqian, but with Sun Xiaoqian's company, Li Xiaochun's anxiety completely subsided, and she followed Sun Xiaoqian upstairs. At 7:20 a.m., the wedding car arrived on time. 2 buses also arrived, carrying Wang Lebao's relatives and friends to the hotel. From the moment he arrived until he got into the wedding car, Zhang Feng was like a wooden puppet being manipulated, having his clothes changed, his hair styled, and even a makeup artist came over to do his makeup. Luckily, he reacted at the last moment, otherwise things would have been much more complicated today. Regardless of what others think, Zhang Feng has always kept his distance from makeup, even though he himself was a makeup artist. At 8:30, the wedding car arrived downstairs at Zhang Tiantian's house. To everyone's surprise, before they even got out of the car, a girl in a wedding dress rushed out of the building as if fleeing, blocking the front of the wedding car. She turned around and banged on the car window, saying, "Open the door quickly, let's go." The entire wedding procession was stunned when they saw Zhang Tiantian in front of them. Wang Lebao thought something had happened, so he quickly opened the car door and got out. What happened?" Zhang Tiantian grabbed his shoulder and said, "What's wrong? Let's go." Leaving was out of the question. Just as Wang Lebao was in a daze, a group of girls dressed as bridesmaids rushed out of the stairwell and surrounded the two of them, chattering away. "You brat, you actually want to cut off our source of income? Tell me, how are you going to compensate us?" "You little brat, Zhang Tiantian, do you know how long we thought about those issues yesterday? And you just ruined them like that? Enough talk, I'll calculate it. We'll get 100 red envelopes in total." "Groom, stop standing there and hurry up, or we sisters won't agree." Zhang Tiantian looked at Wang Lebao with a resentful expression, as if to say, "You understand now?" Wang Lebao scratched his head sheepishly, completely dumbfounded. No. Why was his wedding different from others? Which link in the chain went wrong? Feeling somewhat at a loss, he couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Feng and the others who were rushing over. At this moment, not to mention Wang Lebao, everyone present was completely stunned by Zhang Tiantian's outrageous actions. How desperate must someone be to get married to do something like this? Fortunately, by this time, Wang Lebao was quite wealthy. After showering everyone with red envelopes, he and Zhang Tiantian finally arrived in front of his parents-in-law. The bridesmaid was satisfied, and the best man snapped out of his daze. The wedding can finally proceed as planned. Wang Lebao was still in shock when the wedding car drove away. Looking at Zhang Tiantian beside him, his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it had stopped. However, Zhang Feng had no time to think about these things at the moment. He was on the phone at that moment, receiving a call from Mike from IFC, who was informing him of the specific time for his bonus payment and inquiring about his onboarding process. "Hey, dear Jiang, hello, do you remember our promise?" "Yes, Mike, has the time been set?" "That's right, Jiang. Next Wednesday morning, the company headquarters will announce the financial report and distribute the shareholder dividends for the last quarter. Of course, Jiang, there will also be your onboarding ceremony. We look forward to your arrival, Jiang." "Next Wednesday? Okay, I'll be there on time." Chapter 54. Your Majesty, am I beautiful? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Beside him, Sun Wei stared in disbelief, while Gao Haoyu, who knew the situation, frowned and said, "Fengzi, what's going on?" Zhang Feng nodded, "I got a call from IFC. My onboarding procedures haven't been completed yet, and there's still the stock dividend. I need to go there before next Wednesday. Gao Haoyu suddenly realized and didn't ask any further questions. Sun Wei, standing nearby, couldn't sit still any longer. IFC, that's. Zhang Feng actually owns shares in a globally renowned mega corporation? Also, what is the process of onboarding? Which company does Zhang Feng work for? Noticing that Sun Wei's expression was off, Gao Haoyu chuckled and whispered a few words in his ear. After. Then I saw Sun Wei's expression go from shock to bewilderment, and finally to as if he were dreaming. Gao Haoyu patted his shoulder gently and said with a smile, "We'll tell the others about this after the wedding." Ah. Okay. Sun Wei responded mechanically, whether he actually listened or not, only he knew. Although there was some traffic congestion during the morning rush hour. However, the wedding car still arrived at the hotel within the stipulated time. Li Xiaochun waited at the door with Sun Xiaoqian by her side. When she saw people coming, she couldn't stand still. If it weren't for the fact that now is not the right time, she would have rushed over there. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Lebao took Zhang Tiantian's hand as they got out of the car. Then the groomsmen and bridesmaids came out and rushed over. Zhang Feng was the last to arrive, and with a light laugh, he walked toward Li Xiaochun, who was standing there. Although the two were not together yet, just that look in his eyes made Sun Xiaoqian, this naive young girl, shudder and her teeth ache. Ugh, this is so sour. Sister-in-law, I'm going in now, goodbye. After saying that, she didn't wait for Li Xiaochun to speak before quickly turning around and running away. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would turn into a lemon. Li Xiaochun blushed slightly, but still walked towards Zhang Feng. This scene was also seen by the bridesmaids walking in front. This is normal, after all, Zhang Feng's temperament and looks speak for themselves. When they first saw him, the bridesmaids had already done an in-depth analysis of him, and they almost got into a fight over who could pursue Zhang Feng. But when they saw Li Xiaochun, especially the happiness and tenderness in their eyes, their hopes were completely shattered, and they were all incredibly envious. As for rushing forward to snatch them? I'm sorry, I really don't have the courage. Li Xiaochun's looks and figure are so stunning that even all of them combined could hardly compare. To prevent any accidents, Zhang Feng reached out and put his arm around Li Xiaochun's slender waist, pulling her into his arms before walking into the hotel's wedding banquet hall. Once inside, Zhang Feng didn't go to the front to join the fun. Instead, she and Li Xiaochun sat quietly at the back, watching Wang Lebao and Gao Haoyu joke around upstairs. Finally, under the guidance of the MC, Wang Lebao and Zhang Tiantian exchanged vows, rings, and kissed. Very nice. Li Xiaochun suddenly spoke up, smiling as she looked at Zhang Feng. Honey, will we always be like this? Zhang Feng nodded happily. If you want, we can do it this way. If you want to use the Chinese style, that's fine too. Hee, my husband is so good, wah. I love you. Li Xiaochun happily hugged Zhang Feng, completely disregarding the feelings of the people around them who were being envious of their behavior. After the ceremony, the bride and groom will begin toasting the guests. This time, Zhang Feng did not refuse to drink. Normally, he would not drink for Li Xiaochun's safety. But today, it would be really inexcusable not to drink. However, Gao Haoyu and Sun Wei took over the task of shielding Wang Lebao from drinking. All four of them were single, so it didn't matter if they got completely drunk. But since Li Xiaochun was pregnant, no matter how much they liked to fool around, they couldn't let Zhang Feng go home drunk at this time. So, this continued until the end of the wedding banquet. Zhang Feng had only drunk less than 2 ounces of liquor, and given his constitution, it was practically the same as not drinking at all. But for safety reasons, he still called a designated driver. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, inside the Tianji Mansion Villa estate. Zhang Feng led Li Xiaochun into the dressing room. That's right. In this manner, clothes are stored in a small attic. 2 floors, isn't that outrageous? Just as Zhang Feng pushed open the door, a bright red dragon and phoenix wedding robe instantly came into their view. In front of the wedding robes were the phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, as well as the groom's hat and belt. Upon seeing the 2 wedding outfits, Li Xiaochun was instantly dumbfounded. She then let go of Zhang Feng's hand, ran quickly to the wedding robes, and reached out to touch them. Silky smooth, soft. This was Li Xiaochun's first impression. But then she noticed something was wrong. Staring in disbelief at the silk trim on the wedding robe, she turned to her and said, "Husband, is this made of gold?" Although Zhang Feng was also a little confused, he calmed down when he remembered that this was Emperor Xiaozong and Empress Shang's wedding dress, and walked over with a smile. Yes, it's made of gold, what do you think? It's so beautiful.
Li Xiaochun was completely absorbed in the dragon and phoenix wedding robe, muttering to herself, if I wore this out, those Western-style wedding dresses would look completely out of place. Zhang Feng casually took off the phoenix robe and placed it in Li Xiaochun's hand. Go try it on? Li Xiaochun was slightly stunned, then excitedly threw herself into Zhang Feng's arms. Ah, husband.
I'm so happy. Husband. You love me so much, how can I possibly be worthy of you? Why?
Zhang Feng was amused by Li Xiaochun. Alright, stop joking around.
If you don't wear it, I'll assume you don't like it and I'll just sell it. Don't want.
Li Xiaochun quickly hugged the phoenix robe to her arms, glaring angrily at Zhang Feng. This is our family heirloom, you're not allowed to sell it, hee.
I'll go change into it. Do you want to see, husband? But. Cough cough. Zhang Feng choked, which amused Li Xiaochun, who quickly ran into the adjacent cubicle.
10 minutes later, when Zhang Feng saw Li Xiaochun dressed in a phoenix robe, wearing a phoenix crown, and draped in a shawl, his mind went blank. Even so, it was only because Li Xiaochun wasn't wearing makeup.
If she wears makeup, that's absolutely amazing.
Li Xiaochun smiled slightly and turned around in front of Zhang Feng.
Your Majesty, am I beautiful? Zhang Feng nodded, then suddenly realized what he was doing.
He strode over to Li Xiaochun and picked her up in his arms. Little girl, your husband couldn't hold back today.
Li Xiaochun's pretty face flushed bright red.
She buried her head in Zhang Feng's arms and whispered.
Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. Chapter 55. This brag can last a lifetime. Just as Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun were doing that in broad daylight at Tianji Mansion, Wang Lebao finally saw off all the guests. At this moment, Zhang Tiantian was chatting with Gao Haoyu and the others. Ever since Gao Haoyu told Sun Wei about Zhang Feng's identity, he had been absent-minded, with a hesitant expression on his face.
At this moment, surrounded by familiar faces, he finally settled down in Bengbu.
After entering the room,
he tossed his coat onto the sofa, loosened his tie, grabbed a glass of hot water, and gulped it down.
Phew. It's finally over. Boss, can I tell you now?
Otherwise, keeping this bottled up inside is really uncomfortable.
Gao Haoyu smiled and nodded. Why not? Ask me any questions you may have, but let me make this clear first, there are actually a lot of things I don't know either.
Fengzi gave me a general overview yesterday, since I'll be in charge of finances from now on, and I need to be familiar with it.
No, what kind of riddle are you two playing? Wang Lebao was stunned and looked at the two of them with some confusion.
Wu Zijuan and Qiao Fei weren't much better off, and even Zhang Tiantian was in a daze. Sun Wei patted Wu Zijuan on the shoulder, then sat down next to him and said, Today the boss told me that Fengzi is actually a super tycoon worth hundreds of billions. He not only owns the Jin Mao Tower, a landmark building in Shanghai, but also has 45% of Rongshan Technology and 20% of IFC Group.
Can you believe it?
Anyway, I was completely stunned at the time.
Puff. Puff. Puff.
Before Sun Wei could finish speaking, everyone present burst out laughing. Then, they all focused their attention on Gao Haoyu. After all, he's the only one who knows the situation right now. Gao Haoyu shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me like that, I only found out yesterday.
Holy crap!
Qiao Fei was the first to react, jumping up and excitedly waving his fists in place.
Holy crap, Fengzi is awesome, he's amazing. From now on, I can brag to everyone that my brother is a billionaire. I can brag about this for the rest of my life.
Wu Zijuan shook her head violently, staring in astonishment at Wang Lebao and Zhang Tiantian.
No, you two are both in Shanghai, and you didn't even know?
Wang Lebao pinched his thigh hard, the intense pain making him gasp and grit his teeth, saying,
I know nothing. Brother Feng is inhuman, he actually managed to keep quiet. Damn it. No, I have to call him. Why did we have to eat at Su's restaurant? Wouldn't Tianlan Hotel have been better?
Wu Zijuan nodded. That's right, no wonder my sister-in-law didn't care about those tens of thousands of yuan at all. It turns out their family really is rich.
We've lost money. We've lost a fortune.
Zhang Tiantian only realized what was happening at this moment, and slapped Wang Lebao across the face.
Honey, does it hurt? Wang Lebao, who was in the middle of his excitement, was completely stunned by the slap. He turned to look at Zhang Tiantian in disbelief. Guess if I'm in pain? Zhang Tiantian shuddered and let out a heavy sigh. Tell me, how did I ever fall for Wang Lebao back then?
If I had known Brother Feng was this amazing, I would have definitely pursued him no matter what.
Put.
Wang Lebao felt as if his heart had been completely pierced. Of course, he knew that Zhang Tiantian was just saying it for the sake of saying it. Zhang Tiantian wasn't without feelings for Zhang Feng, but she only had some when she first saw him, and later she gave up on her own initiative.
There's nothing I can do, I simply can't win the competition. Chao Fei suddenly put his arm around Gao Haoyu's shoulder and said with a smile. Hey guys, Fengzi's been keeping this from us for so long, isn't it a bit unfair to just give him a meal? Should we fleece him a few more times? Wu Zijuan rolled her eyes. Of course, we should eat more meals. Otherwise it would be too easy on him. Gao Haoyu watched with a smile as his brothers discussed dinner, but none of them suggested that Zhang Feng take them. That's why he values this brotherhood. Zhang Feng has now taken off and no longer looks down on them. They only offered their blessings to Zhang Feng, without any other interests involved. He didn't know how long their brotherhood would last, but he hoped it would last a lifetime, and it had to last a lifetime. He is willing to make the greatest effort for this. He also believed that others thought the same way. The only woman present, Zhang Tiantian, had eyes full of envy. She had roommates in college, but their dorm was full of backstabbing and infighting. Eventually, she couldn't stand it anymore and decided to commute to school. So much so that for this year's bridesmaids, she only invited friends from her neighborhood who were similar to her classmates. She didn't invite any of her college roommates. Best friend?
That thing used to exist, but it completely disappeared the moment her best friend told her to leave Wang Lebao. Zhang Feng was unaware of what had happened at Wang Lebao's home. At this moment, he was strolling leisurely in the manor, holding Li Xiaochun's hand, feeling relaxed and content. Perhaps it was what happened in the afternoon that elevated their mood. In short, the manor, which they had initially found somewhat empty and even cold, now seemed quite nice. Li Xiaochun changed back into her original clothes and ran happily down the corridor. The cheerful laughter added a touch of playfulness and warmth to the manor.
A moment later,
Li Xiaochun stopped in front of the natural lake at the manor. As May arrives, the lotus leaves in the lake have fully unfolded, and the lotus flowers almost cover the entire lake. A group of dragonflies fly freely above the lotus flowers. Occasionally, a few small fish leap out of the water, splashing up a large spray. Seeing Zhang Feng approach, Li Xiaochun nestled into his arms.
Honey, how about we move in? I think it's pretty good here. My parents also came over, otherwise it would be a bit empty.
Zhang Feng bent down and casually picked a lotus flower, giving it to Li Xiaochun. Okay, discuss it with mom when you get back. An ordinary lotus flower, but because it had been handled by Zhang Feng, Li Xiaochun cherished it all the more. Smelling the fragrance of the lotus flowers, a smile bloomed on her face that could make all the lotus flowers in the pond pale in comparison.
My husband is so good.
I'm increasingly feeling like I saved the galaxy in my past life. No, it's the galaxy that has been saved for several lifetimes.
Otherwise, how could I have met such a wonderful husband? He. Silly boy.
Zhang Feng gently ruffled her hair, rested his chin on the top of her head, and quietly enjoyed this moment of peace that belonged only to the two of them.
Chapter 56, Make Arrangements for Jean Lu. Mom, we're back. Evening, at the Grand Mansion.
As soon as she entered the room, Li Xiaochun rushed into Zhoumei's arms, nuzzling against her neck like a little suckling pig. Zhoumei hugged her happily. Oh, my dear, slow down, don't hurt yourself.
Mom is so nice. Li Xiaochun clung playfully to Zhoumei, inhaling the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen. Wow, Mom made something delicious again? Mommy, I love you.
As she spoke, she hurriedly ran into the kitchen, which made Zhoumei both laugh and cry, but her eyes were full of relief and happiness.
Daughter, don't move, I'll take it. Go sit over there, there's still one dish that's not ready yet. Mom will call you for dinner later.
Li Xiaochun put a piece of meat in her mouth and nodded while mumbling.
So delicious.
Left with no other choice, Zhoumei had to bring out a dish and place it directly on the coffee table. Then he pushed Li Xiaochun out and pressed her down on the sofa. You can eat here. I'll clean up after you're done.
Thank you, Mom.
Li Xiaochun chuckled and reached for the food on the plate. Just as she was about to touch the food, a pair of chopsticks suddenly appeared in her palm. Looking up, she saw Zhang Feng staring at her with a serious expression. Li Xiaochun shrank back abruptly, smiled guiltily, picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, and held it to Zhang Feng's lips.
Husband, eat it? Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, flicked her forehead. You naughty boy, eat slowly.
Thank you, honey.
Numa. Li Staochun happily put the food into her mouth, looking completely blissful.
After that, she took out her phone, opened Douyin TikTok, and started watching videos. Looking at Li Xiaochun, who was sitting cross-legged and completely lacking any ladylike demeanor, Zhang Feng patted his forehead with a headache, then pinched the tip of her nose.
You eat first, I'm going to make a phone call. Li Xiaochun nodded without looking up.
Honey, you're busy, don't worry about me. Zhang Feng shook his head, went into the study, and then, based on the information transmitted by the system, found the equity change agreement of Juzi Live, found the phone number of the current person in charge of Juzi, and dialed it.
Orange Platform Headquarters.
President Chen Zhong was listening to his secretary's work report when his personal cell phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang. Chen Zhong paused for a moment before picking up the phone. He frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen before waving for his secretary to leave. He answered the phone after his secretary closed the office door.
Hello? This is Chen Zhong. Who is this? I am Zhang Feng. Mr. Chen should already know me, right? Hearing the voice on the phone, Chen Zhong's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Feng.
After a brief moment of confusion, Chen Zhong suddenly came to his senses. Just yesterday, he received a report from his secretary that someone had directly acquired 20% of Orange's shares.
That person looks like Zhang Feng?
Upon recalling Zhang Feng's identity, Chen Zhong immediately became much more nervous. It's important to know that the entire equity structure of Orange has long been fragmented due to financing issues. Even he, the founder, currently only holds 21.5% of the shares. Apart from the shares that were distributed after the IPO, most of the others are held by major investors. But now, someone has suddenly completed the acquisition of 20% of the shares.
Regardless of whether Orange is valuable or not, the sheer amount of money involved is enough to terrify Chen Zhong.
After all, if Zhang Feng can acquire 20%, it's not impossible for him to acquire more.
Just in case. Chen Zhong dared not think about it anymore.
He shook his head violently to calm himself down before continuing, so it's President Jiang.
May I ask why President Jiang is calling?
Zhang Feng chuckled, President Chen, don't worry.
I'm not interested in managing a company. I just want to make money comfortably.
The main reason I called today is that my wife's best friend is a live streamer on our platform, but she's not doing very well.
President Chen, could you please make some arrangements?
Chen Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll arrange it in a bit.
Does President Jiang have any other instructions?
That's all, thank you for your help, Mr. Chen.
Let's have a drink sometime. Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Zhang's call.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhong received a text message from Zhang Feng containing Zhang Lu's live stream account. Looking at this completely unfamiliar account, Chen Zhong pondered for a moment, then gently tapped the desktop.
Secretary Wu, go and call Minister Gao over. Inside the study.
After sending Zhang Lu's live stream account, Zhang Feng didn't pay any more attention to the matter. He believed that with the shares he currently controlled, Chen Zhong wouldn't cause him any trouble.
It's not worth offending yourself over such a trivial matter.
Besides, she's just a streamer, they'll give her the traffic she deserves.
You can easily shut everyone up by simply manipulating some data in the backend. This kind of thing.
This wasn't the first time Zhang Feng had done this, so he felt absolutely no guilt. Meanwhile, in Zhang Lu's rented room,
Zhang Lu has been lying in bed all day, without eating or drinking.
She seems to have completely lost her energy and spirit.
It's clear that yesterday's events have had a significant impact on her.
Although yesterday, she seemed to have completely let go of it. But when she woke up today and recalled the details of what happened yesterday, she began to feel a little scared.
She wanted to call Li Xiaochun, but didn't know what to say. After all, what she did yesterday was indeed a bit stupid.
Most importantly, after yesterday, she was a little afraid of Zhang Feng.
Sudden. The alarm clock went off with a beeping sound.
That was her scheduled live stream time, which had been going on for several months, but today she just couldn't muster the energy to stream. Even if she forced herself to stream, she'd probably discourage a lot of her fans.
At this time,
for the first time, she felt that this not-so-large rented room was surprisingly spacious.
Come see me when the flowers bloom.
Just as Zhang Lu was about to close her eyes and rest, her phone suddenly rang. Slightly startled, she suddenly remembered Zhang Feng's words and hurriedly answered the phone, asking with a slightly trembling voice, "Hello, this is Zhang Lu, may I ask who you are?"
Hello, I'm Kao Shuro from the Operations Department of Orange. I'm here to sign a contract with you, Ms. Zhang. When do you have time? When I go to Shanghai, shall we meet?
Zhang Lu's heart skipped a beat for a moment.
Gao Shuru? Is it the Gao Shuru she knows?
Thinking back to what Zhang Feng had said that morning, Zhang Lu suddenly smiled.
Chapter 57, Even I, a married person, am jealous. The next day.
At dawn, a scream brimming with surprise startled Zhang Feng awake from his drowsy state. Looking at Li Xiaochun's excited face beside him, and then at the sky outside that was just beginning to lighten, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded.
Seeing that Zhang Feng was awake, Li Xiaochun happily hugged his neck. Honey, do you know what? I just felt the baby move, they moved. Ah. I'm so happy, so blissful. Boom.
Zhang Feng felt his mind go completely blank for a moment. He quickly helped Li Xiaochun down and laid her down, then gently placed his ear on her stomach. Seeing Zhang Feng's careful movements, Li Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, her whole face filled with sweet happiness.
She reached out and stroked Zhang Feng's hair, giggling softly. Honey, it's not moving now. Stop messing around, let me hear it.
Zhang Feng patted Li Xiaochun's hand, trying his best to clear his mind and listen to the sounds coming from inside her stomach.
Suddenly, a very faint force traveled through his stomach to his face.
Zhang Feng's eyes widened suddenly, and he jumped off the bed, excitedly waving his fists, his face flushed with excitement.
I heard it, I felt it, it was really moving. Honey, they're really moving. No, I need to listen again. As he spoke, he put his head back on it.
At the same time, he reached out and gently stroked Li Xiaochun's belly, smiling foolishly. Babies, move gently, or your mommy won't be able to handle it. Babies, you have to be good, or daddy will spank your bottoms when you come out.
But Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh.
However, seeing Zhang Feng's actions, Li Xiaochun's heart was completely filled with happiness, and she was silently crying out.
Babies, isn't mommy amazing?
Hee, your dad loves you guys very much, but mom is getting jealous.
Little ones, if you ever dare to try and take poop from mommy, mommy will spank you too.
Whether it was Zhang Feng's words or Li Xiaochun's inner thoughts that had an effect, a faint force suddenly came from her stomach again, as if a child was kicking her stomach with its little feet. Feeling that faint power, Zhang Feng was ecstatic. I was torn between wanting to continue listening to the children's movements and worrying that I might crush the baby. I sat there, feeling reluctant to get up, but also heartbroken if I didn't.
The expression on his face was so contorted it was unrecognizable. Click.
Just as Zhang Feng was struggling with his decision, a flash of light suddenly went off, followed by the sound of Li Xiaochun's happy laughter.
Haha, honey. Look at your expression, it looks so ugly. Hee, but if you look closely, he's still quite handsome.
Zhang Feng stared at the photo on his phone, completely dumbfounded, and pointed to his own nose.
No. Is this me? Holy crap, delete it now. This is an utter disgrace. No way, hee.
Li Xiaochun tried to dodge Zhang Feng's attacks, but with her lying down and Zhang Feng prone, how could she possibly dodge? Just as Zhang Feng was about to grab her, she suddenly placed her hand on her stomach and said in a pitiful voice, Babies, daddy is bullying mommy.
Quickly protect mommy. Zhang Feng? At this moment.
Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from outside. Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then raised his hand and patted Li Xiaochun's bottom. You little rascal, mom's here. Get up quickly, I'll go tell mom the good news first.
Li Xiaochun nodded happily.
After Zhang Feng left, he took out his phone again and looked at his masterpiece.
However, after looking at it for a while, she deleted the photo, muttering, Oof, my husband is always the most handsome, I don't want to have such a dark history.
Outside, Zhou Mei heard Zhang Feng's words, glanced at him briefly, and then nodded. That's right, it's been more than 4 months, and the fetal movements are normal. But you rascal, Xiaochun is carrying triplets, so just to be on the safe side, you should take her to the hospital for a checkup when you have time, and make sure there are no problems.
Zhang Feng nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll call Dr. Lin in a bit.
After watching Zhou Mei walk into the kitchen, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the sofa and grinned foolishly for a while before starting to wash up. However, after coming out of the bathroom, he couldn't contain his emotions and simply found a photo of Li Xiaochun, posted it on his WeChat moments, and commented, First fetal movement, the babies finally know how to respond to daddy, so happy. In the bedroom, Li Xiaochun looked at Zhang Feng's WeChat moments with some surprise. As her husband, she had clearly asked Zhang Feng and knew that he never posted on his WeChat moments. She never expected that he would post it today. Seeing this post on WeChat Moments, Li Xiaochun suddenly felt incredibly jealous and left an angry comment below.
You naughty husband, that's the baby responding to me, the mommy. Humph, what a fickle jerk. I'm angry. Jiang Feng? Soon, more people saw this post on WeChat Moments.
Friends who originally wanted to offer congratulations turned sour after seeing Li Xiaochun's comment, and their words of congratulations quickly turned into complaints.
Gao Haoyu, Fingzi, sister-in-law, isn't it a bit too much for you two to be showing off your love so early in the morning? Sunwei, lemons on the lemon tree, and I'm the only one left under the lemon tree? It's so sour it's killing me. Xiao Fei, I'm so envious. When will I ever find someone? Fingzi, Xiaobao, you two, give me a hand. Wang Lebao, don't ask me about this. Tian doesn't have many friends. Ask Brother Feng. Damn, even I, a married man, am jealous. Wu Zijuan. Soon, this single post on his WeChat Moments became the place where the brothers chatted.
One message after another kept popping up, making Jiang Feng's lips twitch.
He couldn't help but leave a comment. If you want to chat, can you just call each other?
This is the memorial site for my baby's first fetal movement.
What nonsense are you spouting here? Get out of here. Li Xiaochun, who was in the bedroom, was laughing so hard she was flipping through her phone. Her laughter carried through the door.
Hearing laughter coming from the bedroom, Jiang Feng was immediately speechless.
He quickly got up and went over, gritting his teeth as he said, Li Xiaochun, get up quickly, or your husband will get angry. Ha!
Li Xiaochun's laughter stopped abruptly, and she looked at Jiang Feng cautiously.
I'll get up right away, honey, don't be angry. Mommy, I love you.
Jiang Feng instantly lost his temper, pointing at her with a wry smile.
Get up quickly. We'll go to the hospital after we eat to see if there's anything wrong. Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue. Got it, mission accomplished. Chapter 58 University Beauty. 9:30 a.m.
Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, Shanghai Third People's Hospital.
Jiang Feng looked at the doctor in front of him with gratitude. Dr. Lin, thank you so much again. Dr. Lin shook his head and said with a light laugh. That's to be expected, and you triplets are the first I've ever seen in my medical career.
So, seeing you all healthy is my greatest wish. As she spoke, Dr. Lin finished writing the prescription, handed it to Jiang Feng, and smiled as she touched Li Xiaochun's stomach.
It's nothing to worry about. Fetal movement is very normal at 4 months. This also shows that your baby is healthy. When you get home, supplement with more vitamins. You only need to take the pregnancy-preserving medication once a month. After all medicines have side effects, so it's best not to take them if possible. Thank you, I've got it. Dr. Lin, we won't bother you any longer. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded before helping Li Xiaochun out.
Just as they were about to step out of the room, they suddenly heard someone calling Jiang Feng's name.
Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a long-haired girl in a doctor's uniform running over quickly, looking Jiang Feng up and down. It really is you?
When you came in just now, you looked familiar.
I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Did you bring your wife for a prenatal checkup? Li Xiaochun looked at Jiang Feng, then at the girl, completely bewildered. Hello, may I ask who you are? Mu Qingwei, the school beauty of our year. Jiang Feng smiled and explained, then looked at Mu Qingwei in front of him and said, Didn't you go to study abroad? Yes.
Mu Qingwei nodded, then turned around in front of Jiang Feng and pointed to the identity plaque on his chest, saying,
See that? This is the result of my 5 years of studying abroad. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. Chief physician? Mu Qingwei seemed very dissatisfied with Jiang Feng's expression, and rolled her eyes in anger. Jiang Feng, do you even know what the standards are for a chief physician? This is a special admission, do you understand? Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Mu Qingwei rolled her eyes at Jiang Feng before smiling and taking Li Xiaochun's arm. Sister, how did you manage to win over this blockhead? You have no idea how many pretty girls wanted to pursue him back in school. He sent out at least several thousand love letters. At first, we all thought he was gay. Li Xiaochun smiled slightly. It's nothing, we're childhood sweethearts. Mu Qingwei suddenly realized. No wonder you didn't like him back then, it turns out you already had such a beautiful childhood sweetheart. TSK, Jiang Feng, you're not being honest.
Zhang Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
By the way, what about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Want me to introduce you to someone? Don't even think I don't know. Of the 4 of you in your dorm, all of you except Wang Lebao are single now. Sorry, I don't have any feelings for them. As for boyfriends, I'll leave it to fate. I'll talk about it when the feeling comes. Mu Qingwei's words completely shut down anything Zhang Feng wanted to say next, almost choking him to death. Alright, in that case, we won't disturb your work any longer. Let's get together again sometime. Great. I heard you're rich now. Don't be stingy with your treat when the time comes. Bye-bye.
After Mu Qingwei finished speaking, she smiled and left, leaving cleanly and decisively without any hesitation. Her action made Li Xiaochun lower her guard and look at Zhang Feng with curiosity. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment before explaining as he walked. Mu Qingwei is not in our department, but our leader pursued her for a while back then. Although it didn't work out, she still admired the boss's character, so they became friends over time.
We would occasionally get together for a meal or something.
She went abroad to study during her 4th year of university. I thought I would never see her again in this lifetime, but I never expected her to come back.
Have you ever liked her?
Li Xiaochun blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked curiously.
Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment.
No, I was only thinking about how to make money at the time. I didn't have the mind to care about whether someone was good looking or not. Women will only slow down my earning speed.
Li Xiaochun was a little angry when she heard this.
But thinking back to Zhang Feng's reaction when he first came to her door, and considering Zhang Feng's current assets, she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
But you really are a blockhead.
Luckily, your darling wife is wise and powerful, and she used extraordinary means to win you over at the most crucial moment, otherwise you'd be single for life, humph. Seeing Li Xiaochun's come thank me expression, Zhang Feng chuckled and ruffled her hair.
Yes, my wife is really amazing. Let's go, Mom will worry if it gets late. A kiss? No, there are too many people. Let's kiss when we get back. Wow, my shy husband is so cute.
Li Xiaochun successfully launched a sneak attack, gave herself a thumbs up, and giggled as she climbed into the car. Zhang Feng sighed, a mixture of anger and amusement. He opened the car door, got in, started the car, thought for a moment, and then spoke.
By the way, I might be going abroad next week.
These words were spoken. Li Xiaochun's smile froze for a moment.
Is it about IFC?
Well, I mainly want to go and check on their finances, since it involves profit sharing, so it's more appropriate to go there in person.
But I promise I'll be back in 3 days at most. Li Xiaochun remained silent for a while.
She wanted to go, but her health wouldn't allow it. If she were only carrying one child, she would definitely cling to it.
But now.
She quickly composed herself and spoke with a smile.
It's okay, the baby and I will wait for you to come home.
Zhang Feng hummed in agreement, then raised his hand and stroked Li Xiaochun's face.
No one understood Li Xiaochun's emotions better than him.
Although the two have now registered their marriage, Li Xiaochun still feels very insecure. The main reason is that the two of them have never experienced a normal relationship, and Zhang Feng had even forgotten that she existed. She made a decision entirely on a whim, and then, with the child in tow, she forced Zhang Feng to be with her. As a result, she worries almost every day that Zhang Feng might suddenly disappear. Feeling the warmth of Zhang Feng's hand, Li Xiaochun playfully slapped his hand.
Okay, I'm not a little kid anymore, and I still have mommy with me. Zhang Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, my baby is the strongest, I love you. Li Xiaochun was slightly taken aback, then suddenly looked up at Zhang Feng. Honey, what did you say?
Zhang Feng then realized that this was the first time he had ever said I love you since they started dating. A wave of guilt washed over him, and he looked at Li Xiaochun with a face full of doting affection.
I said, honey, I love you.
Li Xiaochun was overjoyed and wanted to hug Zhang Feng, but was stopped by the seatbelt. Her expression froze instantly, and she pouted affectionately.
You naughty husband, why did you say that while driving? I'm angry.
Even so, the corners of her mouth curved into a very beautiful smile.
Chapter 59. I'll get you completely under my thumb sooner or later. At the same time,
the system's voice echoed in Zhang Feng's mind once again.
Bite.
Host detected showing affection towards wife. Target gains happiness, constitution plus 10 gift, cash reward of 10 million.
P.S. All cash has been legally transferred to the host's account. Please use it with confidence. For the rest of my life, you are the wind and snow, you are the ordinary days, and you are the gentleness.
In the car, Li Xiaochun sang happily, her hands gently gripping the seatbelt, glancing at Zhang Feng who was driving from time to time, a sweet smile on her lips. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and silently added all 10 points of his physique to Li Xiaochun. She is now a key person under protection. The stronger her constitution, the healthier her babies will be, and she and her babies will not suffer during childbirth.
Half an hour later. A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era. Mom, we're back.
As soon as she entered the room, Li Xiaochun, without even changing her shoes, ran into Zhou Mei's bedroom and playfully hugged her.
Hee hee, Mom.
Zhang Feng said he loves me today.
He said he loves me, hee hee.
Zhou Mei was making insoles when she saw Li Xiaochun, so she quickly put down her needle and thread, afraid of hurting Li Xiaochun. Seeing her daughter-in-law's happy expression, she couldn't help but smile too, and reached out to help Li Xiaochun sit up straight. That brat, at least he has some conscience.
What do you guys think?
Li Xiaochun snuggled closer to Zhou Mei, whimpering, and said in a muffled voice.
The doctor said I'm very healthy, and I am very healthy too. That's good. Go out now.
Mom will make you a pair of insoles, the ones I bought aren't comfortable. Li Xiaochun was slightly stunned. Looking at the insoles on the bed, she quickly stuck out her tongue. He hummed and hugged Zhou Mei tightly, giving her a close, affectionate kiss.
Mommy, you're so sweet. Hee hee, I'm going out now. Zhou Mei was overjoyed.
Now she finally understood what it felt like to have a daughter, and it seemed pretty good.
She especially liked Li Xiaochun's personality.
Seeing Li Xiaochun rush out in a flustered manner, she hurriedly said,
By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch? Mom will make it for you.
Li Xiaochun paused, peeking her head out from behind the doorframe. Everything Mom cooks tastes delicious, hee hee, love you. Zhou Mei smiled, shook her head, picked up the needle and thread she had put down, and continued her work. At the same time, I was also thinking about what to make for lunch. Zhang Feng, who had just sat down and turned on the TV, was startled to see Li Xiaochun practically leaping over. He ran over quickly and pinned the mischievous girl down. He flicked her forehead in annoyance.
What are you doing? Aren't you afraid the child might suddenly fall?
Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue and pouted to express her dissatisfaction, but still obediently let Zhang Feng pull her to sit down on the sofa.
After placing Li Xiaochun on the sofa, Zhang Feng asked, What is Mom doing? Making shoe insoles. It's all mine, none for you.
Li Xiaochun's bright black eyes darted around, then she said slyly.
Unless you say you love me again, I'll ask Mom to make you a pair too, okay?
Hey! Zhang Feng was so angry at those words that he laughed. No, Li Xiaochun, get this straight, that's my biological mother, your mother-in-law.
You think, okay, I love you. Li Xiaochun pouted. That's so perfunctory, I'm ignoring you. I'm going to tell Mom that you bullied me. Holy crap!
Seeing that Li Xiaochun was about to get up, Zhang Feng hurriedly pounced on her and held her tightly in his arms, his skin crawling with goosebumps.
If Li Xiaochun had gone, he would definitely have gotten a beating. He just doesn't understand.
I'm clearly the biological child, so why am I being treated like I'm worth less than someone who was adopted? Li Xiaochun was amused by Zhang Feng's actions and snuggled into his arms, giggling incessantly.
Hearing that crisp laughter, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh himself.
He turned Li Xiaochun's head up and looked her directly into her eyes.
Honey, how can you be so cute?
Li Xiaochun tilted her head and blinked her bright eyes.
Does your husband like it? Like. Zhang Feng nodded. Your husband is practically smitten with you, aren't you happy? Happy.
Li Xiaochun excitedly tried to jump up, but was locked down by the restraining forces coming from all directions. So much so that she was stunned as soon as she finished speaking, and twisted her body in dissatisfaction.
Let me go. Zhang Feng was completely stunned by the movements in his arms. He quickly put Li Xiaochun aside and stood up. Hey, I'm going to buy groceries. What do you want for lunch? Li Xiaochun?
Just as a question mark appeared on her face, she noticed Zhang Feng's unusual expression, chuckled, then moved closer to him and whispered something in his ear.
Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feng ran off. That's right, he ran away. Only after rushing into the elevator did he let out a heavy sigh of relief. He looked down at the elevator with a bitter expression and gritted his teeth, saying, This little devil, one day I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. At this moment, his phone rang.
He took it out, looked at the incoming call, and adjusted his breathing.
He had just answered the phone. Hey, boss, what's up? Gao Haoyu responded with a smile on the other end of the phone. It's nothing, I've already started work today.
However, it seems that Mr. Lu here doesn't quite trust me, so I have no choice but to call you first.
Zhang Feng suddenly realized he'd forgotten to tell Lu Liang, and casually pressed the button for the first floor.
Then give the phone to Mr. Lu, and I'll talk to him.
Meanwhile, upstairs,
Zhou Mei walked out of the bedroom, looked at Li Xiaochun who was grinning foolishly on the sofa, and asked in confusion.
Where is your husband? Li Xiaochun was suddenly awakened and startled, but relaxed when she saw it was Zhou Mei. He went to buy groceries. Pfft. Ha ha. Mom, let me tell you.
Listening to Li Xiaochun's complaints, Zhou Mei's expression grew increasingly strange. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh and tap Li Xiaochun's forehead with her hand.
You shouldn't tease him like that in the future. Otherwise, it might really cause problems. Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue. It's okay, I have a way. Zhou Mei shook her head. Do whatever you want.
If he goes to buy groceries, I'll wait a little longer and cook you something delicious in a bit.
Thank you, Mom. Long live Mom. Chapter 60 The People Sent by the New Boss. Okay, then that's settled. Boss, I'm leaving everything over there to you from now on.
Okay, I'll have the finances sorted out here within 5 days at most. At this point, Gao Haoyu paused briefly before continuing.
Fengzi, can I go with you to the IFC headquarters next Wednesday? Just consider it a way to familiarize yourself with the place where you'll be working in the future.
Zhang Feng paused slightly, then resumed his normal pace.
Sure, if you can finish your work here before we get there, then we can go together. Thanks, it'll definitely be fine. I'm hanging up now.
After Gao Haoyu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Putting away his phone, Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, keeping the matter in mind, and quickly walked towards the shopping mall in the community. However, just as he was about to enter the shopping mall, he suddenly felt a counterforce coming from his legs. Looking down, I saw it was a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old. A pair of big, round eyes were blinking incessantly, and her round face, full of collagen, looked exceptionally adorable.
Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then smiled and squatted down. Little sister, what's wrong? Did you get separated from your parents?
The little girl shook her head. No, I came here specifically to find the uncle.
Ha! Zhang Feng laughed. Then tell me, why did you come looking for your uncle? Because uncle is handsome.
The little girl put a finger to her lips, her face full of self-righteousness. Zhang Feng was amused by this remark and reached out to pat the little girl's head.
That won't work either, because there are many bad guys who are also very good-looking. What if they kidnap you?
The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded in deep agreement.
Then, uncle, are you a bad person? Puff. Zhang Feng was completely stunned and burst into laughter.
Uncle, no, uncle is going to buy groceries.
Hurry up and go find mom, or she'll worry. All right. The little girl sighed. I was originally going to introduce my mother to my uncle. I'll let you in on a little secret, my mom is so beautiful, and I even want that uncle to be my dad. Cough cough.
Zhang Feng was startled and stared at the girl in front of him in disbelief.
Just then, a beautiful figure ran over quickly from not far away and grabbed the little girl by the collar. Luo Tingting, what exactly are you doing? Didn't you even say anything before running away? Luo Tingting pouted. Isn't all this for your marriage?
Sigh, the parents of this year's students are so hard to deal with.
Oh well, uncle, can I have your contact information? I'll have my mom call you sometime.
The woman was instantly speechless, and raised her hand to slap Luo Tingting's little bottom.
I'll deal with you when we get back.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Feng. However, when she saw Zhang Feng, she was stunned, and then a complicated emotion flashed in her eyes.
Luo Tingting proudly raised her head. How about it? Did I do something good this time? The woman's pretty face flushed.
Seeing the mother and daughter becoming increasingly absurd, Zhang Feng's mind went blank, and he hurriedly said to them.
Sorry, I'm married. I need to go buy groceries and cook for my wife now. Sorry.
Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feng then fled in a sorry state. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the mother and daughter, both beautiful women, were completely stunned. They looked at each other in bewilderment and then sighed simultaneously.
Luo Tingting looked at her mother with disappointment and resentment.
I told you long ago to act sooner rather than later, but you wouldn't listen to me. Now that's great, such a handsome uncle has become someone else's.
Aren't you upset?
The woman was about to nod when she suddenly remembered something, raised her hand, and slapped Luo Tingting on the buttocks.
No, Luo Tingting, is that what I meant? And who told you you don't have a father? Your father is just not home right now. Luo Tingting pouted. Don't think I don't know.
My father sacrificed his life, and I know he was a hero.
I've seen his photos.
The woman opened her mouth, shook her head, and walked away with Luo Tingting in her arms.
Jiang Feng was unaware of what was happening.
He rushed into the shopping mall before slowing down, patting his face with a wry smile.
Fine, from now on I should just take my wife with me when I go out. What kind of mess is this?
Meanwhile, inside the Jin Mao Tower. Outside Jiang Feng's office, Lu Liang had already brought over all the financial statements for the entire Jin Mao Tower. Also brought along were the financial statements of Tianqin Property, a subsidiary of Jin Mao Tower. When the system rewarded Jiang Feng with the Jin Mao Tower, it also rewarded him with the property management company responsible for the Jin Mao Tower.
Gao Haoyu smiled and took the report, then extended his hand to Lu Liang. Thank you for your help, Mr. Lu. Lu Liang smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, it's all for serving the boss, there's no question of whether it's hard work or not. Assistant Gao, please go ahead and get back to work? Good. Gao Haoyu nodded in response and personally saw Lu Liang out. After watching Lu Liang enter the elevator, he returned to his seat.
Looking at the huge stack of financial reports, I took a deep breath and stretched my muscles.
Let's get started.
After Lu Liang stepped out of the elevator, a young man quickly ran over. He glanced at the empty elevator behind him and frowned, saying,
Mr. Lu, was that person really sent by the new boss? You have a problem with that? Lu Liang glanced at the young man. This is the new owner's property, isn't it normal for him to send someone over?
Let me tell you, the new boss has done more than enough.
He didn't lay off any of you, and he even gave you bonuses and benefits. Don't be ungrateful. If I hear any inappropriate noises in the company, don't blame me for turning my back on you.
The young man was startled and quickly shook his head.
Mr. Lu, that's not what I meant, What do you mean, me? Go back to work, and remember to do your job well. Don't worry about anything else, it's not your business. Yes. After the young man left, Lu Liang stood there stunned for a while.
It's impossible for him to say that he wasn't upset at all, but he has a strong ability to regulate his emotions. Moreover, Jiang Feng had been really good to him. After acquiring Jin Mao Tower and Tianqin Property, he kept him on to continue managing Tianqin.
With such a great favor, what more could he possibly want?
Thankfully, Jiang Feng was unaware of his thoughts, otherwise Jiang Feng would have confessed his feelings to the system again. It really understood his heart too well.
Chapter 61. You brat, is this what you call big? In the kitchen. Zhou Mei is preparing ingredients for lunch.
Jiang Feng sat on the sofa, watching Li Xiaochun sitting there carelessly fiddling with her phone, occasionally giggling, and suddenly said,
Did you tell your mother about moving?
Li Xiaochun paused for a moment, then shook her head.
Oh, I forgot.
However, after she finished speaking, she frowned slightly.
Honey, do we really have to move? It's up to you. If you don't want to move, then don't.
Jiang Feng didn't care, it was just a house, after all. It's nothing special, but it's quite comfortable to stay here. Li Xiaochun was somewhat conflicted. After all, the environment at Tianji Mansion was truly beautiful, with towering mountains, flowing water, and charming houses. In addition, it's just the beginning of summer, a season of lush foliage and vibrant life, and even the air there is sweet.
The only downside is that it's too big.
Even if all four of them moved there, it would still feel quite empty. Li Xiaochun likes lively places, and she worries that problems might arise if she stays there for too long.
I'm so conflicted. Honey, you make the decision. I'll listen to you.
Li Xiaochun slumped onto the sofa with a thud. Such hasty movements nearly scared Jiang Feng to death, and he quickly picked her up.
Oh my goodness, can't you be a little more careful?
You're now involved in the deaths of 4 people.
Li Xiaochun. Just as she was about to protest, a faint force suddenly came from her stomach.
Instantly, all her protests vanished, and she sniffed, nestled obediently in Zhang Feng's arms.
Okay, I'll try.
Zhang Feng opened his mouth, then hesitated, thinking, fine, I'll keep an eye on things from now on. Seeing that Li Xiaoqun seemed a little sullen, Zhang Feng suddenly leaned close to her ear mysteriously.
Honey, I have a secret to tell you. Just now, someone hit on me.
Li Xiaoqun immediately forgot about her complaints and looked at Zhang Feng with a nervous expression.
What exactly happened? You didn't agree, did you? Did you give me your contact information? Did you arrange a time to meet again? And thump. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, flicked her forehead. What are you thinking about?
Then he recounted what had just happened.
After hearing this, Li Xiaoqun was completely dumbfounded. A 5 or 6-year-old girl? Find a partner for your mother? Are you kidding me? But why does it suddenly feel so much easier?
Li Xiaoqun is even starting to want to see Luo Tingting again, to see what kind of clever little devil she is. Seeing that Li Xiaoqun's mood had returned to normal, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, put her back on the sofa, got up and went to the kitchen to help Zhou Mei prepare the ingredients. Zhou Mei, who was blanching the vegetables, turned her head and looked over.
What's up?
Zhang Feng nodded. No one knows a child better than their mother, especially since he came here to discuss matters. So when Zhou Mei asked him, he didn't try to hide anything and answered frankly. That's right, a while ago Tianji Mansion sent me a villa. I was thinking about whether we should move there for a while. The environment there is very nice and would be good for Xiaoqun and the child, but the place is too big, so I came to discuss it with you. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhou Mei almost dropped the pot she was holding, turning around to look at her son in utter shock.
A gift?
That's right, Zhou Mei doesn't care how big the villa is. After all, she has gradually come to accept her son's status as a billionaire, and the villa he's given her.
Most importantly, how big must his son be to be able to say he's grown up?
In addition, she has been in Shanghai for more than a year or two. Of course, she had heard of the villas in Tianji Mansion, which cost hundreds of millions of yuan. Giving away such a large property so easily was completely beyond her comprehension. Seeing Zhang Feng nod, Zhou Mei finally confirmed it and frowned, saying,
Since it's good for Xiaoqun, let's go. Is there anything I can discuss with you?
Zhang Feng smiled wryly.
We definitely need to discuss this with you, because you'll be going there too. Like I said, that place is too big. If you don't go, it'll be too empty for us. How about this afternoon, if you're free, we'll go take a look, and then you can decide. Well, alright, I'll go take a look this afternoon. You little rascal, what else are you hiding from us? You'd better tell us now, instead of constantly scaring us like this. Aren't you afraid that one day your wife and I will suffer from nervous breakdowns because of you?
Zhou Mei glared at her son and scolded him.
Zhang Feng? Is there any way to explain this? Who knows what kind of reward the system will give later? Oh, there's also a share in Orange that his family doesn't know about, but the key point is that this isn't all of it. If it were all, he would have given up.
Therefore, Zhou Mei's words really left him somewhat at a loss for words. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng hurriedly put down the dishes in his hands, stood up, and said,
I have something to do, so I'll head out first. Remember to call my dad, and we'll go over together this afternoon.
They have everything over there, including clothes and daily necessities.
If you'd like, we can stay there tonight.
Before he could finish speaking,
he has disappeared.
Zhou Mei's lips twitched slightly. Suppressing the urge to beat up the brat, she shook her head, both amused and exasperated, and continued cooking.
3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tianji Mansion.
Zhou Mei and Jiang Jiandong stood dumbfounded in the courtyard, looking at the pavilions and towers on the left and right, and the square 3-story villa, and began to question their existence. A full minute passed before Zhou Mei turned to look at Zhang Feng with a complicated expression.
You brat, is this what you call big?
Zhang Feng blinked brightly.
Isn't it big? Put.
Zhou Mei nearly vomited blood, and raised her hand to slap Zhang Feng on the back of the head.
You little rascal, is this a big deal? Is this a place we can live in? With that, Zhou Mei turned and prepared to leave.
With quick reflexes, Zhang Feng swiftly reached out and grabbed her.
Mom, whether you live here or not, it's all ours now. Do you want to just watch this place gather dust? Then let's sell it, we can't afford to live here anyway. The properties here cannot be bought or sold.
It's not just this one, all the villas around here were given away as gifts. Zhang Jiandong finally realized that, compared to Zhou Mei, his mental fortitude was stronger.
So, after a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. Honey, let's stay here for now. If you really don't like it, we can talk about it later. Zhou Mei. Chapter 62, Moving into the Villa. Evening.
Zhang Feng and Zhang Jiandong sat on rocking chairs by the lotus pond, listening to the babbling water and watching Li Xiaochun and Zhou Mei wandering around in the distance. They felt an indescribable sense of comfort.
Son, do you know? I've never been this relaxed in my life.
When you were little, I thought I would support you through college, and then I would stay home with your mother, farm a small plot of land, and live a peaceful retirement, working from sunrise to sunset.
But we never expected the times to change so fast.
By the time you graduated from university, we knew that without money, a car, or a house, we wouldn't be able to get married. So your mother and I moved to Shanghai and worked our butts off to buy a house, just waiting for you to bring us a daughter-in-law. Your father's life so far has basically been dragged forward by you, so... At this point, Zhang Jiandong sat up and looked at Zhang Feng with a smile.
I've made up my mind.
I'll live here with your mother from now on.
Let's just sell that old house.
The housing market isn't doing well right now anyway, so the sooner we sell, the less we'll lose.
What do you think? Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback. Dad, don't you think this place is too empty? Zhang Jiandong scoffed. Is it empty?
Soon, 3 little devils will be born into our family, making 7 people in total.
Do you still think it will be empty?
Zhang Feng slapped his forehead.
Good heavens, he had forgotten about that. Okay, then we'll stay here. We won't sell the old house.
I just happened to keep my roommate here, and he's helping me with the finances now, so I'll leave the apartment to him. Zhang Jiandong's eyes gleamed as he suggested, sell it to him, we can ask for a lower price.
Zhang Feng. He understood what Zhang Jiandong meant. If it's free, firstly, given Gao Haoyu's personality, he definitely wouldn't accept it.
Most importantly, the saying a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment is quite common. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. So feelings are feelings, and we still have to do what we should do. Now that he has the ability, he can help his brothers, but he can't do it without any bottom line.
Otherwise, it could easily create a rift in their brotherhood. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng stood up and said, Okay, I got it. I'll call the boss in a bit. At this moment, Li Xiaochun, who was not far away, suddenly shouted, Honey, come quick. There's a rainbow here, come on.
Zhang Feng smiled and nodded.
Here it comes.
The family of 4 stayed in the courtyard of Tianji Mansion until the sun set. After spending an afternoon getting used to it, Zhou Mei gradually accepted the fact that this was her family's business.
In addition, the environment here is really good.
Putting aside everything else, just looking at the scenery and listening to the sound of water every day is a great comfort to one's mind. The smile on her face didn't disappear for the entire afternoon. Standing in the huge living room, which was over 50 square meters, Zhou Mei sighed heavily and glared at Zhang Feng with annoyance.
Hey kid, where's the kitchen?
I'll go check what dishes are available. Zhang Feng happily climbed onto her back.
Mom, have you made up your mind? Zhou Mei sneered. What good would it do if I didn't make a decision?
Look at your dad's behavior, anyone who didn't know better would think he earned this house himself.
Zhang Jiandong, who was video chatting with an old friend, was innocently dragged into the fray and immediately became unhappy. Hey, Zhou Mei, how come this isn't something I earned? My son earns what I earn too. Without him, would I even exist? Get lost, go buy groceries. Are you still planning to have your daughter-in-law buy it? Are you still planning to send me? With just one look from Zhou Mei, Zhang Jiandong immediately backed down.
He pursed his lips, stood up, and turned off the video.
Of course. I'll go. You guys need my permission to go, right? Son, is there a supermarket around here?
Zhang Feng shrugged, barely suppressing a laugh. No, but there's a supermarket near the main gate.
You can drive there to buy it. Put. Zhang Jiandong almost vomited blood upon hearing this.
No wonder he reacted so strongly, mainly because this place is almost a kilometer away from the main gate. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his old little house was actually quite nice. Li Xiaochun smiled slightly beside her.
Dad, how about Zhang Feng and I go buy it?
You and Mom can wait here.
No need, I'll go.
Seeing that Li Xiaochun was about to stand up, Zhang Jiandong hurriedly ran out.
It's just 1 kilometer. When I was a kid, I thought it was all for nothing to walk dozens of miles.
Even if his daughter-in-law wasn't pregnant, he still couldn't bear to part with her.
After watching Zhang Jiandong leave, Li Xiaochun suddenly said, "Honey, we live in such a big house now, shouldn't we consider hiring a few maids? After all, with such a big house and yard, we would waste a lot of time cleaning every day if we didn't have staff." Zhou Mei's eyes sparkled, and she nodded. "Son, we can consider this. Besides, Xiaochun is pregnant with triplets. Even if your dad and I are watching over them after they are born, there will inevitably be oversights. We'll need to find 2 nannies to come and keep a close eye on things." Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. "Okay, I'll ask around tomorrow to see if there are any suitable rooms. There are a few side rooms nearby, so they can move in." After dinner, Zhang Jiandong and Zhou Mei went into their bedroom on the 2nd floor.
The enormous bedroom, spanning over 40 square meters, felt like a dream to the 2 people who had lived most of their lives. Even after they finished showering and were lying in bed, they were still staring at each other. Suddenly, Zhou Mei raised her hand and slapped Zhang Jiandong on the back.
"Wow!"
Zhang Jiandong sat up abruptly, staring at Zhou Mei in utter confusion.
"No, honey, even if you're going to hit me, at least give me a reason, okay? Does it hurt a lot?" Zhou Mei was delighted.
Zhang Jiandong rolled his eyes upwards.
"Nonsense, why don't you slap yourself and see?" Zhou Mei pouted. "If it hurts, that means it's real. Go to sleep." Zhang Jiandong was dumbfounded. "No, so you hit me just to confirm if this was true?" Opposite the 2-person bedroom is the master bedroom of the entire villa.
The area is even larger than the living room below, and it includes not only a small walk-in closet, but also a separate large bathroom, toilet, dressing room, and a small home theater and gaming room. Besides these, there is a bedroom of nearly 30 square meters, with a super large soft bed measuring 3 meters by 3 meters. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun lay on the bed, embracing each other and whispering secrets to each other. But this heartwarming scene was shattered by a sudden phone call. Chapter 63: Visa and Passport Issued. Zhang Feng stared at the caller ID on his phone, tears welling in his eyes. Filled with resentment, he answered the call, gritting his teeth as he said, "Chairman Shen, disturbing someone's sleep is not the behavior of a good person." Shen Wanjin, on the other end of the phone, was speechless at those words. He coughed several times before calming down, and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Jiang, I just wanted to let you know that the visa and passport you needed have been prepared. Would you like me to send them over? Or... All right?" Zhang Feng's eyes flickered, somewhat surprised. After all, it's generally impossible for the average person to get a visa in less than 10 days to half a month. I originally thought it would take at least 4 or 5 days, but I didn't expect Shen Wanjin to get it done in just 2 days. Indeed, money can accomplish so many things. Shaking his head to clear the jumbled thoughts from his mind, Zhang Feng said, "All right, just have someone deliver it to Tianji's residence tomorrow." "All right, I'll make the arrangements in a bit. I won't disturb President Zhang's sweet dreams any longer, ha." Hearing the laughter coming from the phone, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh himself. "Chairman Shen, wait a minute. Since we've already done it, let's do another one. I'll have someone send the documents to your phone later." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng noticed that Li Xiaochun's expression was a little off. On second thought, he understood Li Xiaochun's intentions, and pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back. "Honey, I'm sorry." Li Xiaochun shook her head. "It's okay, I know, but honey, you need to come back soon, and you have to stay with me these next few days, humph." "Good." Jin Mao Tower, top floor office. Zhang Feng casually flipped through Gao Haoyu's financial report. "Fengzi, here's the situation. The overall financial report for Jin Mao Tower was accurate last quarter, but Tianjin property was short by 1 million. According to Mr. Liu, he proposed the 1 million 2 months ago. He didn't say what the specific purpose was. However, at that time, Tianjin property was still owned by Mr. Liu, so I took it upon myself to suppress it. If you feel it's inappropriate, I will discuss it with Mr. Liu again." Zhang Feng waved his hand, put down the financial report, and looked up at Gao Haoyu opposite him. "Boss, that's impressive. Forget about the million. After all, it's Mr. Liu's own money. As long as the finances are fine this quarter, that's all that matters."
By the way, have you found a place to stay? Gao Haoyu smiled and nodded. How could we not find it?
It's nearby, a 2-bedroom apartment. The rent is a bit high, but it's nothing compared to my salary. At this point, Gao Haoyu sighed.
Fengzi, thanks.
Zhang Feng got up, put the financial report into a file folder, handed it back to Gao Haoyu, and patted him on the shoulder.
Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Gao Haoyu was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't understand why, he still followed. Half an hour later,
Gao Haoyu walked into Zhang Feng's old house with a puzzled look on his face, especially when Zhang Feng took out the property certificate. He was even more confused.
No, Fengzi, what's wrong with you?
Zhang Feng put his arm around his shoulder and chuckled softly. I don't need this house anymore, so I'm selling it to you. But I know you don't have any money right now, so I'll deduct 20,000 from your salary every month. The house costs 1 million, and after 50 months, this house will be yours. Gao Haoyu flipped open the property ownership certificate, looked at his own name on it, and then abruptly shoved the certificate back into Zhang Feng's hand, frowning as he said,
Fengzi, what do you mean by this?
Don't think I don't know, this house costs at least 2 million now.
Who are you looking down on? I don't want it. If you really want to sell it to me, it'll be 2 million.
Zhang Feng's lips twitched slightly. I knew this would happen, but this house is just sitting here collecting dust.
Even if I rent it out, how much rent can I get in a year? 100,000? Or less? Don't forget how bad the housing market is right now. Who can say for sure how much this place will be worth in 10 years? So stop arguing with me. It's decided then. Just keep an eye on my wallet from now on.
Gao Haoyu opened his mouth, but then stopped himself from speaking.
At this moment,
Zhang Feng then took out a passport and visa and stuffed them into his hand.
You've done a good job.
Come with me to Kokali Island the day after tomorrow for the IFC quarterly summary meeting.
Gao Haoyu's eyes were bloodshot.
He bit his lower lip, suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on Zhang Feng's shoulder, then reached out and hugged him.
One life, two brothers. Fengzi, if you ever find out that I've ever done anything to wrong you in this life, just kill me.
As he spoke, he patted Zhang Feng hard on the back.
Thanks, I'll take this house. I'll be there on time the day after tomorrow.
Put. Zhang Feng almost coughed up blood from being hit by this guy, and in annoyance, he raised his leg and kicked Gao Haoyu in the shin.
Are you trying to murder me? Get lost and hurry up. Go visit Rongshan Group in the next couple of days. I've already spoken to Chairman Shen. Just take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the environment there. Good. Gao Haoyu readily agreed.
At this moment, he was filled with gratitude towards Zhang Feng. Although 20,000 yuan was deducted from his salary every month, he no longer had to pay rent, and he also had a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, which was enough for him to live comfortably in the city and still have a lot left over to pay off his debts.
He must remember this kindness.
Zhang Feng handed him the key and patted him on the shoulder. By the way, I also own 20% of Orange. After you return from Kokali Island this time, you should also take some time to go and visit it. If you feel you can't handle it all, you can hire a few more people to help you. You can set their salaries, and just give me a spreadsheet.
Speaking of which,
Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then suddenly lowered his voice and said.
Finally, Mu Qingwei returned.
After saying that, Zhang Feng patted him on the shoulder again and left. It wasn't until he heard the door close behind him that Gao Haoyu snapped back to reality and quickly turned around.
Fengzi, you stop right there. Mu Qingwei is back. You better tell me where she works. At the elevator entrance, Zhang Feng raised his hand and waved. The third affiliated hospital of Shanghai. Downstairs.
When Zhang Feng came out, his Lincoln Navigator had just stopped in front of him.
The next moment, Li Staochun's little head peeked out from inside, and she winked playfully. Honey, you're over time.
Looking at the mischievous Li Staochun in front of him, Zhang Feng, fearing she might do something surprising, quickly raised his hand.
Yes, I was wrong. Tell me, punish me, or be beaten, I accept it. Put. Li Staochun, who lives in Bengbu, burst out laughing. Then I'll punish you by making you go shopping with me. Zhang Feng?
Ignoring Zhang Feng's troubled expression, Li Staochun quickly opened the car door and ran to the passenger seat. Faced with Li Staochun's clumsy movements, all the terrifying images of shopping in Zhang Feng's mind disappeared, leaving only deep worry.
Hey Li Xiaochun, if you keep doing this, do you believe I'll beat you up? Are you out of your mind?
Zhang Feng carefully helped her into the passenger seat before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then, in an annoyed tone, he raised his hand and tapped her on the forehead. Let me tell you, if there's a next time, your success rate will drop.
Li Xiaochun playfully made a funny face. He, I know, you stinky husband, humph.
That expression clearly shows she didn't listen. However, he then laughed and tapped Li Xiaochun on the forehead again before getting into the driver's seat and driving away. It's not that he's carefree.
Rather, it was because he was too aware of the physical attributes that the system rewarded.
Now, not only is he incredibly strong, but his mental agility, speed, and even his resistance have all increased by an unknown amount.
Li Xiaochun's physique has increased by nearly 30 points. If this physical condition still causes problems, then he really has nothing to say. Chapter 64 Sudden Teasing. A dozen minutes later. Zhang Feng parked his car in a temporary parking space at Qianda Plaza.
He got out of the car and walked to the passenger side, preparing to carry Li Xiaochun out. But just as he opened the car door, a clear, surprised voice came from behind him.
Oh, handsome uncle, we meet again.
Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then casually picked up Li Xiaochun and looked behind him. Just 5 or 6 meters away, little Luo Tingting was seen running happily, swinging her ponytail. But when she saw Li Xiaochun, the little girl suddenly braked, but because she used too much force, she fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang Feng stared at her in disbelief, only reacting the moment she fell to the ground. He quickly ran over, pulled her up, and held her in his arms.
It's you? How could you be so careless? Are you hurt?
Luo Tingting completely ignored Zhang Feng, instead staring intently at Li Xiaochun not far away, her big, round eyes wide as if she had seen something unbelievable. Seeing this, Zhang Feng had no choice but to pick her up and carry her over.
Hey, this is my wife, Aunt Li Xiaochun, so you can't let uncle be your dad anymore.
Luo Tingting then realized what was happening, looked at Li Xiaochun again, and the light in her eyes immediately disappeared.
She sighed and said,
I told my mom a long time ago that I should have started earlier, but now it's too late.
What a wonderful uncle. How did he become someone else's husband? Put. This remark immediately made Li Xiaochun laugh.
Seeing Li Xiaochun laugh, Luo Tingting's eyes widened again, and then she sighed once more. Forget it, Mom is nowhere near as good as Auntie, so I won't let her touch my nose.
Handsome uncle, beautiful auntie. Luo Tingting, you.
Before Luo Tingting could finish speaking, an angry voice came from behind them.
The next moment, Luo Tingting's mother came to the three of them. When she saw Zhang Feng, Luo's mother was clearly taken aback.
When she saw Li Xiaochun, a glint flashed in her eyes.
So beautiful.
Luo Tingting broke free from Jiang Feng's embrace, grabbed her mother's clothes, and said angrily, "You're so pathetic."
Right?
Your handsome uncle's wife is so beautiful, you have no chance. I told you to listen to me, but you wouldn't listen.
Now you're feeling bad, aren't you?
Mother Luo blushed slightly and tapped the little girl's forehead in an annoyed manner.
You brat, what are you saying? Luo Tingting turned her head away. TCH, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Handsome uncle, we meet again so soon, isn't that fate? It's not too much to ask me to buy you a milk tea, is it? Luo Tingting, shut up.
Mother Luo grew anxious and, after scolding them, quickly said to Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun, I'm sorry, I've spoiled this child.
Let me treat you to a meal as an apology. Li Xiaochun smiled and shook her head. No, Tingting is very cute. Tingting, do you want to go buy milk tea with Auntie? Luo Tingting's eyes lit up. Okay.
Ouch, Mom, let go, it hurts. Mother Luo grabbed the little girl's ear, bowed apologetically to the two of them again, and then quickly left with the little girl in her arms. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but giggle, linking her arm with Zhang Feng's.
Honey, isn't this girl so adorable?
Zhang Feng chuckled.
Really? I still think my baby is cuter.
Li Xiaochun blushed, looking at Zhang Feng with tenderness, and suddenly looked up and kissed him on the cheek. My husband is such a bad husband, he just teases me all of a sudden, he's so naughty.
Ha, so do you like it? Zhang Feng laughed heartily and pulled her hand as they walked into the shopping mall.
Feeling the warmth in her hands, Li Xiaochun smiled and suddenly hugged Zhang Feng, nestling against his back.
Your little one loves it.
Zhang Feng was startled again by the girl, and quickly moved her from his back to the front, hugging her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation.
When are you finally going to put my mind at ease? Can the child withstand being touched like that? They're just so happy.
Li Xiaochun pouted and grumbled as she complained.
Zhang Feng. Drop. Host detected showing affection towards wife.
Target gains happiness, +1 to physique, 300,000 cash, +1 to physique gift.
300,000 yuan in cash no longer holds any appeal for Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng silently transferred his physique to Li Xiaochun and then put her down.
Let's go. Let's make this clear first, it'll be no more than 2 hours. After that, we have to go home, otherwise your mother-in-law will scold me again. Li Xiaochun nodded quickly. Okay, I'll call my mother-in-law in a bit. I definitely won't let my husband get scolded. Zhang Feng? Is that what I meant? Evening. Zhang Feng led Li Xiaochun out of the mall. Empty-handed, truly a leisurely stroll.
Looking at Li Xiaochun happily humming a song beside him, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh and pinch her cheek.
Are you happy now? Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly. Happy.
After saying that, she rested her head on Zhang Feng's shoulder. I'm happy because my husband is with me, honey, you're so good to me.
Zhang Feng opened his mouth. Well, after spending most of the day wandering around, it's worth it to get just this one sentence in return.
Feeling the increasing weight on his body, he glanced to the side, then simply lifted her up in his arms. The sudden feeling of being lifted into the air made Li Xiaochun let out a scream. She instinctively hugged Zhang Feng tightly with both hands, pouting angrily.
Honey, next time you're going to hold the baby, could you please let me know first?
Zhang Feng chuckled.
You guess? Fine, don't tell me then, humph.
Li Xiaochun turned her head away haughtily, not wanting to pay him any attention. But she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes, glancing at Zhang Feng's face, wondering if he would try to coax her.
That sight made Zhang Feng's girlish heart explode.
Nearby, couples strolled by in 2s and 3s, and when they saw the two of them, they all showed expressions of envy.
Some more sentimental girls even focused their attention on their boyfriends. In an instant,
countless boys felt a tremor in their very souls. Especially a big boy whose girlfriend weighs over 150 pounds, his gaze towards Zhang Feng was full of resentment. If his girlfriend hadn't been holding his hand, he would have run away in a panic.
Ouch, that hurts so much. You heartless person, you just hit me and left. You wanted me to die of pain. Just as Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun approached the parking space, suddenly, a series of wails came from the parking space not far away. Li Xiaochun was taken aback. Are there still people like this around? They hit someone and ran away, do they really think they can't be caught? Humph. Chapter 65, Encountering a Staged Accident? When you encounter something like this.
Zhang Feng was also somewhat puzzled. Although there are many traffic accidents nowadays, hit-and-run accidents are definitely newsworthy.
After all, with today's advanced urban network surveillance, can it run away for a while, or for a lifetime? However, a large crowd of passers-by had gathered in front of them, so the two of them couldn't see what was going on. In addition, given Li Xiaochun's current physical condition, Zhang Feng decided to ignore it. He figured that as long as she had the strength to shout, her life was definitely not in danger. With so many people present, he didn't believe no one had called an ambulance. But when they squeezed through the crowd and went inside, the young couple were so angry at the sight before them that they laughed. In front of their car, an elderly woman who looked to be no more than 50 years old was sitting there, hugging her knees and crying her heart out, with one hand resting on their car. What do you call that? Disaster struck from the sky? Even if Zhang Feng had a kind heart, he was still angry at this moment. He put Li Xiaochun down on the ground, walked straight to the old woman, and said, Hey auntie, isn't that going too far? The old woman's eyes lit up, and her voice immediately rose an octave. It was you. You hit me and then left me here all alone. How could you be so cruel? Would I try to extort you? God, open your eyes. What kind of world is this? People around Zhang Feng began pointing and whispering among themselves. Zhang Feng smiled, but his face remained cold. Pointing to a camera in the upper right corner, he said, Auntie, even if you're going to frame someone, at least find a reliable car, right? My car was parked here before 10 a.m. this morning, and you're telling me I hit you? The cameras above are watching. I just don't understand. You're about the same age as my mother, and you're quick and agile. Why do you have to do something like this, faking an accident? At this moment,
A man in his 30s walked out, looked at Zhang Feng, and said,
Brother, are you sure you parked here at 10 a.m.?
Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled.
Do you need me to check the surveillance footage?
The man suddenly realized what was happening and was about to speak when the old woman panicked and hurriedly said,
You're lying. You've only been here for an hour.
Look here, there's still blood from when you hit me. The passers-by who had just gathered around were stunned again when they saw the dried black marks on the ground. Because the temporary parking spaces here are on the side, usually no one comes here except for people parking and driving, so they really don't know what happened.
Zhang Feng was completely enraged this time. Fine, I see you won't learn your lesson until you're faced with the truth. Let's have the police come and talk to you.
Upon seeing Zhang Feng take out his phone, the old woman was stunned. She quickly stood up and lunged at Zhang Feng. No, this is negotiable.
Just pay me 1,000 yuan and we'll settle this privately. Otherwise, the police will take up a lot of your time.
Whoosh. Upon hearing this, everyone in the crowd burst into laughter.
After so many years of internet exposure, where are there any fools left? If I were actually hit by a car, would I be afraid to call the police? They still ask for money the moment they open their mouths.
If this isn't a scam, they'd be willing to rip their heads off and use them as chamber pots.
In an instant, everyone turned to look at the old woman, and the murmurs grew louder.
Hearing the sound beside her, the old woman's face changed drastically, and she plopped down on the ground, pounding the ground with her hands.
People these days have no respect for the elderly at all. I've been hit and injured like this, and you're still framing me. How can you be so mean? At this moment, Li Xiaochun walked over.
To prevent the old woman from suddenly attacking someone, she hid behind Zhang Feng, glaring angrily at the old woman.
Just you wait, I've called the police. They'll be here soon, huh? You.
The old woman was dumbfounded. She glanced at the onlookers, then, ignoring those filming, she quickly stood up, glared fiercely at Li Xiaochun, and ran outside.
Zhang Feng grabbed her. Auntie, could you please wait a little longer? Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves when the police arrive.
We don't want to pay the price for making a false report, so please do.
Let me go. The woman became anxious. I don't want compensation anymore. You won't even let me go for treatment myself. What are you up to?
Zhang Feng sneered.
No, I'm not short of money. Let the police determine the cause first. If it's my fault, I'll definitely treat you, even if you have to stay in the hospital for the rest of your life. See if I can afford it. Parking lot.
Zhang Feng held onto the old woman tightly, refusing to let go. The old woman struggled desperately, but in front of Zhang Feng, who possessed a physique nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, her struggles were clearly futile.
At this moment,
a slightly surprised voice came over.
Ha! Zhang Feng, it's you guys? What's going on?
Zhang Feng turned his head and looked over, a slight smile appearing on his face.
It's you too? Hey boss, you're pretty fast. I just told you, and you went to look for it? Gao Haoyu's face flushed slightly. Don't change the subject, what happened?
Li Xiaochun was now quite familiar with Gao Haoyu, and immediately began to chatter on about what had happened. After listening, Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei, who was beside him, were completely dumbfounded. Mu Qingwei, in particular, stared at the old woman in front of her as if she were a fool.
Hey ma'am, your method of faking an accident is a bit too ruthless, isn't it?
If you're trying to stage an accident, at least wait until they drive their car out.
This other person's car hasn't even moved. What were you thinking?
The old woman glared at the young man through gritted teeth, wanting to say something, but with so many people around, and many of them filming, she knew she was doomed. So she simply remained silent. Zhang Feng, however, did not indulge her.
Campus Belle, aren't you a doctor? Come on, before the police arrive, check this lady over to see if she's injured.
Although Mu Qingwei didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to, based on her understanding of him, she was sure he had no good intentions. However, Mu Qingwei wasn't going to tolerate these people trying to scam her, and immediately nodded in agreement.
Okay, ma'am, I'm the chief physician at the 3rd Affiliated Hospital of Shanghai Medical University. Where are you injured? Shall I take a look?
As soon as Mu Qingwei finished speaking, a little girl in the crowd shouted. She injured her leg, but I don't know which leg, because she kept switching between hugging this one and that one. Chuckle. I have to laugh for a bit first. The little girl's words made everyone laugh, but the old woman's face darkened even more. Amidst the uproar of laughter, the police car arrived. Chapter 66 Extortion. 2 police officers walked over, glanced at the scene, and then asked, "What exactly is going on?" Zhang Feng released the old woman, smiled, and walked up to the police officer to explain. "Here's the thing, I brought my wife here to go shopping this morning, and we parked the car here around 10 o'clock. But just now, when I was about to take my wife home, this person sat in front of my car and insisted that I had hit her and demanded 1,000 yuan in compensation. If you don't believe me, the surveillance cameras here are very close and you can check them anytime." The police officers were stunned after hearing this, staring at the old woman in disbelief. One of the younger, more outspoken students asked on the spot, "Auntie, this is going too far. This isn't just staged an accident, it's extortion, you know? You'll go to jail for it." "Yes, this is no different from extortion. You know, this guy is really something. He looks to be only in his 50s, and he's quite nimble. Why doesn't he think about finding a proper job? She's going to be famous now. I wonder what her son and husband's expressions will be when they see this. Come on, what if their whole family is like that?" As the police officer spoke, the surrounding chatter grew louder, and the old woman's face turned red with anger. I don't need the money now, can I leave?" The police officer shook his head. "We always dispatch police when a report is filed, that's our rule. Since you have indeed committed a crime, you will definitely have to come back with us to find out the cause and effect of this matter before we decide whether you can leave, but..." At this point, the police officer shook his head and said, "As my apprentice just said, this already constitutes extortion. Although you didn't get any money, it's still attempted extortion, so you'll get at least 7 days in detention. Now come with us." The old woman was stunned when she heard that she would go to jail. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. "I won't go back with you. I haven't committed a crime. I didn't get the money. You can't arrest me. God, please open your eyes." The 2 police officers looked at each other in bewilderment, and then immediately called the command center. The young policeman walked up to the old woman, sighed, and said, "Auntie, crying here won't do any good. If you refuse to comply, you'll be charged with arrest and obstructing official business, and then it won't be just 7 days. I don't care, I won't go with you, I want to go home, you can't arrest me." The old woman wouldn't let it go. The young policeman turned to look at his mentor, and seeing that his mentor nodded, he lunged forward, pinned the old woman to the ground, and snapped the handcuffs onto her wrists. "I'm sorry, but given your lack of cooperation with the investigation, we will be taking enforcement action against you. Let's go." Feeling her hands cuffed, the old woman cried even harder. Clearly, her cries did not elicit any sympathy, but instead drew more ridicule. Seeing that the woman was under control, the veteran policeman approached Zhang Feng, glanced at the pregnant Li Xiaochun, and said, "I'm sorry, but we'll have to trouble you two to come with us to make a statement. Of course, your wife is pregnant now, so it's the same if you come back with us." "I don't want to. I want to be with my husband." Before Zhang Feng could speak, Li Xiaochun hugged him. "Let's go together." Zhang Feng gently ruffled Li Xiaochun's hair, then nodded. "Good." After responding to the police officer, Zhang Feng turned to look at Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei. "Then we'll be going now. You two can continue with your plans." After saying that, Zhang Feng winked at Gao Haoyu, which made Mu Qingwei roll her eyes and kick Zhang Feng in annoyance. Zhang Feng laughed heartily and dodged away. Then, carrying Li Xiaochun, he put her in the passenger seat, waved to the 2 of them again, and started the car to follow the police car in front. After they left, Mu Qingwei looked at Gao Haoyu curiously. "You're saying Zhang Feng is now a billionaire? This is what a billionaire is like." Gao Haoyu scratched his head, looking slightly bewildered. "Or else? Are there any other obvious characteristics of billionaires?" Mu Qingwei opened her mouth. "Okay, you're right." Gao Haoyu took a deep breath and looked at Mu Qingwei cautiously. "Then, shall we continue our go shopping?" Mu Qingwei rolled her eyes at Gao Haoyu, turned and walked forward. After walking about 10 meters, she realized he wasn't following her. She turned back, both amused and exasperated, and scolded him. "Come on, what are you standing there for?" "Ah." Gao Haoyu was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and excitedly chased after him. "They're here." Because the cause and effect of the case were clear, Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun only went through the process at the police station before being released. Looking at the completely darkened sky, Li Xiaochun felt a little depressed.
Honey, are you leaving the day after tomorrow?
Zhang Feng nodded and put his arm around her shoulder. It's okay, I'll definitely be back in 3 days at most, maybe even just 1 day.
Ha?
Li Xiaochun looked at Zhang Feng curiously. 3 days was a bit long for her, but 1 day was acceptable.
Although it's a bit uncomfortable, it's much better than 3 days, right?
Zhang Feng turned around, hugged her slender waist, and kissed her forehead.
I'm bringing my boss with me this time.
I'll just attend the shareholders' meeting, and the rest of the dividends can be handled by my boss. Li Xiaochun suddenly realized, but then looked at Zhang Feng in shock.
No way? Didn't our boss just get together with that school beauty? Aren't you afraid the school beauty will come and beat you up? Zhang Feng? Qianda Plaza.
Gao Haoyu, who was strolling around with Mu Qingwei, suddenly sneezed, frowned, and rubbed his nose.
That's strange, why am I sneezing? Mu Qingwei, holding a Haagen-Dazs ice cream, burst out laughing upon hearing this. Could it be that some young girl is talking about you behind your back?
Gao Haoyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head.
Impossible.
I've been working hard these past few years to pay for my father's medical treatment.
What young girl would be interested in me?
I guess it's Xiaobao and his friends.
You're really funny. Mu Qingwei smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to have changed so much over the years, you know that?
I thought you got married, but when I came back I found out that all 4 of you were still single.
On the contrary, Wang Lebo married Zhang Feng, that super blockhead.
Tell me, how did the 4 of you manage to get by?
Who knows what they're thinking? Anyway, I have someone in my heart. I'm not considering marriage until things are settled.
Plus, I still have hundreds of thousands of yuan in debt, so I'll wait and see.
Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwei couldn't help but tremble.
Then things returned to normal, and the topic was changed.
You just said you're going abroad with Zhang Feng the day after tomorrow? Gao Haoyu nodded.
Yes, the IFC Group's shareholders meeting is about to start. As their second largest shareholder, Fengzi has to be there because there's still the share dividend from last quarter.
So I'm going to help him with the accounts.
Zhang Feng has really made something of himself, becoming the second largest shareholder of the IFC Group.
TSK, if only I had written him a love letter back then, maybe we would have gotten together, right? Mu Qingwei looked at Gao Haoyu with a half smile and asked.
Gao Haoyu's lips twitched slightly, and he shook his head repeatedly.
Impossible. Fengzi and his wife are childhood sweethearts. TCH. She's so easily amused. Mu Qingwei stretched and sat down next to the fountain, watching the colorful water spray. It's so nice to be back in China. It's always the most comfortable place to be.
Gao Haoyu's eyes flickered, and finally he sighed helplessly, sitting down next to Mu Qingwei.
Yes, at least this is our own home, much better than outside. It's getting late, would you like to grab something to eat?
Okay, but I'll treat you.
Didn't you say you still had debts to pay off? Mu Qingwei stood up with a smile and pointed to a ramen shop not far ahead. How is it there? Chapter 67 Accidentally Exposed. On the way home, Zhang Feng drove.
Zhou Mei had already called him 5 or 6 times since he left.
If we don't go back soon, they'll probably throw a tantrum.
Thinking about the consequences of Zhou Mei's outburst, Zhang Feng couldn't help but shudder, looking at Li Xiaochun beside him with a mixture of anger and amusement.
This girl is now my mom's closest daughter, so even if my mom wants to vent her anger, she'll take it out on him. The key is that he can't say anything, which is very annoying. I don't know if she didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, or if this girl simply didn't take it seriously.
Sitting in the passenger seat, gently waving her hands, singing a song, and swaying her head, she couldn't be happier. Suddenly, her phone, which was on the control panel in front of her, rang. Looking at the incoming call, Li Xiaochun paused for a moment before quickly swiping across her phone. The video call connected, and Zhang Lu appeared on the screen.
The next second, Zhang Lu's loud voice rang out. Hey sis, I'm rich. Where are you now? I want to treat you to dinner, a big meal, ah. I'm so happy, so excited. Li Xiaochun was stunned. Are you all right? The excitement on Zhang Lu's face vanished instantly upon hearing this. Oh right, I almost forgot. Those 2 days when I was feeling really down, you ignored me and didn't even call. No way, where are you now?
I have to settle the score with you.
He. Li Xiaochun made a funny face and said playfully. I'm with my husband right now, do you dare come? TCH. Zhang Lu fell silent instantly.
She was genuinely afraid of Jiang Feng now, and involuntarily shrank back.
You brat, if you're so capable, don't use your husband as an excuse. You think that's possible? You big idiot. Li Xiaochun scoffed. I have a husband, why would I go and fight you myself? Am I out of my mind? Tell me, what's making you so happy? Did you win the lottery?
The words had barely left his mouth. Li Xiaochun suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Jiang Feng in shock.
Honey, don't we still have a lottery ticket we haven't picked up yet?
Jiang Feng chuckled and gently stroked her hair.
You've received it, it's in your card. Wow, when did you get it? I had Dad pick it up, I forgot to tell you.
Seeing that Jiang Feng hadn't abandoned her to secretly retrieve the item, Li Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. But when she looked back at her phone, Zhang Lu's expression was practically spitting fire.
Li Xiao Chun. You brat, are you even listening to me? Ugh, you're going to drive me crazy. Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly. Yes, go ahead and say it.
Zhang Lu took a deep breath and smoothed herself down with her hands, barely managing to keep from collapsing, and hummed softly. I've signed a contract now, and I have over 300,000 followers.
I received 30,000 yuan worth of gifts yesterday alone. I've waited so long, and I'm finally going to make a fortune.
Li Xiaochun suddenly realized, then looked at Zhang Lu with a face full of disgust.
I thought it was something serious, is that all? You could have signed a contract without my husband? Put. Zhang Lu? Can't you let me be happy for a little while? So, love can disappear, right?
The two best friends hadn't talked on the phone for several days, and since Zhang Lu had finally gotten over her past trauma today, they ended up chatting non-stop.
Jiang Feng didn't stop until he drove the car into Tianji Mansion.
Li Xiaochun jumped out of the car with her phone in her hand and waved at it.
Hey sis, I'm home, I'm hanging up now. Stop right there.
Zhang Lu stared in disbelief at Li Xiaochun in the video, and the scenery behind her.
No, where are you right now?
Li Xiaochun was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and glanced at Jiang Feng with a slightly guilty look.
Then he whispered. I'll let you in on a little secret, I'm at Tianji's residence right now. Puff.
Zhang Lu nearly vomited blood again, staring dumbfounded at Li Xiaochun.
No, Tianji Mansion? Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue. Yes, the developer gave this place to my husband. Isn't it beautiful? Holy crap. What the hell? Zhang Lu was excited. Girl, I'm not saying anything more, I'm coming right now, wait for me, you have to wait for me. Hey. What are you doing here? Are you going to be a third wheel? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. My husband is going abroad in a couple of days, and nobody can bother us now, including you, that's it. After Li Xiaochun finished speaking, she hung up the phone immediately. She ran to Jiang Feng's side with small, quick steps, took his arm, and began to massage his back in a coaxing manner. Honey, I'm so sorry, I accidentally revealed it. It's alright, they'll find out sooner or later anyway. Jiang Feng was now thinking about how to deal with Zhou Mei's punishment. As for the matter of Tianji Mansion, he never intended to hide it. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this will be their place of life in the future, and they can't remain unknown forever, can they? He prefers to be open and honest rather than to hide things. My husband is so good to me, but even so, she can't come today. You're leaving the day after tomorrow, and before that, no one can bother us. Li Xiaochun clenched her small fists, her face full of determination. At this moment, from the living room not far away, Zhou Mei walked out with a half-smile, looking at Jiang Feng with a sarcastic expression. Hey! Who's this? Isn't this my rascal? He actually knows how to come home now? Hey, Lao Jiang, come quick! Our son's back. Jiang Feng? He looked at Zhou Mei with a mix of exasperation and exasperation, his face full of black lines. Mom, can we not do this? What do you mean, you? Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Mei walked straight over and pulled Li Xiaochun away. Go wherever you want to go have fun, why are you bringing my daughter along? Jiang Feng opened his mouth. Okay, I was wrong. Good heavens, what double standards.
If it weren't her own mother, she would never do something like this.
The key is that he can't say anything. After all, she's his own mother. What can he do? Just bear with it. Chapter 68: A Temporary Farewell. Jo-mei pouted, still somewhat angry with her son. After all, Lee Stouchun is currently carrying 3 children, so she needs to be more careful than the average person. This is the most crucial time for both adults and children. If something unexpected really happens, it will be too late to regret it. Don't assume that because medical technology is advanced in this era, everything will be fine. In this day and age, many people die suddenly from severe bleeding during pregnancy. That was just a single one. Now that she has 3 big, healthy grandchildren in her belly, Jo-mei is already considered to have a good temper by not chasing after Jung Fong and beating him up. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to come and eat? Jo-mei snapped at Jung Fong in an annoyed tone before helping Lee Stouchun into the house, leaving Jung Fong bewildered in the wind. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, and Jung Fong couldn't help but shiver before quickly running inside. After dinner, Jung Fong lay listlessly on the sofa. Seeing Zhang Jiandong fiddling with his phone beside him, she gently nudged him. Dad, how exactly did you and Mom get together? Zhang Jiandong was slightly taken aback. He glanced discreetly at Jo-mei, who was busy in the kitchen, and only after confirming that she wouldn't notice him did he whisper. Your grandfather asked someone to tell you. You brat, let me tell you, your mother is a good mother. If you ever have any wicked thoughts, just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhang Fong? Was I being fed dog food by my dad? Yes, Mom is a good woman, a good mother, and a good daughter-in-law. Zhang Fong knows all of this, but when you say it, can you tone down the love in your eyes? Do you really think your son will fall for this? After a moment of silence, Zhang Fong quietly stood up. Okay, he falls for it. He desperately needs Lee Xiaochun's comfort right now. Besides, everyone knows how to show affection, and I'm a married man too, okay? Lee Xiaochun was curled up on the sofa talking to Zhang Lu on the phone. That girl Zhang Lu finally came over. At this moment, they are taking a taxi here. For this matter, Lee Stouchun is currently online with her. Suddenly, Lee Stouchun felt a heat on her cheek. He turned around in surprise to look at Zhang Fong, only to find Zhang Fong showing off to Zhang Jiandong behind him with a smug look on his face. Lee Xiaochun? Zhang Jiandong, who was behind him, was also amused by Zhang Feng's childish behavior. He pointed at him, both amused and annoyed. You brat, I'm too lazy to argue with you here. I'm going to sleep. I never imagined that young people these days could be so bored. It wasn't until Zhang Jiandong went upstairs that Lee Xiaochun realized what was happening, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Honey, what's wrong? Zhang Fong curled his lip. TCH Dad dares to flaunt his relationship in front of me, do you think I'll tolerate that? Put. Lee Stouchun couldn't help but burst out laughing and slapped Zhang Feng's arm. Honey, how can you be so cute? Ha, but the baby likes it so much. Zhang Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud. But just as he was about to speak, Zhang Lu, who had been ignored yet again, finally exploded on the other end of the phone. Lee. Xiao. Chun. This is the second time. Do you believe I'll cut ties with you if you do this again? Zhang Lu's roar even startled Jo-mei, who was busy in the kitchen. She actually dropped the dishes and chopsticks in the kitchen and ran over quickly. What's wrong? What happened? Lee Stouchun winked playfully. It's okay, Mom. She's just a big idiot. Don't mind her. Zhang Lu? Jo-mei breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you guys have fun. I'm going to sleep soon too. Get some rest and don't stay up too late, it's bad for your health. Okay, Mom. Lee Xiaochun waved her little hand and watched Jo-mei go into the kitchen. Only then did he turn back to stare at the video, gritting his teeth as he said. Zhang Lu, you big idiot, don't you know I'm home? Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want to die? Zhang Lu shrank back guiltily. TCH, now you know how to be a good wife? Think about how you treated me back then. I'm here. Come out and greet me. The video was cut off as soon as the words were spoken. Lee Xiaochun's lips twitched slightly. She tossed her phone aside, both amused and exasperated, and looked longingly at Zhang Fong standing next to her. Zhang Fong reached out and touched the top of her head. I'll go with you? No, I can go by myself. Lee Stouchun took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, stood up, and walked outside, muttering to herself. Holy crap, sis, are you sure this is a villa? Is this some kind of manor? No way, I have to take a picture. Hey sis, can I ask you something? I'm going to do a live stream here tomorrow during the day and show the viewers around your place. I'm sure it'll generate tons of traffic. Holy crap! There are pavilions and towers? Is this a traditional idyllic scene with bridges, flowing water, and houses? I can't take it anymore, I'm so envious, sis, how about we talk? I'll come work as your housekeeper, I don't care if you pay me or not, just let me do a live stream here. After finally managing to get Zhang Lu, that big idiot, into the guest room, Li Xiaochun returned to the bedroom listlessly. Without even changing her clothes, she snuggled into Zhang Feng's arms, whimpering and rubbing against him. Zhang Feng, who was buying plane tickets, put his phone down with a look of doting affection, reached out and pulled her out of his arms, placed her on his lap, and smoothed her hair. What's wrong? Li Xiaochun shook her head, her face contorted with misery, and said, I don't want to sleep, I want to talk to my husband. Okay, then tell me, but you can't do it without sleeping. Li Xiaochun lay on Zhang Feng's body without making a sound. Zhang Feng could sense Li Xiaochun's emotional changes, but some things were inevitable. It's unlikely that people can stay together forever, there will always be temporary separations. Gently patting Li Xiaochun's back, Zhang Feng suddenly spoke. Girl, have you ever heard this saying? What? A temporary separation is for a better reunion. Zhang Feng smiled and placed her aside. This is a line from a tokusatsu series. Although I don't really like Guijia, I think this line is very true. Moreover, our ancestors also said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. So, aren't you looking forward to the moment we reunite after this temporary separation? Li Xiaochun's eyes gradually brightened. Zhang Feng continued. Anyway, I'm already looking forward to it. When I fly over, you'll pick me up outside the airport. I think that will be a particularly happy moment for me. Yes, I will definitely come to pick you up. I want to see you first. Li Xiaochun buried her head in Zhang Feng's arms again. I'm starting to look forward to it too, honey. Chapter 69, Helping My Brother Play Support. The next day, early morning. Li Xiaochun was dragged out for a stroll early in the morning by Zhang Lu. Such a large estate would be a huge shock to anyone. Zhang Lu didn't care whether others had the chance or not. She had the opportunity to live here and enjoy the scenery at will, so how could she miss it? In the pavilion, Zhang Feng sat by the lotus pond, watching Zhang Lu pestering Li Xiaochun to let him livestream from there. He shook his head, both amused and exasperated, then took out his phone, found Gao Haoyu's number, and dialed it. Hey! Fengzi, what's wrong? I've bought your plane ticket. Could you come over and pick it up sometime? Okay, I just arrived at Rongshan Group. I'll come to your place as soon as I'm done here. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. Just come directly to Tianji Mansion when you arrive. Call me when you get there and I'll come out to meet you. Okay, Gao Haoyu on the other end of the phone instinctively agreed, but then realized what he was doing. Where did you say? Tianji Mansion? You mean that villa complex where the lowest price is rumored to be over 500 million? It's not as amazing as you say. By the way, how are things going with you and the school beauty? Zhang Feng decisively changed the subject. Sure enough, for Gao Haoyu, the school beauty was much more important than the Tianji Mansion. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, he promptly forgot about the Tianji Mansion and responded somewhat awkwardly. Well, it doesn't seem right yet. At most, she just sees me as a pretty good friend. Zhang Feng, who had anticipated this, was delighted. So what are you going to do? How about we bring her along today? We can help you out then. Gao Haoyu was stunned for a moment. Is that all right? Okay, I'll call her later to ask if she has time. All right, I'm here, see you in a bit. Honey, come quick, your baby needs your help. At this moment, Li Xiaochun's voice came from not far away. Zhang Feng smiled, made a hand gesture, and stood up, saying, That's settled then. Remember to call me when you arrive. You're busy now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng walked over to Li Xiaochun with a smile. In the end, Li Xiaochun couldn't persuade Zhang Lu to allow her to broadcast live here. Sure enough, the girl had already opened her live stream on her phone and was excitedly introducing the environment and facilities to the fans who had joined. Looking at Li Xiaochun's pretty face twisted into a frown, Zhang Feng couldn't resist kissing her on the cheek. What's wrong? Why are you so down? Li Xiaochun twitched the tip of her nose. Lulu bullied me, go and teach her a lesson. Zhang Feng froze, staring at her in astonishment, then at Zhang Lu, who was running around excitedly not far away, and was completely dumbfounded. 10 a.m. Gao Haoyu left Rongshan Technology. He's only here today to compile the financial statements from last quarter to facilitate the financial settlement for next quarter. As for anything else, that's not his responsibility. Moreover, the Rongshan Technology incident last quarter had little to do with Zhang Feng. He only needs to confirm and record Rongshan Technology's revenue, profit, and whether it has any debt, and at the same time, make a general assessment of the progress of Rongshan Technology's various projects, cash flow, etc. Even so, this workload cannot be completed in a day or two. Even a professional finance team would need 3 to 5 days, or even longer, to completely complete the liquidation. Therefore, after leaving Rongshan Group, Gao Haoyu had the idea of creating a professional financial company, but whether or not to do it depended on Zhang Feng. Ultimately, this company serves only Zhang Feng. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took it out, looked at the caller ID, and a smile instantly spread across Gao Haoyu's face. He quickly answered the call. Hello? You? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Before Gao Haoyu could finish speaking, Mu Qingwei's voice came through the phone. Won't the entrance to Rongshan building interfere with your work? It's all right. My job as the head of internal medicine isn't too busy, and although I'm a chief physician, I'm still in my internship period, so it's easy to take leave. Alright, just wait, 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Gao Haoyu jumped up and down excitedly. At least this time, Mu Qingwei didn't reject him as directly and decisively as she did 5 years ago. Although he didn't know if this would fulfill the fate he had made years ago, at least he saw hope now, didn't he? You stupid Lulu, haven't you said enough? How many times have you walked around here? You've practically trampled the floor. Tianji Mansion. Li Xiaochun sat on the stone bench in the pavilion with a bored expression, resting her chin on her hands and muttering complaints. Zhang Lu scoffed. What are you talking about? Do you know how many people are in my live stream? 50,000, you want me to end the broadcast at this time? You're probably thinking. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Lu abruptly stopped. She looked at Zhang Feng, who was carrying a pot of water, with a guilty conscience, gave him a fawning smile, and quickly ran away with her phone in her hand. Clearly, this girl hadn't gotten over Zhang Feng's reprimand from the last time, and instinctively felt a sense of fear towards him. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, sat down next to Li Xiaochun and poured her a glass of warm water. What's going on? That brat's gone mad, just ignore her. Li Xiaochun gave a soft hum and rested her head on Zhang Feng's shoulder. Hee, it's still most comfortable leaning on my husband, so cozy. Zhang Lu's live stream lasted for nearly 2 hours. She reluctantly ended her live stream around 11 p.m., then eagerly ran to Li Xiaochun to show off. Girl, do you know how many people watched our live stream this time? 80,000, hee, do you know how much that is as a tip? 47,000, after the profit sharing. As she spoke, Zhang Lu tilted her head back, her face filled with rapture. I never thought I'd be earning over 10,000 yuan a day. Ha, it seems that buying a house and a car is no longer just a dream for me. Li Xiaochun curled her lip, what's so great about it? The money my husband peeks out from between his fingers would make you despair. Put. Zhang Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Li Xiaochun through gritted teeth. If you're so capable, then don't bring your husband into this. Ha, do you think I'm crazy? Li Xiaochun pushed Zhang Lu away with a look of disgust. If I have a husband, why wouldn't I use him? Are you brain dead? Zhang Lu opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found that she couldn't find any words to refute it. Damn. This is so uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhang Feng, who was sitting next to him, felt his phone vibrate. He took it out, glanced at it, and then got up and left. The boss is here, I'll go and greet him. Chapter 70, has it really taken off? Tianji Mansion, main gate. Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei stood in front of an accord. 2 burly security guards at the entrance were watching them warily. Their expressions suggested that if they did anything slightly wrong, they would experience the harsh reality of life. A top-tier mansion is a top-tier mansion. TSK, Putting everything else aside, the security force alone is reassuring.
Mu Qingwei looked at Gao Haoyu with a hint of envy in her eyes. Seriously, Jiang Feng has really made something of himself these days, hasn't he?
They can even get a house here. Gao Haoyu blinked. Isn't this abnormal?
Fengzi is now a big shot with billions in assets, so it's strange that he owns a house here.
Mu Qingwei chuckled. You don't understand, do you? The houses in Tianji Mansion are not for sale, they are all given away.
Those who can live here are definitely not just rich.
Dama, Xiaoma, and Lao Wang all wanted houses here, but have you seen them move in?
Especially the penthouse here, which once fetched a sky-high price of 2.5 billion in Malaysia, but the developer just wouldn't sell.
Isn't that amazing? Gao Haoyu was instantly dumbfounded. Was there really such a thing? Well, is Fengzi really taking off? Just then, a Hongqi car drove up from inside.
Then Jiang Feng got out of the car. When the two security guards saw Jiang Feng, they quickly turned around, stood up straight, and saluted him.
Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. These two are my friends. Please let them in. Yes, Mr. Jiang, please. The two security guards agreed and quickly ran to the side to open the gate. A few minutes later, Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei were once again stunned by the scene before them.
Even though Mu Qingwei had seen many estates abroad, the courtyard in front of her still made her feel like her understanding of the world was collapsing. It wasn't until Jiang Feng led them into the living room that the two realized what was happening, and then they saw the playful smile on Jiang Feng's face.
Gao Haoyu's face instantly turned red. Fengzi, don't look at us like that, we.
Jiang Feng waved his hand and looked at Mu Qingwei with a smile.
What did the school beauty say? Mu Qingwei pouted.
Not bad, you've barely made it into the probationary period.
I must say, you've been hiding your abilities pretty well, haven't you? Do you need someone to suck up to?
Jiang Feng was amused by her.
No need, please sit down, I'll go get the tickets.
On the corridor next to the natural lake, Gao Haoyu held a cup of tea in his hand, watching the three girls laughing and joking not far away, a faint smile appearing on his lips.
Fengzi, I'm thinking of starting a finance company. What do you think?
Jiang Feng casually tossed some fish food into the lake and stared at the fish scrambling for it, slightly taken aback.
A finance company? Do you have any specific ideas? Gao Haoyu nodded and sat down next to Jiang Feng. That's right.
Jinmao Tower and Tianjin property are relatively easy to deal with, since their industries are singular and their projects are limited to only two types. So, it's easy to organize their finances and such I can do it myself.
But IFC and Rongsheng Group involve far too many things.
Projects, loans, liabilities, revenue, profits, taxes, and now we have to add oranges to the mix. I could manage it all by myself, but it would take too much time and be prone to errors. At this point, Gao Haoyu paused slightly before continuing.
So, I was thinking, why don't you just set up an accounting firm to handle your financial matters? Jiang Feng seemed lost in thought, and after a long while, he sighed. Boss, do you know why I only want the profit-sharing rights and not the management rights? Gao Haoyu frowned slightly.
Jiang Feng didn't wait for him to figure it out himself. Instead, she turned around, casually picked a lotus flower, and said with a smile.
Because I'm lazy, I don't like managing a company. You could also think that I don't want to be scheming against those people all the time. I just want to live a simple life with my wife, kids, and parents. That's good enough. So in the beginning, I never thought about starting a company. It's too tiring. Gao Haoyu suddenly realized. At this moment,
Jiang Feng stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and continued.
However, you are right. A mature finance team is essential. After all, even I don't know how many businesses I will have in the future. So, I've decided to take your suggestion. But let's make it clear first, you will be in charge of the entire finance team. Whether it's recruiting or managing, I'll leave it all to you. There's only one condition, barring any special circumstances, please make things easier for me, okay?
Gao Haoyu stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief, but quickly came to his senses. After all, the 5 years of darkness he had endured had already made him mentally strong to a certain extent. So, after a brief moment of contemplation, he continued. If that's the case, then we'll need a professional legal team.
Since we're not involved in the company's management, these two teams will be enough.
But in my opinion, Fengzi, you should set up a professional investment company. It doesn't have to be too big, but it must have the necessary departments. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded after hearing Gao Haoyu's words.
No, boss, let me tell you, don't push your luck. Forget about the investment company, get your finance team set up first. Gao Haoyu's lips twitched slightly. Alright, I'll start working on it after we get back from Coco Island. By the way, will the finance team's office be located in the Jinmao Tower? Zhang Feng nodded. Okay, I don't go to the top floor office much anyway. That will serve as your office. After a pause, Zhang Feng continued. When you get back later, ask Xiaobao and the others if they'd like to come with you. They're all brothers, so help them out if you can. Gao Haoyu nodded at first, but then shook his head. Forget it, we both know their abilities. They're okay at other jobs, but finance, they're not suitable. If we really want to help them, let's wait until everything is on track before we talk about it. As he spoke, Gao Haoyu put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder. Fengzi, we all know you want to help your brothers, and the others know it too, but can our brotherhood be maintained by money? If that's the case, what's the difference between them and their cronies? We know exactly how big the pot is, how much rice to put in, what we can do, and what we can't do. If we force everyone up there and something goes wrong later, even if you don't blame us, what will the brothers think? Zhang Feng was silent for a moment, then sighed and nodded. You're right. Okay, then I'll leave this to you. But I'll still talk to them about it, just in case they're willing to learn. Let's give them a chance after all. Okay, don't worry about this. I'll take care of it. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now so as not to disturb your time with your sister-in-law. Where are you going? Let's talk after lunch, besides, it'll be just the two of us. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, pointed at Zhang Lu, who was making a ruckus there. With her around, do you think we can have any time for just the two of us? Put. Gao Haoyu couldn't help but laugh. He had just heard Zhang Feng talk about Zhang Lu and knew what this girl meant to Li Xiaochun. In his view, the relationship between Zhang Lu and Li Xiaochun was the same as the relationship between him and his brothers, including Zhang Feng. Moreover, Zhang Lu's personality is indeed likable. She is simple, cheerful, generous, and lively, and she is also quite good-looking. Most importantly, they are sincere to their friends and will not play tricks on them. Therefore, almost no one would dislike such a person. Chapter 71: Earning Money for Baby Formula. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei left Tianji Mansion. Mu Qingwei has a meeting in the afternoon, and Gao Haoyu also needs to go and discuss with Sun Wei and the others what he and Zhang Feng had just talked about. After they left, Zhang Lu also left. Although Zhang Lu really wanted to stay, she knew that Zhang Feng was leaving the country the next day, and she had already taken up most of Li Xiaochun's time. She really couldn't convince herself to stay any longer. The main gate. Zhang Lu was holding Li Xiaochun. Girl, go home. I'll come back to keep you company tomorrow until your husband gets back, okay? Li Xiaochun's face showed disgust. Go away, do I need you to come with me? I have my mom and dad with me, humph. Even so, the smile on her lips was impossible to hide. Zhang Lu gave a soft snort. TCH, you don't appreciate kindness. I'm leaving. I'll come back tomorrow. I already told the viewers I'd be streaming for 3 days straight. Watching Zhang Lu leave, Li Xiaochun chuckled, then took Zhang Feng's arm. Honey, I'm sleepy. Zhang Feng stared in astonishment at the longing in Li Xiaochun's eyes, then suddenly picked her up in his arms. You brat, you're playing with fire, aren't you? Zhang Feng, who had spent most of the night with Li Xiaochun at Tianji Mansion, felt fear towards women for the first time in his life. The next day, early morning. As Gao Haoyu drove, he saw Zhang Feng sitting next to him constantly rubbing his lower back and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey Fengzi, that's going too far. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, aren't you afraid? Zhang Feng curled his lip. Get lost, is this any of my business? Ha ha ha. Gao Haoyu couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. However, after laughing, he frowned and said, Fengzi, are you sure you don't want to tell your sister-in-law? Just in case. I've heard that pregnant women are very emotional. Why don't you make a call? If that doesn't work, you can go back. There's still plenty of time. No, rather than going back and seeing her cry, I'd rather just leave quietly. Besides, I'll probably be back tomorrow night. Zhang Feng shook his head, but it was clear that he wasn't in a good mood either.
Gao Haoyu, both amused and exasperated, playfully punched him.
You really trust me? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? That's billions in dividends. TCH, are you that kind of person?
Zhang Feng curled his lip in disdain.
Gao Haoyu's heart skipped a beat.
He took a deep breath and suddenly increased his speed.
Fengzi, thanks.
Zhang Feng knew what Gao Haoyu meant, but these were things he earned through his own actions, not things Zhang Feng gave him for no reason. So, Zhang Feng patted Gao Haoyu's shoulder and then closed his eyes.
Meanwhile, at Tianji Mansion.
Inside the master bedroom, Li Xiaochun instinctively raised her hand and placed it to the side.
The next moment,
she suddenly opened her eyes, looked at the empty bed, and her eyes turned red uncontrollably, with large tears falling down her cheeks.
However, she didn't cry. Instead, she lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Oh dear, what's wrong with my daughter? Why are you crying? The sudden sound pulled Li Xiaochun back to reality.
She turned her head to look at Zhou Mei, who was crawling towards her, and suddenly rolled over and hugged Zhou Mei.
Mom! Zhang Feng is gone?
Zhou Mei laughed and gently patted her shoulder.
Yeah, that brat left. Are you crying because of that? There's no need for that. Get up quickly and see what delicious food Mom made for you. Also, Lulu is here. Let her keep you company later.
Let's not think about that brat and let him run wild outside.
No way. Li Xiaochun pouted, letting Zhou Mei pat her.
Zhang Feng went to earn money for baby formula, mommy.
Zhang Feng is really, really good. Alright, your Zhang Feng is the best, so why don't you get up now? How about mommy carries you outside? Don't want. Li Xiaochun was startled by Zhou Mei's sudden increase in force and hurriedly threw off the covers to start changing her clothes. I'll be right there.
Zhou Mei looked at her with a smile, raised her hand and tapped her forehead, then turned and walked out. As soon as she stepped outside, a look of deep satisfaction and a warm, maternal smile spread across her face. After all, her son and daughter-in-law have such a good relationship, how could she, as the mother-in-law, not be happy? It's 9 p.m. in the summer, which is 11 a.m. in Kokali Island. Zhang Feng and Gao Haoyu walked out of the private airport on Coco Island. That's right, the entire Kokori Island is the private property of IFC, and IFC's headquarters are located on this island. On an island with an area of only 5 square kilometers, in addition to the IFC headquarters building, there are complete supporting living facilities. There are more than 2,300 employees and more than 10,000 family members here. In addition, there are very famous beaches here, which attract hundreds of thousands of tourists to spend money here every year. 80% of the profits generated by these tourists belong to the IFC group. When Zhang Feng and Gao Haoyu came out of the airport exit, they saw that the entire airport exit had been completely cordoned off, with dozens of armed bodyguards standing on both sides, blocking the way for tourists.
On the main road not far away, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbases were parked quietly. This display of force startled Gao Haoyu. After all, guns are extremely rare in China. Even police officers on duty may not be allowed to carry them. But here, even a mere security guard can carry a gun, which is simply outrageous. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered. He was also somewhat surprised, but he didn't show it, staring intently at the few foreigners who were walking quickly towards him. Soon, a man who looked to be in his 40s, with a full head of white hair and a pair of pure blue eyes, came to him. After looking him up and down, he raised his hand and hugged Zhang Feng, laughing loudly. My dear Jiang, you finally arrived. Ha, I've been waiting for you for so long. Come on, the welcome feast is all set. In your local dialect, let's drink until we drop. Mr. Mike, this is quite a show of force. Zhang Feng gently patted Mike on the back, then let go of him and spoke with a smile. Mike shrugged. Ha, this shows our respect for you, Zhang. That's truly an honor, Mr. Mike, please. Gao Haoyu followed Zhang Feng closely. At the same time, he kept a close eye on the security guards around him, seemingly afraid that they would suddenly rush up and shoot him and Zhang Feng. However, the two of them were overthinking things. The entire IFC group was very kind to them, and many people even accommodated them, including the fact that most of their dinners were Chinese food. Although it's not very authentic, it still shows that the other party has shown sincerity. The shareholders' meeting is tomorrow morning, and Zhang Feng and Gao Haoyu need to adjust to the time difference, so after having a quick bite to eat, the two returned to the hotel arranged for them by the group. Chapter 72. I don't want to become an idiot. Inside the room, Gao Haoyu sat on the sofa, still shaken. Fengzi, do you have any ideas? Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. Any thoughts? Ahem. What I mean is, shouldn't you get yourself a few bodyguards? Gao Haoyu choked on his food, then frowned in response. Zhang Feng shook his head. We haven't considered that yet, but we can make a budget. Once you've got things set up on your end, you can discuss it with people and see how to proceed. Well, okay. Gao Haoyu felt a little guilty. After all, he had never even touched this thing before. Alright, go to sleep. Let's finish the shareholders meeting early tomorrow and go home early. Zhang Feng got up, patted Gao Haoyu on the shoulder, and then took the clothes into the bathroom. Although Zhang Feng only planned to stay on Coco Island for 1 or 2 days. But when he actually got involved in this field, he discovered that many things were not as simple as he had imagined. Putting aside everything else, the shareholders meeting and Zhang Feng's entry into the board of directors alone took 3 full days to settle. Moreover, because of the proportion of shares held by Zhang Feng, he became the deputy head of the entire IFC board of directors. This is an honorary position. It has no specific power, but it allows one to give instructions on many things in the company. However, most of the time, it's just a sinecure. This was also Zhang Feng's own request. Not participating in company management was his final insistence in this life. When he was short of money, he valued life even more. Now, he just wants to enjoy life. As for anything else? Does this have anything to do with him? On the 4th night, Zhang Feng finally held the final share dividend signing ceremony with Mike, representing the IFC chief financial team. With this, his trip to Kokali Island was officially over. It's 9:30 p.m. Zhang Feng walked out of the hotel, with Gao Haoyu following closely behind him. The money has arrived, a total of 167.27 million euros. Should this money be exchanged for Yensha currency? Zhang Feng paused slightly, turned around, and said. How many? 167,270,000 euros, which is about 6 billion yuan. Is there a problem? Gao Haoyu paused for a moment, then asked curiously. Zhang Feng shook his head. No, have you booked your plane ticket? Alright, we have 1 more hour until takeoff. Do we really need to go back at this time? I've already exceeded my time limit. Zhang Feng responded with a wry smile, and he could even imagine Li Xiaochun's expression at that moment. Thinking of Li Xiaochun's charming and lovely appearance, Zhang Feng felt a surge of heat in his heart. Let's go. Gao Haoyu looked at Zhang Feng with some envy. He also wanted to have such a sweet relationship, but, considering Mu Qingwei's personality, it would probably be difficult. After all, Mu Qingwei has always been quite strong-willed. Even if the two of them were to get together, they would probably treat each other with more respect than anything else. Shanghai. Tianji Mansion. Li Xiaochun lay sprawled on the bed, utterly dejected, staring blankly at the ceiling. Apart from the ticking of the clock, the room was eerily quiet. A moment later, footsteps sounded at the door, and Zhang Lu walked in carrying a cup of brown sugar water. Looking at her former best friend who used to dominate the campus, she couldn't help but sigh and quietly placed the brown sugar water on the table. She suddenly jumped in front of Li Xiaochun and made a face. Li Xiaochun's eyes darted around, she pouted, and pushed her away with a look of disgust. Get out of here, I'm really annoyed right now. Zhang Lu scoffed and simply lay down next to her. Seriously? It's only been 4 days, and you're already like this? If you ask me, you're just being dramatic. You don't understand. Li Xiaochun looked at her with a sneer. When you find the person you're willing to spend your life with, you'll know what separation means for two people. Hey, you're still going to argue with me, huh? Zhang Lu sat up abruptly, staring straight at her. Then tell me, how do so many long-distance relationships last? Don't they want to? Li Xiaochun shook her head with a half-smile. How many long-distance relationships actually last? Besides, how do you know that people in long-distance relationships are truly consistent throughout? Don't talk to me about long-distance relationships. I'm just a woman who wants to stay with my husband for the rest of my life. I don't want to leave him. I feel empty without him. Is that not okay? You big idiot, why don't you use this time to find a girlfriend? Put. Zhang Lu almost vomited blood. Li. Xiao. Shun. How many times have I told you, personal attacks are not allowed? So what if I'm single? Does it bother you? Li Xiaochun squinted at her, then simply closed her eyes. Just then, Li Xiaochun's phone, which was lying next to her, suddenly rang. In an instant, Li Xiaochun nimbly flipped over, quickly grabbing her phone.
Seeing the incoming call, her eyes welled up with tears. She hurriedly answered, her voice filled with a pitiful sympathy.
Honey, you're such a bad guy. We agreed on a whole day.
It's been 4 days now, and the baby is dying.
Zhang Lu? Holy crap? I'm still here. Dude, I'm still here. Where does that leave me?
Zhang Feng remained silent for a while on the phone.
Only then did he speak.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to be so complicated here, but I've already bought my plane ticket and will be heading back tonight.
I should arrive there around 4 or 5 p.m. I'll send you the flight information in a bit.
Good.
Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. I'm getting up and getting ready to pick you up.
Okay, be careful on the road, don't rush, the flight takes about 10 hours. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaochun instantly felt refreshed, humming a cheerful tune as she got out of bed and changed her clothes.
Zhang Lu stood to the side, completely dumbfounded.
While Li Xiaochun was getting dressed, she came up to her, raised her hand, and touched her forehead.
No fever, sis. What happened to punishing Jiang Feng? Didn't you say he had to kneel on a keyboard? Have you forgotten? Get lost, I wouldn't want to, hee hee hee. Single people, don't talk to me. Li Xiaochun pushed past Zhang Lu, happily opened the wardrobe, and began looking for clothes. Zhang Lu was completely bewildered. She sat on the edge of the bed, frowning, and whispered. Is love really that terrible? I think I'll stay single. I don't want to become an idiot.
At this moment, Zhang Lu suddenly felt some sympathy for Li Xiaochun. She used to be such a wonderful girl, lively, cheerful, confident, and strong.
And now, he just laughs like a silly little fool all day long. TSK, that's so tragic.
That's what she thought, but Zhang Lu's eyes involuntarily revealed envy and longing, which startled her so much that she hurriedly shook her head.
Damn! She almost got corroded.
While Zhang Lu was still in a daze, Li Xiaochun had already changed her clothes, suddenly ran up to her, and kissed her on the cheek.
Thanks for keeping me company these past few days, I'm going to pick up my husband now.
Before she could finish speaking, Li Xiaochun had already run out.
Mom, Jiang Feng is coming back. Chapter 73 Sincerity for Sincerity. It was 4:45 p.m., during the hot summer. Shanghai International Airport, Exit 3.
Zhang Feng stretched and stood on the steps, breathing in the air of Shanghai with a look of pure bliss. Although the quality is a bit worse, the air in China still smells better.
Gao Haoyu followed beside Zhang Feng, half a step behind.
Although he always called Zhang Feng Fengzi, it was only because Zhang Feng hadn't started his company before, and the two were roommates and were used to calling each other that. In his heart, Zhang Feng was not only his brother, but also his benefactor and his superior, and he had to show the proper attitude towards him. At Zhang Feng's level, you can be down to earth, but you absolutely cannot be unruly. Personal feelings are personal feelings, and business is business.
Gao Haoyu understands this very well. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Gao Haoyu nodded and responded with a smile. That's right, you have no idea.
When we were on Coco Island, I was really afraid that someone would suddenly come up to us with a gun and shoot us both.
It's still better to stay in the country. At least we don't have to worry about safety, right?
Just as Zhang Feng was about to speak, he saw a pretty figure running over like lightning, and then, amidst his worried expression, she threw herself into his arms. Li Xiaochun clung tightly to Zhang Feng's neck, her face full of grievance, tears streaming down her delicate face like golden beans, making Zhang Feng's heart almost break. He quickly picked her up, gave Gao Haoyu a look, and then walked outside.
Honey, I'm sorry I'm late. Li Xiaochun shook her head. No, I just want my husband to come back.
I just miss you, I miss you so much.
Honey, let's not go next time, okay? Good. Zhang Feng nodded with a smile.
Li Xiaochun finally smiled, but quickly shook her head. No, my husband is going to work, I can't hold him back, he should go. Zhang Feng lowered his head and kissed her.
It's okay, I've already discussed it with the boss.
Next, he will set up a dedicated finance and legal team to serve us. In addition, I have now joined the board of directors of IFC, so it doesn't matter whether I go or not.
Just leave it to the boss.
From now on, I will stay by your side until you get tired of me. Li Xiaochun gave a light snort and turned her head away, saying,
You bad husband. All you do is say nice things to coax me. Bite. Special situation detected. Target's happiness level is off the charts. Superpower warning. Beep beep beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired ownership of Jihua Law Firm. P.S. All documents and paperwork from Jihua Law Firm have been placed in the study of Tianji Mansion. Please retrieve them yourself. Zhang Feng, who was walking, suddenly froze on the spot, a look of shock flashing across his face. Special circumstances? What special circumstances? He looked down at Li Xiaochun. Could it be because of their reunion after being separated? It should be. However, Jihua Law Firm. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Based on the information in my mind, this is a long-established firm founded 15 years ago. It not only has 7 top-notch legal teams, but also a top-notch financial management team of 15 people. Moreover, the firm's success rate over the past 15 years is as high as 99.4%, making it a super firm comparable to the legendary Nanshan Pizza Hut. Most importantly, this firm is located in Shanghai. What's this called? May all your wishes come true? Still. Zhang Feng suddenly hugged Li Xiaochun and kissed her hard on the cheek. Wife, you are truly my lucky star. Ha ha ha. Let's go home. Li Xiaochun was stunned by Zhang Feng's sudden ambush. She looked at Zhang Feng, who was laughing heartily, in surprise, and couldn't help but laugh herself. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, brought her head close to his heart, and whispered, "As long as my husband is happy." Zhang Feng. This silly girl is truly touching at all times. At the same time. At the exit, Gao Haoyu watched Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun walk away, his envy impossible to hide. Just as he was about to hail a taxi to leave, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and placed on his shoulder. At the same time, Mu Qingwei's voice came over. What are you looking at? Envious? Gao Haoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly turned to look at the smiling Mu Qingwei. You, how did you get here? I. Mu Qingwei smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Is it strange that I came? Gao Haoyu scratched his hair sheepishly and gave a silly smile. Mu Qingwei couldn't stop laughing at this. You idiot! After saying that, she walked towards the car not far away. Gao Haoyu snapped back to his senses and quickly chased after him. How did you know my flight information? Xiao Chun told me. I said, Gao Haoyu, your brother is pretty good, isn't he? Not only does he play support for you, but even his wife plays support for you. How did you manage that? Mu Qingwei looked amusedly at the man she hadn't seen in years, who had become increasingly composed. 5 years ago. Her mind was entirely focused on her studies, so she wasn't attracted to anyone. Now, perhaps influenced by Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun's relationship, or perhaps because she has finished her studies and has freed up space in her heart, she feels inexplicably good when she looks at Gao Haoyu again. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Gao Haoyu so many chances. Gao Haoyu suddenly realized, and his gratitude towards Zhang Feng deepened even more. He chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing, let's just exchange sincerity for sincerity. Now I'm so glad that Fingzi didn't let me down. Of course, I will never do anything to betray him in the future. Mu Qingwei nodded thoughtfully and sighed. That's wonderful. In this world, brotherhood like yours is rare these days. Where are you going? Shall I take you? Gao Haoyu was slightly taken aback, shook his head and was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes as he looked at the incoming call. However, he still chose to answer the call immediately. Fengzi? Is something the matter? Zhang Feng smiled and said. I saw you too. I didn't mean to disturb you, but there's something I need to tell you first. You don't need to set up the finance and legal teams anymore. I'll give you a complete team tomorrow. Okay, that's all. I won't disturb your date anymore. Gao Haoyu was dumbfounded, staring at the disconnected phone. What's going on? Mu Qingwei blushed and playfully punched him. Where to? Tell me or not, or I'm leaving. Chapter 74 Third Pregnancy Checkup. The next day. When Zhang Feng saw Gao Haoyu again, the silly grin on the guy's face hadn't faded yet. It's clear that he and Mu Qingwei got along well yesterday. On the bus. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun sat in the back seat, while Gao Haoyu drove in the front. Looking at Gao Haoyu's beaming face, Zhang Feng couldn't help but complain. Hey boss, you hit a home run yesterday? Why are you so happy? Get lost, what home run? Gao Haoyu laughed and scolded, then added.
But Qingwei said yesterday that she can give me a trial period, 2 months. If there are no problems by then, we can officially start dating. Zhang Feng suddenly realized, no wonder. Even the girl I'd been pursuing for 7 or 8 years during my student days finally responded anyone would be happy. Li Xiaochun wrapped her arms around Zhang Feng's waist, rested her head against his chest, and smiled as she heard this.
That's great. Congratulations. You and your loved one are about to become a couple. Keep it up. Gao Haoyu nodded happily. Thank you for your help yesterday, sister-in-law.
After saying this, Gao Haoyu looked at Zhang Feng through the rearview mirror.
Fengzi, now that it's come to this, shouldn't you tell me what a team really is? Have you heard of Jihua Law Firm? Creak.
As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, Gao Haoyu slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, he reacted quickly at the critical moment and adjusted the speed and direction of the car, thus avoiding an accident. But the shock on his face was impossible to hide.
Jihua Law Firm? Is that the law firm that's known as the Pizza Hut of Shanghai? You took them in? Zhang Feng held Li Xiaochun tightly, almost bumping into the front seat just now. However, he also knew how influential Jihua Law Firm was, so he couldn't blame Gao Haoyu. It was just that he exposed it at the wrong time. I glanced at Li Xiaochun, who was still carefree and happily oblivious.
Zhang Feng chuckled and pinched her cheek before nodding in response.
I'll take it. I'll go over there today to hand it over and have them finish all their work. But I'll leave the office space at the Jin Mao Tower to you. Gao Haoyu's face turned bright red with excitement, and his eyes shone as he spoke.
Don't worry, you've handled the most important things well.
If I hadn't done this well, I would have just packed my bags and left.
I don't know if it's because I had a target in mind, or because Jihua Law Firm has such a great reputation. On the rest of the journey, Gao Haoyu even increased his speed considerably.
Li Xiaochun has always maintained a policy of not interfering in Zhang Feng's work affairs.
Besides trusting that Zhang Feng would tell her, she also knows very well what she wants. For thousands of years, interference in politics by the imperial harem has been forbidden. When it comes to starting a business, especially in such a huge industry, Li Xiaochun admits that she doesn't have that much ability, or even enough vision. Of course she could learn it, and she believed Zhang Feng would definitely support her. But compared to work, she would rather stay by Zhang Feng's side, be his good wife, and ensure that Zhang Feng can be a happy fool every day when he is with her, pampering this clingy little fool. So even though she was very curious about this Jihua Law Firm, she still didn't ask any questions. She just leaned against Zhang Feng's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat, and felt exceptionally at ease.
9:20 a.m.
After Zhang Feng and Du Hua, the former head of Jihua Law Firm, completed all the handover procedures, Zhang Feng handed over all the matters to Gao Haoyu to handle. Whether Gao Haoyu can handle it well is his problem. Zhang Feng is only responsible for setting the stage. Whether Gao Haoyu can put on a good show is what he must do next.
Downstairs from the firm,
Zhang Feng gave Gao Haoyu a few more instructions, then patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead, I need to take your sister-in-law for her 3rd prenatal checkup, it's very important.
Gao Haoyu pounded his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me.
Watching Gao Haoyu go inside, Li Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief and playfully clung to Zhang Feng.
Handsome husband, is it time for your prenatal checkup today?
Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, pulled her forward, supporting her thighs with both hands to prevent her from falling, and touched her forehead to hers. Yes, this time we're going to check the baby's development and see if there are any congenital problems or defects in the 3 babies in your belly. We need to find them early and solve them early, so, it's very important, you silly boy.
Oh. Li Xiaochun looked rather sullen.
She glanced down at her belly, which had grown 2 sizes larger, let out a groan, and leaned on Zhang Feng's shoulder.
Pregnancy is so uncomfortable, I can't even be with my husband. Snap.
Zhang Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he slapped her lower back in an annoyed manner, interrupting her.
What are you saying? Believe it or not, I'll burn your braid again?
As the two spent more time together, Li Xiaochun no longer felt much fear towards Zhang Feng. Faced with Zhang Feng's threat, she playfully made a face.
He. My husband wouldn't do that.
If I burned your braid, your baby would become an ugly monster and we wouldn't be able to take him out in public.
Zhang Feng. That brat is getting more and more outrageous.
Zhang Feng felt that if things continued like this, he probably wouldn't live to see his child born. He glared at her irritably before putting her in the passenger seat. Get in the car, start the engine, and head straight to Shanghai Third People's Hospital. Because Zhang Feng had made an appointment the night before, they only had to wait less than half an hour after arriving at the hospital before it was their turn. The moment Li Xiaochun entered the examination room, Zhang Feng's calm heart suddenly clenched.
Various thoughts began to pop into my mind. Won't 3 children be too weak? Were they injured in the collision? The most important question is whether these children will harm their mothers during childbirth. Just as Zhang Feng was feeling unsettled and his mind was filled with unpleasant images, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Hey, what's going on? Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then looked up at Mu Qingwei. It's you? It's nothing, I'm just a little worried. Mu Qingwei suddenly realized and sat down next to Zhang Feng with a smile. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I've checked Xiao Chun's body, and there's absolutely no possibility of any problems. Relax. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. Was this something that could be relaxed so easily? He can't control himself at all, okay? Chapter 75, Giving Mom and Dad a Surprise.
I was filled with anxiety, and more than half an hour passed.
Li Xiaochun finally came out of the examination room.
Seeing Li Xiaochun's rosy complexion and playful demeanor, Zhang Feng's anxiety finally subsided considerably, and he quickly got up and went over to her.
How about it? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Li Xiaochun shook her head. No, I think it's fine. Why? It's nothing, I'm just a little worried about you.
Zhang Feng took her hand and led her to a bench outside the doctor's office, helping her sit down.
Put. Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh, and smacked Zhang Feng's face with her saliva. It's okay, I feel perfectly healthy, the baby will definitely be fine.
Slightly startled, Zhang Feng smiled and pulled her head into his arms.
I should be the one comforting you, why are you the one comforting me? Hee, isn't your big baby awesome?
Li Xiaochun placed her hands beside her ears, making the shape of rabbit ears, and blinked her bright, sparkling eyes as she asked.
At this moment,
the door to the duty room opened.
Dr. Lin came out and looked at them, both amused and exasperated. I'm telling you too, that's enough. Even through the glass, I feel like I've eaten a sour lemon. If you want to show off your love, go home. Li Xiaochun's pretty face flushed bright red.
Feeling guilty, she hid behind Zhang Feng and looked at Dr. Lin with a silly grin, trying to please him.
Seeing Dr. Lin's expression, Zhang Feng was completely relieved.
After all, if there really was a problem, Dr. Lin would never have spoken to them with a smile. Holding Li Xiaochun's hand, Zhang Feng walked up to Dr. Lin and nodded with a smile.
Thank you for your help, Dr. Lin. It's just my duty. Come in.
Dr. Lin handed the test results to the two of them and said with a smile.
Overall, the baby is very healthy and developing very well. However, when you give birth, you may have to suffer a bit, since the baby is a bit big.
Li Xiaochun's face was a little pale, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Zhang Feng's hand.
Will it hurt a lot?
Dr. Lin nodded seriously, a hint of a smile in his eyes, and said. Yes, it must have been painful with the first child, but it got much better after that.
Li Xiaochun's face turned completely pale.
She looked at Zhang Feng pitifully and gently punched him with her hand.
It's all your fault, why did you have to get me pregnant so many times? What if it hurts so much I die? Plop. Dr. Lin was immediately amused. Alright, a lateral incision won't be a problem then.
I have examined your body, and your physical condition is much better than that of an average person, so there is no need to worry too much.
Oh, right, I have some happier news for you guys, do you want to hear it?
These words were spoken.
Li Xiaochun forgot her fear and her big eyes were full of curiosity. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Is this the child's gender? Isn't it said that parents of newborns are not allowed to be informed about the baby's gender? Dr. Lin waved his hand. That's normal. The reason we don't tell our parents is because we're worried they'll be unhappy and we'll abort the babies. But your situation is different. You have triplets, some boys and some girls. Surely you'll find one that you're happy with? Of course, after I tell you, don't tell anyone else. Just keep it to yourself.
Zhang Feng suddenly realized, and anticipation flashed in his eyes.
That. 2 little princesses and a little prince, how about it? Happy? After Dr. Lin finished speaking, Zhang Feng was completely stunned, staring blankly at Li Xiaochun's stomach. Li Xiaochun was also stunned.
Following Zhang Feng's gaze, she gently raised her hand and touched it. She didn't feel much about being pregnant at first. But after Dr. Lin finished speaking, she truly realized that 3 tiny lives had already been conceived inside her own belly.
Thinking about this, a motherly glow shone on Li Xiaochun's face. At this moment,
Zhang Feng finally came to his senses, stood up, pulled Li Xiaochun along, and bowed deeply to Dr. Lin.
Dr. Lin, thank you so much. You've really been a great help these past few days. Dr. Lin had initially thought Zhang Feng was dissatisfied, but only then did she smile again. No way, I heard from Dr. Mu that you're worth hundreds of billions and live in the Tianji mansion. Now that you've said that, I'm starting to panic. Zhang Feng? Is Mu Qingwei kidding me?
While he was still in a daze, Dr. Lin spoke again. Since you have the means, Mr. Jiang, I still think it would be better if you could hire a professional medical team to be stationed at your home, so that any problems can be dealt with immediately. After all, the distance between Tianji Mansion and this place is not very close.
Of course, this is just my personal opinion. It is up to you, Mr. Jiang, to decide what to do. Okay, I've got it. Thank you again, Dr. Lin. We'll be going now.
Zhang Feng greeted Dr. Lin with a smile, then led Li Xiaochun out of the duty room. After leaving the duty room, Zhang Feng didn't say a word, but he gripped Li Xiaochun's hand tightly, making Li Xiaochun nervous. A lot of strange thoughts popped into her mind, such as whether Zhang Feng didn't like girls.
Will Zhang Feng send all these girls away later?
As they walked out of the hospital and into the underground parking lot, Zhang Feng suddenly let go of Li Xiaochun's hand, jumped up excitedly, clenched his fist, and roared loudly.
Then, to Li Xiaochun's astonishment,
he picked Li Xiaochun up in one swift motion and kissed her face several times in succession.
Wife, ah! I'm so happy, so blissful.
Li Xiaochun finally felt relieved, and a silly smile appeared on her face as she hugged Zhang Feng tightly.
Hee, isn't your wife amazing? Amazing, absolutely amazing, ha!
Zhang Feng kissed her hard again before putting her in the car, saying,
No, I have to call your mother-in-law and make them happy too.
Seeing Zhang Feng take out his phone, Li Xiaochun quickly pressed his hand down and said playfully,
I'll surprise my parents when we get back. If I tell them now, we won't get to see it. Zhang Feng?
Although he didn't quite understand what Li Xiaochun was thinking, he knew his wife was the boss, so he nodded with a smile and patted Li Xiaochun's head. Zhang Feng then cheered and started the car.
Okay, I'll go home and scare my parents. Let's go. Hee. Honey, slow down. Chapter 76 Professional Medical Team. 2 little princesses? A brat? Snap. Tianji Mansion.
Zhou slapped Zhang Jiandong on the back, looking annoyed, and glared at him.
What do you mean by brat? Those are my precious grandson and granddaughter, we must treat them equally.
Zhang Jiandong nodded with a silly grin. I was wrong, my wife was right to scold me.
Right about what? Can't you see your daughter is hungry? Hurry up and go buy groceries. We're going to have a proper celebration today, so buy a lot. Zhou Mei gave the instructions with a serious expression. As punishment for saying the wrong thing, Zhang Jiandong could only nod repeatedly from the side. After he left, Zhou Mei suddenly screamed, turned around and ran to the sofa to hug Li Xiaochun, gently stroking her slightly flushed face. Daughter, you're amazing. Our Jiang family's ancestral graves have really caught fire this time. I have to find some time to go back and report to your grandparents. Oh, my heart is pounding.
Startled, Li Xiaochun simply reached out and hugged Zhou Mei, smiling foolishly.
Mom is amazing, hee.
Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Zhang Feng simply got up and went back to his study, leaned back in his chair, took out his phone, and made a call.
Rongshan Group.
Xin Wanjin looked at Secretary Lu in front of him with a strange expression, his lips twitching incessantly.
A long time.
He then raised his hand to rub his temples.
You mean President Jiang acquired Jihua Law Firm? Secretary Lu nodded and said. Yes, Chairman Shen. Xin Wanjin waved his hand. All right, I understand. You can go now. This is. Secretary Lu turned and walked out.
After the door closed, Xin Wanjin forced an awkward smile, shook his head with a wry smile, and whispered.
President Jiang, your methods. Xin Wanjin is finding it increasingly difficult to understand Zhang Feng.
Despite numerous investigations, Zhang Feng's identity remained ordinary. Yet, he was first associated with Rongshan Group, then IFC Group, and now he's also involved with the Juzi live streaming platform.
Now look what's happened, Jihua Law Firm.
Actually, compared to the previous events, the acquisition of Jihua Law Firm had the biggest impact on Shenwan. After all, the first three are all listed companies with a considerable number of shares distributed.
In addition, there are some smaller shareholders.
As long as they have money, they can basically carry out the kind of actions that Zhang Feng took. However, they would not be as decisive as Zhang Feng, leaving no room for any reaction.
But Jihua Law Firm is different. It's a small law firm that's not publicly listed, and it's even a bit like a small workshop.
But this small workshop is quite tough, with a 99.4% success rate in lawsuits, which is legendary in China. Moreover, all of their members are former classmates, and there is no hierarchy among them. They are just a group of young people who have come together for the same ideals. Therefore, the acquisition of them has been ongoing for many years, including by Shenwan himself. However, no matter who it was or how much money they offered, they were all rejected. Shenwan originally thought that Jihua Law Firm could never be acquired.
But now, Zhang Feng has become. So, how exactly did he do it?
Just as Shenwan was silently pondering, his cell phone, which was on the table, rang. Shenwan glanced at the incoming call notification, paused for a moment, then quickly grabbed the phone and answered, "President Jiang, I was just thinking about you, and then your call came through.
Does this mean we're?"
"No." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Feng, in the study, interrupted Shenwan before he could finish speaking, his face full of exasperation.
"Mr. Shen, your joke is making me uneasy." "Ha ha ha." Shenwan laughed heartily. "Excuse me, by the way, congratulations to President Jiang on the successful acquisition of Jihua Law Firm."
This matter has already caused a great stir in the business circles of Shanghai, and many people are inquiring about President Jiang's identity.
Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. "It was just something I did on a whim." Shenwan almost choked to death by Jiang Feng's words. "President Jiang, you're really quite spontaneous, you know that?"
"I offered 1 billion yuan to get Jihua Law Firm to merge into Rongshan Group, but it failed in the end."
Zhang Feng? After a brief moment of stunned silence,
Zhang Feng forcibly pulled himself back to his senses and said in a deep voice,
"Let's not talk about that. The reason I called this time is to ask Chairman Shen if you have a professional medical team under your command? It would be best if it were a private matter.
As Mr. Shen knows, my wife is pregnant with triplets, and she's 5 months along now, so there are some things we need to prepare in advance." Shenwan suddenly realized, that's why I thought Zhang Feng doesn't usually handle company affairs and rarely has any contact with me.
If it's for his wife, then it makes sense. He pondered for a moment. Shenwan sighed. "I really envy the relationship between President Jiang and Mrs. Jiang."
"I don't have a professional medical team here, but I can ask around for President Jiang."
"I'll contact you as soon as I have any news." "All right, then I'll leave it to Chairman Shen."
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng casually flipped through his phone. After thinking about it, he finally put the phone down, got up, and left the study.
In the living room,
Li Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the sofa with the TV on, playing a youth idol drama that Zhang Feng found completely uninteresting. However, Li Xiaochun's eyes were not on the TV, but on her phone, chatting with Shang Lu. Zhou was busy in the kitchen, humming a song that Zhang Feng had absolutely no memory of. Zhang Jiandong hadn't returned from grocery shopping yet, making the large living room feel somewhat deserted.
It seems that hiring a professional housekeeping team is imperative.
He slowly walked over and sat down next to Li Xiaochun. Li Xiaochun, who had been completely focused on her phone, suddenly sat down next to him, naturally hugged Zhang Feng's arm, tilted her head on his shoulder, and stared with her big, bright eyes.
He. "You big idiot, I have a husband with me now, you don't. I'm about to have a child, you still don't have one.
I can stay at home and let my husband pamper me, but you still don't have that.
I'm so angry. Holy crap. Li Xiaochun, you bastard, that's going too far. Honey, she insulted me."
Before Zhang Lu could finish speaking, Li Xiaochun suddenly looked at Zhang Feng with a wronged expression and spoke in a pitiful tone. Her words nearly made Zhang Lu choke. But seeing Zhang Feng turn his gaze towards her, she instinctively shrank back and gritted her teeth, saying, "You just wait." After saying that, without waiting for Li Xiaochun and Zhang Feng to speak, he abruptly cut off the video. Li Xiaochun casually tossed her phone onto the sofa, haughtily tilting her fair neck back, and looked at the phone with obvious disdain, muttering,
"TCH try to mess with me? Humph, honey, aren't I amazing? Zhang Feng? Chapter 77 Proposal Planning. Honey, am I amazing? In the living room, Li Xiaochun had a smug look on her face, as if she thought, I'm the most powerful person in the world. Zhang Feng held her in his arms and pinched her cheek. Amazing, my big baby is the most amazing. Giggle. Li Xiaochun happily rested her little head on Zhang Feng's neck, nuzzling around. It made Zhang Feng's neck incredibly itchy. Gently stroking Li Xiaochun's long hair, Zhang Feng's eyes involuntarily fell on the television. Strangely enough, the TV show playing at that moment happened to be a scene of a marriage proposal. The rich kid in the movie put on a spectacular fireworks display and scattered roses everywhere. Zhang Feng's heart couldn't help but flutter. Looking down at Li Xiaochun, who looked like a little fool, Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with tenderness. Although their relationship started somewhat abruptly, Li Xiaochun used her actions to completely open Zhang Feng's heart, and then moved in without any hesitation, filling his heart completely, leaving no room for anything else. Do I owe her a marriage proposal? Such a thought popped into Zhang Feng's mind. Although the relationship started with Li Xiaochun's initiative, without even Zhang Feng's permission, what does that matter? Perhaps we should indeed give her one. She must have everything that others have. Zhang Feng silently made a decision. Honey, what are you thinking about? Can I tell the baby? Seeing that Zhang Feng remained silent, Li Xiaochun blinked curiously and asked. Zhang Feng lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips. No, not now, but soon. Li Xiaochun. Looking at Li Xiaochun's dumbfounded and adorable expression, Zhang Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. He rubbed his head against Li Xiaochun's neck. Girl, are you trying to make me bleed from cuteness? Oof. Li Xiaochun realized what was happening and turned her head away from Zhang Feng. Baby is angry, never again. No, not today, then I'll just ignore you for a minute. But as soon as she finished speaking, she turned and hugged Zhang Feng, staring at him with tears welling up in her eyes. But I can't help it, you big bad guy, you just bully me. I'm going to tell mommy. As she spoke, she struggled to get up. Zhang Feng was speechless with exasperation and quickly hugged her tightly. Okay, honey, I was wrong. Then tell me, what do you want your husband to do so you won't be angry? Li Xiaochun blinked her bright eyes, put a finger to her lips, and looked like she was saying, don't bother me, I'm thinking seriously, which amused Zhang Feng so much that he almost couldn't resist taking her right there and then. Less than 5 seconds. She turned around and hugged Zhang Feng, then said somewhat guiltily. At least 5 kisses, 3 will do too? No less than that. Okay, don't just say 3, 30, 300, it's fine, let's go. Zhang Feng picked Li Xiaochun up in his arms and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Li Xiaochun's beautiful eyes widened instantly. You can't do bad things, it's time to eat, you big bad guy, put me down, mommy's going to find out. He watched as Li Xiaochun broke free from his embrace and ran into the kitchen. Zhang Feng was stunned. Holy crap, they kill but don't bury? Zhang Feng glanced down, shook his head with a wry smile, and walked to the kitchen doorway. Honey, your husband is going out for a bit, he'll be back soon. Li Xiaochun, who was complaining to Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei also frowned. What are you doing going out at this time? Zhang Feng chuckled. I have something to take care of, so don't wait for me at noon. Honey, I want to go too. Li Xiaochun forgot about complaining and quickly grabbed Zhang Feng's arm. He had an expression that said, if you don't let me go, I'll cry. Zhang Feng gently patted her little head. This time it really won't work. Little girl, stay home and wait for me, okay? Okay. Li Xiaochun was completely captivated by Zhang Feng's sudden gentleness, and coupled with Zhang Feng's handsome face at that moment, Li Xiaochun's eyes began to sparkle and become watery. It wasn't until Zhang Feng left the room that she suddenly realized what was happening. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then turned to look at Zhou Mei. Mommy? Did my husband just use his good looks to bully me again? Zhou Mei's lips twitched slightly. Is this endless dog food being thrown around every day? An hour later. Inside a self-service hot pot restaurant in Tianhua Street Food City. Wang Lebao stared at Zhang Feng in astonishment. Proposal? Seriously? You haven't proposed to your sister-in-law yet? Shoo. Zhang Feng was startled by Wang Lebao's loud voice. He turned to look at the other diners before whispering. We want to make up for it now, can you think of a way? What's the point of having any ideas? Wang Lebao was stunned.
You need to find a professional team for this. For example, my aunt's shop has a special team that handles proposal planning.
Why don't you ask them?
Jiang Feng was amused by him.
Ha, so you're trying to get customers for your aunt, right? TCH, just tell me if you need it or not.
Use. Jiang Feng nodded. It was impossible not to use it, and besides, a professional proposal planner would definitely be much better than someone like them who had no experience in just messing around.
That's right, they just haven't experienced it before. Wang Lebao and Jiang Tiantian are the same. Their situations are similar to Jiang Feng's. Their children came too suddenly.
However, Wang Lebao knew clearly that he had a child, while Jiang Feng was conceived in a daze. After making the decision, the two ate much faster.
3:30 p.m.
Inside the wedding dress shop.
Wang Lebao's aunt, Wang Shangyun, nodded thoughtfully after listening to Jiang Feng's request. Do you have a budget? Around what price range?
Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly.
What are the price ranges? Wang Shangyun shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Our proposal planning is customized according to the client's requirements, so there is no fixed price, but the more money you spend, the more grand the event will be.
Jiang Feng suddenly realized. I see.
As I said before, I only have one requirement: let things take their natural course, and let nature provide surprises. So, you can decide on the budget yourself, there's no upper limit.
Wang Shangyun was startled by Jiang Feng's boastful tone.
She's seen plenty of wealthy second-generation heirs come here seeking help, but their budgets are usually limited to around 100,000. After all, 100,000 yuan can really create a marriage proposal that will cause a sensation throughout Shanghai.
No upper limit?
This was the first time she had ever heard of such a budget. So, for a moment, she felt a bit overwhelmed and didn't know what to do.
Chapter 78. Are you sure there's no budget cap?
Inside the wedding dress shop. After discussing it with her planner, Wang Shangyun returned to Jiang Feng, looking at him thoughtfully.
When are you planning to propose? Let's do it as soon as possible.
My wife is 5 months pregnant now, and I don't want her to not even have a proper proposal before she gives birth.
Is that so? Is tonight okay? Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. You've got a plan? Wang Shangyun chuckled. It's not really a plan, but what you just said gave me a rather bold idea. But I still want to ask, are you sure there's no budget cap?
That's right, as long as you can satisfy me, auntie, money is not a problem.
That's good then. Here's our plan. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Feng returned to Tianji's residence with a calm expression.
Looking at his face alone, you absolutely cannot see any problem. But when he returned to the living room, he was completely dumbfounded. Li Xiaochun sat on the sofa in her nightgown, holding a teddy bear in her hand. She punched the teddy bear's head with her little fists, muttering to herself.
You bad guy, you big bad guy, you didn't take me out.
He must have gone on a date with another girl.
I'm so angry. I'm so mad. I'm going to hit you.
Zhou Mei sat next to Li Xiaochun, offering no attempt to dissuade him. Instead, they were stirring up trouble there.
That's right, that brat is too bad, he deserves to be beaten up. Don't worry, honey. Beat him with all your might. Mom supports you.
If you can't beat him, Mom will help you.
And me.
Zhang Jiandong also raised his hand. Jiang Feng stared at them, utterly exasperated. No, he just went out alone for a bit.
Is it really necessary to go this far? This is what you call a public enemy, isn't it?
But he still went in with a stiff upper lip, standing awkwardly by the sofa, unsure whether to sit or leave. Especially when the three of them looked over, he felt a chill run down his spine and had an urge to turn around and run away.
Zhou Mei sneered and poked Li Xiaochun's arm. Girl, go. Let's show this brat what we're made of.
So that he won't do such inhuman things again in the future.
Li Xiaochun took a deep breath, nodded heavily, jumped off the sofa, and walked to Jiang Feng with a tense face.
But just as she was about to raise her hand to punch Jiang Feng in the chest, Jiang Feng placed one of his hands on her head first.
In an instant, all of Li Xiaochun's anger disappeared.
She looked at Jiang Feng with dazed eyes, pouting with a wronged expression.
Honey, I miss you so much.
As she spoke, she threw herself into Jiang Feng's arms.
Don't leave me behind next time, okay?
Jiang Feng lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
Good. This is a one-time exception, there will be no next time.
My husband is so good. Looking at the scene before them, Zhou Mei and Jiang Jiandong exchanged bewildered glances.
No, I was angry all afternoon, and that's it? What about the two of them standing by and chiming in for an entire afternoon? Caught between a rock and a hard place? Most importantly, isn't it a bit much for you two to be showing off like this in front of us?
They calmed Li Xiaochun down. Zhang Feng carried her to the sofa and sat down, looking at Zhou Mei with a complicated expression.
Mom, just how much do you dislike me? Was it necessary to be so angry? Am I really your biological son? Li Xiaochun nodded in agreement. Mom, I think we went a little too far this afternoon. My husband definitely needs his own space too. Puff. Zhou Mei was so angry with the young couple that she almost vomited blood. She pointed at the two of them, then stood up impatiently and kicked Jiang Jiandong in the shin. What are you looking at? Come shopping with me. Pack your things while you're at it, we'll go back to the Grand Mansion tonight.
Jiang Jiandong hissed and gasped. But upon hearing what followed, he instantly forgot the pain and stared at Zhou Mei in disbelief.
Maybe we shouldn't? That's not what the children meant either. And are you comfortable leaving Xiaochun here by herself? Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly beside her. Mommy, Xiaochun needs you. Zhou Mei.
Well, she's figured it out now, she's doomed for the Jiang family in this lifetime. But looking at her husband, and her happy son and daughter-in-law, she couldn't help but laugh first. I really wonder if one day I'll be driven to my death by you guys.
Hee, mommy's the best. Mwah, give me a kiss.
Li Xiaochun broke free from Jiang Feng's embrace, ran to Zhou Mei's side, hugged her, and kissed her. Zhou Mei wiped the drool off her face irritably and tapped Li Xiaochun's forehead with her finger.
You're the most useless one. You think you can fool me with that face? Just wait until this brat gets his hands on you later. Omitted.
Li Xiaochun chuckled foolishly.
No, he loves me very much. He wouldn't bear to bully me, right, honey?
Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. At this moment, his heart was calmer than ever before.
Zhou Mei couldn't stand it any longer and kicked Jiang Jiandong again. What are you looking at? Let's go. And, where to?
Jiang Jiandong stood up and looked at Zhou Mei blankly.
You went to buy groceries, what else could you be doing?
Zhou Mei stormed out, muttering through gritted teeth. This old geezer is no good.
Jiang Jiandong was exasperated.
He quickly greeted Jiang Feng and his wife and hurried after them.
Put. Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh and hugged Jiang Feng tightly. My parents have such a good relationship, honey, do you think we'll be like them in the future?
Jiang Feng shook his head and touched his forehead to hers, saying, No, we will have a better relationship than they do.
Li Xiaochun nodded quickly, her eyes narrowing unsteadily. Honey, what did you do this afternoon? Can I tell the baby?
Jiang Feng ruffled her long hair.
I went to arrange some things. By the way, after we finish eating, I'll take you shopping.
The moment the words shopping were uttered, Li Xiaochun instantly forgot everything else, her eyes shining brightly. Okay, I want to go eat something delicious and watch a movie, and, no, it's not clean outside, let's go home. Mom and Dad are here, that's not good, honey, how about just the two of us tonight? Seeing that the girl's words were becoming increasingly unreliable, Jiang Feng quickly raised his hand and flicked her forehead.
What are you thinking about? Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 79 Marry him. It's 7:30 p.m. Shihai Road.
Jiang Feng parked his car in a temporary parking space that had been prepared in advance.
Turn off the engine and get out of the car. He naturally went to the passenger seat and helped Li Xiaochun open the car door.
Unlike usual, this time Li Xiaochun turned her head back the moment he opened the door, gripped the seatbelt tightly with both hands, and whimpered, looking like she was saying, Baby's angry, I can't coax her with a kiss. Jiang Feng looked at her, both amused and exasperated, and reached out to poke her delicate cheek. There's lots and lots of delicious food inside, and I saw this afternoon that there's also a lot of fun stuff.
Are you sure you don't want to go down and check it out?
Li Xiaochun's face showed a conflicted expression, but she quickly gave another haughty snort, turned her head away with all her might, and kept glancing at Jiang Feng, as if to say, Aren't you going to coax me? Her adorable, silly expression made Jiang Feng burst into laughter, and he hugged her face and kissed her.
Are you done yet? Li Xiaochun then happily hugged Jiang Feng and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Hee, my husband is so good, I love you. You, go away.
Zhang Feng unbuckled the seatbelt and then carried her out of the car. He closed the car door and locked the car in one smooth motion.
Shanghai Road is much more lively at night than during the day.
After a long day, countless young men and women take to the streets. Couples talk about their dreams for the future with their boyfriends or girlfriends, while singles stroll the streets hoping for a wonderful encounter. Li Xiaochun clung to Zhang Feng's arm, her eyes constantly glancing at the street food stalls. However, now that she was pregnant, there weren't many options available at these stalls, so she could only look and secretly swallow her saliva. Zhang Feng held her hand tightly, afraid that if he wasn't careful, she would run to those stalls and buy a lot of things he couldn't eat. After the two had walked about 10 meters, Zhang Feng's phone vibrated. Zhang Feng paused slightly, then reached into his pocket and hung up the phone. In an instant, all the LED billboards on Shanghai Road went out, plunging the entire road into darkness.
But soon,
the billboards then lit up again. But what lit up again was no longer the shop's name, but rather a series of declarations of love.
Hello, Li Xiaochun. I love you. I am fortunate to have this life. Marry me. The densely packed billboards completely attracted the attention of all passers-by. At this moment, regardless of age or gender, everyone's expression is the same. Stunned? Shock? Shocking?
The densely packed three characters Li Xiaochun were particularly striking to everyone's minds.
This moment.
Even Zhang Feng was startled. He originally thought Wang Shangyun would just do a simple job, since the time was too short. But Wang Shangyun gave him such a big surprise.
The entire Shanghai Road. How did she manage to complete such a large operation, which spans nearly 1 kilometer, in just over 3 hours?
Just as Zhang Feng was in shock, Li Xiaochun, the person involved, suddenly turned around and hugged him, her eyes red and staring intently at him.
You went out this afternoon just to do this?
Zhang Feng lowered his head and touched her forehead, smiling as he said, yes, although our relationship came too suddenly, and I wasn't prepared at all. But that doesn't stop me from falling completely in love with you, you silly little thing.
Girl, even though you're wearing my ring now, I still want to ask you, are you willing to spend your whole life with me? Marry him.
As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, the passers-by who had come to their senses shouted,
Marry him. Marry him.
The loud and intense shouts made Li Xiaochun feel as if she were in a dream, and she looked at Zhang Feng with a mixture of crying and laughing. At this moment, her world was completely devoid of anyone and anything else, leaving only the person in front of her with whom she had stumbled and entangled for more than 20 years. From elementary school to now, nearly 20 years have passed.
Am I finally going to be with the person I love? This feeling is so wonderful.
So much so that Li Xiaochun felt a little unreal. Suddenly, streaks of fireworks shot into the sky, exploding with a crackling sound, illuminating most of Shanghai, and then forming lines of large characters.
My silly princess, will you marry me?
Zhang Feng's Li Xiaochun, how fortunate I am to have you in my life.
Holding your hand, we will grow old together.
The fireworks that filled the sky pierced the hearts of countless people. Girls who are in love or longing for love are extremely envious. The girls who were close to Zhang Feng and his group looked at Li Xiaochun with extremely complicated expressions. That beautiful woman, who seemed to have stepped out of an anime, was so beautiful that she seemed unreal. Perhaps only a girl like this deserves such a proposal? With tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, Li Xiaochun hugged Zhang Feng tightly, wishing she could melt into his body, murmuring,
My rascal husband, thank you for accepting me, thank you for making me so happy, thank you. I want to propose to you too, honey, will you marry me?
Zhang Feng gently stroked her long hair, looked at her face which was both crying and laughing, and lowered his head to kiss her.
At this moment, nothing expresses his inner thoughts better than a kiss.
Li Xiaochun didn't care about the stares of those around her, all she wanted was to respond to him and express her most ardent love for him.
Oh!
Shouts and applause erupted from all around.
Many sentimental people even had tears in their eyes. Envious? Bless?
There was also a little bit of jealousy. However, none of this matters much, since everyone desires beautiful things. Such a romantic scene, no one wanted to ruin it.
Bite. Host detected showing affection towards wife, target gains happiness. Beep beep beep. Happiness value is off the charts. Calculating. Beep beep beep. Unable to calculate.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired ownership of the Musi medical team, Physique plus 10 gift, 50 million in cash, and 40% of Wanhai Jewelry shares.
Note 1. Note 2.
A series of messages echoed in Zhang Feng's mind. But at this moment, Zhang Feng had no mind to care about these things, he only wanted to protect the girl in front of him. After a kiss that lasted for nearly 2 minutes, Zhang Feng then released Li Xiaochun, chuckling as he gently brushed aside her slightly disheveled hair. Wife, I love you. Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly and hugged Zhang Feng tightly again. I love you too, I love you so much, I love you so much.
Chapter 80: A Powerful Medical Team. The next morning,
Zhang Feng groggily opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and checked the time.
The next moment. Holy crap, it's 9 o'clock already?
Zhang Feng sat up in disbelief, staring at the time on his phone with a look of shock on his face.
You should know that he usually gets up before 6:30. Did we really go this far overtime today?
I had to redo it several times before I finally accepted reality.
He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache.
Good grief, he had overdone it yesterday, so when Li Xiaochun came back, she acted like a mad little lion and dealt with him.
Feeling his body going weak, Zhang Feng sighed heavily.
He glanced at the adorable girl still fast asleep beside him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips.
This silly girl. Perhaps Zhang Feng's voice was a bit loud.
It's also possible that the two are truly in sync. As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, Li Xiaochun rolled over, placed one hand on his stomach, and mumbled sleepily.
Handsome husband, how can you be so good to me? Your big baby loves you so much. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead before getting up to wash up. However, when he walked into the living room, he saw Zhang Jiandong sitting there nervously holding a newspaper, and Zhou Mei, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing Zhang Jiandong's trembling hands, Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat and he quietly prepared to retreat. What? You think you can just walk away after doing something wrong? Come here right now.
Zhou Mei turned around abruptly, glaring at him through gritted teeth.
Zhang Feng.
With tears welling up in his eyes, Zhang Feng walked up to Zhou Mei and forced a smile, saying,
Mom, you're not eavesdropping late at night, are you? This is not a good habit. Snap. Zhou Mei slapped him on the head. I told you that this isn't a good habit, you brat. Do you even know what's going on with Xiao Chun right now? She's 5 months pregnant and has 3 babies. Do you want something to happen to her? I'm going to beat you to death today, you little rabbit wheezy. You stop right there.
Zhang Jiandong gave Zhang Feng a good luck look, hurriedly put down his newspaper, and ran out.
Honey, I'm going outside to see if there's any fresh vegetables. We need to give our daughter-in-law a good meal today.
Zhang Feng was instantly stunned.
Wow, is this dad really this unreliable at crucial moments?
Seeing that the broom handle was about to fall from Zhou Mei's hand, he quickly stepped forward and hugged her.
Mom, listen to me. I proposed to Xiaochun last night.
That girl was a bit emotional, but it has little to do with your son.
But I promise, I didn't make her feel tired at all, really, you have to believe me.
Zhou Mei paused, frowning as she said,
Proposal?
As she spoke, Zhou Mei seemed to remember something, quickly ran to the sofa, picked up her phone, and opened a video she had just watched.
I was wondering why you two looked so familiar. It's you two. Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback and walked over in confusion.
Then he suddenly realized that someone had recorded his marriage proposal and posted it online. However, the lighting was too dim at the time, so their faces were not very clear.
Zhang Feng glanced at it once and then ignored it.
He has never been interested in these short videos, and he is well aware of the health-conscious nature of people in the hot summer.
The hype will fade in a few days at most, so he can't be bothered to care. After all, what could be more important than making your mom happy at this time? No.
Zhang Feng raised his hand and placed it on Zhou Mei's shoulder, smiling ingratiatingly.
Mom, you saw it too. It's really not my fault. It was just that I got emotional, so, can you understand?
Zhou Mei glared at Zhang Feng, annoyed, before sitting back down.
I'll let it go this time, but this is a one-time exception. You need to learn to cherish your own wife, understand? I remember, I definitely won't forget. Mom, is there anything else to eat? I'm starving.
Zhang Feng sat down next to Zhou Mei with a smile and started massaging her shoulders.
Zhou Mei patted his shoulder, both amused and annoyed, and got up to walk towards the kitchen. Is Xiao Chun up yet? Make her get up and eat something.
Skipping breakfast is bad for her stomach, not to mention she has several children to support.
I'll go take a look.
Zhang Feng ran out as he spoke, and only after entering the bedroom did he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Looking at Li Xiaochun, who was still sleeping soundly, his gaze softened considerably. He walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and gently stroked her face. Feeling the warmth of Zhang Feng's palm, Li Xiaochun playfully rubbed against it. He groggily opened his eyes, and upon seeing Zhang Feng, he gave a dreamy smile. "Good morning, honey." Zhang Feng chuckled. "Awake? Do you want to get up and eat something?" "No, I'm tired, husband, feed the baby." Li Xiaochun wiggled her body and moved to Zhang Feng's side, reaching out to hug him. Her languid demeanor made Zhang Feng's heart flutter. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered the reward the system had given him yesterday. Feeling the new power surging within his body, he quickly thought to himself, "Add 10 points to Li Xiaochun's physique." As his silent recitation ended, Li Xiaochun felt a strong, warm current suddenly surge into her exhausted body. And with the influx of these heat flows, her lost strength returned, and it was much stronger than before. She blinked her bright, sparkling eyes in confusion. "Honey? I suddenly feel so much energy, what's going on?" Zhang Feng happily picked her up and carried her. "This is because God was moved by our love and is rewarding you. Do you want to go eat something now?" Glug glug. No sooner had she finished speaking than Li Xiaochun's stomach rumbled loudly. In an instant, the girl's pretty face flushed bright red, and she quickly buried her head in Zhang Feng's arms in embarrassment. "You wicked husband, it's all your fault. I've had breakfast." Li Xiaochun was pulled by Zhou Mei to go outside to see the scenery. Zhang Feng went into the study and began to study yesterday's reward. A 10-point physique, 50 million in cash, 40% of Wanhai Jewelry shares, and more. When he saw the final medical team from Muzz, he was completely stunned. "Hey, this system really makes your wishes come true?" He muttered something, chuckled to himself, then quickly closed his eyes and began to learn about the specifics of the Muzz medical team. Muzi Medical Team. It is a private medical service team founded 5 years ago. This team was originally established with funding from the chairman of Feiyu Group, but Feiyu Group went bankrupt and was liquidated due to poor management. Because this medical team is privately owned, it was preserved. It gradually transformed into a medical clinic. However, because the members of this medical team are mostly young people aged between 30 and 35, and because of the nature of their private services, they are not well known to the outside world. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng had an advantage, which allowed him to understand how terrifying this medical team was. The entire medical team consists of 7 people. Team leader Zhang Jingyu graduated with a doctorate from the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences and has 3 years of clinical experience. During this period, she has published more than 30 papers and treated 426 patients with a success rate of 99.3%. The only case in which she failed to save a patient was when the patient was determined to die. Surgeon Lu Mengmeng graduated from the Chinese Academy of Sciences with a master's degree and has 4 years of clinical experience. She has not published any papers, but her surgical skills are among the best in the world. She once independently performed an intracranial nerve tumor surgery. Dr. Zhang Chang, an internist, graduated with a doctorate from Yendu Medical University and has 3 years of clinical experience, during which he published 16 papers. He possesses absolutely top-notch abilities in the field of cardiovascular diseases. Hu Yuding, an obstetrician and gynecologist, graduated with a master's degree in traditional Chinese medicine from Yendu Medical University. With 5 years of clinical experience, she has delivered more than 800 newborns, making her a top-notch expert. Besides the 4 of them, there were 3 nurses. All 3 nurses were graduate students from Shenzhou Medical College and had ample clinical experience. In addition, their medical team possesses some of the world's most advanced medical equipment. To put it bluntly, although this medical team is small, it is enough to support a small hospital. In terms of value alone, this medical team is definitely worth no less than 50 million. Most importantly, we have this medical team. From now on, Zhang Feng will basically no longer need to go to the hospital, thus ensuring the health of those around him. I will definitely study Chapter 81 carefully. After reviewing the information about the medical team, Zhang Feng opened his eyes, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. System, thanks. After saying that, he picked up his phone, found Zhang Jingyu's number from memory, and dialed it. Hello? This is Zhang Jingyu. May I ask who you are? My name is Zhang Feng. The words had barely left his lips.
The opposing team is clearly experiencing lag in silence. A good 10 seconds later,
Zhang Jingyu's voice came through again.
"Are you Mr. Jiang, who acquired our entire team?"
Jiang Feng hummed in agreement.
"Yes, where are you now?"
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Mr. Jiang. We're still in Yendu right now, but my system shows you're in Shanghai.
Do you need us to come over?"
Zhang Jingyu's tone was a little surprised, and a little apprehensive.
This is understandable. While Jiang Feng was receiving information, they naturally also received information about Jiang Feng.
The chairman of Feiyu Group, who was in charge of building their team, was only worth a few billion yuan, but this Mr. Jiang was worth hundreds of billions, and was about to reach the 100 billion level.
Moreover, he lives in the Tianji mansion in Shanghai.
Putting aside his wealth, just the fact that he is the owner of the penthouse in the Tianji mansion is something they could only dream of before. Although she was confident in her abilities, she was not well known to others, and the natural difference in social class made Zhang Jingyu somewhat apprehensive when facing Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't understand Zhang Jingyu's emotional changes, but that didn't change his decision.
"Yes, I need you to come to Shanghai.
My wife is 5 months pregnant and it's a rare case of triplets, so I need some experienced people from your area to take care of her daily care and treatment."
Zhang Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? Okay, boss.
I'll have Dr. Hu Yuding and 2 nurses go there right away. We'll transfer the rest of the businesses to Shanghai in batches."
"Okay, call me when you arrive."
At this point, Jiang Feng paused, then continued.
ASAP.
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng casually placed it on the table, feeling much more relaxed. There is a lot of information about Hu Yuding, but from any perspective, she is a top-notch conditioning master and infant care expert. With her around, Li Xiaochun basically doesn't need to worry anymore.
I sat in the study and rested for a while.
Jiang Feng then stepped out of the study and onto the natural lake in the backyard.
At this time, Zhou Mei was fishing with Li Xiaochun. However, Li Xiaochun couldn't sit still at all.
She left her fishing rod lying around, and she would stand up and walk around, or sit there shaking her head and looking around. When Jiang Feng arrived, she grabbed a pebble from the paving stones next to her and threw it into the middle of the lake. With a muffled thud, Zhou Mei jerked the fishing rod up, walked over to her with a wry smile, and casually put the rod back down.
"Daughter, you can't do this. You need to learn to cultivate your inner strength, you must." "Mom, what do you think my husband is doing right now?"
Before Zhou Mei could finish speaking, Li Xiaochun looked at her pitifully and asked. Her aggrieved expression made anyone who didn't know better think that Zhou Mei had done something to her.
Zhou Mei's lips twitched involuntarily, and she patted her shoulder, both angry and amused. "Fine, I'm just superfluous.
Go away, go find your husband, get lost, and stop bothering me."
Omitted.
Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue and casually grabbed Zhou Mei's arm.
No, Mom is the best mom, hee. I'm going to find my husband now, moi."
Zhou Mei watched her retreating figure and was so angry she laughed.
"That's it?
You're truly the best mom, but that look of disgust on your face is also real." Jiang Feng watched quietly from the side, a knowing smile on his face.
However, when Li Xiaochun started running, he couldn't stand still and quickly went to meet her. "Slow down, I'm going." "You brat, how many times have I told you not to be so impulsive?"
Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace.
With a poof sound,
he bumped into Jiang Feng's arms, grinning foolishly.
"I miss my husband. Fishing is the most boring thing ever."
Jiang Feng opened his mouth, then tapped her forehead in an annoyed manner.
"If your mother-in-law heard you say that, wouldn't she be furious?" Still angry. "I'm going to cook. You two can keep being lovey-dovey."
Zhou Mei carried the fish bucket over. His sarcastic tone made Jiang Feng extremely embarrassed.
I glanced at the still carefree Li Xiaochun. She's even more adorably silly now. Night. 7:30, Chaoyang Seafood Hot Pot Buffet Restaurant. "Honey, this is so delicious, ah. And another thing, and this too, I dipped it in sauce for you, open your mouth. Good boy.
You should eat more of this, I heard it's good for your health, hee. Li Xiaochun kept putting food on Jiang Feng's plate, and she tasted most of the food first before feeding it to him.
Across from them stood Wan Lebao and Zhang Tiantian, a married couple.
Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei, the couple, stared in disbelief at the two of them showing off, completely forgetting to eat. Their expressions were so sour, almost like lemons in full bloom. But Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun were having a great time, completely ignoring the four men's murderous stares. Suddenly, Wang Lebao slammed a card on the table and gritted his teeth, saying,
Brother Feng, I'm telling you too, that's enough. Are you eating or just showing off your love? Here's your money back, but I can't eat anymore.
As he spoke, he reached out to pull Jiang Tiantian, but to his surprise, she didn't move. Instead, she looked at him with a half smile, her eyes slightly narrowed.
Don't you think they're very much in love? Or rather, don't you want to do anything?
Wang Lebao glanced at the chopsticks on the table, then at Jiang Tiantian's hands resting on her stomach.
Ah.
Gao Haoyu gave a sour smirk, looked at Mu Qingwei, and remained silent for a moment.
They're a couple, how about we eat somewhere else? Mu Qingwei chuckled and shook her head. You can learn it too, or do you not want to? Ha! Gao Haoyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. I will study hard.
As he spoke, he carefully picked up a slice of fish as thin as a cicada's wing, dipped it briefly in the hot pot, and then, based on his memory, dipped it in Mu Qingwei's favorite sauce before placing it on the plate in front of her.
You eat it.
Mu Qingwei squinted, picked up the meat with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and gave her a "You're pretty good" look.
Not bad, keep up the good work. Hey.
Well, one sentence turned Gao Haoyu, this super genius, into a complete idiot, and he was laughing his head off. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Tiantian's gaze towards Wang Lebao instantly shifted from serious to dangerous.
The crunching sound of teeth grinding. Wang Lebao shuddered involuntarily and quickly served food to Jiang Tiantian. Put.
Li Xiaochun smiled, rested her chin on her hands, and ate the food Jiang Feng handed her.
Why are you doing this? Sister Tian, you scared Xiao Bao to death.
Jiang Tiantian rolled her beautiful eyes upwards.
He deserved it. Wang Lebao. After dinner, the group of 6 strolled along the street. 3 girls walked hand in hand in front of them, chatting and laughing. We've known each other for less than a month, but we're as close as sisters. Jiang Tiantian and Li Xiaochun, in particular, started discussing their postpartum experiences. Mu Qingwei, the chief physician, used her extensive medical knowledge to turn the 2 of them into her little fans. Behind them, Jiang Feng and the other 2 followed closely, afraid that something might happen to the 3 of them. Chapter 82. I've taken this medical team in. After walking several dozen meters,
they stopped on the Pujian Bridge, leaning on the railing and enjoying the breeze.
I let the cool breeze blow on me for a while.
Wang Lebao turned over and leaned against the railing, took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Feng.
Brother Feng, here's the money back. I really don't need it this time. Also, thanks.
Jiang Feng took the card without refusing. He knew that Wang Lebao had tripled or quadrupled his assets with the information he provided and the 300,000 yuan. Now, not only are they married, but 70% of their mortgage has been paid off, and the remaining amount is being respent in installments. They only need to pay less than 2,000 yuan per month, and there are only 5 years left to pay. This amount of money is nothing to Wang Lebao these days. Most importantly, he just picked up a car yesterday, a Geely Xingyue, high-end model, paid in full. Their lives are going quite well. Jiang Feng casually put the money into his pocket and patted Wang Lebao on the shoulder.
Actually, you're moving a bit too fast. I have some news on my end. Would you like to hear it?
Wang Lebao was slightly taken aback, and was about to speak when Gao Haoyu next to him couldn't help but speak up.
What news? Oh, Thingsy, so you've been busy making money with Xiao Bao and forgotten about us brothers?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, No way, mainly because Xiao Bao was in a hurry to raise the bride price at that time, and he couldn't possibly ask me for the money directly, so I just helped him out.
How could I forget about you guys? Then tell me, what news? Gao Haoyu looked at him with a light smile. Wang Lebao was the same. Although he didn't have much money left, he didn't want to miss out on any opportunity to earn more.
I certainly won't hide the news, but it's about futures. You 2 go back and figure out how to do it, and also let the second brother and the others know. I'll tell you the news in a couple of days once it's confirmed. I wouldn't dare say much, but it shouldn't be a problem to multiply your assets several times over.
After saying that, Jiang Feng didn't say anything more. He patted them on the shoulder and quickly caught up with Li Xiaochun ahead. Honey, it's almost time. We should go home and rest. Li Xiaochun gave a somewhat reluctant "oh."
Then she greeted Jiang Tiantian and Mu Qingwei, and let Jiang Feng pull her away. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Mu Qingwei leaned against the railing with a smile and said to Zhang Tiantian,
"That's great, and you're here too. I'm actually quite envious of you guys now." Zhang Tiantian nudged Mu Qingwei's arm. "Isn't there one already? What do you think?" Mu Qingwei glanced at Gao Haoyu and coughed twice. "It's all right, haha. It's getting late, I should go. I have a meeting tomorrow morning, let's get together again next time."
As she spoke, she glanced at Gao Haoyu.
Seeing this, Gao Haoyu quickly told Wang Lebao and hurried after them. "Qingwei, let me take you." On the bus.
Li Xiaoqun happily swayed her head gently to the music playing in the car, humming along, glancing at Zhang Feng every now and then smiling dreamily.
"It's heartwarming, yet captivating."
Zhang Feng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and chuckled.
"Honey, what do you think happiness is?"
Li Xiaoqun paused for a moment, then narrowed her eyes and smiled at Zhang Feng.
Happiness is having you by my side. Just seeing you every day is the most beautiful happiness for me, hee hee."
Zhang Feng smiled and ruffled her long hair.
"Silly boy. You big idiot." Li Xiaoqun twitched the tip of her nose.
As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them burst into laughter.
Bite.
Host detected exhibiting doting behavior towards his wife. The goal is to achieve happiness and obtain 7 days' worth of stock price chart information.
Tianji Mansion.
When Zhang Feng led Li Xiaoqun into the living room, he found 3 women sitting on the sofa.
While I was wondering.
The woman in the middle stood up, smiled, walked up to Zhang Feng, and extended her hand.
"Hello boss, I'm Hu Yuding.
These are the nurses who came with me to take care of my wife, Song Ting and Li Meng."
"Hello, boss." Song Ting and Li Meng also hurriedly bowed and greeted them.
Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then raised his hand to gesture for them to sit down. Then he walked over and sat down in front of them.
"You arrived quite quickly. Did you bring everything?"
Hu Yuding shook her head, responding with a wry smile.
"We've brought the basics, but large instruments like ultrasound machines need to be transported by specialists, so we'll have to wait." "Okay, this is my wife, Li Xiaoqun.
You should give her a thorough examination first and see how to treat her."
"Yes, madam, please follow me." Hu Yuding responded and then got up to greet Li Xiaoqun.
Li Xiaoqun's head was still spinning. She looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression, then at Hu Yuding and the others, her little head filled with question marks. Zhang Feng gently patted the top of her head.
"This is the professional medical team I found.
This Dr. Hu Yuding is a top expert in obstetrics and gynecology, having delivered nearly 1,000 newborns. Let them give you a checkup now, and then they will provide you with reasonable dietary adjustments so that you won't experience as much pain when you give birth in the future."
"Oh."
When Li Xiaoqun heard that these 3 people were here to take care of what she would eat in the future, she immediately lost interest. She stared at Zhang Feng resentfully for a while before reluctantly following Hu Yuding and the others into the bedroom.
After they left,
Zhou Mei rushed out of the kitchen and sat down next to Zhang Feng, frowning as she said,
"Xiao Feng, are these people reliable? Let's hope nothing unexpected happens."
Zhang Feng chuckled and raised his hand, putting his arm around Zhou Mei's shoulder.
"Mom, don't worry.
Although Dr. Hu Yuding isn't very well known, she's really skilled. By the way, besides her, there are a few other doctors from other departments who should arrive in a few days. When they arrive, we'll have them give you and Dad a full checkup as well." Zhou Mei stared at Zhang Feng with suspicion, then laughed and scolded.
"No need, your father and I are in good health, so let's not waste that money." "What do you mean it's a waste of money?"
"I'll take this medical team. They'll be working exclusively for our family now, including their equipment and medical skills, so it'll be free."
"That's the decision."
After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he didn't give Zhou Mei a chance to react and quickly ran into the bedroom. After all, Hu Yuding and the others were strangers, and he was genuinely worried that Li Xiaoqun might have some difficulty adapting. It wasn't until he entered the bedroom that Zhou Mei realized what was happening, her eyes wide open.
"Hey, you brat, wasting money again, huh?" That being said. But Zhou Mei couldn't suppress a smile. Chapter 83. Is an ice cream really that powerful?
Hu Yuding truly deserves her status as a top student from a prestigious TCM college. In less than half an hour, she had a pretty good grasp of Li Xiaoqun's current situation. But when she finally understood Li Xiaoqun's physical condition, she was completely dumbfounded.
"Boss, Madam's physique is at least 3 times stronger than the average person. With that kind of build, she could easily have triplets, or even quintuplets. Boss, are you sure you didn't send me here unnecessarily?
Song Ting and Li Meng had similar expressions. Over the years, they have seen many patients, especially pregnant women. Generally speaking, pregnant women are physically weaker than ordinary people due to the various reactions that occur during pregnancy.
This is the main reason why people say that giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell.
However, after examination, it was found that Li Xiaochun's physical strength and the activity of her cells were more than 3 times stronger than that of ordinary people.
This means that Li Xiaochun's body is much healthier than that of ordinary people. To put it bluntly, this is not scientific.
Zhang Feng glanced at Li Xiaochun, who was still in a daze, and said softly,
"Does she need any further treatment? What's the point of treating this?"
Hu Yuting's lips twitched involuntarily.
Madam's physical condition is very good. Too much conditioning may damage such a constitution.
After all, medicine has 3 parts poison.
So just follow your usual habits. Ha? Does this mean I can eat whatever I want from now on? Li Xiaochun, who had been completely bewildered, suddenly realized what was happening when she heard this. She turned over and sat half upright on the bed, looking at Hu Yuting expectantly and asking.
Hu Yuting pondered for a moment, then nodded.
Yes, but you shouldn't eat too much cold food. You should still pay attention to certain things. Can I have ice cream?
Li Xiaochun blinked her big, bright eyes, full of anticipation.
Hu Yuting was startled, but after carefully considering Li Xiaochun's physical condition, she nodded.
Yes, but in limited quantities. 1 per day at most, and this may need to be adjusted as the pregnancy progresses.
Yeah. Li Xiaochun could no longer hear what was said after that.
All she heard was the promise of ice cream, and Li Xiaochun, unable to stay still for a moment, cheered and ran quickly to Jiang Feng, clinging to him like a koala, looking at him pitifully.
Husband.
Jiang Feng held her, both amused and exasperated, afraid she would fall.
Doctor Hu, is it a serious problem that she's jumping around like that? There's no major problem with that, and it also means that Madam is in good health.
However, this cannot be done in 4 weeks, because by then the child will be fully formed, and the brain and bones will be in a state of rapid growth.
Any minor accident could cause problems for the baby. Okay, thank you for your help. By the way, where are you staying now? Hu Yuting chuckled. We don't have a place to stay here yet, but we've already booked a hotel.
Jiang Feng suddenly realized.
I have an apartment in the Grand Mansion area. It's a large, single-level apartment with plenty of space. You can live there from now on. As for the equipment,
Jin Mao Tower is mine. If you're free tomorrow, you can go there and talk to a guy named Gao Haoyu, and ask him to vacate a professional office space for you. You can stay here tonight, there are plenty of guest rooms.
Thanks, boss. See you tomorrow.
After seeing Hu Yuting and the other 2 off, Zhang Feng had just turned around when Li Xiaochun rushed up to him again, looking at him with tears welling up in her eyes.
Honey, the baby wants ice cream. The next day, Asmei arrives. Temperatures in Shanghai have started to soar.
Yesterday it was only 29 degrees Celsius, but today it has suddenly soared to 35 degrees Celsius.
Shanghai People's Park.
Li Xiaochun wore a loose dress, and her hair was tied up in a bun on her head to prevent her neck from getting stuffy and causing a rash. Clutching an ice cream cone, he sat on a wooden bench, his face filled with bliss, taking a deep sip and letting out a soft, contented hum.
It's so delicious, hee hee, honey, you should have some too. Bite. Host detected showing affection towards wife.
Target gains happiness, +1 to physique, and 500,000 in cash.
Note, all cash has been legally transferred to the host account and is safe to use.
Jiang Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, and he raised his hand to pat the top of her head.
Honey, I'm not eating anymore. You eat slowly. Hee hee, it's really delicious.
Li Xiaochun blinked her bright eyes and waved the ice cream in front of Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at such childish behavior. Finally, seeing her expectant expression, he gently took a bite. Seeing Zhang Feng eat it, Li Xiaochun couldn't wait to ask. Isn't it delicious?
Zhang Feng opened his mouth slightly, nodding with a wry smile.
Yes, it's delicious. Li Xiaochun proudly flashed a peace sign. I knew it. This ice cream is the best, hee hee. Bite. Host detected showing affection towards wife. Target gains happiness and +3 to physique. Zhang Feng? Is an ice cream really that powerful? He pulled Li Xiaochun into his arms with a touch of tenderness. It wasn't that the ice cream was so powerful, but rather that Li Xiaochun had been holding back for too long. It was like someone who was about to die of thirst in the desert suddenly having a large bucket of water. The feeling of happiness was irresistible. The reason for this situation is that Li Xiaochun has fallen in love with him at some point and is willing to have his child. Therefore, no matter what method Li Xiaochun used, Zhang Feng's heartache at this moment is without any reason. He gently stroked Li Xiaochun's face with his palm and spoke softly. "You little fool." Li Xiaochun laughed carefree, taking small sips of her drink, her laughter as ethereal as a child's. Just as the two were enjoying this rare moment of warmth, a woman in her 30s suddenly appeared beside them, frowning and saying, "Young man, how could you let your wife eat ice cream? Are you out of your mind?" Li Xiaochun froze in place, staring in astonishment at her older sister's angry face. She blinked, then looked at Zhang Feng again. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead, stood up somewhat awkwardly, and said with a wry smile, "Sister, I've consulted a doctor, and it's fine to eat only one a day." The older sister was stunned. "Hey, kid, is it fun to lie to me? You even asked a doctor. Come on, tell me, which doctor? Your wife is at least 6 months pregnant, right? If a doctor said that about her eating ice cream, would he want to lose his job or get himself charged with murder? Young man, I've been through this before. Listen to me, you can't eat it." After saying that, the older sister sat down next to Li Xiaochun and patted her shoulder familiarly. "Little sister, we can't ruin the baby and your health just for a moment's pleasure. So just bear with it, a few months will pass in the blink of an eye, then throw this ice cream away, okay?" Chapter 84 Renovating the Medical Room. Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun were completely dumbfounded by their elder sister's sincere feelings. Especially Li Xiaochun, looking at her older sister's eyes, it was as if she ate any more, she would be an utterly wicked bastard, an irresponsible fool who would do nothing for the child and herself. But doctor who clearly said it's okay to eat? Li Xiaochun was on the verge of tears, looking pitifully at Zhang Feng, hoping her husband would step forward and save the ice cream in her hand. Zhang Feng felt a chill run down his spine under Li Xiaochun's gaze, and could only steel himself and say, "Sister, my wife is in good health, and the doctor told me that himself. Do you think I'm the kind of irresponsible person? How could I not worry about my wife and kids? Right?" The older sister rolled her eyes upwards. "Don't think I don't know what you young people are thinking. You all think you're healthy and can do whatever you want without any problems. My brother secretly let his wife eat some things she shouldn't have, which almost caused her death. She was only saved with great difficulty in the end. I don't know how much trouble he caused." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, she addressed Li Xiaochun again. "Little sister, sometimes we need to control ourselves. A man's excessive pampering might harm us. Listen to your sister, we're not eating this ice cream." Zhang Feng. Li Xiaochun's face twisted in distress. She looked at the ice cream in her hand, unsure whether to eat it or not, feeling extremely distressed. But after a brief standoff, she still couldn't resist her older sister's intense gaze. When she handed the ice cream to her older sister, she felt like her heart was bleeding. The older sister took the ice cream, then breathed a sigh of relief and smiled reassuringly. "Hey, that's right. With such a pretty little sister, she'll definitely give birth to a big, healthy boy, and a super handsome one at that." Li Xiaochun felt extremely wronged, but she still nodded. She only burst into tears after Zhang Feng had seen her older sister off. She clung to Zhang Feng like a koala, sobbing softly. "Honey, my ice cream, the ice cream's gone, oh." Her crying broke Zhang Feng's heart, and he quickly and gently patted her back. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll have someone go out and buy some ice cream right now. We'll keep it at home and eat it there. Let's see who dares to steal our baby's ice cream then. Don't cry. Real?" Li Xiaochun looked at Zhang Feng with blurry eyes, her little nose twitching, her face tearful. Anyone who didn't know better would think that Zhang Feng had done something to wrong her. Zhang Feng nodded quickly. "When has your husband ever lied to you? I'll call him right now, okay, sweetie?" "Fine then, humph. I'm never going out for ice cream again." Li Xiaochun leaned on Zhang Feng's shoulder, muttering complaints under her breath. Zhang Feng remained silent. What could he say? There's absolutely nothing to say about it, right? After having her ice cream stolen, Li Xiaochun has completely lost her motivation to go shopping. Even the beautiful scenery of blooming flowers around her couldn't attract her attention. Her eyes remained fixed on Zhang Feng's phone.
Zhang Feng still couldn't persuade her, so he called Li Meng and asked her to go out and buy some ice cream to keep at home. Now he's just waiting for a reply. Seeing Li Xiaochun's expectant expression, Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile and gently stroked her long hair.
Alright, let's go back.
Li Meng will probably buy the ice cream by the time we get home. My husband is the best, moi. Li Xiaochun happily kissed Zhang Feng's face several times, her eyes narrowing with joy. Zhang Feng could only say that this girl was too easy to coax. He even worried that one day she might be lured away by someone with an ice cream.
Okay, this was purely for fun.
After all, Zhang Feng had seen Li Xiaochun's behavior in front of other people before. While not exactly shrewd, she is certainly calm, experienced, and intelligent. Only when she is with him does she act like a silly, carefree fool. In her world, he was like an omnipotent god who could help her ward off all bad things. Knowing that she would soon be able to eat ice cream, Li Xiaochun's mood improved considerably.
Meanwhile, at Tianji Mansion,
Zhou Mei watched as Li Meng placed the ice creams one by one into the refrigerator, a hint of doubt on her face.
Xiao Li, is this really okay? Li Meng chuckled lightly. It's alright, Auntie. Madam's physical condition is the best I've ever seen.
Many retired Special Forces soldiers aren't as fit as her, so you can rest assured.
However, there's a limit.
1 per day at most, and I've carefully calculated the quantity I bought.
You can't eat any more after you finish this. Song Ting responded with a smile from the side. Yes, Auntie, please don't worry.
We're staying here now, and we have Madam's health checked every day to ensure the safety of Madam and the baby. Zhou Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief.
That's fine then.
However, after saying that, she started complaining in an annoyed tone.
You guys are really something, this silly girl. It's just ice cream, can't she eat it after she gives birth?
Li Meng and Song Ting looked at each other, then lowered their heads and remained silent. After all, well, they both thought that if they had to go 10 months without ice cream, it seemed like they couldn't really stand it. So when they heard Hu Yuting say that Li Xiaochun could eat an ice cream every day, the two of them were almost envious to tears.
At this moment,
Hu Yuting walked in from outside, looked around the room, and then said,
Big sister, is there anything else around the house that we can do for you?
Zhou Mei waved her hand.
No, Dr. Hu, is there something you need? Hu Yuting chuckled.
It's nothing major, just that the ultrasound machine arrived and someone needs to go pick it up.
Yesterday, the boss asked us to convert the East Wing into a medical room, so... Zhou Mei suddenly realized. Okay, I don't know much about these things either. Why don't you find someone to take care of it?
I'll pay for it then.
Hu Yuting shook her head, both amused and exasperated. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask how large the medical room needs to be. I've seen that room. It's about 100 square meters, enough to build a large medical room and a small operating room. But how much to build it is up to you. I see. Then you should discuss it with my son. I don't really understand this. Zhou Mei felt a little embarrassed, and then took out her phone. Why isn't that brat back yet?
But just as she dialed the number, the phone rang from the yard.
Chapter 85 Going to Sanya. At this moment,
Zhang Feng led Li Xiaochun in, looking at the group with a puzzled expression.
But before he could speak,
Li Xiaochun then ran to Zhou Mei, looking aggrieved, hugged her, and began to complain.
Mommy, someone is bullying me. What? Zhou Mei?
Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and quickly recounted what had happened in the park.
After hearing this, everyone's expressions froze.
Song Ting and Li Meng were both trying hard to suppress their laughter, and their faces turned red from holding it in. Hu Yuting had seen it quite a bit, but she still couldn't help but chuckle. She could only shake her head repeatedly, trying to distract herself.
Zhou Mei's mouth was agape. She finally understood Zhang Feng's thoughts. With her daughter-in-law's expression, who could resist? He quickly patted Li Xiaochun's back to comfort her. Okay, Mom understands. We won't eat out anymore, we'll eat at home.
Xiao Li has already bought the ice cream, Mom will go get you one now.
Don't cry, okay?
With teary eyes, Li Xiaochun nodded her little head and sat obediently on the sofa, her bright eyes looking at Hu Yuting and the others with a few tears in them. Hu Yuting coughed twice and walked up to Zhang Feng, saying, Boss, the color Doppler ultrasound machine has arrived.
What are your plans for the medical room? Should we separate it into a dedicated medical room, or combine the medical room and operating room? Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. What's the maximum you can do?
After he finished speaking, he paused, then continued.
Alright, you can handle it as you see fit.
I'll transfer 1 million to you in a bit, according to the highest standards. We'll talk about how to use it up later. Anyway, I hope the medical conditions at home won't be worse than those at the Jinmao Tower.
Okay, I'll contact the people now to start construction.
It should take about 10 days.
Hu Yuding smiled and nodded, then turned around and said, Xiaoting, go and connect the ultrasound machine. I'll send the address to your phone later. Okay, Sister Hu, I'll be right there.
Song Ting had wanted to go out for a long time, she was just too uncomfortable being cooped up. So, as soon as Hu Yuding finished speaking, she couldn't wait to run out. Li Meng stared in astonishment as her best friend left, then looked longingly at Hu Yuding.
And me? Is there anything I can do?
Hu Yuding shook her head with a chuckle. No, your task is to stay here and watch over the lady, ready to deal with any emergencies.
Li Meng?
She turned to look at Li Xiaochun.
An unexpected situation? Could there be? Seeing Li Meng's embarrassed expression, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, you go with Dr. Hu to set up the medical room.
I'll take care of things here. Upon hearing this, Li Meng breathed a sigh of relief, happily shouted "Long live the boss," and dragged Hu Yuding out.
Watching them leave, Li Xiaochun turned her gaze to Zhang Feng. Honey, am I that scary? Zhang Feng. Go on vacation if you want, don't act like you've never been before. TCH, you think I'd be envious?
Nowadays, who doesn't know that travel is a process of going from a place you're tired of to a place someone else is tired of, spending all your savings, and then coming back to the place you're tired of?
Let me tell you, Zhang Lu, don't try to sway me. Do you think I'm someone who gives up so easily? Get lost. Let me tell you, you're still a single dog. If you're so capable, go find a partner. I'm just showing off my husband, so what?
At noon, Li Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the sofa with an ice cream in her arms, chatting with Zhang Lu on her phone. 5 days had passed since the ice cream was stolen last time. Li Xiaochun originally planned to have Zhang Lu come over and keep her company, but when she called, the girl had gone on vacation to Sanya, which was quite infuriating.
Add to that Zhang Lu's irritating tone, and well,
the two best friends are arguing again.
A few minutes later,
Li Xiaochun angrily threw her phone on the sofa, looked at Zhang Feng, who was half lying there with his eyes closed, quietly moved over, and playfully put the ice cream in her hand on his mouth. Hiss! The icy sensation made Zhang Feng gasp, and he sat up, both amused and exasperated.
What's wrong now? Li Xiaochun was slightly taken aback. Are you being mean to me? Zhang Feng. Is there? No, I don't think so.
He carefully recalled his courage just now, but realized he hadn't. After confirming that it wasn't his fault, he knew that this girl was up to something again, and he immediately felt a headache coming on. But he still smiled and hugged her in his arms.
Tell me, what are you planning to do this time? Let me make it clear first, anything that can't be done is absolutely impossible.
Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue.
I want to travel, to Sanya. Thump.
Zhang Feng tapped her forehead in an annoyed tone.
What are you talking about? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Impossible. Poof. Bad husband, I'm ignoring you. Li Xiaochun got off the sofa and ran out.
A short while later, she pulled Zhou Mei in, pointing angrily at Zhang Feng.
Mom, he just bullied me. Zhang Feng opened his mouth. Damn, this girl is getting more and more out of control, isn't she? So you think you're the only one with powerful connections?
That also depends on whether your powerful backer supports you.
Zhou Mei has now figured out Li Xiaochun's temper. This is normal. During pregnancy, women's thoughts are generally more imaginative and they are exceptionally perceptive.
Any slight disturbance can cause them to overthink and imagine all sorts of scenarios. Li Xiaochun is already considered relatively good, at least she didn't act recklessly.
But Zhou Mei still asked out of curiosity. What exactly happened? Zhang Feng sighed.
She wants to go to Sanya, but given her current condition, she can't take a plane, and she can't drive either, as it takes too long and she would have to take a boat, so it won't work.
Zhou Mei was also choked, and turned to look at Li Xiaochun in disbelief. Girl, are you going to Sanya?
Li Xiaochun shrank back guiltily, looking at Zhou Mei with a fawning expression.
Alright, I know the answer.
Zhou Mei wanted to reason with her daughter-in-law, but after thinking it over, she ultimately gave up.
He kicked Zhang Feng in the shin. If we can't go to Sanya, let's go somewhere else. The scenery around West Lake is also very nice right now. Do you want to go and take a look? It only takes a few hours by car, and it won't affect Xiaochun in any way. Li Xiaochun had originally planned to give up. At this moment, she suddenly shuddered, staring at Zhang Feng with wide, blinking eyes. Chapter 86 Short Trips. Zhang Feng felt like he owed Li Xiaochun something when she looked at him. He sighed with a hint of helplessness, stood up, and said, "Alright, let's go to West Lake then. I'll go pack my things now. We'll stay there tonight and come back the day after tomorrow morning." Seeing that Li Xiaochun wanted to object, Zhang Feng directly shut her down with one sentence. "No, the physical examination is a must." Li Xiaochun. At this moment, Hu Yuding walked in from outside. "Boss, the situation over there is almost settled. Xiaomeng and Xiaoting can handle the rest. I think Madam wants to stay a few more days. In that case, I might as well go with her. Of course, if you don't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Ye Sister Yuding is the best." Li Xiaochun happily hugged Hu Yuding, then blinked her eyes and looked at Zhang Feng again. "Honey? Is it okay now?" Zhang Feng was amused by the girl's antics, but it wouldn't hurt to stay a few more days. Anyway, he didn't have anything to do here and wasn't short of money. Going out more would also benefit Li Xiaochun and allow him to relax. It was a win-win situation, so why not? He affectionately pinched Li Xiaochun's pretty face. "Okay, then Sister Hu, go pack your things now, we'll leave in a bit." "I'm going too." Li Xiaochun was the first to run out. After the two left, Zhang Feng said to Zhou Mei, "Mom, why don't you and Dad come along too, and have a few days of fun? Staying at home all day isn't a good thing either." "We're not going to join in your fun." Zhou Mei waved her hand. "Now that we have money, can't we go out and have fun anytime?" "Alright, you can arrange it yourselves. Just let me know if you need anything." Half an hour later, Hu Yuding drove out of Tianji Mansion and headed straight for the highway entrance. That's right, Hu Yuding became the driver, and it was at this time that Zhang Feng learned that this genius female student was also a veteran driver with 15 years of experience. The car window was slightly ajar, and the whistling wind hissed in her ears, but this did not dampen Li Xiaochun's interest in the slightest. After getting into the car, she took out her phone again and continued chatting with Zhang Lu. It's unclear where those two sisters got so much to say. Just as they got on the highway, Zhang Feng's phone vibrated. He took it out, glanced at the caller ID, and then realized what was going on. The call connected, and Gao Haoyu's voice came through. "Fengzi, we're almost done with preparations here. Do you have any news from your end?" You could tell that Gao Haoyu was a little excited. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If this succeeds, he can basically pay off his debts. That way he can concentrate on his work, And there's also the pursuit of his happiness. Zhang Feng hummed in agreement. "I'll send the message to your phone later. Remember, you must do exactly as I tell you." "Okay. I've got it." The next day. Having just finished breakfast, Li Xiaochun couldn't wait to drag Zhang Feng out of the hotel and head straight for West Lake. In May, the West Lake is in full bloom with lotus flowers, so there are quite a few tourists during this time. The huge scenic area is packed with people. Looking at the sea of people, Zhang Feng was filled with helplessness. He really didn't know what the point of tourism was these days, and he couldn't tell whether people came to see people or to see the scenery. The two didn't hire a guide, since they weren't there to learn about the history and legends of West Lake. They were simply there to relax and have fun, with a see-what-you-see attitude. As for other secrets or rumors, they were completely irrelevant to them. However, there were too many people around, so Zhang Feng had to be careful to protect Li Xiaochun, for fear that an accident might happen. Even a minor bump or bruise could have unpredictable consequences for Li Xiaochun at her current state, which is why he did not approve of the trip yesterday. 10 a.m. The two then arrived at the broken bridge and looked at the stone bridge spanning the water. A longing expression appeared on Li Xiaochun's face, and she tugged at Zhang Feng's sleeve. "Husband, this is where Lady Whitesnake found Su Xian." "Oh my god, just thinking about it is so romantic." Zhang Feng knew exactly what this girl was up to as soon as he heard it, and tapped her nose with a hint of annoyance. "I'm telling you, don't even think about it, it's impossible." Li Xiaochun playfully made a face and twitched her nose. "If you can't, then you can't. Humph, I'll come back after I give birth, then let's see what you say then." Just then, someone nearby shouted, "A film crew is coming." Whoosh! The sound immediately caused a stir among the crowd, and a dense mass of people began to move in the direction from which the sound came. Although celebrities are no longer a rarity these days, since there are so many of them, the chance encounter with one is still an exciting thing for most ordinary people, especially for those who are fans. Moreover, this is a film crew, and there are definitely more than one star in it. This gives many fans a way to show off on social media, and they may even become internet celebrities. Due to various factors, the people around him almost went crazy. The once quiet scenic area instantly became incredibly noisy. What gave Jiang Feng the biggest headache was that Li Xiaochun had also gotten excited and grabbed his hand, wanting to rush forward. However, her impulsiveness was directly and forcefully suppressed by Jiang Feng. What a joke! With so many people, doesn't Li Xiaochun even have a clue whether she can get in? Honey, I want to see it. Li Xiaochun made a cute face and looked at Jiang Feng with her head shaking. No, if you want to watch it, let's find a place where there aren't many people. Jiang Feng frowned, his face serious. This was the first time Li Xiaochun had ever seen Jiang Feng so serious. He hadn't been this serious even when they first met. Just by looking at that expression, Li Xiaochun knew how much she had gone too far. In an instant, all thoughts of idol worship vanished. She nestled obediently in Jiang Feng's arms, looking at the crowded tourists with a hint of envy, but no longer had any desire to go over. Jiang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and hugged her with a smile. Alright, if you want to see celebrities, I'll have someone set up a special film crew for you when we get back. You can watch them whenever you want, until you get tired of them, okay? Li Xiaochun shook her head. No, it's a waste of money. Besides, I don't really want to go see it. I just think it would be interesting to bump into a big star here. It's not fun if I make a special trip to see it. Jiang Feng remained silent, perhaps. I think most people here feel the same way. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, he simply picked Li Xiaochun up in his arms. Let's go find a place to rest and grab something to eat first, then we'll go on the yacht this afternoon. Li Xiaochun nestled quietly in Jiang Feng's arms, her eyes fixed on Jiang Feng's chin. From this angle, my husband looks so handsome. No, my husband is handsome from every angle. Comparing Jiang Feng to those celebrities in her mind, Li Xiaochun smiled dreamily, wrapped her arms around Jiang Feng, and whispered, My husband is still the best. Jiang Feng, both amused and exasperated, touched her forehead to his. Chapter 87: An accidental encounter with a female celebrity. A dozen minutes later. The two found a long bench near the broken bridge. After putting Li Xiaochun down, Jiang Feng stood up. What would you like to eat? I'll go see if there's anything for sale nearby. I'll eat whatever my husband buys. Li Xiaochun rested her chin on her hands and responded with a smile. Jiang Feng tapped her forehead. Okay, then you have to be good and not run around, understand? Yes, I remember, I definitely won't run around. Li Xiaochun nodded her little head repeatedly, watching Jiang Feng leave. But Jiang Feng had barely left when a furtive figure quickly ran over, sat down next to Li Xiaochun, patted his chest, and gasped for breath, muttering under his breath. Wow, that's way too fierce. The director is really something, can't he think of a solution? After she finished complaining, she realized there was someone else next to her and was immediately startled. Li Xiaochun was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at the girl next to her, her playful eyes blinking involuntarily. Who are you? Shoo. The girl was startled and quickly made a shushing gesture, whispering. Don't shout, I just want some peace and quiet, please. Oh. Li Xiaochun nodded, then burst out laughing. Hee, I was just thinking of going to see you guys, but my husband wouldn't let me. I didn't expect to be able to see you even sitting here. It's so nice. The girl stared blankly at Li Xiaochun's smile for a moment, then compared herself to him, and wow, feelings of inferiority suddenly welled up inside her. After a long silence, she finally spoke with a complicated expression. You're so beautiful, if you debuted. As she spoke, she shook her head again. As someone in the industry, she knows all too well what's going on there. Such a beautiful girl shouldn't be exposed to pollution there. Moreover, Li Xiaochun's expression is very pure and innocent. A girl like that must be very happy, right? In a short time. The girl looked at Li Xiaochun with eyes full of envy. More than half an hour passed. Jiang Feng walked over carrying the things he had bought. When he saw Li Xiaochun, he was stunned.
After looking around at the still bustling crowd, he frowned and walked over, placing the things next to Li Xiaochun, and asked in confusion.
Yang Xin? Holy crap, Zhang Depeo? Puff. Yang Xin's way of addressing Zhang Feng made Li Xiaochun burst out laughing.
She stared at Zhang Feng in disbelief, completely baffled. Zhang Feng stared at the girl in front of him, his face full of black lines, glaring at her through gritted teeth.
Hey Lao Yang, you've gone too far.
What the hell is Zhang Depeo?
Yang Xin grinned coldly. Forgot? You almost made me shut up back then, and now you won't let me say it anymore?
Let me tell you, I'll remember the time you insulted me for the rest of my life. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, but in the end, he simply couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to her. With a tender expression, she took out the food and placed it in front of Li Xiaochun.
Honey, don't pay attention to her. This woman is no good. Let's stay away from her from now on.
Li Xiaochun couldn't help but chuckle, but at the same time, she was filled with curiosity, wondering what connection Zhang Feng had with this big star in front of her.
You're not a good person at all. After Yang Xin finished speaking, she suddenly realized what she had said and looked at Li Xiaochun in shock. Wife? You married him? Li Xiaochun blinked and nodded. Yes, look, we're married and we're expecting a baby soon. Yang Xin nearly vomited blood, glaring at Zhang Feng with indignation.
You big-mouthed Jiang, tell me, who exactly lied to that young girl?
TSK, how come I never noticed before? Get out of here. My wife and I grew up together. You're so envious.
Single dogs have no right to sit here. Go away, don't disturb our time together.
Zhang Feng shoved and pulled Yang Xin up. Yang Xin sneered and walked to the other side to sit down. Oh, you have a childhood sweetheart? This is absolutely outrageous, little sister, is she serious? Li Xiaochun nodded again. Yes, we've known each other since elementary school. Put. Yang Xin felt as if she had been pierced by 1,000 arrows.
Leaning back in his chair with a sorrowful expression, he muttered.
This can't be right, this doesn't make sense. Looking at Yang Xin's expression of utter disbelief.
Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Li Xiaochun turned to look at Zhang Feng.
Honey, what's going on between you two? Before Zhang Feng could speak, Yang Xin started chattering away. That happened last March. At that time, Yang Xin and her crew were filming in Shanghai.
Because the makeup artist had a sudden accident, the director found Yi Ling from Green Ivy, and Yi Ling recommended Zhang Feng. And so, the two of them gradually became acquainted.
Later, Zhang Feng and Yang Xin started arguing about Yang Xin's makeup after she turned evil.
Yang Xin insisted on adding shadows to her eyes to show the ruthlessness of the female lead after her transformation, but Zhang Feng insisted on not doing so. In Zhang Feng's view, whether a person turns evil or not can be acted out entirely.
There was once an actor who acted quite well, wasn't he? However, Yang Xin lacked confidence in her performance, so she asked Zhang Feng to keep the makeup conservative. She still can't forget the way Zhang Feng yelled at her back then. It was so damn harsh that it almost made her give up her acting career. After listening, Li Xiaochun looked at Yang Xin with some sympathy, wanting to comfort her but not knowing how to say it, just feeling quite sad. Zhang Feng curled his lip in disdain. Am I not telling the truth? Look at them, such innocent eyes, yet they still managed to wipe out everyone in the entire show. It's only because those two main characters have the protagonist's halo, or because it's a legend of the Empress, that they even put shadows on you. Why don't you just dress up as a hideous old witch? That would be so much better. You don't even need to act, people would know you're a big bad guy just by standing there. Yang Xin. Even though more than a year has passed, hearing such words again now makes me so angry. I feel like killing him. But then I thought about my own small arms and legs, and decided against it. I couldn't win. Furious, Yang Xin grabbed the food Zhang Feng had bought and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Say whatever you want, I'll be a little dog if I get angry, humph. Zhang Feng sneered. Aren't you one? A single dog. You. Yang Xin felt like she was about to explode with anger. Seeing this, Li Xiaochun quickly patted her back and gave Zhang Feng a reproachful look. Honey, don't talk like that. Yang Xin is a girl. Zhang Feng scoffed. Go ask her friends, who among them thinks she's a girl? Chapter 88. The child is saved. Put. Good heavens, those words dealt Yang Xin a devastating blow.
Most importantly, she had no way to refute it.
Yang Xian has quite a few male friends, but she's treated them all like brothers, which is why she's still single.
It's not that she doesn't want to, it's just that no one has confessed their feelings to her.
I'm so angry I'm questioning the meaning of life. Put.
Thinking about this woman's romantic history, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh, but realizing the situation was inappropriate, she quickly covered her mouth and shook her head repeatedly at Yang Xian.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Yang Xian curled her lip indifferently. Never mind, I'm used to it. Are you two here for tourism? You. Zhang Feng was about to retort when Li Xiaochun covered his mouth. Although she didn't say it aloud, Yang Xian was smart enough to know what Zhang Feng meant.
She was too lazy to pay attention to him, finished her chicken burger, and then grabbed the milk tea next to her and gulped it down several times. Then he stood up and said,
Thanks, Zhang Depeo. Sister, let's exchange contact information. Let's have milk tea together sometime.
Zhang Feng stared dumbfounded at the mess before him, pointing at Yang Xian.
You're really not being polite. This is for my wife, I'm paying you back. Yang Xian asked for Li Xiaochun's phone number and WeChat ID, then made a face at Zhang Feng. Here we go, remember to call.
After saying that, she didn't wait for Zhang Feng's response and squeezed into the crowd like a whirlwind. Zhang Feng chuckled, then, with a wry smile, collected the trash and tossed it into the nearby bin. Looking at Li Xiaochun, who was sitting there grinning foolishly, he couldn't resist pinching her cheek.
Let's go, we're out of food, let's go buy some more. Li Xiaochun happily hugged Zhang Feng. Honey, I have a big star's contact information. Zhang Feng? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a single phone call?
Holding tightly to the blue and white porcelain keepsake, parting is always spent in despair, memory ointment is repeatedly applied to wounds that cannot heal, your turning back scratches the silence, la la la.
On the way back to the hotel, Li Xiaochun happily sang a song.
It has to be said that this girl was born with a great voice, but she just didn't have the opportunity before, and she herself was also quite reluctant to show her face in public, so she wasted such a talent. Zhang Feng followed beside her, a tender smile on his face. Hu Yuting followed closely behind them, just in case anything unexpected happened. After singing Blue and White Porcelain, Li Xiaochun happily hugged Zhang Feng's arm.
Honey, did I sing well? It sounds great.
Zhang Feng chuckled, but his eyes were full of certainty. Li Xiaochun squinted, enjoying Zhang Feng's gentle caresses, and draped her entire body over him. She was becoming more and more skilled at this routine. But just as they were about to arrive at the hotel, the crowd on the street suddenly became restless. At the same time, a clear cry reached their ears.
Following the sound, Li Xiaochun's face instantly turned deathly pale. Husband, baby.
Zhang Feng looked over in confusion, then instantly realized what was happening and called out to Hu Yuting behind him.
Sister Hu, keep an eye on Xiao Chun, I'll be right back.
Before he finished speaking, Zhang Feng had already rushed out. His physique, several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, allowed him to easily pass through the crowded people and arrive downstairs. Li Xiaochun clasped her hands together tightly, looking with deep concern at the child hanging on the security bars upstairs. Now, only the child's head remained inside the security window, his two small, tender hands gripping the steel bars tightly, his cries becoming increasingly heartbreaking. Hu Yuting ran over the instant Zhang Feng rushed out, and was now tightly hugging Li Xiaochun's shoulders.
It's okay, everything will be alright.
Li Xiaochun let out a soft sound and rested her head on Hu Yuting's shoulder.
Sister Hu, it was only after I became pregnant that I suddenly understood what it means to be a mother. Looking at that child, my heart aches so much.
Hu Yuting sighed softly and remained silent. She was also married and had children, so she naturally understood Li Xiaochun's feelings at that moment.
There's a saying that you can only understand your own parents when you become one yourself.
The feeling of having your whole heart and soul uncontrollably devoted to your child is something you can only truly understand after becoming a parent yourself. Just as Li Xiaochun was like this, so too was Zhang Feng. He doesn't even dare to imagine how his child would react if he encountered this situation in the future. He might even go crazy. So, once he got downstairs, he quickly found the drainpipe, jumped up, and then started climbing out by clinging to the security bars on the first floor. His mastery of all-around fighting skills allows him to easily control every muscle in his body and make it easy for him to predict what to do next. His physical constitution, which was several times greater than that of an ordinary person, provided him with almost inexhaustible power. The child was hanging from the 5th floor, a height of nearly 15 meters above the ground. Downstairs, some people have already laid out dozens of quilts, but the quilts are still too inelastic. If a child falls, even if they don't die, they will be severely disabled. Most importantly, the child's cries had weakened, and he clearly had little strength left. Hearing the intermittent crying from above, Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and sped up. As he climbed up the fourth-floor security bars, all sounds on the ground disappeared. Countless eyes are watching him as he gradually approaches the child. He was afraid that his movements might cause any unexpected problems during the rescue. Zhang Feng gradually calmed down, slowly moving along the security bars to the child's side. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the child's legs, whispering, "Don't be afraid, Uncle is here to save you. Come on, let's go back from here little by little, sideways. Yes, slowly, don't rush, Uncle is here." The gentle voice awakened the child's last will to live. He stopped crying, looked at Zhang Feng, and then tried to exert force. But the child was only 3 or 4 years old, and had already used up all his strength just now. Zhang Feng also needed to hold onto the security bars above with one hand. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, both of them would probably fall. So, with only one hand, he couldn't use all his strength to lift the child up, otherwise it would easily cause unnecessary injury to the child. Fortunately, at that moment, the child's parents opened the window from the inside and started pulling together with Zhang Feng. Even so, it still took them nearly 3 minutes to pull the child through the security bars. Seeing the child safely rescued, passers-by burst into excited shouts and enthusiastic applause.
Chapter 89. What if she does something rash?
Li Staochun turned around and hugged Hu Yuting, jumping up and down happily a few times.
Sister Hu, it's a success. The child is saved. Hu Yuting looked at Zhang Feng with a hint of admiration.
Yes, the child was saved, it was your husband who saved him.
Li Staochun smiled and nodded. Yes, my husband is the best. Bite. Special circumstances detected.
Target's happiness level has significantly increased, granting +5 to Constitution, +5 Constitution gift, and mastery of rock climbing skill. As Zhang Feng was pondering how to get down, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind.
Slightly startled, I instinctively looked downstairs. Soon. He then saw Li Xiaochun and Hu Yuting looking at him with admiration.
A slight smile appeared on his lips. He closed his eyes and rested for a while, digesting the various information about rock climbing skills.
With this skill, coming down from the 5th floor is no longer a problem. In less than a minute, he was back on the ground.
The moment he stepped down, a petite figure rushed into his arms.
Honey, you're amazing.
Zhang Feng smiled and gently stroked her long hair.
My wife is amazing too. Let's go back to the hotel.
Li Staochun clung tightly to Zhang Feng's arm, her eyes half closed in a look of pure enjoyment.
Okay, whatever you say, honey, he.
Only after they left did the child's parents hurriedly run downstairs with their child in their arms.
Watching the 3 people walk away, the child's parents suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times deeply towards their retreating figures. It was already 6:30 p.m. when I got back to the hotel. As they passed through the lobby, Hu Yuting went to the front desk to order their dinner, which consisted of dishes that were suitable for Li Xiaochun to eat at this time. As for her and Zhang Feng, neither of them had any dietary restrictions, so they just ate whatever they wanted. After all, it wouldn't be right for the two of them to enjoy the good food while Li Xiaochun just watches from the sidelines. Upstairs. Zhang Feng accompanied Li Xiaochun after she finished taking a bath. The girl rushed to the sofa, grabbed her phone, posted the photos and videos she had taken that day to her WeChat moments, and then sent Zhang Lu a message with a haughty air. What are you doing? Zhang Feng took the hairdryer, walked behind her, plugged it in, and started drying her hair. Li Xiaochun pouted and hummed softly. I'm texting Zhang Lu to vent about how she upset me yesterday, humph. Zhang Feng? He pinched her cheek, both annoyed and amused. You shouldn't keep getting angry with Zhang Lu. She's already pitiful enough. If you keep provoking her like this, what if she does something rash? Li Xiaochun was slightly taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully amidst Zhang Feng's dumbfounded expression. My husband is right, should I comfort her? Put. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and didn't say anything, quietly drying her hair and giving her a shoulder massage to help her relax. Li Xiaochun squinted comfortably, looking at the chat box on her phone. After thinking for a moment, he simply put his phone aside, smiled, and closed his eyes. The two of them spent 5 days at West Lake, basically seeing all the sights of the entire lake. These past few days, Zhang Feng's system trigger rate is extremely high. Although it mainly consists of physical enhancements and cash rewards, it's not bad. Zhang Feng's physique is now approaching 60, and even Li Xiaochun's has reached 40.
The cash amounted to nearly 10 million, which was quite an unexpected windfall.
Isn't this more comfortable than sitting in an office, working like a dog every day?
Sitting in the car on the way back, I listened to Li Xiaochun humming a song. Zhang Feng was thinking about whether he should take Li Xiaochun out more often in the future. Hiking is definitely out of the question now, but there seem to be quite a few places like zoos. I remember the zoo in my hometown of Donyang was the largest animal base in the entire north.
2:30 p.m.
Zhang Feng stood in a side room of Tianji Mansion. After more than 10 days of renovation, this room has been completely transformed. The left side was partitioned off to a space of about 30 square meters and completely sealed off. A complete set of surgical equipment was placed inside, while outside was a large medical observation room, including CT scanners, ultrasound machines, and so on.
In addition, there are many other medicines in stock. It's basically no different from a small hospital.
A woman in her 30s stood beside Zhang Feng, reporting to him on the situation in the medical room and the medical offices at the Jinmao Tower.
The total cost of the entire medical room is 3.44 million.
The equipment at the Jinmao Tower is more advanced, so the cost is higher, reaching 8.6 million. With this equipment, except for world-class difficult surgeries, we can treat more than 95% of diseases completely independently. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at the woman.
Sister Zhang, thank you for your hard work.
That's right, this person is none other than Zhang Jingyu, the leader of the medical team.
Zhang Jingyu chuckled and shook her head. This is our job. Since the boss is paying us to work, we can't just sit around doing nothing, right?
Zhang Feng chuckled.
By the way, what were your previous salary terms?
It depends on the situation. Although we used to belong to a private medical group, we still basically have to operate in the public sector, so our salaries are linked to commissions.
However, it's much more flexible than that of regular large hospitals, and we don't have a lot of complete equipment.
If the boss wants, he can do it that way too. Of course, we would prefer the boss to make this choice. After all, we don't want to use our medical skills only for the boss. It is also our wish to save more people. Zhang Jingyu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhang Feng with some uncertainty.
Alright, you can arrange this as you see fit.
But forget about the commission. You can decide how to divide the profits from your own knife-throwing operations.
In addition, I will give you a monthly salary of 50,000.
I only have one requirement: you must guarantee the health of the people around me. Zhang Jingyu was stunned for a moment when she heard Zhang Feng's words. She only realized what was happening when Zhang Feng was about to walk out, and quickly followed after him.
Thank you, boss. This will give us greater security in the future.
Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively. By the way, please arrange for my parents to have a full medical checkup as soon as possible. It's better to find any problems early, or even better if there are none.
Understood, I'll make the arrangements when I get back. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now.
There are still some things to take care of at the Jinmao Tower.
I'll come over early tomorrow morning to pick up brother Zhang and his wife. Become.
Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Zhang Jingyu off. He turned to look at the medical room behind him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, Li Xiaochun's little head peeked out from behind him. Honey, you said we should call Sister Zhang and Sister Yuding sister, but they call mom and dad elder brother and sister-in-law.
Isn't this generational hierarchy messed up? Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, ruffled her long hair. Then how do you suggest we shout? Why don't you try calling Sister Yuding auntie?
Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing she had asked a rather silly question, and simply hugged Zhang Feng tightly, nuzzling her little head against his chest, making Zhang Feng's heart clench.
He slapped her on the lower back in an annoyed manner. Stop messing around, why are you stirring up trouble in broad daylight? Li Xiaochun?
I glanced down at Zhang Feng's. Her pretty face flushed bright red, and she sniffed Zhang Feng, made a face, and then ran away quickly.
Mom's calling me to go fishing. Bye-bye, honey. Love you, moi. At the same time.
Jinmao Tower, top floor office area. Gao Haoyu suddenly clenched his fist, his face filled with intense excitement.
The coconut flakes are done.
After saying that, he quickly took out his phone and dialed a number, speaking the moment the call connected.
Fengzi, tell the brothers, it's 8 p.m. tonight, La Feng's barbecue, we'll split the profits. Chapter 90. You've decided to date me? Tianji Mansion. Zhang Feng paused for a moment after receiving Gao Haoyu's call, then answered it. 8 o'clock in the evening? Okay, I'll be there on time. The time frame does indeed seem to be about right.
Although the system provided a 7-day futures chart, Zhang Feng found after studying it that there was basically no profit to be made in the last 2 days, and most of them were short-term trades that required extremely precise operational and judgment skills to execute. So he only gave Gao Haoyu 5 days, but even those 5 days were enough for the few of them to make a fortune. Judging from Gao Haoyu's words, it shouldn't be a small amount.
What, 8 p.m.?
I just heard it was 8 o'clock. Just as Zhang Feng hung up the phone, Li Xiaochun curiously walked out of the medical room. Zhang Feng raised his hand to touch her long hair, then looked at Hu Yuting, who had followed him out. Hu Yuting was still in shock when she noticed Zhang Feng's gaze. She suddenly realized what was happening and quickly said,
"Oh, boss, Madam's health is fine, and she seems even better than when she had her checkup a few days ago? How strange, how could this be?"
Zhang Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nonsense, he added 8 points to Li Xiaochun's physique during those few days at West Lake. How could she not be good? Hu Yuting thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution, so she simply shook her head and stopped thinking about it.
"Boss, Madam is in good health. In this state, well, how should I put it, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any accidents. But that sounds too general. Boss, you should know about those women in the old brigade, right?"
Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then frowned and said,
"Are you talking about the kind of woman who can give birth in the ground?"
Yes, more than 30 years ago, when we still had a planned economy, many women were in very good health because they had done farm work since they were young. Many women would suddenly feel the urge to give birth while they were working in the fields, and would be back to work 3 to 5 days after giving birth. I can only say that my wife's health was even better than those women's.
So I'm free of all taboos? Li Xiaochun was excited. Li Xiaochun also knew about the kind of woman Hu Yuting was talking about.
Because her mother suddenly went into labor while harvesting wheat in the field, and she was born before she even got home. Later, her father told her that her mother only rested for 3 days before going back to the fields.
Postpartum period? What was postpartum confinement in those days when people were just barely getting enough to eat and wear? How can we prevent people from starving to death? Cannot? That won't do.
Although most women of that era suffered from postpartum illnesses, it's important to remember that Hu Yuting was saying that Li Xiaochun's health was better than those women's.
Are there any taboos for women during pregnancy? No, as long as I can fill my stomach, that's fine. So, does that mean Li Xiaochun can be unrestrained from now on? Thump.
Just as Li Xiaochun was looking forward to the wonderful life ahead,
Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, raised his hand and tapped her forehead. What are you thinking?
You had no choice but to do it before because you didn't have the means.
Can you compare that to now? What's more, you're carrying triplets. Are you out of your mind?
Even your mother-in-law, my mother-in-law, both of them are experiencing various postpartum ailments, so put away your unrealistic ideas.
Oh.
Li Xiaochun pouted, made a funny face, and looked at Hu Yuting expectantly, hoping that this kind older sister could put in a good word for her. Hu Yuting felt her scalp tingle under Li Xiaochun's gaze, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "Most of the taboos don't need to be ignored, but you should still pay attention to the ones that are too cold. Eat less or avoid very cold foods, and also..."
Well, Li Xiaochun couldn't hear what was said after that.
When she heard that she would have to continue to suffer verbal abuse, her mind went completely blank. Zhang Feng listened very attentively, taking notes one by one. Although Hu Yuting and the others lived in Tianji Mansion, Li Xiaochun was a restless person. The two of them spend most of their day outside, so he has to take on the responsibility of supervision.
After Hu Yuting led Song Ting and the other woman away, Li Xiaochun secretly stepped on Zhang Feng's instep, then quickly ran away. "You naughty husband, I'm ignoring you, sigh."
Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly.
Li Xiaochun hadn't used any force at all, it wasn't even a tickle.
This was just her way of expressing her dissatisfaction. However, she still cared too much about his feelings and couldn't bear to see him suffer even the slightest harm. Watching her run towards Zhou Mei, who was not far away, Zhang Feng said,
"The boss just called and said he's going out for barbecue at 8 p.m. tonight. Are you coming?"
Li Xiaochun was about to say no, because Hu Yuting had told her to eat as little barbecue as possible, or even avoid it altogether, but in the end she couldn't resist her drooling, and her appetite took over her brain, so she nodded repeatedly.
Go! 7 p.m.
After finishing processing the last of the documents, Gao Haoyu stood up and stretched. Looking at the empty office, he could no longer contain his excitement, and once again pumped his fist before straightening his clothes and leaving.
Downstairs.
When Gao Haoyu came out, a red Accord was already parked on the side of the road. Mu Qingwei had her arms crossed and looked at him with clear eyes.
Gao Haoyu's eyes lit up, and he ran over quickly. Why are you here again? Didn't you say you didn't need to pick me up? Mu Qingwei smiled faintly. Then I'll leave?
No, I misspoke, hee, let's go, Lao Feng's barbecue, time to split the profits. Gao Haoyu quickly got into the passenger seat and skillfully fastened his seatbelt, just like he would in his own car.
Mu Qingwei couldn't help but laugh. You idiot! Mu Qingwei got into the car.
After starting the car, he finally asked.
Now that we've split the money, that's the end of it. Tell me, how much money did you make? Gao Haoyu's face still held the lingering excitement as he said. We invested a total of 400,000 this time and made almost 3 million. At this point, Gao Haoyu looked intently at Mu Qingwei. Qingwei, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to pay off all my debts so quickly. Mu Qingwei glanced at him. What are you saying? Isn't this the money you earned to marry me? It will still be mine in the future, so ultimately, I'm the one who profited. Gao Haoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Mu Qingwei in disbelief. You've decided to date me? Mu Qingwei's lips curled up. Don't overthink it. I'm just seeing that you're doing well now. The probationary period isn't over yet.
Gao Haoyu couldn't care less about anything else, and didn't even hear what Mu Qingwei said next. All that was left on his face was a foolish smile.
Chapter 91 Even brothers should keep clear accounts. Lao Feng Barbecue Restaurant. A large barbecue restaurant located less than 200 meters from Shanghai University.
Back when I was in school, this place attracted over 1,000 students to eat here almost every day.
Jiang Feng and his brothers were no exception.
After all, I can't speak for everything else, but the prices here are definitely the most affordable in the entire university food court.
Moreover, the boss is very good at dealing with people. He'll give you this today and add that tomorrow.
Every time you pay, any change under 10 yuan is waived.
So, who wouldn't want to eat here?
I heard that the owner here used to be a senior at Shanghai University, and later he and his girlfriend set up a small stall near the school. Because the young couple were good at talking and doing business, they managed to build such a barbecue plaza in less than 2 years. Although it's rented, earning at least $1 million a year is not a problem these days.
8 o'clock. It's just past lunchtime.
But Lao Feng's barbecue square was still packed with people, with every seat filled.
After this time, it will be really difficult to find a seat here.
Fortunately, Gao Haoyu was familiar with the boss before and made a reservation in advance. Even so, when they arrived, they could only be seated in the corner chairs, or rather, at a table that was temporarily added.
When Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei arrived, Wang Lebao and the other three were already there. At this time,
they were sitting in a circle, talking excitedly.
Wei, you guys arrived pretty early. Have you ordered yet?
Gao Haoyu pulled out a chair for Mu Qingwei, and after she sat down, he sat down next to her and asked with a smile.
Wang Lebao looked at the two of them with a smile.
Nonsense, if you're not enthusiastic about splitting the money, you're out of your mind.
Boss, how much money are we going to get this time? Sun Wei nodded and smiled beside him. That's right. After being poor for so many years, who wouldn't be excited about suddenly becoming rich? Chao Fei and Ziju didn't say anything, but the expectation in their eyes was unmistakable.
Gao Haoyu shook his head and chuckled. They all got quite a lot, but where's Fengzi?
She hasn't arrived yet.
They're here. As soon as Gao Haoyu finished speaking, Jiang Feng walked over with Li Xiaochun.
Since the group were regulars here, they didn't react much to the surrounding customer traffic.
But Li Xiaochun didn't study here before, so this was really her first time here. Seeing the bustling business, she was completely stunned, looking around in shock, trying to understand why business was so good. Of course, she didn't want to do business, nor did she really care how much money she could make. After all, Jiang Feng's current wealth is enough for her to be a happy little fool for the rest of her life. She was purely curious. After helping Li Xiaochun to sit down, Zhang Feng sat down himself, smiling as he looked at the group, his gaze finally settling on Gao Haoyu.
Boss, how much did you make this time?
Gao Haoyu took out several cards, each labeled with a name, and handed them to each person, chuckling as he spoke. Xingwei and I together have about 3 million, the second son has 1,300,000, Xiaobao has 1,700,000, the fourth son has 830,000, and the third son has 97,000.
At this point, Gao Haoyu took a deep breath.
Finally, a card was placed in front of Zhang Feng. This is a small amount of money that I took from each of my 5 brothers, and I'm giving it to you.
It's not much, only 1.5 million in total.
Zhang Feng paused for a moment, stared at Gao Haoyu for a while, then leaned back in his chair and said,
Boss, I don't need the money. I know, but we have to pay this money no matter what.
We're brothers, but even brothers should keep clear accounts. What's more, you provided the information this time, and your investment team handled the entire operation.
We only contributed some money and didn't do a single thing.
So, brothers are brothers, but you have to take this money.
Otherwise, we'll just assume you're pitying us, and now that you've made it big, you look down on us.
Seeing that Gao Haoyu's words were getting increasingly outrageous, Zhang Feng became anxious, grabbed the card, and placed it in Li Xiaochun's hand.
Honey, keep this safe. We'll take it shopping tomorrow.
This was clearly something they had planned together.
Didn't you see how the 4 of them, including the second brother, were practically devouring themselves?
Therefore, Zhang Feng didn't care about the 1.5 million.
But you still have to take it if you're supposed to.
Just like Gao Haoyu said, brothers are brothers, but even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Only in this way can the bond between the brothers continue.
Li Xiaochun and Mu Qingwei looked at the 6 brothers with envy, and were genuinely happy for their brotherhood.
Compared to her, Li Xiaochun is in a better position, at least she has Zhang Lu as her best friend.
But Mu Qingwei.
Because of my personality, and because I later went abroad to study, I basically lost touch with all my friends in China. Now, she doesn't have a single close friend by her side to whom she can truly speak her mind.
I have many friends. But they were mostly just casual acquaintances.
Seeing that Zhang Feng had accepted the money, Gao Haoyu and the other 4 breathed a sigh of relief.
Chao Fei suddenly stood up and said with a smile, The brothers are having a good time today, so let's eat well.
But let's make it clear first, no one can leave until they're full.
I'm going to order. 4th brother, wait the hell for me. Chao Fei caught up and ran over quickly.
Wang Lebao squinted, looked at Gao Haoyu, then at Zhang Feng, and finally smacked his lips.
Should I call my husband out too? Mu Qingwei was taken aback upon hearing this, and asked in confusion. Sweetie didn't come? I thought she went to buy something. It's such an important day, why didn't you bring her out? Wang Lebao's lips twitched slightly, then he explained.
My mother-in-law said that since we're having a barbecue party, it's not appropriate for Sweetie to come because she is pregnant.
I really didn't expect my sister-in-law to come. Otherwise, I would definitely have brought Tian. But speaking of which, can pregnant women really not eat barbecue? Mu Qingwei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said. It's best not to eat it, but eating it occasionally is fine. Wang Lebao?
Okay, whatever his mood is right now, it's no longer appropriate for him to call Zhang Tian. After all, it would take him more than half an hour to get here from his home. By then, everyone will have almost finished eating. The sudden windfall greatly excited the brothers. Seeing his good brothers gradually living a better life, Zhang Feng was in a good mood. So today's meal was inevitably a bit too much. In other words, Zhang Feng's physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, but even so, he was still a little dizzy towards the end.
As for Gao Haoyu and the other 4. Okay, they're all completely exhausted now. Chapter 92. Even with money, one still feels guilty. The next day. Tianji Mansion. Holy crap! This huge courtyard, this scenery, this architectural style, this. Unfortunately, I'm not very cultured, so I can only express my feelings with one fuck dot. Fengxi's life is so damn enviable. Warm in winter and cool in summer, and what's more, you can fish all year round. That's right, this is actually a natural lake, and it's even connected to the Huangpu River. I'm totally impressed. What kind of heavenly life is this? And this too. Wow, I used to think that only high-ranking officials in ancient times could live in houses like this. I never imagined that in modern times, people could actually live in houses like this. I admit, I'm jealous.
Sunway and his three companions wandered around the courtyard, and almost every place they went was so shocking that they couldn't help but shout a few times.
Inside the pavilion,
Jiang Feng looked at them with a smile. Originally, Sunway, Zijun, and Xiao Fei should have gone back a week ago, since they weren't without work back in their hometown. But they stayed because of something Jiang Feng said. These days, even the lowest earners have made several 100,000 yuan, which is quite a considerable sum.
Gao Haoyu stood beside him and took out a bank card. Fengzi, I didn't give it to you yesterday because things weren't right. This is the money for that house. Don't tell me to let me use it first. I don't need it.
400,000 is enough to pay off the debt.
I still have more than 500,000 left. Qingwei and I have discussed this money. We'll buy a car first, and then we'll work hard.
Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to refuse, Gao Haoyu directly stuffed the bank card into his hand.
Brother, I'm debt-free now, and I feel like I've been elevated, you know? Jiang Feng smiled.
Indeed, those who are not in debt can never understand the pressure of being burdened with debt. Whether it's private loans, mortgages, car loans, or any other type of loan, as long as there's overspending, everyone will be on edge, fearing they'll lose their income at some point.
Because that kind of situation could really cost them their lives.
Private loans are somewhat better, but every year there are cases of people being driven to suicide by various loans.
With the current sluggish real estate market, the number of foreclosed properties is increasing due to various reasons.
Some even paid off a large portion of their loans, only to have their houses forcibly taken away because of defaults.
Not only did all the money I paid in the early stages go down the drain, but
the money for renovations, furniture, and so on has been mostly spent.
Jiang Feng has never been in debt. But he had seen many people like that, and even witnessed people jumping off buildings because their houses were taken away.
Therefore, faced with Gao Haoyu's reasons, he really had no reason to refuse anymore. Jiang Feng could only accept the bank card and gently patted Gao Haoyu on the shoulder.
Okay, I'll take the money. By the way, I noticed your relationship with the school beauty. How is it now? Speaking of this.
Gao Haoyu's old face suddenly turned bright red.
Well, it's all right. Yes, it's still in progress. At this moment,
the group of people, who had circled the yard several times, finally returned. Wang Lebao even reached out and wrapped his arms around Jiang Feng's neck, his face still showing a hint of shock.
Wow, Brother Feng, that's not fair. You have such a great place, and you're only inviting us now? Are we still brothers? Sunwei leaned against the corridor railing, enjoying the gentle breeze, his face filled with bliss. When will I be able to live a life like that? TSK, that feels so damn good.
As a seasoned fishing enthusiast, Xiao Fei's eyes never left the artificial lake and lotus pond behind him. Especially when they saw the incredibly lively big fish inside, their eyes lit up, almost shooting out laser beams.
Fengzi, with such good resources, it would be a waste not to go fishing. Ziju nodded repeatedly beside her. Although he wasn't addicted to fishing, he would be happy for days every time he went fishing, especially the moment when a fish took the bait. The feeling was simply indescribable. Thinking about this, Ziju couldn't help but lick her slightly dry lips. Fengzi, can you fish here?
Jiang Feng looked at them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Why not? I'll have someone prepare some fishing gear for you.
Meanwhile, inside the bedroom,
Zhang Tiantian and Mu Qingwei weren't much better off.
The extra-large bed, measuring 4 meters in length and width, is soft yet incredibly elastic. You wouldn't want to get up, let alone lie on it, or even sit on it. There's also a huge walk-in closet, a bathroom, and just this one bedroom, which is bigger than their house. Because of her pregnancy, there were no cosmetics belonging to Li Xiaochun in the bedroom, but you could tell from the dressing table that it used to be filled with the most expensive cosmetics.
Envy made my eyes red.
Li Xiaochun was surrounded by 2 close female friends, with an awkward smile on her face. She couldn't help it, she simply couldn't be as open as Jiang Feng, inviting people to her home, especially close ones. She always felt like she was showing off her wealth. Although seeing their shocked expressions made my little vanity feel good. But when faced with their gazes, she felt awkward and didn't know what to say, so she was experiencing both pain and pleasure? It's not quite right, but it doesn't matter anyway, that's the gist of it. Bang! Suddenly, Jiang Tiantian threw herself onto the bed and closed her eyes in ecstasy.
My goodness, when will I be able to live in such a big house? My life will be complete. Mu Qingwei was slightly better, but not by much. She leaned against the headboard, squinting. Xiao-chun, if you sleep in this bed, do you feel like staying in bed in the morning? Li Xiaochun blinked. It was there at the beginning, but it's gone now. Goodness, those words dealt a heavy blow to Jiang Tiantian and Mu Qingwei. Their hearts were practically breaking. They wanted that kind of life too. Seeing that the two were not speaking, Li Xiaochun panicked a little. Had she said something wrong? Okay. She's probably the first one like this, after all, who has ever seen a rich person feel guilty in front of a poor person? Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Feng's voice came from outside. Honey, a few of us are going fishing, do you want to come and join us? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun felt as if she had been granted a pardon and ran out as fast as she could. Want. After saying that, she realized what she had said, went back to the bedroom, and looked at Jiang Tiantian and Mu Qingwei playfully. Are you two going too? Jiang Tiantian and Mu Qingwei looked at each other, then laughed at the same time, nodded, and followed Li Xiaochun out. Chapter 93. Get out of singlehood soon. Gao Haoyu and his group stayed at Tianji's residence until after dinner before leaving. At the entrance, Zhang Feng looked at Sun Wei and the other two, and nodded with a smile. When are the three of you planning to go back? I'm on the train tonight. I can't delay my work there, or I'll be fired. Sun Wei gave a wry smile, but then exhaled a sigh of relief. However, I'm going back this time to find a girlfriend. So that I won't have to eat your dog food every time I come over in the future. I'm taking the high-speed train tomorrow morning, just like the second brother. If I still can't find a partner this time, don't even think about seeing me again. Ziju smiled and spread her hands. No matter what you think, I've had my fill of this dog food. Xiao Fei put his arm around their necks and winked at Zhang Feng. What's this called? This is called having money in hand and feeling secure. Back then, we really didn't have the courage to pursue girls, so thank you, Fengzi. I'll come over and treat you to drinks once I find someone. Zhang Feng looked at the three of them, both amused and exasperated, before finally fixing his gaze on Gao Haoyu and his group. Then, go back, I won't see you off. I wish you both find your other half soon. Honey, I have a feeling that our eldest son and sister Qingwei are almost a couple. After seeing the group off, Li Xiaochun playfully linked arms with Zhang Feng, cheerfully speaking with a come praise me expression on her face. Zhang Feng tapped her forehead in an annoyed tone. Calm down. I actually sensed something was going on between them back in school. However, at that time, Qingwei probably wanted to go abroad and her mind wasn't on this. It's also possible that she was worried that if they started a relationship, going abroad would cause unpleasantness between them. So, things are fine as they are now. What's this called? This is a match made in heaven. Boss has been through so much, wasn't he just waiting for Sister Qingwei to come back? Li Xiaochun spoke with a face full of envy. Just like the two of us. Heaven made a marriage thread out of titanium alloy, he. Okay. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem wrong. Gao Haoyu experienced the darkest moments of his life over the past 5 years, but just as he was about to step into the light, Mu Qingwei returned and reappeared before him. What else could this be but a match made in heaven? All I can say is that fate is sometimes truly incredibly wonderful. Looking at Li Xiaochun, who was standing with her hands behind her back, humming a song, Zhang Feng sighed deeply. Aren't he and Li Xiaochun the same? 20 years of mischief have led to 20 years of intertwined emotions. The two people, who had been separated because of university, were brought back together by an accident involving Li Weijun and his wife. The next day, early morning, Zhang Feng was awakened once again by Li Xiaochun's scream. She sat bolt upright in bed, looking at the person beside her with a worried expression. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Li Xiaochun pouted and pointed angrily at her stomach. The naughty baby in my belly was kicking me just now. Zhang Feng was stunned. Immediately afterwards, his eyes widened instantly. Real? Li Xiaochun glared at him, huffing and puffing. It's true. I can see his little feet. Ah, did you see that? Did you see that? He's here again. Zhang Feng stared in disbelief at the little foot on Li Xiaochun's stomach. So small. It's probably less than 3 centimeters long, but it's so cute. Moreover, the shape of the little feet is already quite complete. This situation caused Zhang Feng's heart to surge with emotion, so much so that his face turned red. That's not all. In the next minute, Li Xiaochun's belly seemed to be dancing, with little feet constantly leaving marks on it.
soft and gentle.
This moment,
Jiang Feng's heart, that of an old father, was instantly awakened. Suddenly, he let out an excited growl, quickly put on his clothes, and ran out, forgetting to close the door behind him. Soon, Jiang Feng's excited shouts then came from the living room. "Dad, Mom, your little grandson is kicking in his belly now.
I can see the little feet."
Hearing Jiang Feng's childlike cries outside, Li Xiaochun smiled, lowered her head and hummed softly, then gently patted her stomach.
"You naughty boy, don't kick mommy anymore. Mommy will feel pain. You have to be obedient and well-behaved, otherwise mommy will beat you when you're born." Outside.
After informing Jiang Jiandong and Zhou Mei, Jiang Feng ran to the door of the side room, grabbed Hu Yuting's hand, and dragged her into the main room, muttering to himself.
"Sister Yuting, I just saw the baby kicking Xiaochun's stomach. Please go and check if he's alright." Hu Yuting was speechless. She really wanted to say that this was normal. After all, Li Xiaochun is now in her 24th week of pregnancy. The baby in her womb has fully formed, and the brain and limbs are developing rapidly, especially the bones and nerves. It's quite normal for this to happen at this time. If there's nothing going on, then something's not right. But seeing Jiang Feng's anxious yet excited expression, she ultimately held back. Oh well, what can I do when Jiang Feng is the boss? And
she also wanted to see what it would be like when the triplets kicked her belly, so she quickly told Song Ting and Li Meng to pack their things and rush to the bedroom.
A dozen minutes later,
Hu Yuting withdrew her curious gaze, turned to look at Jiang Feng, and her face showed a hint of resentment.
"Boss, I suspect you deliberately sent us here to be humiliated."
Song Ting and Li Meng were also standing nearby, nodding repeatedly.
"Jiang Feng?" Hu Yuting took a deep breath before speaking.
"Madam is in good health, and the baby is developing very healthily, even healthier than most babies."
"So boss, you are worrying unnecessarily. Instead of worrying, you should be happy for a while. After all, you're going to be a dad, right? Call."
Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled somewhat awkwardly.
This is my first time being a father, so it's normal to have this reaction, right? So, Sister Yuting, please don't overthink it."
"But..." Hu Yuting and the other two laughed, gave the two a few more instructions, and then left the bedroom. After seeing the three of them off, Jiang Feng hugged Li Xiaochun tightly and kissed her on the lips.
"Wife, you are so amazing." Li Xiaochun winked playfully. "My husband is great too." Chapter 94. A top student. Ever since small footprints appeared on Li Xiaochun's stomach, this puts the girl's happy life in serious jeopardy. First, Hu Yuting announced Li Xiaochun's diet from now on.
"We removed all the highly irritating ingredients from the menu, including barbecue, milk tea, hot pot, and more than a dozen other items."
And coincidentally, these dozen or so kinds are basically Li Xiaochun's favorite foods. Besides,
her range of movement was also completely restricted. She used to be able to go out with Jiang Feng. Now, the scope has been narrowed down to within 5 kilometers.
Do they want to go to places further away?
Yes, but you have to report it to the authorities and Hu Yuting has to accompany you. Finally, there's the issue of her range of motion. She used to be able to run and jump around, but now she's been strictly prohibited from doing so to avoid premature birth.
In the bedroom,
watching Hu Yuting read out the precautions for the future one by one, Li Xiaochun was completely dumbfounded. After Hu Yuting left, her pretty face completely fell, and tears came without warning, giving her no time to prepare. When Jiang Feng returned after dropping Hu Yuting off, he saw Li Xiaochun, her face streaked with tears, looking utterly dejected, leaning against the headboard and sobbing softly.
Jiang Feng was dumbfounded.
In an instant, all his emotions vanished, and he rushed to Li Xiaochun, pulling her into his arms.
He gently comforted Li Xiaochun. "It's okay, don't worry. Sister Yuting said that under normal circumstances, you can give birth around 40 weeks. You just need to wait another 3 months. Honey, I promise you, after you give birth, we'll go on a trip. Wherever you want to go, we'll go." "Real? Honey, you're not just making this up to make me happy, are you?"
Li Xiaochun hummed and snorted as she looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart. He was genuinely worried that the girl might say something unrealistic.
After all, the world is not as wonderful as people see it.
But he still forced himself to say,
"That's right, I'll go with you if you want to. Not only that, whatever you want to eat, drink, or do, your husband will accompany you. Don't be sad anymore, okay, sweetie?" "Fine then, Humph. Li Xiaochun's hope was rekindled. It was only 3 months, after all. She's lived for hundreds of months, what's 3 more months to her? Joke. Neither of them could have imagined how naive their current ideas would be after having a child traveling. Ha, you know what it feels like to miss your child to death in less than a day? But no matter what, Li Xiaochun's emotions were finally calmed down, and she stopped crying. However, compared to before, it still lacks a bit of energy and spirit. June arrived before we knew it. The weather in Shanghai is becoming increasingly hot and humid. In addition, due to its proximity to the sea, it rains lightly almost every 3 days and heavily every 5 days. In such an environment, even someone who loves rain will find themselves irritable. At this point, Li Xiaochun's pregnancy has officially entered its 31st week, and she will give birth in a little over 2 months. That morning, Li Xiaochun, unusually early, rubbed her sleepy eyes as she watched Zhang Feng getting ready. Honey, so early? Zhang Feng chuckled and turned around. Yes, the bus is at 8:30, and it's almost 6:30 now. You should get up too. Let's eat something and then we'll leave. Li Xiaochun pouted and complained unhappily. I don't want to get up. Honey, you should go by yourself. Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then walked to the bedside with a touch of tenderness and gently lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Okay, then you can sleep a little longer. I can go there myself. No wonder Zhang Feng reacted this way in the past half-month. Li Xiaochun had been driven almost crazy by the torment. Zhou Mei, in particular, used Hu Yuding's name to protect Li Xiaochun in every way, as if she were holding her in her hands for fear of dropping her, or keeping her in her mouth for fear of melting her. If it's a small child, then of course there's no problem. The key point is that Li Xiaochun is an adult, and an adult who is about to become a mother. In this life that's more like a pretty face, the fact that she managed to avoid a mental breakdown is entirely thanks to Zhang Feng. Today is the second day after the end of the college entrance examination. Yesterday afternoon, Zhang Feng received a call from Li's mother, who said that Li Chen was going to Shanghai to get used to life there and asked Zhang Feng to see if he could help Li Chen find a job to gain experience. Zhang Feng had originally planned to take this opportunity to get some fresh air with Li Xiaochun, but now it seems he'll have to go by himself. 8:40 a.m. Shanghai High-Speed Railway Station. Zhang Feng leaned against the front of the car, looking at the exit not far away. A few minutes later, he saw Li Chen carrying an enormous snakeskin bag and immediately smiled slightly. I remember when he first came to Shanghai to study, he brought about this much stuff with him, didn't he? Since it was my first time traveling far from home, my parents were really worried that I would get cold or hungry, so they packed as much food and clothing as they could. Li Chen had good eyesight and wasn't nearsighted like most high school students. As soon as he exited the station, he glanced around and spotted Zhang Feng standing there. He immediately hoisted the snakeskin bag onto his back and ran quickly toward him. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Li Chen stood beside Zhang Feng, his eyes revealing an undisguised longing for this big city. Zhang Feng smiled and took the snakeskin bag from him, putting it into the trunk. Only then did he speak. How did you do on the exam? Li Chen gave an okay sign with a touch of pride. Don't worry, it's all good. I checked my score, and it's around 680 to 690. Wow, a top student? Zhang Feng got into the car, slightly surprised, and couldn't help but laugh. I remember he was a top student back then, but he only scored 673 on the college entrance exam. Those who could score 680 or above were basically super geniuses who would definitely get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Li Chen smiled and got into the passenger seat. That's right, don't you know who I am, brother-in-law? Shall we go home now? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen noticed that Zhang Feng's expression was a little off. He looked at himself in confusion and said blankly, Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Zhang Feng sighed. You better make sure you don't leave any marks on the passenger seat when you get out of the car, or your sister will beat you up and I won't be able to stop her. Holy crap! Li Chen shuddered and quickly got out of the car, getting back into the back seat. He finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and couldn't help but complain. Brother-in-law, you're spoiling my sister rotten. That's not good. Zhang Feng? Chapter 95 Arranging Accommodation for Li Chen. Tianji Mansion. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Chen was completely shocked and couldn't help but blurt out. Brother-in-law, is this really our home? But as soon as he finished speaking, he didn't receive a reply from Zhang Feng, but rather from Li Xiaochun. What do you mean, our family?
This is my and your brother-in-law's house. As for your house, figure out how to get there yourself. Li Chen's initial excitement vanished instantly, leaving him dumbfounded as he stared at Li Xiaochun, who had suddenly appeared behind him.
No, sis, is that really necessary? Li Xiaochun sneered. What do you mean by, is it necessary? This is something that has to be done. You're a grown man, you're not planning to let me and your brother-in-law support you, are you? That's impossible. Li Chen hurriedly shook his head. I'm a man, after all. I'm counting on you guys. TCH, you think I'm that special? Li Xiaochun then nodded. We don't have Voldemort or dragons in our family. Since you're a man, what you should be doing is carving out your own niche. Didn't your brother-in-law also start from nothing and work his way up step by step? If you're in trouble, I'll help you. But if you just want to coast alone, I'll beat you up.
Zhang Feng, listening from the side, felt a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't acquire all these things step by step, they were all given to him directly by the system. But he couldn't say that, so, well, he'd just pretend to be an expert. Sigh, I had no intention of doing this, but I had no choice but to cooperate.
This tastes amazing. How can I feel so good? Li Chen took a breath and nodded heavily. Don't worry, sis, I definitely won't let you down. Li Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief.
She knew that once her family found out about Jiang Feng's wealth, their mood would be greatly affected, so she had to nip this evil thought in the bud before it even began to sprout.
My parents are getting old, so there's not much to say.
They are only happy for their own happiness, but Li Chen is only 18 years old. Although his values have been formed, he has not yet experienced the cruelty of reality. Therefore, it is better to say some things in advance than to do any prevention later.
In the living room, Li Chen put his things away before coming in. Looking at the huge living room, they exclaimed in amazement once again.
Before he could recover from his shock, Li Xiaochun placed a glass of water in front of him.
Have you decided what you want to do here? Li Chen was slightly taken aback.
No, I'm not very familiar with this area either. But I'm pretty good at computers, so I'm planning to ask my brother-in-law to help me see if I can find a decent job to intern in first.
That's more like it. It's not shameful to take it one step at a time.
If you can build your business from scratch, your brother-in-law and I will be proud of you. But let me make this clear beforehand, unless absolutely necessary, you are not allowed to say that you are your brother-in-law's brother-in-law, and you are even less allowed to use your brother-in-law's name to mess around outside.
Otherwise, we'll beat you to death. I see. Li Chen was speechless. No, sis, is that really who I am in your heart? How much do you despise your brother? At this moment, Zhou Mei and Jiang Jiandong walked in from outside.
When Li Chen saw that the two were carrying groceries, he was clearly taken aback.
This is different from the life of the wealthy that he knew. Aren't they all about nannies going grocery shopping?
But he reacted instantly, leaped up, ran to the two of them, and took the item from them.
Uncle, aunt, give it to me. Zhou Mei was slightly taken aback. Xiao Chen? I thought your brother-in-law would take you out to eat. Jiang Jiandong nodded. Don't bother, give this to your aunt.
Go sit over there for a while, lunch will be ready soon.
Hey, let me help.
Although I'm not very good at cooking, I'm definitely an expert at picking vegetables.
Xiao Chen.
Just as Li Chen finished speaking, Zhang Feng walked in from the doorway and called out to him.
I've found a place for you. Go there tomorrow and see if you can get a job there. If you can go straight there after you graduate. If you don't like it, we'll talk about it later. After a pause, Zhang Feng continued.
Oh, by the way, come out with me this afternoon, and remember to bring all your luggage. Li Chen paused, turned around, and looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression.
Brother-in-law?
Zhang Feng then realized that his words were somewhat ambiguous, and quickly said.
I'm not trying to kick you out.
Since you've come here and will be staying in Shanghai, I've prepared a place for you.
You can move your things over first, or stay here if you want.
Li Chen then realized what was happening and gave an awkward laugh.
Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. It's 2 p.m. A magnificent mansion in a prosperous era.
Li Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the large, single-level apartment in front of him. Although he had seen the houses in Tianji Mansion, such a large single-level apartment was still beyond his reach. To put it bluntly, before Jiang Feng appeared, Li Chen's biggest wish was to buy an 80-square-meter apartment in downtown Dongyang City, find a partner, get married, and have children.
That would have been perfect. But now, this house, the living room alone is almost 40 square meters, right? Is this really a house he can afford to live in? Brother-in-law, how about we get a smaller one?
I feel guilty living in such a big house, after all. Seeing Li Chen's anxious face, Zhang Feng smiled and patted him on the shoulder. If you're an incompetent good-for-nothing, I wouldn't give you even a small house, let alone this one. At most, I could arrange something for you back in your hometown.
For now, you can stay in this house. But let's get this straight first, the house is in your sister's name.
If you want it transferred to you, then you'd better do a good job. I don't expect you to be exceptionally capable, but at the very least, you need to be able to support yourself.
You understand what I mean?
Understand. Li Chen quickly stood up straight and solemnly assured Zhang Feng.
Okay, go ahead. Put your luggage in order, and then we'll go to the company.
After helping Li Chen pack his things, Zhang Feng took him to the Jinmao Tower and handed him over to Du Hua. The reason for this arrangement is quite simple. Li Chen has strong mathematical abilities and good computer skills. Learning from Du Hua's financial management team for a period of time would be far better than him joining Rongshan Group. Besides, the most important thing is that Jihua Law Firm is Zhang Feng's private property. Even if something goes wrong, Zhang Feng can handle it, but Rongshan Group cannot. At first, Gao Haoyu and Du Hua were somewhat worried when they learned about Li Chen's identity. After all, he's the boss's brother-in-law. How to manage him is a question. However, Zhang Feng's words and Li Chen's assurance completely relieved their burdens.
Chapter 96. Honey, I think I'm going into labor. Night. Tianji Mansion.
Li Xiaochun stood at the living room door, watching Zhang Feng get out of the car.
After watching for a while and not finding Li Chen,
a hint of doubt flashed across her face.
Where's that brat?
Zhang Feng smiled, walked up to her, and picked her up in his arms. Xiaochun said he's an adult now and wants to try living on his own, so he went back to Shangshi Mansion.
Li Xiaochun burst out laughing. That brat, but living alone is fine too. By the way, what job did you arrange for him?
Let him learn from Du Hua for a period of time. Once he learns, he will be far better than what he can learn in school. That way, even if he doesn't rely on us in the future, he can make a name for himself.
After explaining things to Li Chen, Zhang Feng carefully placed Li Xiaochun on the sofa. It's time.
Even though he knew that Li Xiaochun's physical abilities were several times stronger than those of ordinary people, Zhang Feng still dared not be careless.
After placing it properly,
he couldn't wait to put his ear to Li Xiaochun's stomach, close his eyes, and quietly listen to the sounds inside. Li Xiaochun smiled sweetly and reached out to stroke Zhang Feng's hair.
Following brother do? That's great, honey, thank you. Why are you thanking me? We're family.
I'm happy that Xiaochun is doing well, so naturally I'm willing to provide him with a platform.
But if he doesn't live up to expectations, the most I can do is keep him from starving to death. Hee, that's true.
I never imagined that the little kid who used to follow me around like a shadow would be working now, hee.
As the older sister, Li Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Over the next 10 days or so, Zhang Feng goes to the firm almost every day.
As his understanding of Li Chen deepened, his shock also accumulated rapidly.
In just over 10 days,
Li Chen then completed the transformation from being unfamiliar to being proficient. Although he still has someone to guide him when he does some investment in financial management, he can now operate independently most of the time and makes more money than he loses. Most importantly, as his work ability continued to improve, his talent for financial investment became increasingly apparent. During this time, Zhang Feng tried giving him some money.
Not many, only 200,000.
But this kid actually managed to turn 200,000 into 270,000 in just 2 days.
Don't underestimate this 70,000. It requires an extremely thorough understanding of the overall market situation, as well as absolute courage and decision-making ability. If he is even slightly greedy, he may lose everything. That noon,
Zhang Feng picked Li Chen up from the company and casually tossed him the 70,000 yuan he had earned earlier.
Here, take it.
You earned this yourself. After a slight pause, Li Chen quickly waved his hand and said,
Brother-in-law, I don't want this money. I think I'm doing pretty well now. I have enough to eat and wear, I live in a big house, and I have such a good teacher guiding me at work. I never dared to dream of this before.
Besides, this money was your initial investment, so...
Snap.
Before Li Chen could finish speaking, Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, slapped him on the head.
What nonsense are you talking about? Take this as a reward from your brother-in-law. It's nothing more. After a pause, Jiang Feng continued. But I must remind you, this is the principle I'm giving you. How much this money grows before you start school is up to you, because your sister told me that after you start school, I won't give you a single penny for tuition, living expenses, or daily expenses. Your sister also called Li's parents. After hearing these words, Li Chen was stunned, staring at Jiang Feng in disbelief. No, brother-in-law, is this still my own sister? How? Starting to doubt your own origins? Jiang Feng looked at him with a half-smile. Li Chen hurriedly shook his head. That's not possible. Even so, thank you, brother-in-law. I will work hard and try to earn my first startup capital before graduating from university. Jiang Feng gave a noncommittal. I considered offering a few words of advice, but after thinking about it, I decided against it. After all, people always have to face some setbacks in their growth. If everything goes too smoothly, it is inevitable that one's mentality will become unstable, and if problems arise, they will become big problems. What Jiang Feng never expected was that Li Chen was like a cheat code, turning his money into 800,000 in less than 2 months. Keep in mind that he was just a beginner, only 18 years old, and had only 70,000 yuan in startup capital. That means this guy's daily profit rate is basically around 20%, which is absolutely top-tier genius in the domestic financial management industry. The only thing he lacks is experience with large sums of money. With this, even if he only manages to get a diploma in college, his future achievements will be limitless. Night. Tianji Mansion. Jiang Feng carefully helped Li Xiaochun to the bed. She was already 38 weeks pregnant, and her body had become quite swollen. Because she was carrying triplets, her belly was round and chubby, like a big ball, and she felt like she was carrying a heavy object weighing dozens of kilograms every day. It's especially uncomfortable when I'm sleeping at night. I can only sleep on my side and can't change positions freely. For Li Xiaochun, this was an absolute torment worse than death. After lying down, Li Xiaochun asked with a smile. There's no need to worry so much. I'm just a little tired, but I'm really fine. You can't control yourself. You're already close to your due date. Better safe than sorry. Don't worry, I'm enjoying myself right now. It's just that I'm going to give these kids a good beating once they're out. Look what they've done to their mothers. They don't care, but I do. Jiang Feng said indignantly. Li Xiaochun was amused. Giggle. Honey, how can you be so cute? Jiang Feng, unusually playful, raised an eyebrow. Is there? I think I'm pretty handsome, but I'm definitely not cute, am I? But. Ouch. Honey. You're always making me laugh. He. Li Xiaochun was overjoyed. Before Jiang Feng could speak again, Li Xiaochun's expression suddenly turned painful, cold sweat broke out instantly, and her hands involuntarily loosened their grip on Jiang Feng's neck, tightly clutching her stomach. Honey. I think I'm going into labor. Chapter 97 Father and Son United. It's 10:30 at night. Even though it was late at night, the number 1 villa in the Tianji mansion was still brightly lit. Outside the side room, Zhang Jiandong and Li Weijun were squatting on the ground smoking. Li Chen paced back and forth in the courtyard, his eyes filled with worry. The room was in complete disarray. To ensure that nothing unexpected happened, both of the female doctors, Zhang Jingyu and Dr. Lin from the Third People's Hospital of Shanghai, came over. Zhou Mei and Li's mother paced back and forth in the room, constantly clasping their hands together in prayer. Actually, this situation is very rare now, unless it's an unplanned delivery. After all, with current medical technology, childbirth is a very minor surgery. The key issue is that Li Xiaochun is carrying 3 children. Anyone in that situation would find it difficult to remain calm. Operating room. Jiang Feng, wearing a sterile gown, held Li Xiaochun's hand tightly. Li Xiaochun lay on the operating table, her face pale, gritting her teeth and straining. While helping to hand over the items, Song Ting and Li Meng were also seriously observing Li Xiaochun's various data. It's out, the baby's head is out, Sister Lin, give me a hand. A full hour passed. Hu Yuting suddenly called out and quickly and gently supported the baby's head. Dr. Lin immediately rushed to Li Xiaochun, grabbed her hand, and said in a deep voice. Little sister, the baby is out. Would you like to see him? Push harder, grit your teeth. Come on, listen to me, 1, 2, 3, push. Ah!
Li Xiaochun suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs.
With that scream,
Hu Yuting pulled the child out.
In an instant, a loud cry echoed throughout the entire operating room.
Hu Yuting checked the child's condition immediately and, after confirming that there were no problems, handed the child over to Li Meng, asking her to wrap the child up properly. Zhang Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, but he only glanced at the child and did not let go of Li Xiaochun's hand.
Honey, you've already given birth to one. Keep going. Your husband is here, he'll always be here.
Li Xiaochun was already crying. She knew childbirth was painful, but she never expected it to be this painful. She didn't feel this much pain back then, when Zhang Feng was drunk.
Honey, you big bad guy, why did you have to make me pregnant with 3? Why? Yes, it's my fault, honey, don't cry. You can hit me if you want after you give birth, but for now we have to persevere, okay? Here it comes again.
Li Xiaochun suddenly bit Zhang Feng's clothes, her already pale face turning completely bloodless. Fortunately, with the previous baby already in the womb, this time it went much more smoothly.
A dozen minutes later, the second baby was born. Then came the third one.
After all the children were born, Li Xiaochun had completely lost consciousness. Later on, she was entirely sustained by her instincts and willpower.
At this time,
with no more babies in her belly, she rolled her eyes and fainted.
After examining Li Xiaochun, Dr. Lin smiled and said, "It's nothing, I'm just exhausted.
All my health indicators are fine, I'll be fine after a good night's sleep."
Zhang Jingyu nodded as well.
Seriously, I'm really envious of Xiaochun's physical condition. With this condition, I guess she won't even need to rest much during her postpartum period. Lu Mengmeng helped Li Xiaochun cover herself with the blanket and chuckled softly.
Do you remember the order in which the children were born? Don't get it wrong later.
Hu Yuting rolled her eyes at her, annoyed.
How could I be wrong?
The first two are older sisters, and the young master is truly a young master.
TSK, if this were in an ordinary family, it would definitely be a dream combination.
Zhang Feng saw that the group of people were chatting and laughing. Only then did he completely put aside his worries and stand up, saying,
"Thank you for your trouble, especially Dr. Lin. I'm so sorry to have troubled you to come all this way so late at night. It's nothing, it's just my job.
Besides, being able to witness the birth of triplets is the highlight of my life." At this point, Dr. Lin's eyes sparkled. "But I really didn't expect Dr. Hu to be so capable."
"Mr. Jiang, where did you find such talented people?" Zhang Feng shook his head, both amused and exasperated.
"I just felt it was a pity that this medical team was wasted, so I wanted to help them out. Now it seems that my decision was a good one."
"You call this good? This is almost as big as our obstetrics and gynecology department."
Dr. Lin chuckled and scolded, then turned to look at Hu Yuting. "Little sister, if you have time, remember to come see me at the third hospital. We can discuss obstetrics and gynecology techniques together."
"Okay. I'll definitely go when I have time." Hu Yuting smiled and agreed.
Just then, Li Meng and Songting finally resolved the issue of the 3 babies. Each of them held 2 bags and presented them to Zhang Feng, smiling as they said,
"Boss, can you check on the child?"
Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback before turning his gaze to the 3 little children. But before he could speak, the system's voice appeared in his mind.
"Bite. Host's personal involvement in the child's birth has been detected.
You have been awarded a Super Invincible Perfect Dad's Guide and 15% of the shares in Hayer's Dairy Group.
Note, the Perfect Dad's Guide requires independent study. Shall we begin studying it now?" Note 2, the equity transfer agreement has been placed in the study.
Please retrieve it yourself.
Do not absorb for now."
Zhang Feng thought to himself, then turned his attention back to the 3 little ones. Looking at this and touching that, the feeling of being connected by blood deep in his heart made him exclaim in amazement. Especially when he touched them, the 3 babies actually tried hard to open their eyes, which was amazing.
Could this be the legendary connection between father and son? Ah. Are there also fathers and daughters who share a deep bond?
Seeing that Zhang Feng had returned to normal, Song Ting smiled and introduced him. The one Meng Meng is holding is the eldest sister and the young master. The one in my left hand is the second sister, and the one in my right hand is the third sister.
Boss, please don't get them mixed up.
These words were spoken. Zhang Feng was stunned. Look closely at this one, then look at that one. Apart from the boy having some obvious features, the two girls are basically the same.
How can you tell them apart?
Hu Yuting tapped Song Ting's forehead in an annoyed tone.
You go find some baby pads and number them.
They're so tiny, the boss won't be able to tell them apart even if you work yourself to death. Jiang Feng glanced gratefully at Hu Yuting, and was about to speak when he suddenly slapped himself on the forehead.
Oh no, Mom and Dad are still waiting outside.
As Jiang Feng finished speaking, the people in the operating room finally realized what was happening. Then, the group carefully protected the babies and took them back to the main house before finally breathing a sigh of relief.
Chapter 98 Naming.
The four elderly people who had been waiting outside impatiently had already settled in Bengbu. They all snatched a child and held them in their arms, their faces beaming with uncontrollable smiles. Fortunately, Hu Yuting and her team had prepared in advance and had already made simple marks on the children, which prevented the children's order from being mixed up. After the specially made baby nursing pads were hung on the three children, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chen, who had followed, looked at his mother's third child, who was also her only son. Suddenly, some unpleasant memories of my past flooded back, and I looked at the little guy with eyes full of sympathy. Goodness, his older sister alone has him completely under her thumb.
This little guy has two of them. His future days will probably be so miserable that even the description of living in hell wouldn't be enough.
When everyone had had their fill of fun, Jiang Feng carried Li Xiaochun, who was wrapped up tightly, into the bedroom and carefully placed her back inside.
At this moment,
Zhou Mei carried the eldest child in, glanced at the unconscious Li Xiaochun, and frowned, saying,
Is Xiaochun all right?
Jiang Feng chuckled and shook his head.
It's nothing, I'm just too tired. I can manage on my own here, you don't need to worry. Okay, so your hearts have all been stolen by these little rascals, haven't they? What stinky baby? A fragrant baby is the way to go. Alright, I'm not talking to you here anymore.
Also, hurry up and think of a name for the child.
Go and register the child's household registration in the next couple of days.
After Zhou Mei finished speaking, she left. After seeing Zhou Mei off, Jiang Feng gently closed the door to prevent outside noises from disturbing Li Xiaochun.
Then he took a deep breath. System, received your reward.
The moment he finished speaking, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind, and the sheer volume of information shocked Jiang Feng. He never imagined that being a good stay-at-home dad would require so much knowledge. From changing diapers to checking a child's body, interpreting a child's cries to understand what they are trying to say, how to bathe the child, and how to prepare complementary foods, and so on.
Of course, there are simpler methods, such as preparing formula for a baby. After receiving all the information, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
I was careless. If it were just one child, it wouldn't be so bad, but three.
He genuinely lacks confidence in being a good father, isn't that too much?
Li Xiaochun slept for a long time, until 10 a.m. the next day, before she groggily opened her eyes. Looking at Jiang Feng sitting by her bedside, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and she blinked weakly.
Honey, it's so nice to see you as soon as I open my eyes. Bite. Host's doting behavior towards his wife detected. Target gains happiness and +3 to physique gift.
Jiang Feng's lips curled slightly. As expected, the system was the most considerate, knowing that what Li Xiaochun needed most at this time was a good physique, and directly gave him 3 points. He couldn't wait to add the physique to Li Xiaochun. He then picked up Li Xiaochun and helped her sit up.
How are you feeling?
Feeling the warm current flowing through her body, Li Xiaochun could even clearly sense her strength rapidly returning. She playfully kissed Jiang Feng on the cheek.
It feels pretty good.
Although I know it's wrong to say this, I still want to say, honey, it's so good to have you.
Thank you for accepting me.
Jiang Feng gently stroked her long hair.
Me too. Thank you for coming to my side despite everything. Girl, you have no idea how much I love you now.
Li Xiaochun nestled in Jiang Feng's arms for a while before suddenly thinking of the child. She blinked her big, bright eyes at Jiang Feng.
Honey, where are the babies? Mom and Dad are watching. I thought you'd forgotten about them.
Jiang Feng smiled and tapped her nose. Wait, I'll go and bring them over. As he spoke, he laid Li Xiaochun down comfortably, making sure she wasn't uncomfortable, before leaving. Watching Jiang Feng's retreating figure, Li Xiaochun smiled, pursing her lips, and muttered to herself.
Silly husband, I can get out of bed and walk now, do you have to be so gentle? But, it's really nice. Soon.
Upon hearing that Li Xiaochun had woken up, Zhou Mei and Li's mother immediately sent Jiang Feng out. The two of them carried the two children in, one in each arm, and placed them on either side of Li Xiaochun.
Hu Yuting also came in.
She wanted to check on Li Xiaochun's current physical condition, but after she finished the examination, she began to doubt life once again.
How so?
Stepping out of the bedroom, Hu Yuting looked at Jiang Feng, whose face was filled with bitterness, with a completely confused mind, then shook her head.
That's really strange. How come it's gotten so much better again? Jiang Feng understood Hu Yuting's thoughts, but what could he say? Is the system being considerate? Stop joking.
Just then, Zhou Mei's voice suddenly came from inside the room.
Hey kid, come in here right now, let's discuss the baby's name. Hey, they're here. Jiang Feng responded and quickly ran inside. He didn't care much about the child's name.
What he cared about was whether these two mothers would drive Li Xiaochun crazy. He had just gone inside when Zhang Jiandong and Li Weijun arrived at the door.
Anus, the child's grandfather and maternal grandfather, we also need to name the child.
Li's mother gave her a look.
Is this a place you're allowed to enter? Go outside and think of a name. Once you've decided, have Xiaochun come and let us know. Hey!
Li Weijun nodded quickly and pulled Zhang Jiandong, who was still about to speak, out of the room. Seeing the two fathers' cautious expressions, Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun exchanged a glance and burst out laughing.
Xiao Feng, the child is yours, why don't you think about it first?
With a smile, Mrs. Li handed over the first naming right to Jiang Feng.
Moment.
Zhou Mei and Li Xiaochun's eyes were both focused on him.
Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback before turning his gaze to the three children. The two on the left are the eldest and second eldest sisters, and the one on the right is the brat. Well, okay, boys have no right to object, after all, whether it's him or Li Chan, aren't they both the brats in their families?
After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng looked up, chuckled, and slowly spoke.
I've already thought of the children's names.
For the three girls, from oldest to youngest, it's Xinla and Xining.
And for this rascal, the name is Yuanming.
Jiang Feng finished speaking. Zhou Mei and the other two looked at each other, muttering to themselves, their eyes lighting up.
Li Xiaochun leaned against the headboard, her eyes glazed over. Jiang Xinla, Jiang Xining, Jiang Yuanming, hee, they sound so nice. Mom, are these the only names you want?
It's pretty good, simple and catchy, and the meaning is also good.
Let's keep it that way.
Mother Li chuckled softly.
Chapter 99 Vaccinating the Baby. Zhou Mei nodded thoughtfully. Okay, no, if we make such a hasty decision, what about the others outside?
Li's mother waved her hand with an air of authority.
That's the decision. Do those people outside have any say in this?
Before he could finish speaking,
Li Chen, who was standing at the door, rushed over hurriedly. Mom, aunt, sister, brother-in-law, you've all picked it up?
Facing his mother's unyielding gaze, Li Chen felt completely humiliated.
No, since you've already decided to name it yourselves, why are you giving us any hope? Do you know how hard it is for us to come up with several names? Now that I've finally come up with a plan, it's been rejected before I even had a chance to say it. Do you know how much this has hurt us?
Li Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Most importantly, he didn't know how to talk to Li Weijun and Zhang Jiandong about it.
He could even imagine that once he went over to report the situation here, he would definitely be beaten up without any mercy by Li Weijun.
Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but shudder. She looked at Jiang Feng pitifully, swallowing hard.
Brother-in-law, save me. Plop. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh.
He stood up, walked over to him, and gently patted his shoulder. It's okay, just say that your name was rejected by Mom, and let Dad come over and confront Mom himself.
Li Chen's lips twitched involuntarily.
He glanced at his mother again, then lowered his head dejectedly.
All right.
Once the child has a name, the next step is to register their household registration.
Although Jiang Feng and his family have lived in Shanghai for 7 or 8 years, their household registration is still in their hometown.
Therefore, if they want to register their child's household registration, they have to go back to their hometown. The group discussed again when to return to their hometown, but this matter was no longer relevant to Jiang Feng.
Inside the bedroom at this moment, Jiang Feng was skillfully changing the baby's diaper and preparing formula. There's nothing that can be done about it.
This is Li Xiaochun's first child, and it will take at least 2 days for her breast milk to come in completely. At this stage, the most you can do is let the baby suckle to speed up the flow of breast milk, but it's impossible to feed the baby properly. even if all of Li Xiaochun's breast milk comes out. The three little ones are never quite full, so formula is essential. As Jiang Feng skillfully cared for the baby, system notifications kept ringing in his mind.
Ding.
Detected that the host changed the baby's diaper, the baby is in a good mood, and you have been awarded 200,000 cash.
Ding.
Detected that the host is feeding the baby formula, the baby is in a good mood, and the host has gained the skill of crafting.
Ding.
Detected that the host is wiping the baby's body, the baby is in a good mood, and you have been awarded 500,000 in cash. On the bed, Li Xiaochun looked at the busy Jiang Feng with hazy eyes, a sweet smile on her face. She looked down at the three babies on either side of her and whispered,
"Babies, isn't daddy amazing? Mommy never imagined that your daddy would be so good at taking care of the baby."
Jiang Feng, who was preparing a new quilt for the child, paused when he heard Li Xiaochun's words, chuckled, shook his head, and continued with his work. In just a short while, he had already received more than a dozen reward notifications. The Super Dad system truly lived up to its name. Although each reward was small, it still increased his assets by millions and gave him 2 minor skills. Handicrafts can make his hands more dexterous and his design ability clearer. In the future, he will be able to make most of the baby's toys on his own.
There's also a basic basketball skill.
After merging, Jiang Feng roughly predicted that it would be at a similar level to the CBA in China, but that would be enough, since he wouldn't be participating in any games. It seems the system gave him this skill just so he could play with the children. Just when he was about to get ready, Hu Yuting led Song Ting in, observed the three babies for a moment, and said with a smile,
"The children seem to be in good spirits. Boss, it's time to give them a bath now. We need to give them their vaccinations this afternoon."
Upon hearing that he needed an injection, Jiang Feng shuddered violently and turned to look at Hu Yuting in shock.
"So fast? They're so young, are they really okay getting shots?" Puff. Cough cough. Song Ting couldn't help but laugh. "It's all right, boss. Kids these days all need to be beaten."
Jiang Feng blushed, but looked at the three little ones lying there quietly. He still can't face the idea of getting injections.
They've only been born for less than 24 hours, do they have to suffer like this? What vaccines did he receive when he was a child? It seems like his first vaccine was for hepatitis B when he was 7 years old.
However, since Hu Yuting said so, even though he was heartbroken, he, as an outsider, could not bring himself to object, since Hu Yuting was doing it for the children's good.
He pondered for a moment.
Jiang Feng sighed heavily.
"Okay, where shall we take a shower?" "The bathroom is all ready. Would you like to go take a look, boss?" "Good." A dozen minutes later,
Jiang Feng, terrified, ran out of the bathroom carrying the two girls. God knows how he got through that. The three babies were practically treated like toys in the hands of Hu Yuting, Song Ting, and Li Meng, being tossed around so much that Jiang Feng was practically out of his mind. What left Jiang Feng speechless was that the three little ones didn't cry or fuss instead, they looked completely absorbed in the moment.
Ding.
Detected that the host assisted in bathing the babies, and the babies are in a good mood, gaining the basic hair tying skill.
Jiang Feng, who had just put the children on the bed. "Tie your hair up? Are you kidding me?" He's a stylist. "Even though I don't do it anymore, should there be a reward for doing something like tying hair?" Afternoon.
The children have already been carried out by Zhou Mei and the others. Although I'm still in my postpartum period, the temperature in Shanghai is still quite high. In addition, the temperature inside the villa is kept constant, so as long as I don't leave the house, there shouldn't be any problems.
In the bedroom,
Jiang Feng finished taking care of the babies. She was taking care of the older baby at that moment. Li Xiaochun lay in bed, sipping the chicken soup Jiang Feng had brought her, a sweet smile on her lips.
"Honey, you really don't need to do this. I feel like I can run 2 laps without any problem now, really." "Not today."
Sister Yuting said that although you are in good physical condition, you need at least 3 days to go for walks. After 3 days, as long as you don't leave the house, there won't be any problems.
Also, you can't touch cold water, and you can't take a bath.
You can wash your hair, though. Looking at Jiang Feng, who kept rambling on and on.
The smile on Li Xiaochun's face suddenly froze, and gradually turned into fear.
Finally, before Jiang Feng could finish speaking, she couldn't hold back any longer. She raised her hands and grabbed Jiang Feng's arms, speaking with tears welling up in her eyes.
"Honey, no.
I'll suffocate if I do that. Please, honey, talk to Sister Yuding.
I feel fine, really. Chapter 100 Postpartum Confinement.
In fact, when Jiang Feng heard Hu Yuding say all this, his scalp tingled. But seeing Hu Yuding's unwavering expression, he finally gave in.
He gently smoothed Li Xiaochun's long hair. He rested his head on Li Xiaochun's forehead. Be good, listen to me. It's the last month. Once you're out of confinement, you'll be completely free. I'll do whatever you want then, okay? But a month is such a long time. Oof, baby's unhappy, honey, you'd better figure out a way to comfort her.
Li Xiaochun angrily turned her head away, trying to catch a glimpse of Jiang Feng out of the corner of her eye.
Just then, Zhang Lu's loud, chattering voice suddenly came from outside. Where's the child? Let me see the child. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Mei's voice came in. Don't shout, the children are asleep. Hearing the conversation outside, Li Xiaochun couldn't hold back any longer.
She threw back the covers, wanting to get out of bed, and muttered through gritted teeth.
That damn Lulu, how dare she disturb my baby? I'll teach her a lesson. Fortunately, Jiang Feng reacted quickly and pressed her back down. No, I'll go.
A flicker of despair flashed in Li Xiaochun's eyes.
Well, what a great excuse. It's so frustrating that I was found out.
No matter how pitiful she acted, Jiang Feng was still unfeeling at this moment. After all, he didn't want Li Xiaochun's health to have any problems in the future. No matter how confident he is in his system, in this kind of matter, being cautious is always the best policy. Moreover, Li Xiaochun was pregnant for 10 months, especially in the last few months, which almost drained her of her energy and spirit. It would be good for her to take this time to recover. When Jiang Feng returned to the living room, he saw Zhang Lu carefully holding a child. However, Zhang Lu was stiff as a puppet, her cautious expression showing that she was afraid of losing the child.
Zhou Mei was teaching her from the side. You can't do it like that. You need to relax.
Use your left arm to support the child's head, your palm to support the child's legs, and your right hand to keep the child from falling.
Yes, that's good. Relax.
As long as you don't forget that you have the child in your hands, he won't fall.
An awkward smile appeared on Zhang Lu's face. I never knew there were so many things to know about holding a baby. Auntie, you're so amazing.
Zhou Mei was amused by her words.
What do you mean by being amazing? It's just our instinct as women. You'll understand when you have children. Brush.
Zhang Lu's pretty face instantly turned bright red.
Good heavens, she doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. How did she get onto the topic of having children?
Fearing that Zhou Mei might say something else shocking, Zhang Lu quickly handed the child to Zhou Mei. Auntie, I'll go check on Xiaochun first, and then I'll come out and chat with you later. After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Mei's response, he hurriedly ran towards the bedroom, giving the impression of fleeing in a disheveled manner. But she had only run less than 5 meters when she bumped into Jiang Feng, who was standing there. Looking at Jiang Feng's smiling face, Zhang Lu's mind flashed back to the scene when Jiang Feng berated her. She couldn't help but shudder and raised her hand to greet him.
Hey, could you move aside? Jiang Feng rubbed his temples, feeling both amused and exasperated. No, am I that scary? No, absolutely not. Oh, right, I'm going to see Xiaochun. Okay, I'm off.
Zhang Lu quietly moved her feet, and in the instant she bypassed Jiang Feng, she quickened her pace, entered the bedroom in the blink of an eye, and slammed the door shut.
Jiang Feng?
He turned to look at the mirror next to him, but something was wrong. He seemed perfectly normal. However, he didn't interrupt the two best friends' conversation. Instead, he went to the living room to see if there was anything he could help with.
At the same time, in the bedroom,
Zhang Lu clutched her chest, squatted down by the door, and gasped for breath.
That was terrifying. Thank goodness, I made it through. But Li Xiaochun, who lives in Bengbu, burst out laughing. Tell me, is my husband really that scary? Zhang Lu rolled her eyes in annoyance.
I'm just a little traumatized, but I'll be fine soon.
By the way, how are you now? Does it feel especially comfortable after having a baby?
Li Xiaochun's lips twitched slightly. The way she said it made it sound like she really enjoyed having children, but she tilted her head and thought for a while before nodding. After giving birth, I felt like I had a burden lifted off my shoulders, and I felt much more relaxed. Zhang Lu sat down next to Li Xiaochun with a touch of heartache.
You silly girl, luckily you won the bet. What if you had lost? I would have scolded you. But I won.
This man made me gamble my whole life, and now I'm so glad I made that decision. Li Xiaochun narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing on her lips.
In the bedroom, Zhang Lu looked at Li Xiaochun with envy. Yes, Li Xiaochun was very impulsive at the time.
A man who hadn't spoken a word in nearly 20 years had somehow managed to tie Li Xiaochun down because of an accident when he was a child. 2 years ago, the life-saving grace made Li Xiaochun obsessively focus on him, and in the end, she even disregarded everything and had a relationship with him.
But she won. Li Xiaochun is now almost always happy, and she has 3 adorable babies.
Her parents-in-law treat her like their own children, and her husband wants to protect her from all odds. Her life story could almost fill a novel of over 1 million words. The life they live now is the envy and dream of every woman in the world.
In the living room, Li Chen was pestering Zhang Feng with questions about investments.
During this period, Li Chen became almost obsessed with financial knowledge. He even gave up his original major of mathematics and applied to the Department of Finance at Shanghai University. He has already received the admission notice and is just waiting to report for duty in September.
For elderly people, holding children, sat there chatting and laughing, filling the large house with warmth. Just then,
suddenly, the doorbell rang. This was the first time the doorbell had rung since Zhang Feng moved here. After a slight pause, he patted Li Chen on the shoulder, got up, and walked out.
Outside the gate,
standing there was a middle-aged couple who looked to be in their 50s. The man was masculine and composed, and his square face made him look more serious. The woman was elegant and graceful, clearly the kind of pampered lady who had lived a life of luxury for many years.
Zhang Feng looked at the two with a puzzled expression, but still opened the door. And you two are? Chapter 101 The owner of Villa Number 2.
The man chuckled in response.
We are the owners of Villa Number 2 next door.
We were busy with business abroad, and when we came back, we heard that the penthouse had a new owner, so we came to check on things.
Are your elders here, young man? Zhang Feng suddenly realized, is this a neighbor coming over? It's not surprising, really.
The penthouse of Tianji Mansion is huge, but the other villas are not small either.
Like Zhang Feng, most of the owners here don't live here very often.
It's fine to come here for a vacation occasionally, but living here for a long time can easily lead to feelings of loneliness.
Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun were young, and with the help of their parents, and later with the addition of Hu Yuding and her 2 friends, and now with the 3 babies, the huge villa has become lively. If it's just the 2 of them, and Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun aren't going to stay here anyway, wouldn't the Shangshur mansion be a better option for them? Hello, I am Zhang Feng. This villa is mine. Please come in.
The man was clearly stunned upon hearing Zhang Feng's words. It took him a good 4 or 5 seconds to react, and he looked at Zhang Feng with great curiosity.
Finally, he gave Zhang Feng a thumbs up, awesome. Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head, just some opportunities. Ha, young man, what you say is true.
Everyone has opportunities, but only a small group of people can seize them.
So that's also a matter of ability. Since you were able to take the top spot in the building, that ability is admirable no matter where you are.
The man led the woman into Villa Number 1, looked around at the surroundings, and remarked. Back then, I was full of ambition and wanted to get my hands on the king of villas, but in the end I was out of my depth and only got the 2nd villa. I thought I would never have the chance to set foot here in my life.
I have to thank my little brother for giving me this opportunity.
At this point, the man reached into his pocket, pulled out a gold embossed business card, and handed it to Zhang Feng.
This is my business card.
I hope we can exchange ideas more often in the future. Zhang Feng smiled and took the business card, feeling its texture. It was pure gold. The seller was indeed wealthy and powerful.
Si Fengwen, chairman of the board of directors of Xinhua Group? Xinhua?
Seeing the introduction on the business card, even Zhang Feng, in his current state of mind, couldn't help but feel a slight ripple.
Many people may not know Xinhua, but they have heard of the name.
This group has almost encompassed the construction of all thermal power plants in the entire summer, and even overseas, there are countless power plant projects. Its portfolio also includes clothing, schools, hospitals, and many other projects.
Because this group is not publicly listed, there is no detailed data on its wealth.
However, many financial institutions have already valued the group at hundreds of billions.
No wonder he was able to acquire Villa Number 2.
Compared to the man in front of him, Zhang Feng's current wealth is nothing.
So it's Chairman C, nice to meet you.
Jiang Feng put the business card away and said with a light laugh.
My name is Jiang Feng.
I don't have a specific career, but I do enjoy investing.
I have a small share in many companies.
Since I don't handle things, I haven't made business cards.
Please don't mind, Chairman C. Si Fengwen suddenly realized, and then burst into laughter. Impressive, truly impressive.
Moreover, this young man has a broader vision and a more expansive perspective than I do.
At the very least, I simply cannot relinquish the power I hold.
As they spoke, the three of them walked into the living room. When Si Fengwen saw the four elderly people and children in the house, he paused slightly and asked curiously.
This is a newborn? Little brother, did you just become a father? What an adorable baby.
The woman finally spoke her first words after entering, and quickly walked to Zhou Mei, smiling at the child in her arms, and said,
Sister, can I hug her?
Although she didn't know the woman's identity, since her son had brought her in, she couldn't be a bad person. So, after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Mei handed the child over.
Why not? Here you go.
The woman carefully held the child, then smiled and said,
Thank you, sister. TSK, the baby is so cute.
Jiang Feng led Si Fengwen to sit down on the sofa, poured him a cup of tea, and then nodded with a smile.
Yes, the baby was just born yesterday, so the house is a bit messy. Please forgive me, Mr. C.
Si Fengwen shook his head, a hint of shock in his eyes.
These are all your children? Triplets?
Yes, triplets.
Si Fengwen looked at Jiang Feng with a complicated expression.
This king of the tower was not only young, but also.
Where did this ability come from? Are there really people who are born holy? Are you kidding me?
Comparing himself to Jiang Feng and then to himself, Si Fengwen suddenly felt that he had wasted the previous 50-odd years of his life.
In the living room, Si Fengwen remained silent for several seconds before letting out a heavy sigh. President Jiang, you really are so lucky. Jiang Feng nodded happily. Right? I also think life is pretty good right now. Are you envious? Envious? Jealous? No, that's not true.
After all, although Si Fengwen and his colleagues are busy, their lives are unimaginably comfortable and happy compared to more than 99% of the world's population.
But people are afraid of comparisons.
Si Fengwen used to think his life was good, but now compared to Jiang Feng, he realized how wonderful it was.
Have to. I should probably be more restrained in the future. Meanwhile, Si Fengwen is also speculating about Zhang Feng's true identity.
After all, it's possible to acquire the most prestigious building in Tianji Mansion simply through investment. So the small shares Jiang Feng mentioned are probably not small shares at all, and the market value of those companies is not low either. But recently, both domestic and international corporations seem to be quite calm.
Oh, right. Rongsheng Group has made some big moves, especially in lithography technology, which seems to have matured overnight.
Rongsheng Group's orders are now booked for 5 years ahead, and its market value has soared to over 300 billion.
Could this young man have shares in Rongsheng Group? There should be more than that.
After all, Rongsheng Group alone is not enough for him to acquire the penthouse.
Just then, Jiang Feng's phone rang. He gave Si Fengwen a slightly apologetic wink, then got up and went out.
Seeing the unfamiliar number on his phone, this time he answered it almost without hesitation.
Hello?
This is Jiang Feng.
Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Chang Fuming from Hierzi Dairy Group. So it's Chairman Chang. Are you here to discuss the shareholding issue?
Jiang Feng, who had expected this, responded with a smile. Chang Fuming sighed, yes, I have to say, President Jiang's methods are really impressive. Before I could react at all, President Jiang had already taken 15% of the shares. I heard that President Jiang has shares in Rongsheng Technology and IFC, and even holds a 20% stake in the Juzi Life platform.
I called today to ask why President Jiang suddenly decided to acquire shares in our dairy group? Chapter 102 No Taboos.
There's no particular reason, I just want my child to drink some safe and reliable formula.
Jiang Feng chuckled in response. Has President Jiang recently had a child? Chang Fuming was stunned. That's right, the baby was just born last night. Let's prepare for the baby in advance.
Since Chairman Chang has investigated me, he should know where I live, right?
If you have time, could you please send me some baby formula?
At this point, Jiang Feng paused briefly before continuing. Furthermore, Chairman Chang can rest assured that I have no intention of managing the group's affairs.
At most, I will have someone supervise the group's financial statements. What does Chairman Chang think? Chung fuming. What can he do? You've already signed the equity agreement, do you really think the law is a joke? No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could only grit his teeth and accept it, unless he was willing to spend a lot of money to buy back those shares from Jiang Feng. Although the value of Hierzi Dairy's shares is not as high as those of top-tier conglomerates, it is still considerable. In addition, the group has many projects and very little working capital, and it also has a large loan from the bank, so acquiring these shares is basically out of the question. After weighing the pros and cons, Cheng Fuming gave a bitter smile. Is that so? Okay then, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the milk powder to President Zheng's residence as soon as possible. If you have time, I'll invite President Zheng for a drink. I won't bother you any longer. Good. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled, and he hung up the phone with a smile. Zhang Feng had nothing to say about Cheng Fuming's attitude. After all, no one would feel good about suddenly losing so many shares, including Shen Wanjin, Mike from IFC, and Chen Zhong from the Orange platform. Did they really not have any thoughts about it? Impossible. But the deed is done, and until they have absolute certainty of regaining the shares held by Zhang Feng, they have no choice but to accept it. However, Shen Wanjin is a more open-minded and decisive person, and he is also very skilled at dealing with people, which is why Zhang Feng and Shen Wanjin get along so well. In any case, Zhang Feng couldn't possibly manage the group's affairs, and the chairman certainly wouldn't stand by and watch the group run into problems, so the two sides could only maintain this tacit understanding. Zhang Feng had no interest in what those chairmen were thinking. Wouldn't it be better to spend more time with your wife and kids instead? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng twirled it twice in his palm before returning to the living room. Meanwhile, Si Fengwen and his wife had already started chatting with Zhang Jiandong and the others, and judging from their expressions, they seemed to be having a good conversation. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Si Fengwen smiled and stood up, saying, Mr. Jiang, there will be a charity gala in Sanya on the 15th of next month. I am the organizer. I wonder if you would have the time to attend. The 7th of next month? Zhang Feng calculated that Li Xiaochun would be out of confinement by the 15th of next month. As for the baby, with two sets of parents looking after him and Hu Yuting and the other two women watching over him, there wouldn't be any problems. It would be convenient for him to take Li Xiaochun out for a walk, so he nodded. Okay, I will definitely be there on time. Alright. I'll have someone arrange accommodations for President Jiang right now. I've already taken up quite a bit of time today, see you next time. Si Fengwen smiled and looked at his wife beside him. His wife reluctantly returned the child to Zhou Mei, giving Si Fengwen a disapproving glare. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. Mr. Jiang, I will be staying at Villa number 2 most of the time from now on. If you have time, please remember to bring your sister-in-law over for a visit. Okay, as long as my sister-in-law doesn't find us annoying. Zhang Feng smiled and agreed. After all, we're neighbors, so communication is essential. Zhang Feng also wanted his parents and Li Xiaochun to have someone to talk to in the future. No, you'd be better off living there every day, right? The woman squinted at Si Fengwen. Si Fengwen's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yes, whatever you say. Let's go, it's getting late. Humph, you're smart to know what's good for you. The woman gave a haughty snort and waved her hand at Zhang Feng. Goodbye, little brother. Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback by their interaction. Hey, did I run into someone just like Li Xiaochun? Thinking about the scenes of Li Xiaochun interacting with women in the future, he felt a bit like he was stuck in Bengbu. Golden Autumn. October 7th. Ah. With a shout, Li Xiaochun rushed out of the house, her face full of excitement. It jumped and skipped around the yard, constantly moving through every corner. Finally, she pounced on Zhang Feng, clinging to his body and showering his face with kisses, leaving her face covered in drool, before hugging him tightly. Honey, I'm so happy, so happy. Wah? Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, hugged her tightly, gently patted her back, and said softly. Honey, you've worked so hard. Li Xiaochun quickly shook her head. No, I'm so happy to be able to have a child for my husband. I just couldn't control myself a little. Humph, do you know how I got through those first few months? After she finished speaking, her emotions finally calmed down a little, but her eyes were still red, and she couldn't control her low sobs. Zhang Feng remained silent, simply holding her quietly. As a man, he couldn't understand the pain of childbirth.
But he didn't need to experience it at all. Just looking at the precautions made his scalp tingle, let alone experiencing it firsthand. So he was grateful to Li Xiaochun, and at the same time, he felt a strong sense of love for her. Yes, regardless of what Li Xiaochun was thinking at the time, it was true that she had given birth to 3 babies for him.
With this premise in mind, do the rest even matter?
Gently stroking Li Xiaochun's long hair, Zhang Feng turned her head to the right side and chuckled as he spoke.
Honey, is there anything you particularly want to do? Right now, you have no taboos.
Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up, but then her gaze softened, and she shook her head against Zhang Feng's chest. At first, I was thinking about what I would do after my postpartum period: eat and drink to my heart's content, run and jump freely, shout loudly, travel, and go swimming.
So many. But now, I realize that none of these things are the most important.
I just want to stay by my husband's side, have him with me, cling to him, and not let him go anywhere. Zhang Feng felt a pang of sadness at those words, his nose tingled, and even his eyes welled up with tears. He held Li Xiaochun tightly in his arms and whispered,
"Silly boy, what do you want me to do to be worthy of your love?"
Li Xiaochun huffed and puffed as she stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Zhang Feng's waist.
"You deserve it. I'm afraid I don't love him enough, hee hee. Having my husband is the happiest thing." Chapter 103: The Baby's Full Moon Celebration. Bite. The host's doting behavior towards his wife has been detected. The target gains happiness and mastery of supercomputer technology. A torrent of computer technology information flooded my mind. Zhang Feng remained silent, ignoring all the information.
After all, he doesn't manage things, and he doesn't do much at all. Compared to that information, Li Xiaochun in his arms is more appealing and more important.
Right at this moment when love is overflowing.
Not far away, Li Chen looked at them with a nervous expression, then turned to face Li Weijun.
"Dad, are you sure I won't get beaten to death by my sister if I go and bother her and her husband right now?" Li Weijun curled his lip. "This is none of my business. It's not like I'm starting school. Besides, you're 18 years old, and you've been going to school for a month now. Is it really that hard to go by yourself? Is that what I meant?" Li Chen was stunned.
"I just feel that I'm about to start school, and I want to be able to come back for at least a month.
Shouldn't you see me off?
After all, I'm your son."
2. Li Weijun nodded. Before Li Chen could even feel happy, Xiao Xining in Li Weijun's arms burst into tears. Li Weijun hurriedly turned around and walked into the house.
"Although you are my son, my granddaughter is more important now.
Go to school by yourself, and be careful on the way. Next."
That was the sound of Li Weijun constantly coaxing Xiao Xining. In the courtyard, Li Chen was completely dumbfounded.
This is no longer about whether he's biologically related or not, it's about whether he's superfluous in this family. Well, you guys are really not worried that I'll never come back in this lifetime, are you?
Believe it or not, I'll live in Shangshi Mansion from now on and never come here again. Just as Li Chen was questioning his existence, a small head suddenly appeared in his line of sight, with a pure and innocent silent smile on its face. Looking at Xinla in front of him, all of Li Chen's emotions vanished instantly, and he quickly put on a fawning smile and hugged Xinla.
"Oh my, Xinla, your uncle is going to school soon. Will you miss him?" Giggle. Surprisingly, Xinla burst out laughing upon hearing Li Chen's words. Keep in mind, this was the first time she had laughed out loud since she was born.
Although it smiles, it only has one expression, seemingly only able to cry. The 3 children's vocal cords seemed unable to produce sound. So much so that Li Chen, who heard the sound, and Zhang Jiandong, who came over carrying Xinla, were both stunned.
The next moment,
Li Chen jumped up excitedly, picked up the child, and ran into the house.
"Dad, Mom," Xinla laughed out loud. "Ha, she laughed at me.
It's true that I, their uncle, am the closest to them."
In the pavilion,
Li Xiaochun twitched her nose in Li Chen's direction.
"That brat, he's the one we love the most. The babies would never kiss him."
Even so, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. After all, no one would find such a harmonious and loving scene of blood ties offensive. Zhang Feng lowered his head and pressed his ear against Li Xiaochun's. Yes, babies are definitely closest to their moms. After all, their moms worked so hard to bring them into this world, right?
My husband is so smart." Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, get up.
Xiao Chen is waiting for us to take him."
We also need to go back to our hometown to register the child's household registration. Li Xiaochun reluctantly jumped down from Jiang Feng's arms. I don't want to see him off, it's so annoying.
As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Feng again.
When are we going back to our hometown? How do we get back? Can we drive? I'd like to ride in my husband's car and see the scenery.
Jiang Feng paused slightly and shook his head. No, I promised someone I'd be going to Sanya on the 15th of this month to attend a charity gala, so we need to hurry.
Let's go tomorrow, and we have to leave for the south the day after tomorrow. Sanya? Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Ever since Zhang Lu went to Sanya behind Li Xiaochun's back, Sanya has become an obsession for Li Xiaochun. It seems like he would be missing out if he didn't go there.
Therefore, when Jiang Feng mentioned Sanya, Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Even on the way to send Li Chen off, she kept muttering the word Sanya, which almost made Li Chen withdraw into himself. After all, there's only one explanation: his status with his beloved older sister isn't even as high as that of Sanya.
That's a really hurtful thing to hear.
It wasn't until they were heading back that Li Xiaochun came to her senses and curiously looked at the empty back seat.
Ha! Li Chen is gone? Jiang Feng was completely stunned by the adorable expression, laughing until tears streamed down his face.
He raised his hand and ruffled her long hair.
If Xiaochen knew your reaction, I reckon he would disown you as a sibling. Does he dare? Li Xiaochun gave a haughty snort. Jiang Feng. Well, Li Chen has been completely controlled by Li Xiaochun for the rest of his life.
At the same time, he also wondered if his own brat would be completely controlled by his two older sisters in the future.
I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Ha!
Jiang Feng suddenly shuddered. Why did he have such a thought?
My son is actually quite delicious too. I can't have such inhumane thoughts.
But the more he tried to stop thinking that way, the faster the idea grew, and eventually he ended up living in Bengbu again.
What are you thinking about, honey? Li Xiaochun looked at Jiang Feng curiously, her big eyes blinking brightly.
Jiang Feng repeated his thoughts, trying hard to keep a smile.
Do you think Xiao Yuanming will hit me if he finds out what I'm thinking?
Li Xiaochun, both amused and exasperated, raised her hand and punched him lightly.
How could you say that? Little Yuanming is so cute. Humph.
Jiang Feng suppressed a laugh, but luckily Li Xiaochun knew they were driving, so she rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. Anyway, she'd given him the meaning, he could figure it out himself.
After returning home, as soon as the two entered the living room, Jiang Jiandong pulled them onto the sofa.
Fengzi, the baby has now turned 1 month old.
What do you think we should do for the full moon celebration? Should we stay here, or go back to our hometown?
Jiang Feng, who was originally completely confused, was stunned for a moment and looked at Li Xiaochun.
Li Xiaochun's expression was similar to his. A full moon celebration? She's never experienced anything like this before. After a moment of contemplation. Dad, what do you mean?
I just discussed it with your father-in-law, and we think it would be better to hold it back in our hometown.
Jiang Jiandong pondered for a moment and said,
On the one hand, we used to spend a lot of money on gifts at home. Although we are not short of money now, we still have to give the gifts that are due. Most importantly, social interactions are essential. After all, we can't just never go back. In the end, this place is just a temporary stop for us.
Our home is still there. What do you think? Jiang Feng nodded. Honey, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Li Xiaochun winked playfully. And I think Dad is right. A house in the city is just a house. Our old home in the countryside is our real home. That's where we're rooted. So it's only right that we go back. But I think we should also hold a ceremony here and invite some friends. Okay, let's do it that way, but let's postpone it a little until we get back from Sanya. Jiang Feng smiled and agreed. Jiang Jiandong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, time is not an issue. We usually hold a full month celebration around 45 days after the baby is born. There is plenty of time. You guys go ahead with your work, I'll go talk to your father-in-law. Chapter 104 Bizarre Events. The next day. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Household Registration Management Office of Duke Town, Dongyang City. Jiang Feng led Li Xiaochun in.
The Household Registration Department had just opened at this time, so there weren't many people. They waited for less than 5 minutes before it was their turn. Jiang Feng handed the documents in his hand to the household registration police officer inside.
Register the child's household registration. The police officer responded. Registering a household doesn't require wait.
As she spoke, she flipped through the pages several times, then stared dumbfounded at Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun in front of her.
3 children? Triplets?
Jiang Feng nodded, a hint of smugness on his face.
Yes, may I go?
Sure.
The police officer snapped out of his reverie and looked at the 2 men with a strange expression.
It wasn't just the police officers, the people queuing next to them had already started discussing it, but the bitterness and envy in their words were impossible to hide. Of course, there were also sour comments, such as saying that 3 boys would cost a lot of money, and that they wouldn't be able to afford to get married in the future. Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun simply ignored these words. There was no need to argue, after all, it wasn't a personal attack.
But since the 2 of them seemed fine, the police officer handling the paperwork couldn't help but frown and say, "What's all the noise about? They have 2 daughters and 1 son."
Well, once those words were spoken, all the noise disappeared. Envy was palpable in everyone's eyes, and several women kept glancing at Li Xiaochun, hesitant to speak, as if they wanted to discuss with her how to give birth to such dreamlike triplets.
This is perfectly understandable.
In this reality where money is everywhere, girls can receive a lot of dowry money as they grow up.
Then I'll help out a little more.
The boys in the family won't have to worry about getting married, and the adults in the family won't feel any pressure. Li Xiaochun felt a chill run down her spine from the stares of these people, and unconsciously tightened her grip on Jiang Feng's hand.
Fortunately, the police officers were quick. 10 minutes later, 3 more names appeared on their household registration book. After it's done, Jiang Feng immediately pulled Li Xiaochun out of the household registration department.
They both breathed a sigh of relief after running more than 100 meters.
Bite.
Detection indicates the host has completed registering the baby's births and has acquired 5% equity in Xinhua Group.
Note, all paperwork has been placed at Tianji's residence. Please collect it yourself. Jiang Feng?
Thank God, he really had no designs on Xinhua Group whatsoever, not even a thought of it.
And 5%?
Don't be fooled by the fact that this shareholding is much smaller than the previous ones that often had percentages of 10% or 20%, because its value isn't calculated that way. Xinhua is not listed on the stock market. All its industries are real industries, and its value is far greater than that of those illusory stocks in the stock market.
Xinhua's main focus is on power plants, hospitals, and schools.
The most terrifying thing is that the value of these places will never fall. After all, industries that are so closely tied to people's livelihoods can never go bankrupt.
Roadside.
After regaining her senses, Li Xiaochun noticed that Jiang Feng's expression was a little off, and curiously nudged him.
Husband?
Jiang Feng gently shook his head, pulling his thoughts back, and chuckled as he ruffled Li Xiaochun's hair.
It's all right, shall we go back now?
Li Xiaochun blinked.
No, Mom and Dad aren't here, and didn't you say we were going to Sanya? How about we just go this way? Jiang Feng, ?
He tapped her forehead, both amused and exasperated.
You don't want the baby anymore?
It's okay, Mom and Dad are here to look after me, hee hee. I just want to go to Sanya right now, the beach, the seaside, and lots of delicious food. The more Li Xiaochun talked, the more she couldn't help but drool. Later, she simply grabbed Jiang Feng's arm and shook it, looking at her pitifully.
Honey, please let's go to Sanya, please.
Feeling the pressure on his hands and hearing that delicate voice, Jiang Feng suddenly shuddered.
Damn. I can't take it anymore.
He hurriedly reached out and pulled Li Xiaochun into his arms, taking a deep breath to suppress the restlessness in his heart. No, at the very least, return the household registration book. I'll only agree to let you stay at my house for one night, and we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning.
That's the bare minimum. Snort.
Li Xiaochun gave a soft snort, turned her head away from Jiang Feng, but kept kicking Jiang Feng's shin with her little feet, giving him an expression that said, "Baby's angry, come and coax me." Jiang Feng smiled slightly, held her head, and kissed her on the corner of her mouth.
Are you done yet?
Li Xiaochun has been staying in Bengbu for a while. She looked at Jiang Feng with a mixture of wanting to cry and wanting to laugh. Finally, she laughed at herself in anger, and raised her hand to punch Jiang Feng.
How could you be so mean? You're so annoying. At the same time,
just as Jiang Feng received the system reward.
In the presidential suite of a hotel in Sanya, South China Sea.
Si Fengwen, who was in charge of this charity gala, arrived here last night. He was currently recuperating, as there was so much work and preparation involved in organizing a charity gala, and even with his strong energy, he was feeling the strain after working late into the night. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which startled Si Fengwen, who had his eyes closed. Slightly startled, Si Fengwen got up and walked over, opened the door, looked at the secretary standing outside, and frowned, saying,
"Hasn't everything been arranged?"
As he spoke, he turned and walked back. After the secretary followed him in and closed the door, she handed a fax to Si Fengwen. "I just received news that 5% of our shares have been taken by a man named Zhang Feng." Si Fengwen felt a tremor in his heart, turned to look at his secretary, and took the fax back. After reading it, his expression became quite interesting.
It's no wonder that Si Fengwen reacted this way.
As I said before, Xinhua is not a listed company. All the shares are basically in the hands of the founders, with Si Fengwen holding the most at 45%. The remaining shares belong to 3 friends who co-founded Xinhua.
They make up the remaining 50%. The final 5% is in the equity pool, which the group uses to incentivize employees.
Therefore, to acquire their shares, one must buy them from everyone.
However, Xinhua's current development momentum shows no signs of decline.
Everyone knows that these shares will only appreciate in value, not depreciate.
Moreover, this is related to their dividends.
Therefore, Si Fengwen never imagined that anyone could take away Xinhua's shares from them. But this bizarre thing has actually happened. Of his 3 friends, one contributed 2% and the other 2 contributed 1.5%.
Chapter 105. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward. Looking at the name on the fax, Si Fengwen thought of Zhang Feng, whom he had met at Tianji's residence, that ridiculously young man. That day, after returning from Jiang Feng's place, he had someone investigate Zhang Feng, and what was obvious? Well, he has thoroughly investigated all of Jiang Feng's businesses. Just as he expected.
Zhang Feng actually owns 45% of Rongxin Group's shares, and the lithography machine technology is all his. If this was still acceptable to Si Fengwen, then the 20% stake in IFC, the 15% stake in Hierzi Dairy, the largest milk powder group in China, and the ownership of Jin Mao Tower surprised him. In comparison, although Orange Liv's shares were substantial, they weren't enough to attract his attention. Most importantly, Zhang Feng acquired the shares or ownership of these conglomerates and their assets suddenly, without giving anyone time to react.
That's terrifying.
In any case, Si Fengwen had never seen or heard of such a person before, not even Warren Buffett, who was known as the god of finance. Therefore, on that day, Si Fengwen placed Zhang Feng at the same level as himself, or even slightly above him.
Moreover, he had already planned to use this charity gala as an opportunity to discuss cooperation with Zhang Feng.
Although Xinhua was not short of money, he would certainly be happy to see it happen if it could save money. But he never expected that Zhang Feng could acquire 5% of their Xinhua shares so quietly.
"Even though I'm the smallest shareholder, I'm still a shareholder." Most importantly, he had been doing these things before. No, that's impossible.
He had just spoken with 3 friends before he came, and none of them had mentioned selling shares. Therefore, it could only have happened after he left Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, Si Fengwen broke out in a cold sweat.
Zhang Feng completed the acquisition in just 3 days. If he wanted to, could he change Xinhua's owner in an instant with this method? A moment of silence.
Si Fengwen barely suppressed the fear in his heart and waved for his secretary to leave. Afterwards, he leaned back on the sofa and rubbed his temples to completely calm his agitation before taking out his phone and dialing the numbers of 3 friends. No matter how he asked, his 3 friends all gave the same answer: the other party had given too much, leaving them with absolutely no reason to refuse. Si Fengwen breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the answer. It was bought with money, so there was no problem.
Although I don't know what Zhang Feng's purpose was in doing this.
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh, and then found the number he had saved last time and dialed Zhang Feng's number.
President Zhang, that's quite a move.
Zhang Feng, who had just boarded the train to the high-speed rail station in Dongyang, received a call from Si Fengwen. As soon as he answered, he heard this sentence.
Zhang Feng chuckled. Is Chairman Si here to interrogate us? No, not at all. I'm just a little amazed by President Zhang's methods.
But now that President Zhang has shares in the group, then.
Don't.
Zhang Feng interrupted Si Fengwen with a smile before he could finish speaking. Chairman Si, I'm used to being lazy and not used to managing things in the company. I just saw that Xinhua's profits were good, so I found another way to make money for myself. I won't ask how the company operates or how it's managed.
I'm only responsible for distributing the profits.
After he finished speaking, Si Fengwen on the other end of the phone fell silent.
Several seconds passed before he finally sighed.
Although I've already said it, I still can't help but say, Mr. Jiang, your vision is far superior to mine.
Well then, I've made arrangements in Sanya. When would you like to come over?
Zhang Feng also breathed a sigh of relief.
Just in the last couple of days, I just registered my child's household registration. Alright, then I'll wait for you here.
As soon as the call ended, Li Xiaochun clung to Zhang Feng, whispering in his ear and tugging at it.
You naughty husband, did you buy things behind my back again?
Zhang Feng opened his mouth, smiled, grabbed her hand, and pulled her onto his lap. Yes, we bought some shares in Xinhua.
Li Xiaochun was stunned. Xinhua? I've never heard of it.
Zhang Feng chuckled and whispered an explanation in her ear. Seeing that Li Xiaochun was about to scream, Zhang Feng quickly covered her mouth. He only released her after her complexion had recovered somewhat, letting out a sigh of relief.
Why are you making such a fuss?
Li Xiaochun playfully nudged his chest with her head.
Isn't it all your fault? That's Xinhua, how could I not be shocked? How much did they buy? 5%. 5%? That's not so bad.
Li Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that it was less than 10%. But after he calculated the answer on his fingers, he was completely dumbfounded.
5%?
Xinhua is valued at 360 billion, so 5% of that would be 18 billion.
Nearly 20 billion was just thrown away like that?
Although she was used to being a rich housewife, Li Xiaochun still felt dizzy at this moment. Looking at her husband in front of her, she had an unreal feeling.
South China Sea, Sanya.
Si Fengwen, in the presidential suite, put down his phone, took a sip of tea, and finally suppressed the little bit of emotion in his heart. Then he picked up his phone again and dialed, speaking directly after the call connected.
Go and change the hotel that was prepared for President Zhang. Move it to my place, to the presidential suite right next door. President Jian?
The secretary on the phone was a little confused, but quickly understood and said,
Yes, Chairman, I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up the phone, Si Fengwen leaned back on the sofa and sighed. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward, and a new generation replaces the old. This is truly. Really what?
Before he could finish speaking, his wife, wrapped in a bath towel, came out of the bathroom and sat down beside him curiously. Seeing Si Fengwen's exhausted face, Pan Yu raised her hand and gently massaged his temples to help him relax.
Feeling the movement above his head, Si Fengwen's lips curled into a wry smile. It's all thanks to that young Zhang.
In just 3 days, no, it's probably only 2 days he managed to snatch 5% of the shares from Lao Feng and his two companions.
Isn't that impressive? Zhang Feng?
Pan Yu was startled by Si Fengwen's words. As the wife of Si Fengwen, the chairman of Xinhua Group, she was all too familiar with the value of her husband's businesses.
5%? 2 days?
Si Fengwen opened his eyes, looked at his shocked wife, and nodded with a light smile.
Were you frightened?
I thought I had overestimated this young man, but I was wrong.
He is much more capable than we predicted.
You should spend more time with his wife. Since she has taken our shares, we're family. It wouldn't be right for family not to contribute. Pan Yu raised her hand and punched his chest in an annoyed tone.
You're plotting against him, aren't you? But I'm quite curious about that sister-in-law. Do you think Zhang Feng will bring his wife with him this time? Meeting. Si Fengwen spoke without hesitation. I've investigated. Zhang Feng and his wife have a very good relationship.
It's impossible for him to leave his wife and come here alone.
How good is it? Better than our relationship? Si Fengwen? Is that the main point he made? Chapter 106 was the mangpa soup diluted with water? Inside the presidential suite in Sanya.
Pan Yu looked at him with a hint of jealousy.
Si Fengwen quickly turned around and hugged her. How could that be? We are the most loving couple in the world, no one can compare to us. That's more like it. I'm sleepy, I want to go to sleep.
Upon hearing his wife's words, Si Fengwen's lips twitched involuntarily. He silently mourned for his aching back for several seconds before carrying Pan Yu towards the bedroom. 7:30 p.m., Shanghai, Tianji Mansion. As soon as Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun stepped into the house, they heard loud crying coming from the living room.
After exchanging glances, they both quickened their pace. Inside the house, Lu Yanqing was holding Xiao Xinla and rocking her back and forth, coaxing the little darling. Sweetie, don't cry, okay? Let's go find Daddy, okay? If you cry again, Daddy won't love you anymore. Sweetie, let's not cry. But clearly, Xiao Xinla couldn't understand what she was saying at all, and continued to cry loudly with her eyes closed. Until when Zhang Feng saw that it was his eldest daughter crying, he felt a pang of heartache and quickly went over to her. Strangely enough, when he approached Xiao Xinla, the girl miraculously stopped crying and even opened her eyes, looking at Zhang Feng with curiosity. Then, she started giggling and fidgeting with her little hands, seemingly trying to get Zhang Feng's attention. Seeing his daughter like this, Zhang Feng's heart as a father was instantly warmed. He quickly reached out and took her from his mother-in-law's arms, kissing her on the cheek. Sweetie, did you miss Daddy? Giggle. He was met with Xiao Xinla's cheerful laughter. Oh my sweet baby, how can you be so cute? Zhang Feng couldn't resist kissing Xiao Xinla's cheek, then lifted the little girl high above his head so she could look at him. Zhang Feng didn't lift it too high. In his hometown, babies under 6 months old shouldn't be lifted more than half a foot above their heads, especially their heads shouldn't be looking straight ahead, because it's said that doing so can easily frighten the child's soul. Of course, it's impossible to be scared out of one's wits, but it's possible to be frightened. Therefore, Zhang Feng was very careful. His action elicited an even stronger response from Xiao Xinla. The little girl rubbed her tender little feet together incessantly, stretched her little hands forward as if trying to grab Zhang Feng's clothes, and her giggles carried far away. Seeing this, Lu Yanqing was stunned. This little brat, she's so young and she already knows how to cling to her father, really. Did they dilute the mangpa soup? Li Xiaochun, watching from the side, felt jealous and turned her head to snort. That's right, this girl is someone's sweetheart from a past life. Look how happy she is. Humph, go with your girl. Zhang Feng, who was playing with the little girl. Well, did you overdo it and make the older child jealous? Just as Zhang Feng was about to coax Li Xiaochun, Xiao Xining, who was in Zhou Mei's arms, seemed to be infected by her sister's laughter and tried to open her round eyes to look around. After searching for a long time without finding anyone, Xiao Xining burst into tears. Following closely behind, Xiao Xining, who was sleeping in the bedroom, also joined in singing a duet. Hearing the crying, Li Xiaochun forgot all about being jealous of her daughter and quickly ran into the bedroom. She glanced at Xiao Yueming, who was sleeping soundly, and a wry smile appeared on her lips. She picked up Xiao Xining, walked out of the bedroom, and closed the door. After making sure that Xiao Xining wouldn't affect her son, she gently patted her daughter's back, murmuring soothingly, "Good girl, Xining, mommy's here. Look, it's mommy la la la. Mommy's holding Xiao Xining, aren't you happy?" On the other side, Zhou Mei tried to coax her granddaughter for a long time but failed. Looking at her eldest granddaughter nestled in Zhang Feng's arms, laughing and giggling, her face was full of helplessness. He got up, picked up Xiao Xining, and carried her to Zhang Feng's side, handing her directly to him. Hey, your daughter, didn't she miss you? Here you go. Seemingly sensing Zhang Feng's presence, Xiao Xining actually stopped crying when she got close to him. Her big, round eyes stared straight at Zhang Feng in front of her, and suddenly she smiled sweetly. Zhou Mei? So, her grandmother just doesn't smell as good as her father? Xiao Xining's behavior almost made her so angry that she slapped the little brat's bottom. Why didn't she cry when she was being coaxed to sleep last night? Now that you know Daddy's back, you're feeling wronged, aren't you? Lu Yanqing pulled Zhou Mei, who was both amused and exasperated, aside and comforted her. All right, sister, I figured it out. These girls' mangpa soup is watered down. They're kissing their fathers. Let's just watch from here and take a break. We were exhausted by those two little girls last night. Zhang Feng held one in each hand, looking left and right. Every daughter is so adorable. The smile on his face, in particular, completely warmed the heart of this old father. Just then, Li Xiaochun, who had been trying to coax him for a long time without success, walked over angrily carrying Xiao Xining, pouting and glaring at him. You come here. Zhang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. He looked down at the two girls in his arms, then at Xiao Xining, who was struggling to find her father in Li Xiaochun's arms, and felt like crying. Just then, Xiao Xinla, who had been nestled in Zhang Feng's arms the longest, seemed to know that her younger sister was looking for her father. She looked at Li Xiaochun in a magical way and giggled. The sudden laughter instantly dispelled all of Li Xiaochun's anger. Feeling a pang of tenderness, she quickly reached out and took the girl from her arms. Then she handed the still squirm-like Xiao Xining to Zhang Feng, before finally hugging Xiaoxinla and giving her a quick kiss. Mommy's precious baby is definitely the closest to mommy. Love you. Giggle.
Xiaoxinla was overjoyed and actually reached out and grabbed Li Xiaoqun's hair, and grabbed it quite hard.
Hiss.
Li Xiaoqun gasped in pain and quickly grabbed Xinla's little hand. Xinla, be good, let go of mommy's hair, it hurts so much. Meanwhile, Xiaoxining, nestled in Jiang Feng's arms, sensed her father's presence, managed a drowsy smile, and then closed her eyes again, her even breathing filling the air. Truly a little warrior who falls asleep instantly. After playing with the two girls for a while, their batteries were quickly depleted. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng carefully placed all three girls on the bed and then breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Although it's a happy thing that his daughter clings to him, it's really tiring to tease three girls at the same time. Even with Jiang Feng's exceptional physique, he inevitably feels a bit weak at this moment. Before Jiang Feng could catch his breath, Li Xiaoqun, who was standing at the door, gave a haughty snort, glanced at Jiang Feng sideways, crossed her arms, and looked like a baby who was still angry, which made Jiang Feng roll his eyes.
Alright, now that we've appeased the little one, it's time to appease the big one. Ding. Detected that the host and baby have completed a close interaction. The baby's happiness level has greatly increased, and the host has gained +5 to Constitution, +4 to Constitution Secondary, and 5 million in cash.
Note 1: Constitution +4 gift can be used on people around the host.
It is recommended that the host use it on the baby to enhance the baby's immunity.
Note 2: All cash has been legally transferred to the host's account.
Please check your account. Chapter 107 Personal Privacy. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback.
He glanced back at the three little ones behind him, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Add a little bit of the body's constitution to each baby.
As the 4-point constitution disappeared, the sleeping babies all stretched their little arms and legs, as if adapting to the sudden surge of power into their bodies. Fortunately, these actions did not affect the children's sleep. On the contrary, due to their improved physical condition, they slept even better. After confirming that the children showed no signs of waking up, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He then quickly walked to the door, picked up Li Xiaoqun who was standing there, and gently closed the door.
Seeing Jiang Feng's careful movements, as if afraid of waking the child, Li Xiaoqun couldn't help but burst out laughing. She reached out and hugged Jiang Feng's neck, saying, "Honey, will you only love the child and not me from now on? How is that possible?"
Jiang Feng quickly shook his head. "They are my little babies, and you are my big baby.
I will definitely love you the most, don't worry." TCH easier said than done.
Look at your daughter, she stops crying when she sees her dad, but cries her heart out when she can't see him. It makes it seem like mom and I are abusing them, humph.
Jiang Feng. Is this his fault? Does it have anything to do with him?
Since the child was born, he has barely held him, otherwise he wouldn't be getting the reward so late. But he couldn't say that, so he could only hug Li Xiaoqun, rest his chin on the top of her head, and say softly, "Alright, when has your husband ever lied to you, have he? Besides, they will all have their own families when they grow up. Only you, my darling, are the one who will be with me for a lifetime.
I can tell the difference between what's important and what's not." At this point, he stopped Li Xiaoqun from speaking and changed the subject. "By the way, didn't we agree to go to Sanya? Go and get some rest. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. I've already booked the tickets." Li Xiaoqun, who originally wanted to refute Jiang Feng, lost all her resentment upon hearing the word Sanya, and looked at Jiang Feng with shining eyes. "Really?" Jiang Feng pulled up his booking page. "Hey, my flight's at 7:30 tomorrow morning, so, should I go to sleep now?" My husband is the best. Moi, this is a reward for you." Li Xiaoqun happily clung to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng wanted to pat his chest and exclaim, "Thank goodness." However, this was clearly impossible, so he gave a wink to Song Ting and Li Meng, who were standing by waiting to take care of the baby, and then carried Li Xiaoqun back to the master bedroom. Are the boss and his wife going to rest? Just as Jiang Feng was carrying Li Xiaoqun away, Hu Yuting's voice suddenly came from behind. "Just a reminder, Madam's health doesn't allow for intercourse yet. It will take at least another 10 days. During this period, she is more susceptible to infection, so boss, please be patient." Jiang Feng, who was walking, almost tripped and fell headfirst into the wall. He turned to look at Hu Yuting with a face full of black lines. "Sister Hu, am I that kind of person in your heart?" Hu Yuting shrugged. "I'm just reminding you, it's my job." Jiang Feng? Holy crap, all that talk was for nothing? He, husband, ha ha ha.
Looking at Zhang Feng, whose face was covered in black lines, Li Xiaochun burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and whispered something in her ear. When Zhang Feng looked up, Li Xiaochun's pretty face had turned completely red.
The next day, 11:45 a.m. Nanhai Airport. Chairman C, you actually came to pick us up in person? You're making me feel very embarrassed.
Looking at Si Fengwen in front of him, Zhang Feng's face showed a hint of shock, but more so, helplessness.
Si Fengwen waved his hand with a smile. Anyway, there's nothing to do right now. Besides, Mr. Jiang, don't you deserve my personal attention?
Zhang Feng's lips curled into a wry smile.
He realized that he was gradually falling into the scheme of the Chairman C in front of him.
Pan Yu had already started chatting with Li Xiaochun. Just as Zhang Feng had imagined, when these two met, it was like Mars colliding with Earth, incredibly intense. Sure enough, the two of them had only met for the first time and had known each other for less than 10 minutes. Li Xiaochun kept calling her sister repeatedly, and the two women's cheerful laughter attracted the attention of passers-by.
Zhang Feng even wondered if Zhang Lu would still hold a place in Li Xiaochun's heart when they returned from Sanya. This is a question worth pondering. On the other hand, Si Fengwen seemed to be looking forward to the relationship between the two. With a smile on his lips, he turned his head to look at Zhang Feng. President Jiang, can you tell me when you started to set your sights on my Xinhua? Cannot. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes in annoyance. Chairman C, it's a matter of personal privacy. You. Si Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell is this personal privacy? Is this even personal privacy?
You've taken all my group's shares, and I'm supposed to give you over $1 billion a year.
And you're telling me this is your personal privacy?
Zhang Feng was delighted to see Si Fengwen humiliated and looked at him with a smile. Chairman C, you're not just going to leave us stranded at the airport like this, are you?
Have you prepared lunch or anything?
Si Fengwen almost choked on his words. With a helpless expression, she pointed at Zhang Feng and said, I've figured it out. You're just a stubborn and unyielding person who won't listen to reason.
Fine, since you don't care anyway, I won't ask. But let's make this clear first, if there are any problems or troubles within the group, you absolutely cannot refuse to help if you can, okay?
We'll see when the time comes. Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively and quickened his pace, clearly not taking those words to heart.
This isn't Zhang Feng being arrogant or having any other ulterior motives.
After all, the shares were given by the system. Before he was there, Rinxin Hua Group was developing so well.
Why would his presence cause unsolvable problems? Do you really think he's the protagonist of a novel, causing explosions wherever he goes?
He's not that capable. He's just a young man who makes a little money every day by relying on the system and lives a simple life with his wife and kids.
1:30 p.m. Presidential suite on the top floor of a seaside hotel in Sanya.
After taking a shower, Li Xiaochun came out of the bathroom wearing a one-piece swimsuit and a bath towel. Like a cheerful elf, she ran to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the beach.
So beautiful.
Zhang Feng chuckled and walked up behind her, putting his arm around her. How was your day with Sister Pan Yu?
That's great.
Li Xiaochun stretched her body and leaned against Zhang Feng in a more comfortable position.
Honey, you know what? Sister Pan Yu is a big baby too. She's so much fun.
We made plans to go swimming together this afternoon, hee hee.
Honey, do you think I can still be a big baby like Sister Pan Yu when I'm 50?
As she said this, the anticipation in Li Xiaochun's eyes was impossible to hide. Zhang Feng tightened his grip on her hand. Of course, you'll be your husband's big baby for life. Li Xiaochun comfortably squinted her eyes, listening to Zhang Feng's tender words, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. She knew that Pan Yu's closeness to her must have some purpose that she wasn't entirely sure about, but she could see that when Pan Yu talked about Si Fengwen, her eyes were shining with sweetness, happiness, joy, and delight.
These emotions cannot be faked.
That's why she became sisters with Pan Yu, even though she knew Pan Yu had ulterior motives. Because she believed that someone like Pan Yu, who was pampered and spoiled, would never be evil even if he had any thoughts.
Of all the criminals in the world, apart from a very few with twisted minds, which one didn't go through unbearable suffering to become a criminal? When a person is surrounded by happiness every day, even if she has any evil thoughts, they will be completely purified by happiness.
Li Xiaochun understood this, and Zhang Feng understood it too. This is why Zhang Feng tried to befriend Si Fengwen. A man who is willing to pamper his wife is very likely not a bad person. Of course, anything can happen unexpectedly, but Zhang Feng still prefers to think positively. Fortunately, so far, Si Fingwen's performance has not disappointed his trust. The only thing that really bothered Zhang Feng was that Si Fengwen wanted him to join the company to deal with its problems.
Just kidding, wouldn't it be better to spend that time with his wife? Thump thump thump. A dull knock on the door interrupted the young couple's cozy moment.
Li Staochen quickly broke free from Jiang Feng's embrace, ran to the door, opened it, and looked at Pan Yu standing outside, wearing a light pink dress.
Her eyes lit up instantly. "Sister Pan Yu, you're so beautiful." Pan Yu smiled brightly. "What are you saying? Do you believe that if you say that out loud, people will criticize me to death?"
But if you're not by my side, little sister, I'm definitely the most beautiful."
"I'm confident in that much." Li Xiaochun blushed. "Where?"
"Yes, there is." Feeling a little flustered under Pan Yu's gaze, Li Staochen quickly turned and ran towards the bedroom inside, saying, "I'm going to change my clothes, sister, wait for me."
Chapter 108 Husband helps baby take a bath.
Although it is already mid-October, but the temperature in Sanya is still over 30 degrees Celsius. The hot wind becomes humid and cool after passing over the sea, and feels exceptionally refreshing when it blows on your body.
Under a huge coconut tree,
Zhang Feng and Si Fengwen lay side by side on the beach chairs, fiddling with their phones. Si Fengwen was handling company matters, while Zhang Feng was simply playing games. Hearing the sounds of Demacia and similar things constantly coming from his ears, Si Fengwen's expression was incredibly interesting. Not far away, on the beach, the laughter of Li Staochun and Pan Yu could be heard from afar.
As for how they knew it was the two of them. Okay, this beach has been booked by Si Bongwon. It's already the off-season for tourism, and the National Day Golden Week just ended.
So, under Si Fengwen's financial offensive, the beach's owner agreed without hesitation. The beach, stretching for over 1,000 meters, was Si Fengwen's private territory before he and his group left. No one else was allowed to enter.
It took more than an hour.
Li Staochun ran over, panting, grabbed Zhang Feng's arm, and looked at him with a pitiful expression.
"Honey, Sister Pan Yu is bullying me. Go and bully her husband for me."
Si Fengwen, who was handling official business, suddenly looked up, staring blankly at Li Xiaochun, then at Pan Yu sitting by the sea behind him, and countless question marks popped into his head.
Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, put down his phone and pulled her into his arms. "What if I bully her husband, and then she bullies you?" "Hey you little brat, you're really planning to bully me, aren't you?"
Si Fengwen was amused by Zhang Feng's words. Li Xiaochun playfully made a face at Si Fengwen. "I'm just teasing you."
"Who told your wife to bully me, right, husband?" Si Fengwen?
Zhang Feng chuckled and lifted her up. "Come on, let's go pick some coconuts." Li Xiaochun squinted, giggling, and finally sat on Zhang Feng's shoulders, pointing to a coconut tree not far away. "Honey, charge.
Start accelerating." Zhang Feng went crazy with Li Xiaochun. Si Fengwen looked at the two young people with envy, thinking back to his own days when he could also handle.
Before the thought could even fully form in his mind, Si Fengwen was stunned, staring blankly at Pan Yu standing in front of him, pouting and looking aggrieved. Pan Yu watched for a while and, realizing that Si Fengwen showed no intention of getting up, snorted softly, "I want to sit high up." Si Fengwen shuddered and quickly stood up, pulling Pan Yu into his arms.
Honey, please understand, your husband is getting old and can't keep up with the young ones. If I were to drop you, I'd be heartbroken. Okay, let's not play this game. How about something else? Then I want to eat a coconut too."
After a moment's thought, Pan Yu decided to back down and pointed to the coconut tree not far away. Just as Si Fengwen was about to boldly declare by, he saw Zhang Feng climbing a coconut tree, and in an instant, he was completely flustered.
She pointed blankly at Zhang Feng, then at herself. "You want me to pick coconuts for you like Xiao Jian did?"
Pan Yu didn't answer him, but the envy in her eyes as she looked at Li Xiaochun was almost overflowing.
Si Fengwen wanted to die.
He suddenly realized that he shouldn't have invited Zhang Feng over, and even if he had, he shouldn't have let them come so early.
Groove. Isn't this just asking for trouble?
What hurt him the most was that, seeing the envy on Pan Yu's face, he actually had an urge to compete with Zhang Feng. Not far away, Zhang Feng nimbly climbed up a coconut tree more than 10 meters high, leaving the staff below who were specifically picking coconuts completely bewildered.
It's important to know that coconut trees are completely different from ordinary trees.
Not only is their surface smooth, but they are also straight and have no foothold.
To climb up, you need tools, otherwise. But what about Zhang Feng? This violates the basic laws of science. Are you kidding me?
On the contrary, Li Staochun was overjoyed, clapping and screaming non-stop. looking at Jiang Feng like a fangirl, her happiness impossible to hide. Finally, this girl even gave Pan Yu a provocative look, which made Pan Yu so angry that he almost ran over and started a full-blown fight with her. The two couples played on the beach below until 6 p.m. Only after the sky was ablaze with the crimson glow of the setting sun did Li Xiaochun reluctantly follow Jiang Feng back to the hotel. To Jiang Feng's dismay, as soon as they returned to the room, Li Xiaochun collapsed onto the sofa, limp and lifeless, and mumbled, "Honey, baby's tired and doesn't want to move. Honey, can you give baby a bath?" "Jiang Feng?" Li Xiaochun after taking a shower. He instantly recovered fully, and without even having dinner, he dragged Jiang Feng out of the hotel. On the other hand, Si Fengwen and his wife, being of advanced age, were exhausted after an afternoon of commotion, so they went to rest early. Sanya at night. It's less noisy and more peaceful than during the day. Even the waves crashing on the beach couldn't disturb the tranquility. The endless coastline, bathed in moonlight, is hazy and dreamlike, captivating all who behold it. Li Xiaochun held Jiang Feng's hand and skipped around beside him, singing a popular song from 20 years ago. Her eyes were dreamy, and under her influence, Jiang Feng felt that even the air around him was sweet. Neither of them disturbed the tranquility, and they walked for several hundred meters. But soon the two slowed down, especially Li Xiaochun, whose eyes kept scanning to both sides, while her stomach was rumbling in protest. This is a food street specially set up next to the beach. It connects to the city in the north and extends to the beach in the south. It is more than 400 meters long and gathers almost all kinds of delicacies and snacks from all over the country. Although there aren't many tourists at this time of year. However, this snack street was still crowded with people, bustling and lively. "Honey, baby's hungry." Li Xiaochun gripped Jiang Feng's hand, looking at him pitifully. Jiang Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pinched the tip of her nose. "Eat if you're hungry. Our big baby can eat anything now." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Jiang Feng and rushed into the food street. In less than half an hour, he suddenly had a large handful of kebabs in his hand, and Jiang Feng was also carrying grilled cold noodles, iced porridge, fruit salad, and other things. "It's delicious, honey, you should try some." "Ah, open your mouth." What could Jiang Feng do when Li Xiaochun kept offering him food? "Let's eat." Do you really think Li Xiaochun ate all this food herself? Even for the two of them, it was still an hour before they finished eating. Chapter 109: Investing in Film and Television? After all the trash has been put into the trash can, Jiang Feng then picked up Li Xiaochun, sat down against a coconut tree, looked at the waves in the distance, and enjoyed the comfort after his exhaustion. "Honey, I've heard that Sanya attracts a lot of male tourists every year. Do you know why?" Suddenly, Li Xiaochun playfully pinched Jiang Feng's chin, blinked her big, bright eyes, and asked him a question. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. "Nonsense, beaches, sunshine, bikinis, aren't these what attract male tourists? Do you really think there's scenery?" Li Xiaochun gave a haughty snort, turned her head away from Jiang Feng, and muttered softly, "So, do you also really want to see the beach, the sun, and bikinis?" Puff. Jiang Feng almost choked on his own blood after hearing that. He reached out and pinched Li Xiaochun's cheek, looking at her fiercely. "Yeah, your husband thinks about how to get you to wear a bikini every day." Swish. Li Xiaochun's pretty face flushed red, and she sweetly nestled her head into Jiang Feng's arms, snuggling against him. "Then I'll go buy it tomorrow? And then wear it for you to see?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a little restless. But he immediately cut it off, tightening his grip on her arms. "No, your husband doesn't have the habit of letting other men see his wife. Today is because you're pregnant and have given birth, and you haven't been able to relax for too long. Starting tomorrow, you can say goodbye to swimsuits for good." Li Xiaochun chuckled. She wasn't angry, nor did she have any reason to be. After all, if Jiang Feng really doesn't care whether she wears a swimsuit in public or not, then it means there's a problem in their relationship. Possessiveness is something that women have, and men naturally have it too. Moreover, men are more possessive. Only when he truly cares about you will he consider everything about you as his own possession. Many people might not be used to this, but Li Xiaochun enjoys it. If she could, she would wish that Jiang Feng would keep her under his thumb for the rest of her life, so that she could be a happy little fool every day. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's arms around Li Xiaochun stiffened for a moment, then he turned his head and saw a figure sneaking towards them about 5 or 6 meters away. The other person clearly didn't expect Jiang Feng to suddenly turn around. Just as they were about to turn around, they saw Jiang Feng's face and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly ran over and sat down next to the two of them in a carefree manner. Oh my god, I was so scared just now.
I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. I didn't expect it to really be you guys.
Looking at Yang Xian in front of him, Zhang Feng's face showed a helpless expression.
No, why do I feel like you're haunting me? Can't you see that my wife and I are cultivating our relationship? Come on, go play your game. Yang Xian scoffed, completely ignoring Zhang Feng, and grinned at Li Xiaochun. Little sister, want to see a handsome guy? A big star, you know. If you don't leave, do you believe I'll beat you up? Zhang Feng got angry.
Li Xiaochun squinted and shook her head. No, my husband is the most handsome man in the world.
Yang Xian could ignore Zhang Feng, but Li Xiaochun's words were a huge blow to her.
Most importantly, the strong smell of their affection was a bit overwhelming.
However, she didn't really come here to ruin Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun's tender moment.
She just saw an acquaintance and was feeling a bit annoyed, so she came here to vent her frustrations. Seeing that the two of them only had eyes for each other, she suddenly felt even more annoyed. After a moment, Zhang Feng noticed that Yang Xian was not speaking but also showed no sign of leaving.
He then realized something was wrong and frowned, asking, "Are you in some kind of trouble?" Yang Xian rolled her eyes. You just realized? I think you, well, never mind.
Zhang Feng ignored her, judging from her expression just now. She clearly wasn't holding back any nice words.
But he stopped talking, and Yang Xian couldn't take it anymore. If the topic isn't brought up, then everything is easy to discuss.
But now, it felt like something was stuck in her throat, and she had to spit it out. Seeing that Zhang Feng was getting all lovey-dovey with Li Xiaochun again, she simply turned her head to the side, and said, "The production team has fallen out with the investors, and now the entire production team's funding chain has broken down and it has completely stopped."
Zhang Depeo, no, Zhang Feng, I heard that you are quite successful now. Can you introduce a few investors?
We don't need much, 3 to 5 million is about right. Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then turned around and placed Li Xiaochun aside. Looking at Yang Xian, who had a worried yet expectant expression, he asked, "Why do you think I would know those rich people?"
He originally just wanted to tease Yang Xian. But to everyone's surprise, Yang Xian nodded after hearing those words. He sighed in deep agreement. That's true, what important people could you possibly know? Never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh.
Zhang Feng stared at Yang Xian in disbelief, barely suppressing the urge to punch her, and gritted his teeth, saying, "No way, you little brat, have I been too nice to you?
3 to 5 million? I'm really puzzled. You've been a child star for over 20 years now, haven't you? If you can't come up with 3 to 5 million, are you kidding me? What do you know? I'm one of the investors in this production. I've put all my savings into it. Invest more?
I'd have to sell my house, and the housing market is bad right now.
Even if I wanted to sell, I couldn't, okay? Hey, no, Yang Depeo, did I say something wrong? Why are you so angry? Do you think you said something wrong?"
Zhang Feng sneered.
Yang Xian glared back with a look of disgust. Guess if I can guess whether you said something wrong or not. Ha 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 ha. Are you two playing nesting dolls here? Oh my. Sister Yang Xian, how can you be so funny?
Li Xiaochun clung to Zhang Feng's shoulder, her entire head buried in his chest, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Zhang Feng quickly reached out to help Li Xiaochun catch her breath, while looking at Yang Xian. "Since you said that, what are you still doing sitting here?
Eating dog food?"
"Sorry, we don't feed our dog food to ungrateful wretches, hurry up and leave."
"Hey, Zhang Depeo, if that's how you put it, then I'm going to go after you today, so what?" Yang Xian got excited too.
Of course, this also shows that she really considers Zhang Feng a friend.
Try it with someone else?
It's already unprecedented for her to give you a fake smile.
Do you really think celebrities are gods who don't have emotions?
Zhang Feng pursed his lips, about to say something, when Li Xiaochun gently tugged at his collar. "Honey, how about we help her?
Consider it an investment, okay?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng didn't react, but Yang Xian was stunned. Huh? Sister, you're saying your husband is rich? Holy crap. Old Yang, who do you think you are? Do you know what my net worth is now?
It'll scare you to death if I told you. Zhang Feng glared at Yang Xian through gritted teeth, as if he would punch her if she dared to object.
Yang Xian shoved Zhang Feng's head away. "Get out of here, I'm not talking to you right now." Li Xiaochun was overjoyed. Seeing Yang Xayan's actions, she quickly hugged Jiang Feng and asked, "Sister Yang Xayan, my husband has some money, right? How much are you short?" Yang Xayan's eyes sparkled. "Really? Okay, then consider it your investment."
The production team has lost 2 investors, leaving a shortfall of about 10 million.
If you're willing, how about investing 10 million? You'll get 20% of the investment.
Jiang Feng sneered. It was 3 to 5 million just now, and now it's at least 10 million. Old Yang, I think you should be called Yang the Big Liar from now on.
Yang Xian grinned. "Just tell me if you're going to invest or not. Let me tell you, the script for this drama is really good.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have invested all my savings.
If you miss this opportunity, don't blame me for not taking you with me."
Jiang Feng is interested in investing in film and television dramas.
Especially in recent years, TV dramas have shown absolutely no effort whatsoever.
After all, those who know what TV dramas are like these days.
However, Yang Xian and he actually had a pretty good relationship.
And although this girl was very outgoing, it had to be admitted that she had a really good eye for talent.
Every TV series she starred in became a hit.
Among so many actors of her generation, she was the only one who had remained popular for 20 years.
So, it doesn't seem like it's a bad idea to lend a hand to this opportunity that's come knocking on our door, does it?
Most importantly, he doesn't have to worry about much, which is quite comfortable. Seeing Li Xiaochun's pleading expression, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and said irritably, "You're lucky. I'll have someone come over to you tomorrow to sign the contract.
Remember, it's 20%. I won't pay you a cent less." Yang Xian was furious.
Before she could even react, Jiang Feng had already run off with Li Xiaochun in his arms, leaving her standing there bewildered in the wind, muttering to herself, "I made a bad choice in friends."
Chapter 110 Desert Island Adventure. After returning to the hotel,
Jiang Feng called Gao Haoyu about Yang Xian's matter, asking him to arrange for Du Hua to handle it, and then ignored it. After all, for him now, an investment of tens of millions is really nothing, and it certainly won't affect his ability to spend time with his wife.
The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Feng was dragged out of bed by Li Xiaochun, who was fully recovered.
Seeing Li Xiaochun already dressed and made up, Jiang Feng was a little confused.
He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things and asked in surprise, "Wife? Why are you up so early today?" Li Xiaochun couldn't hide her excitement. "When I went downstairs to buy breakfast just now, I discovered something very interesting." "What's interesting?" Jiang Feng didn't really want to get up.
It wasn't that he was tired, he just wanted to stay in bed. Seeing this, Li Xiaochun glared at him angrily, then suddenly leaned down and kissed him on the lips. "Get up quickly, or your big baby will be kidnapped by someone else."
Jiang Feng? A dozen minutes later, in the lobby downstairs,
Jiang Feng looked at the poster hanging there with a strange expression, then turned to look at Li Xiaochun, who was full of interest and eager to try survival on a desert island.
Li Xiaochun nodded excitedly. "I saw them preparing to put it away today, and then I asked around.
This hotel has leased a small island in the south and developed this tourism project. Everyone can go to that island for a 2-day desert survival experience, but you have to pay." Jiang Feng's interest instantly waned by more than half. A tourism project, especially one specifically designed for the wealthy, made the situation on the island quite predictable. It's likely that the hotel released some docile animals, such as rabbits, wild ducks, and sheep, onto the island.
As for dangerous animals, they've probably been eliminated long ago.
Even the shelters they live in are readily available on the island.
Even if they aren't readily available, they definitely have complete equipment. Otherwise, do you really think those rich people like to be tortured?
They may enjoy excitement, but more than 80% of wealthy people wouldn't do anything that would make them suffer. Jiang Feng couldn't muster even the most basic interest in a survival story on a deserted island that was all formulaic.
However, seeing the expectant look on Li Xiaochun's face, he still sighed. "Want to go? Honey, shall we go out and have some fun?"
Li Xiaochun grabbed Jiang Feng's arm and started acting coquettishly, which gave Jiang Feng a headache. In the end, Jiang Feng was defeated by Li Xiaochun's charm and called Si Fengwen, asking him to contact the hotel manager, or rather, the person in charge of the desert island survival tourism project.
10 a.m.
Si Fengwen, along with Pan Yu, escorted Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun to the dock. Looking at the small island a kilometer away, Si Fengwen gently patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and gave him a knowing look. Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine from the guy's gaze. After exchanging a few simple words, the two boarded the speedboat heading to the island. This desert island survival project lasts for 2 days and 1 night.
They'll be gone today, and someone will pick them up tomorrow evening.
Of course, since they're not professionals, their cell phones and other communication devices won't be confiscated. If they don't want to play anymore, they can quit at any time, but the money won't be refunded. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, this island is high in the south and low in the north, with a total area of 3 square kilometers. The south side is covered by mountains and forests, and the north side is a beach. There is fresh water on the island, but you will need to find it yourselves. Also, to increase the realism of survival on a deserted island, we will not provide you with food, but you can choose some tools you need.
After a few minutes of speeding across the sea,
Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun stood on the beach of the small island. A woman in her 30s stood beside them, taking out the available tools while explaining the general situation of the island. Looking at the dazzling array of tools, Li Xiaochun was incredibly excited. I know this one. We need to choose a lighter to start a fire, and a knife. This has more uses. We can chop firewood and prepare food, and pots and pans. This is for eating, and… Madam Jiang, we can only choose a maximum of 5 tools at a time, otherwise it wouldn't feel like a survival story on a deserted island, so please understand. The woman looked at Li Xiaochun with some envy and, feeling a pang of guilt, offered a word of advice.
Ha? Can I only choose 5? Li Xiaochun was dumbfounded. The woman nodded. Yes, there are 2 kinds of pots and pans, plus a lighter and a knife. Now you can choose one more. Li Xiaochun was stunned. She turned to look at Zhang Feng, then at the tools in her hand, her face full of confusion. Zhang Feng smiled and touched her forehead, then casually picked up a military shovel. That's all for now. You'll be coming tomorrow afternoon, right? Yes, Mr. Jiang, now that you have selected your tools, is there anything else we can do for you? If not, we will return to port. Unless you contact us midway, we will arrive here at 6 p.m. tomorrow to pick you up. Zhang Feng hummed in agreement. That's all, you can go back now. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, have a good time. See you tomorrow. The woman instructed the 2 workers to pack up their belongings, said goodbye to Zhang Feng and the others again, and then drove the speedboat away. Only after the speedboat disappeared over the sea did Li Xiaochun jump up excitedly. Yay, we're going to survive on a desert island. Honey, should we build a shelter first? That's how they do it in the desert island survival shows on TV. Then they have to find fresh water and food. How do you build a shelter? By cutting down trees? Zhang Feng affectionately ruffled her long hair. Let's not rush these things. We still have plenty of time. Let's take a walk around this island first. Li Xiaochun? Ignoring Li Xiaochun's question, Zhang Feng took her hand and strolled across the island. As Zhang Feng expected, when they reached the middle of the island, they found a natural pit on the mountain wall of a hill about 10 meters high. The pit was about 60 centimeters above the ground and about 50 centimeters high. There were also a lot of firewood pieces scattered on the ground. Seeing the pit, Li Xiaochun was overjoyed. Honey, there's a cave over there. Let's go take a look. It would be even better if people could live in it. Honey, do you think there might be a giant snake hiding in this cave? Like the kind in Anaconda, Roar, the kind that can eat a person? Thump. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, flicked her forehead. What are you talking about? If there were really snakes here, the tourism project would have been shut down long ago. This was all prepared by someone else. Let's go and see what's inside. Ah. Li Xiaochun snorted and sniffed, but still quickly followed after them. Although the outside of the cave has been polished very smooth, traces of human excavation can still be seen. Inside the cave, there was an area of about 15 square meters with a height of about 2.5 meters. On the ground, there was not only firewood but also dry grass and some leftover plastic bags, indicating that tourists usually stayed here. Of course, it's possible that some people enjoy a challenge and deliberately refuse anything left behind by the project organizers, but those kinds of people. In any case, Zhang Feng would never do that. I brought my wife here for a visit. Having fun is the most important thing. Showing off is out of the question. After tidying up the things inside the cave to ensure they could get a comfortable night's sleep, the 2 left the cave. They've solved the problem of where to stay, but they'll really have to rely on themselves for food and drink. Chapter 111. I was force-fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Honey, over there, it's coming this way again. Amidst a patch of weeds, Li Xiaochun screamed excitedly. Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed as he held a shovel in his hand. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, and the shovel shot out like lightning. With a muffled thud, a rabbit's head was pierced straight through.
Li Xiaochun ran over happily, picked up the dead rabbit, and looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. Husband, you're so awesome.
You were so cool just now. Ding.
Special situation detected. Target's happiness level has increased dramatically. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete Wilderness Survival Mastery Manual, the Encyclopedia of Biology, and 5 million in cash. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhang Feng paused slightly.
He then smiled and walked over to Li Xiaochun, taking the rabbit from her. What are we having for dinner? Braised rabbit or roasted rabbit? Li Xiaochun asked blankly. Honey, did we forget to bring the seasonings? It's all right. I just checked, and there are quite a few wild ingredients on this island. We can just get some and take them over. Really? He. My husband is so amazing. Is that impressive? There's something even more impressive waiting for you. Li Xiaochun blushed and shyly kicked Zhang Feng's shin. How could you be so naughty? Zhang Feng chuckled and put his arm around her waist. Don't you like it? I'm ignoring you, oh well.
Li Xiaochun broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace, made a funny face, and hummed a song playfully as she ran around on the grass, in an exceptionally good mood.
Ding. Special situation detected. Target's happiness level has increased dramatically. Granted top-tier diving master skill, Constitution +5, Constitution +5 gift. Transfer the physical benefits to Li Xiaochun and the 3 babies.
After using the new reward, Zhang Feng accompanied Li Xiaochun to find some wild onions, wild ginger, chili peppers, black pepper, and fresh water on the island. When they returned to the cave, the sky outside had already darkened, with only a sliver of the setting sun lingering on the horizon, seemingly vying with the darkness.
Inside the cave,
Zhang Feng skewered the rabbit and placed it over the fire to smoke. He added the ingredients he had gathered from time to time. He also put wild onions and wild ginger into the rabbit's belly to ensure that the flavors could fully penetrate the rabbit's meat. Li Xiaochun held Zhang Feng's arm with both hands, rested her head on his shoulder, and watched the constantly dancing flames.
A warm atmosphere was spreading throughout the cave. Just as the rabbit was almost cooked, Li Xiaochun suddenly looked up at Zhang Feng and asked, Honey, do you think the babies have missed us?
Zhang Feng's body suddenly froze on the spot. After a long while, he finally exhaled, chuckled, and placed Li Xiaochun in his arms, tearing off a rabbit leg and putting it to her mouth. Eat something, the babies are being watched by their mother, they'll definitely be fine. Li Xiaochun whimpered and nestled her head in his arms. But I miss the babies. Upon hearing this, even Zhang Feng felt a pang of sadness.
Li Xiaochun misses the baby, how could he not? Groove.
I wish I hadn't come so early.
Couldn't I have come on the 14th? How about the 15th? The 15th, 7 p.m. Inside the hotel's presidential suite. Honey, I'm a little nervous.
Li Xiaochun was wearing an evening gown that Pan Yu had personally delivered to her. Because of Li Xiaochun's age and personality, Pan Yu specially chose a classic cheongsam for her, pink with gold thread. Although she had just given birth, thanks to Zhang Feng's tireless efforts in improving her physique, Li Xiaochun's figure was slightly fuller.
Instead of ruining her figure, it gave her an indescribable charm.
Especially with her stunningly beautiful face, she looked like a pearl that surpassed all others. Even though he watched it every day, Zhang Feng still felt a sense of unease at this moment.
It took Zhang Feng more than 10 seconds to calm down.
He walked up to Li Xiaochun with a smile and gently touched her forehead. Don't worry, we're just ordinary people. Besides, our big baby's wealth is no less than anyone else's.
So, honey, perk up. Today you're the brightest star. Li Xiaochun took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Feng solemnly, and nodded emphatically. Yes, I must stand up for myself and never let my husband down. Zhang Feng.
This silly girl, even at a time like this, she's still thinking about him. She's such a pitiful little fool.
Just then, there was a knock on the door and Pan Yu's voice. Little brother, little sister, are you two ready? We should get going.
Li Xiaochun blushed and suddenly kissed Zhang Feng on the cheek before rushing to the door and opening it.
All right, Sister Pan Yu, shall we go now? Sister Pan Yu? Outside the door, Pan Yu gently shook her head before looking at Li Xiaochun with a strange expression and teasingly said, I'm starting to regret calling you guys. If you walk into the venue like this, no one will be watching me. Hey little sister, why are you so pretty all of a sudden?
Li Xiaochun smiled and reached out to take Pan Yu's arm. No, Pan Yu is the prettiest. You have such a sweet tongue, but it doesn't always match your words, so
I'll punish you by making you stay with me tonight, how about that? Pan Yu winked playfully.
Li Xiaoqun froze, looked at Pan Yu, then turned to look at Zhang Feng, and then decisively shook her head. No, I want to stay with my husband.
Pan Yu almost choked to death. Okay.
She and Si Fengwen used to be the ones showing off their love to others.
Even if she ran into Zhang Feng and Li Xiaoqun, she was confident that her own PDA wouldn't be any weaker than theirs. She could just fight back. But what's with this overwhelming urge to take a bite? She tapped Li Xiaoqun's forehead with a hint of annoyance. Fine, with your husband, why don't you just merge yourself into his body? Li Xiaoqun huffed arrogantly, I'd like to, but my husband feels sorry for me.
Pan Yu suddenly realized that she was falling behind the times. Fortunately, Si Fengwen walked over from the side at this moment, accompanied by two people of similar age. Seeing Pan Yu and Li Xiaoqun staring at each other at the door, Si Fengwen was clearly stunned for a moment, then walked over in confusion. Wife, what's this? Pan Yu let out a long sigh. It's nothing, I just got fed dog food by my sister.
Honey, help me get revenge. Si Fengwen? But. Cuckoo. The two men following behind Si Fengwen couldn't help but laugh.
Then they realized something was wrong and quickly covered their mouths, trying to hold it in, but their faces instantly turned liver-colored.
Zhang Feng walked out with a smile. Is it time?
Si Fengwen then realized what was happening and quickly pulled Pan Yu into his arms, smiling as he said, Gentlemen, this is the President Zhang Feng I was telling you about. Don't let his young age fool you. President Jiang is already worth hundreds of billions, and he's also the owner of the Tianji mansion.
This is his wife, Li Xiaoqun.
The two were slightly taken aback, but quickly composed themselves, smiled, and walked up to Zhang Feng, each extending their hand to introduce themselves.
President Jiang, I am Peng Xiaoming, chairman of Yanli Group.
I had heard from Lao Si that he knew a young man whose abilities and methods he admired. Meeting him today, I can confirm that he lives up to his reputation and is truly impressive. I am Lu Qian, chairman of Cool Peak Group.
It is a pleasure to meet such a young legend as you. Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and shook hands with the two of them, then looked at Pan Yu. Shall we go now? Si Fengwen nodded. Yes, it's about time. I reckon everyone's here. It's just the right time to go. Husband, help me get revenge.
As soon as Si Fengwen finished speaking, Pan Yu stared at him with wide eyes.
Si Fengwen was both amused and exasperated, but he still kissed her on the cheek. Are you all better now? That's more like it. Pan Yu happily took Si Fengwen's arm and gave Li Xiaoqun a provocative look.
Li Xiaoqun was stunned, looking at Pan Yu in surprise, and stomped her foot angrily. Sister Pan Yu, you've gone too far, humph. After saying that, she kissed Zhang Feng on the corner of his mouth, then made a face at Pan Yu. Had trying to make me envious?
Do you think I don't have a husband? Humph.
Faced with two women who acted like children, Zhang Feng and Si Fengwen exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness and doting in each other's eyes. Behind them, Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian looked at each other, their bitterness evident to everyone. Once the two couples in front of him had walked a little further away, Lu Qian quickly went to Peng Xiaoming's side and nudged his arm.
Old Peng, do you think we shouldn't have come?
Peng Xiaoming's lips twitched slightly. I used to think that Lao Si was a scoundrel who did nothing but fools all day long.
Now, well, there's Xiao Jiang and Lao Lu too. I think we should stay away from them in the future. I think so too.
Lu Qian deeply agreed. But then he continued, why is it that the wives we both found don't have that kind of loving gene?
Is it our problem, or theirs? Peng Xiaoming looked at Lu Qian as if he were an idiot. Ask your wife, you're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?
Lu Qian shuddered violently. No, I'd better keep figuring it out myself.
I don't want to get beaten up. Chapter 112 Charity Gala. 8 p.m.
The banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel. Thanks to Si Fengwen's planning, this place has been transformed into a huge reception room. When Zhang Feng and his group arrived, the place was already packed with people. Well-dressed people chatted in small groups, speaking softly. Although there were many people, the place was very quiet overall.
But how much of it is genuine, only the people here know.
As soon as they entered the venue, Pan Yu grabbed Li Xiaoqun's wrist. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious.
Li Xiaoqun? Sister Pan Yu, aren't you going to stay with Brother Si?
Pan Yu pursed her lips. They're busy right now, let's hurry up and leave, or we'll run out of food. Li Xiaoqun looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded, then followed Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian into the private room upstairs. As the organizer, Xinhua Group's chairman, Si Fengwen, will definitely have to make an appearance. However, charity galas are really just that kind of thing.
People donate some of their own things, sell them, and donate the money.
As for where the money goes, nobody knows. Therefore, Zhang Feng wasn't actually very interested in such gatherings.
The main reason for coming here was to bring Li Xiaochun on a trip.
Attending the party was just a side thing, and it was only because of Si Fengwen, our neighbor.
Brother Jiang, how about we go over and get to know the people up here?
Upon reaching the attic, Lu Qian asked with a smile, "These are all people with assets exceeding 1 billion.
Most of you come here to meet more people and expand your company's network."
Zhang Feng understood, chuckled, and shook his head. "No, I just prefer to make some investments and don't manage company affairs, so connections are actually dispensable to me.
Compared to communicating with other people, I actually prefer to eat and drink with my wife."
Zhang Feng's words left Lu Qian and Peng Xiaoming, who had a lot to say, completely dumbfounded.
They had originally planned to mentor Zhang Feng, but how could they do that now? However, neither of them looked down on Zhang Feng because of this.
After all, he had a net worth of hundreds of billions just through investments, and they had to treat him with utmost care. There's a saying that goes, successful people are right no matter what they say, and this applies to all social classes.
If Zhang Feng were just an ordinary billionaire, Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian would definitely think he had no ambition.
But at the level of hundreds of billions, Zhang Feng's choices reflect his vision and level of achievement. It's that simple. Since Zhang Feng had no interest in getting to know other people, Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian naturally wouldn't make a fool of themselves. A dim-witted idiot with a slumped IQ only exists in novels and movies. There's no way someone like that could reach their level. More than half an hour later, Si Fengwen finally came down from below. Beside him, Li Xiaochun and Pan Yu were holding each other's hands, whispering and laughing.
Suddenly, upon seeing Zhang Feng, Li Xiaochun let go of Pan Yu, ran over quickly, took out the delicious food in her hand, and held it to Zhang Feng's lips. "Honey, try it, this is really delicious." But Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian felt as if a huge mouthful of dog food had been shoved into their mouths.
As Pan Yu and Si Fengwen drew closer, their arms linked, the two exchanged glances, then simultaneously rose and suddenly moved to the table beside them.
"Didn't you go for a walk?"
Si Fengwen walked over, glanced at the two people who had moved away, ignored them, and sat down next to Zhang Feng, asking with a smile.
Zhang Feng shook his head. "I don't really like it, it's fine as it is."
"I think so too, but the group's development requires it, so what needs to be done still needs to be done."
Si Feng chuckled.
A hint of helplessness flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. "No, stop it, let me tell you, it's impossible.
I really just want to live a life with my wife and children, don't bother me." Si Fengwen pointed at Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, but didn't force him.
"Well, there's plenty of time, and he'll eventually get restless at home." Li Xiaochun and Pan Yu sat there for a while before leaving again. When they returned, it was an hour later. By this time, the charity gala was almost over. Seeing Li Xiaochun eating with her mouth full of oil, Zhang Feng smiled and picked her up and put her on his lap. Just then, the host suddenly spoke up. "All right everyone, next up is the grand finale of this charity gala, a rare treasure provided by Chairman Pang of Yanli Group.
The unparalleled love.
The starting bid is 30 million, and each bid must be at least 100,000 higher." Upon hearing the host's words, Zhang Feng suddenly sat up straight and looked over.
A love story that could topple empires? Zhang Feng's eyes flickered.
Under his gaze, a young woman in a cheongsam placed a tray on the table in the middle and slowly lifted the red cloth covering it.
In an instant, two pale blue beams of light, refracted by the lamplight, blinded the entire venue. Wow, it really is this thing. I'm telling you, Lao Pang, you really went all out this time, didn't you?
Looking at the two diamond rings on the table, Si Fengwen couldn't help but gasp and turned to look at Peng Xiaoming sitting behind him.
Peng Xiaoming chuckled and turned around, envious? "I originally brought this out for you, since everyone can see how loving you and Xiaolang are. So this was just icing on the cake, and I could also show my face here, killing two birds with one stone. But now, TSK, look at Xiao Zhang's eyes are shining. So, you'd better figure it out yourself, ha ha ha."
Si Fengwen was slightly taken aback and quickly looked at Zhang Feng, while Pan Yu also looked at Li Xiaochun immediately.
As a woman, no one can resist sparkling things, such as diamonds, gold and silver jewelry.
The pair of diamond rings in front of us are said to have been created in the 1950s by the famous diamond ring designer Claude Filda, who obtained a 30-carat natural blue diamond by chance and spent nearly 8 years designing and researching it. Originally, this stunning love story caught the eye of the Middle Eastern royal family, who were all wearing headscarves. However, for some unknown reason, they suddenly disappeared until 10 years ago when they reappeared at a Christie's auction in Hong Kong Island, where they were eventually acquired for 120 million. Unexpectedly, it was Peng Xiaoming who got his hands on it.
Li Xiaochun didn't understand the value of blue diamonds, nor did she have any knowledge about them.
She simply thought the pair of rings in front of her were beautiful and sparkly. But Jiang Feng knew that he had never been exposed to it before. However, when the system continuously instilled financial investment skills, it detailed everything that could be invested in, including blue diamonds.
As the representative of blue diamonds, the peerless love was obviously mentioned in detail. Noticing Si Fengwen's gaze, Jiang Feng turned his head and looked over, chuckling lightly. Brother Si wants it?
Si Fengwen rolled his eyes wildly. Nonsense, your sister and I have been married for so many years.
Although the diamond ring back then was quite nice, tell me, what man who loves his wife wouldn't want to win her this stunning love story? Jiang Feng shrugged. That's really true. I want one too, so what should I do? Si Fengwen. Chapter 113 150 million. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Si Fengwen's lips twitched. He wasn't worried about anyone at the meeting. After all, we're all in the business world. Who doesn't know who's in the know?
But Jiang Feng is not among them.
Si Fengwen couldn't see through his true nature.
In particular, the acquisition of 5% of his Xinhua Group shares in just 3 days cost at least 20 billion yuan. With so much money, let alone Si Fengwen, even the world's most prominent conglomerate, including the richest person, might not be able to come up with that amount all at once.
Si Fengwen had no confidence whatsoever if Jiang Feng was determined to have those rings.
However, Si Fengwen also knew that it was basically impossible to get Jiang Feng to give it to him, so he could only give Pan Yu a look of doing his best.
Pan Yu pouted angrily.
Although she was over 50, she looked only in her 30s. Her coquettishness almost made Si Fengwen feel so sorry for her that he vomited blood. He gently pulled Pan Yu into his arms and whispered, "It's not that I don't want to buy it, it's just that I can't figure out what kind of guy Xiao Jiang is.
I'm really angry, extremely angry, but never mind, it's not your fault. But next time you'd better find me someone similar, or I'll bite you."
Okay, I'll definitely look for it. I'll start looking as soon as the party is over.
Si Fengwen.
Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he glared at Peng Xiaoming with annoyance, gritting his teeth.
Li Xiaochun looked at Si Fengwen and his wife curiously and whispered, "Honey, are these diamond rings nice?" Jiang Feng nodded. "A diamond ring that's one of a kind in the world, don't you think?" "Wow, that's amazing." Li Xiaochun perked up. "Then honey, can we buy it?"
Before Jiang Feng could even speak, she sighed, "Forget it, don't buy it, it's too expensive."
"Yes, it's too expensive."
Before the people in the VIP seats even opened their mouths, the CEOs of the corporations sitting below had already raised the auction price of the diamond rings to 50 million. However, by this point, the assets of those people below were almost exhausted. Any more would shake the foundation of the company, so currently only 2 or 3 people are still raising the price. Even so, it still frightened Li Xiaochun quite a bit.
Over 50 million to buy a pair of diamond rings? Are you kidding me? Wouldn't it be better to use that much money to buy food?
Just as Li Xiaochun was looking forward to it but also wanted to refuse, Jiang Feng glanced at Si Fengwen and suddenly raised his hand. 150 million.
Whoosh. Jiang Feng's offer caused an uproar in the entire venue.
The bosses below were stunned, and so were the bosses in the private booths.
The most confused were Si Fengwen, Peng Xiaoming, and Lu Qian.
Jiang Feng smiled and nodded to Peng Xiaoming. Brother Peng spent 120 million to buy these diamond rings back then. 10 years have passed, so it's normal for them to appreciate by 30 million.
Although this is a charity auction, we can't just mess around, right? So? At this point, he looked at Si Fengwen. "Brother Si, do you want to come along?"
Li Xiaochun was completely stunned. She gripped Jiang Feng's clothes tightly, feeling as if her heart was about to stop beating.
Pan Yu was also taken aback by Jiang Feng's offer.
This quote completely dispelled all her dissatisfaction.
150 million.
It may seem insignificant compared to the hundreds of billions of yuan in value of Xinhua Group, but that's not how things are calculated. As Si Fengwen's bedmate, she knew very well that Si Fengwen had a lot of money, but most of it was in fixed assets. It would be an exaggeration to think that he could actually come up with 200 million. Pan Yu may be naive to spend 3/4 of all her available funds on a pair of diamond rings, but that doesn't mean she's a fool. Most importantly, Jiang Feng's relaxed expression shows that 150 million is probably nothing to him, so what's the point of playing around with this? Si Fengwen shook his head with a wry smile. "Forget it, let's see who else does it."
"I'm not going to follow them."
Jiang Feng spread his hands. "Then you can't say I didn't give you a chance."
Si Fengwen almost choked to death. Is this what you call giving someone a chance?
You've pushed the value of the diamond ring to the absolute limit. Only a fool would buy it. After all, for the vast majority of people here, these diamond rings are bought for collection purposes, to wait for their value to appreciate.
Are they really going to give them to women? Are you kidding me? What woman is worthy of such a pair of diamond rings? That means Si Fengwen and Zhang Feng. Their doting on their wives is truly from the bottom of their hearts. Si Fengwen was very clever.
Since he knew he couldn't beat Zhang Feng, he might as well do Zhang Feng a favor now, so that he could ask Zhang Feng for help in the future.
As expected, Zhang Feng's offer was too high.
After he made his offer, the entire venue fell silent.
Yes, these diamond rings might appreciate in value in the future, but how much? How long will it take to get promoted? This investment is no longer necessary for 99% of the people here.
Even the host was stunned.
He knew Peng Xiaoming's target price.
At the beginning of the auction, Peng Xiaoming told him that the maximum price for the diamond rings was between 130 million and 140 million. After all, it was only 120 million 10 years ago. It might appreciate by 10 million or 20 million, but any more than that was basically impossible.
But who knew Zhang Feng would suddenly appear? Shaking his head violently, the host finally came to his senses, took a deep breath, and slammed the gavel on the table. 150 million, anyone else bidding?
150 million once, 150 million 3 times.
Thump!
As the gavel fell, the host announced loudly, "Congratulations to VIP number 3 in the VIP section for winning ownership of the alluring love."
Splash!
Everyone immediately looked at Zhang Feng, who was sitting next to Si Fengwen. However, Zhang Feng had no time to care about these people right now.
No way.
The baby in his arms was throwing a tantrum.
Li Xiaochun glared at him angrily, pounding his chest with her small fists. Are you stupid? 150 million. That's a lot of money. You're going to use it to buy a ring? Wouldn't it be better to buy baby formula for the baby? Wouldn't it be better to buy ribs for me? Humph, you're really making me so angry. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, put his arm around her and said, all right, just this once, okay? These diamond rings are really perfect for the two of us.
Besides, you're my one and only, and nothing is too good for you.
Most importantly, our family really doesn't need the money. Oof. Li Xiaochun turned her head away. Baby won't listen. When we get back, baby will tell mommy and mommy will beat you up.
Even so, a system notification sounded in Zhang Feng's mind.
Ding.
Detected that the host has shown excessive affection towards the target person, causing the target person's happiness level to skyrocket. The host has received 200 million in cash and 10% of the shares in Yanli Group. Note 1, all cash has been legally transferred to the host's account.
Please check and use it as needed.
Note 2, all equity transfer agreements have been placed in Tianji Mansion. The host can check them at their own discretion.
Zhang Feng? What's this? Not only did he not spend a penny, but he also earned 50 million and 10% of Yanli Group's shares? Sure enough, women are all hypocrites.
Looking at Li Xiaochun, who was still throwing a tantrum in his arms, Zhang Feng couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on the corner of her mouth. Okay, be good, listen to me, okay?
Husband promises, there will never be a next time.
Li Xiaochun grumbled and raised her head, only to see Pan Yu's envious expression. Her pretty face flushed bright red, and she quickly ducked her head back down.
Sister Pan Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Pan Yu? Don't you know why I'm looking at you? Can't you see how envious I am? I'm almost crying. Chapter 114. I'm a super dad. An hour later. Zhang Feng led Li Xiaochun into the presidential suite.
Li Xiaochun clutched the diamond ring box tightly in both hands.
After entering the house, she shook off Zhang Feng's hand and quickly ran to the sofa.
First, she put the diamond ring away, then took out her phone and dialed a number, giving Zhang Feng a provocative look before calling Zhou Mei. Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, hung his coat on the hanger. I'm going to take a shower.
Oh well, I don't care about you.
Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue. Seeing the call connect, she quickly grabbed the phone and said, Mommy, Zhang Feng is wasting money, and he spent a huge amount of money. Zhang Fenghu, who was holding a bath towel and about to enter the bathroom, suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring at Li Xiaochun in disbelief.
No, you're really going to tattle on me? After the charity gala. This concludes our trip to Sanya.
In addition, Li Xiaochun and Jiang Feng were so eager to have a child that they were practically going crazy, so early the next morning, they boarded a flight back to Shanghai.
11:30 a.m. At Tianji Mansion, Li Xiaochun tossed all her luggage to Jiang Feng and ran quickly into the house, shouting, "Babies, mommy's back."
Inside the living room, Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing were comforting Xiao Xinla and Xiao Xining, while Song Ting and Li Meng were playing with Xiao Xining and Xiao Yueming. The children's clear laughter could be heard from time to time in the large living room. A sudden scream startled everyone in the room. They then saw Li Xiaochun rush in, find Xiao Yueming, run over, pick him up, and gently touch the little boy's head with her delicate face.
"Baby, mommy missed you so much." Jiang Feng, who followed in. Sure enough, boys are the apple of mom's eye, while only girls are dad's little darlings. With a sigh, Jiang Feng put his luggage on the ground, then picked up Xiao Xinla and Xiao Xining, kissed their little faces, and finally held Xiao Xining and played with her for a while to ease his longing for his children. Seeing the young couple place their children side by side, Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing, who were suddenly free of any problems, looked at each other in bewilderment. Song Ting and Li Meng, on the other hand, tactfully left the living room, leaving the family alone. Perhaps because they smelled their parents' scent, the three little ones laughed even louder. In addition, Jiang Feng added 2 points to their physique, so the babies, who were only a little over a month old, were able to lift their little feet. Despite the considerable effort involved, the discovery made Jiang Feng and Li Xiaochun extremely happy. A clean and innocent smile graced her tender little face, and her round, bright eyes reflected the two of them. This heartwarming scene warmed Li Xiaochun's heart, and she kept touching and kissing the three of them on the face. "Babies, mommy is so bad. How could mommy leave you behind to play by myself? Mommy will never leave you behind again. I will take you with me wherever I go. If I can't take you with me, I won't go anywhere, okay? Mum. I love you so much." This girl started to cry as she spoke. However, her tears obviously did not resonate with the children. The three little ones thought that Li Xiaochun was playing with them, and they laughed even harder. Jiang Feng, watching from the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to go over and comfort Li Xiaochun, Zhou Mei suddenly spoke up, "Jiang Feng, I heard from Xiaochun that you spent money recklessly in Sanya?" Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Li Xiaochun, no longer caring about the child, ran to Zhou Mei's side with shining eyes, nodding her little head repeatedly. Mommy, you have no idea, he actually spent 150 million to buy a pair of rings. Here, I'll go get them for you." Hiss. Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing were both dumbfounded. As two women from rural areas, 150 million? They wouldn't even dare to dream of 15 million. In their minds, a family with 1.5 million in savings was considered very wealthy, and 150,000 was considered a well-off family. But now, Jiang Feng has actually spent 150 million? Just to buy a pair of rings? Although everyone knows Jiang Feng is rich now, is this how he spends his money? Jiang Feng looked at his two mothers with a chill running down his spine and sighed heavily. "Mom, don't listen to Xiao Chun's nonsense. She doesn't understand those rings. Those rings were made by the master craftsman Claude in the last century using extremely rare solid blue diamonds. They were worth tens of millions back then. 10 years ago, the chairman of Yanli Group bought them for 120 million. So, even if you spent 150 million on those rings now, it's not a loss. They might even appreciate in value, though not much." He paused briefly before continuing. "Moreover, this is the only pair of blue diamond rings in the world. Xiao Chun was able to choose me resolutely when she was completely uncertain about my attitude, and even risked her whole life. In my opinion, she deserves the best in the world." Zhou Mei paused for a moment, then nodded. "That's true, Xiao Chun really deserves the best, don't you think, sister?" Lu Yanqing's eyes reddened, and she looked at Jiang Feng with a face full of relief. "You brat, what's so good about that girl that you spoil her like this?" Jiang Feng walked behind the two of them, put his hands on their shoulders, and said with a smile, "She is the best. For me, no woman is better than her. So, don't worry about the money. That little bit of money is nothing to me now. If you convert it, well, it's about the same as what we used to spend in our family, around 10 or so yuan." Snap. Zhou Mei slapped Jiang Feng on the head in annoyance. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can those be the same? How is it different? Before, our family had a few 100,000, but now I'm worth hundreds of billions. What's wrong with spending 150 million? Jiang Feng rubbed the spot where he had been hit. "Besides, don't you want your daughter-in-law to be the envy of everyone?" Ding. Detected that the host has shown affection towards the target person,
resulting in a massive increase in the target person's happiness level. The host has gained the ability photographic memory. Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then turned to look at Li Xiaochun at the doorway. He didn't have any particular feelings about the skill of photographic memory, or rather, he wasn't particularly attached to or delighted with any of the skills he had acquired, since he had no intention of using them. Seeing Li Xiaochun with tears in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, Zhang Feng quickly went over to her. But as he approached, Li Xiaochun suddenly circled around, ran to Zhou Mei, hugged her, and made a face at Zhang Feng. I don't want you to hug me, humph mommy, look, it's these rings. As I said before, women have absolutely no resistance to sparkling gems. It has nothing to do with background, it's purely instinct. Therefore, when the tragic love story was presented, both Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing were captivated. Seeing the three of them start discussing the rings, Zhang Feng walked up to the three children, both amused and exasperated. He reached out and tapped the three little ones' cheeks, complaining, "See? You can't trust your mom's words. She just said she loved you, but now she's ignoring you. Daddy's the best, isn't he?" Giggle. Xiao Xian smiled and squinted her eyes, stretching out her chubby little hands, wanting Zhang Feng to hug her. Xiao Xining was happily kicking her little legs when suddenly she turned halfway to the side, her tiny feet kicking Xiao Yueming. Xiao Yueming's smile abruptly stopped, his round eyes darting around as if searching for who dared to bully him. Little Xining obediently put her little hand to her mouth and babbled as if she were talking. Zhang Feng reached out and picked up his eldest daughter, gave her a kiss, and then sat down between the three babies. He looked at this one and played with that one, his heart as a father warm enough to melt the world. Although he had given the three little ones a couple of extra points to their constitution, they were still too young to play with Zhang Feng for more than half an hour before they all fell fast asleep. Their adorable appearance made it impossible for Zhang Feng to look away. At this moment, Hu Yuding walked in from outside with Song Ting and Li Meng. She glanced at the three sleeping babies and said with a smile, "Boss, you really are the best. You managed to put all three babies to sleep." Zhang Feng looked at her smugly. "That's right, I'm a super dad." He. Yes, the boss is the best, but the child can't sleep on the sofa, it's not good for his health. Xiaomeng, Xiaoting, take the child back to bed. Watching Hu Yuding and the others skillfully put the children to bed and cover them with blankets, Zhang Feng suddenly felt a bit bored and glanced at Li Xiaochun, who was still discussing the ring with Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing. He simply lay down on the sofa, took out his phone, and opened a game. Chapter 115. If you had a system, you might be able to do this. Meanwhile, in Sanya, Si Fengwen was having dinner with Pan Yu when suddenly the door was pushed open. Then Peng Xiaoming rushed in, sat down directly next to Si Fengwen, and frowned, saying, "Old Si, are you hiding something from me?" Si Feng was bewildered. "Wait, what do you mean? What am I hiding from you?" Peng Xiaoming scratched his head, leaning back in his chair with a wry smile. "Just now, I received a call from my secretary. Someone has acquired 10% of the shares of my Yanli group." "Do you know who did it?" Si Fengwen was even more bewildered. But then he suddenly remembered what had happened to him and exclaimed, "Could it be Brother Jiang? That's him." Peng Xiaoming sighed. "How did he do that? We only met last night, didn't we? Today, someone acquired 10% of my group's shares, and at a premium. They wiped out the three shareholders I had my eye on. Now, Brother Jiang is the third largest shareholder of my Yanli group. Isn't that amazing?" Si Fengwen. Although Yanli Group's overall market value is not as high as that of Xinhua Group, but it is still a listed group with a value of over 100 billion. To suddenly have 10% of it taken away is not much more difficult than taking 5% of its shares in Xinhua. But thinking about Zhang Feng's methods, Si Fengwen patted his old friend on the shoulder. "All right, it's all a done deal, what are you still thinking about? Have you eaten yet? Let's grab something to eat together?" Peng Xiaoming rubbed his face hard, stood up and said, "Forget it, I'm going drinking with Lao Lu. You, who doesn't smoke or drink, don't bother me." As he spoke, he had already reached the door, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and asked, "You said earlier that Brother Jiang is the owner of the Tianji mansion in Shanghai? Where does he live now?" Si Fengwen looked at his old friend with amusement and nodded. "That's right, his whole family is over there now. By the way, I have some news for you. Brother Zhang's child was just born, and the full month celebration hasn't been held yet. I feel like it'll be in the next few days. Do you want to go and join in the fun? Go! It would be a disservice to those 10% of the shares if I didn't go." Peng Xiaoming's eyes lit up. "Thanks.
Let us know when you leave, and we'll come over together. After Peng Xiaoming left, Pan Yu looked at Si Fengwen in shock. Honey, how much money does this Jiang brother we've taken in actually have? Si Fengwen's lips twitched slightly. I think it's more appropriate to ask him about this, but I estimate it's definitely in the hundreds of billions, and that's all readily available liquid funds. These words stunned even the well-informed Si Feng into silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Now I finally understand why he doesn't care about the company's affairs. Yes. Si Fengwen understood Zhang Feng's thoughts. Humans are greedy. No one ever thinks they have too much money. Therefore, many people, after acquiring wealth, desire even more money, like him, Peng Xiaoming, Lu Qian. In order to make more money, they had to maintain tight control over the group. So much so that every day is just work, but honestly, how many people wouldn't want to have an easy life every day? But Jiang Feng is different. He has enough money, and so far no one has approached him, which shows that the source of his money is absolutely legal and compliant. In this situation, Jiang Feng poured money into these people's companies, letting them make money for him, while he only needed to manage the group's finances. Si Fengwen knew that Jiang Feng had recently acquired Jihua Law Firm, which was known as the Pizza Hut of Shanghai, and coincidentally, that law firm had a complete and highly capable financial team. Under such circumstances, Jiang Feng could easily earn money while spending time with his wife and children every day. It's a pity that very few people in the world can replicate Zhang Feng's methods, even if Jiang Feng teaches them step by step. In short, there's not enough money. Pan Yu had been with Si Fengwen for over 20 years. Although she didn't manage affairs, she had gained a fairly good understanding of business through daily exposure. At the same time, she was also very clear about what Si Fengwen was thinking, and an envious expression couldn't help but appear in her eyes. However, she knew that it was impossible to get Si Fengwen to give up his power now. After all, Si Fengwen is still young, and their child is currently pursuing a doctorate. They can only truly relax after their son graduates and takes over the company. Besides wanting to earn more money, Si Fengwen, who has been busy all his life, is prone to getting sick if he suddenly retires. Neither physical inertia nor psychological dependence allows Si Fengwen to step down now. Meanwhile, at Tianji Mansion, Jiang Feng also received a call from Peng Xiaoming. Brother Jiang, this isn't very fair of you. If you want shares in my company, you should at least discuss it with me first. I didn't say you couldn't take them, did I? You suddenly did this, my heart can't take it. Listening to Peng Xiaoming's complaints, Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. What could he say? They didn't consult him when the system gave him the reward. This was really a last-minute decision, so? I'm sorry. Next time, if there is a next time, I will definitely let you know in advance. Put. Upon hearing this, Peng Xiaoming, who was drinking with Lu Qian on the other end of the phone, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by next time? Are you really planning to take over my company? After a long silence, Peng Xiaoming finally managed to compose himself. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You can have someone go and check the group's finances later, so that we can distribute the dividends next time. The main reason I called this time was to ask you, brother, I heard from Lao Si that you haven't had your child's 1-month celebration yet? Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. Brother, you're coming? Of course I have to go. It would be a disservice to my 10% stake if I didn't. Forget it, I'll go stay at Tianji Mansion with Lao Si. Just let me know when it's going to happen. Put brother, you. Okay, I'll definitely let you know when the time comes. Remember to prepare a gift. Just so you know, if you don't give me enough, I'll kick you out. Jiang Feng was amused by Peng Xiaoming and spoke up cheerfully. Peng Xiaoming smiled and nodded. I definitely won't mistreat the child. I'll prepare a huge red envelope for him. 1 isn't enough, we need 3. 3? Peng Xiaoming was dumbfounded upon hearing Zhang Feng's words. Holy crap, what kind of amazing people are these? His wife is so beautiful, he has so much money, his career is going very well, and now he even has triplets. Do such people really exist in this world? Peng Xiaoming wasn't the first to raise this question. If Jiang Feng knew what they were thinking, he might say something like, if you have a system, you might be able to do it this way. Aside from the fact that the number of children cannot be determined. Chapter 116. Xiao Chun is happy, and I'm happy too. Hang up the phone. Jiang Feng was also considering whether to hold a full moon celebration at Tianji Mansion. After all, if you think about it carefully, he has actually made quite a few friends in Shanghai without even realizing it.
Just then, Li Xiaochun suddenly poked her head out and winked at him playfully. Honey, mommy asked me to come and call you for dinner. Zhang Feng snapped out of his thoughts, smiled, and walked over. He raised his hand and vigorously ruffled her hair, completely messing it up, before rolling his eyes. Wow, little one, you're getting better and better at tattling. Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue, ignoring the hair on her head, and guiltily hugged Zhang Feng's arm. I'm just building up my relationship with my mother-in-law, honey, don't be angry, okay?
How about a kiss? Not good. Zhang Feng sneered. You think you can bribe me with a kiss? Do you think your husband is someone who gives in so easily? That. Li Xiaochun put her finger to her lips, looking at him with hazy eyes. Should I wear a JK uniform tonight? Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Damn, he almost couldn't hold back. He took a deep breath and smacked the girl on the head in an annoyed tone. You brat, what kind of nonsense is going on in your head? Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue. Handsome husband, what do you suggest we do? That's more like it. Zhang Feng laughed happily, lifted Li Xiaochun above his head, and placed her on his neck. Let's go, let's eat. He. Honey, slow down, it's too high, slow down. Dining room. Hu Yuting and the other two looked at Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun as they entered, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes filled with unconcealed bitterness. Li Meng simply put down her chopsticks and rested her chin on her hands. Madam is so lucky. Even someone as grown up can still experience the joys of being a child. When will I find my Prince Charming?
Song Ting tilted her head, her eyes hazy. You talk like nobody doesn't want that, but there's only one boss.
These days, which man in the world, besides the boss, doesn't have wild fantasies after he gets money? Come on, you too.
If you want to find a partner, take a look at your own conditions first.
Can you compare to Madam? Hu Yuting tapped the two of them on the head and said irritably. Slightly. Song Ting stuck out her tongue. To be honest, Sister Hu, when you're at home, has your husband ever spoiled you like this? Hu Yuting's expression turned a little abnormal. Forget it, with his build, I'm worried I'll crush him. Let's eat quickly, we still need to see the baby this afternoon. The boss gives you so much money every month, and you take it without a care in the world. Not far away, Zhang Feng was seen carrying Li Xiaochun as they walked in. Startled, Lu Yanqing rushed over and slapped Li Xiaochun's shin. You brat, are you trying to exhaust Zhang Feng? Get down here right now. Li Xiaochun? Zhang Feng quickly said, Mom, it has nothing to do with Xiaochun. I wanted to carry her, and she's not heavy. Look, I'm not even out of breath or red in the face. I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, if you're so capable, why don't you get your dad to carry you? Humph. With her husband's support, Li Xiaochun straightened her back instantly and looked at Lu Yanqing with arrogance. Lu Yanqing was amused by her. Are you coming down or not? No, Mommy. Look at my mom, she's bullying me. Well, having her husband to back her up isn't enough, this girl has also dragged her mother-in-law into it. Zhou Mei truly loved Li Xiaochun to the core. Hearing this, she quickly pulled Lu Yanqing back. Sister, it's all right. They're just a couple who like to joke around. Let's not worry about it. As long as they're happy, that's all that matters, right? Let's eat. He. Thank you, Mommy, love you. Li Xiaochun made a heart shape with her hands towards Zhou Mei, happily hugged Zhang Feng's head, walked to the dining table, then jumped down from the stool, hugged Zhang Feng's face again, and gave him a big kiss. And my super handsome husband, moi. Lu Yanqing glared at her, annoyed. Xiao Feng, you're going to spoil her like this, and you'll regret it later. Zhang Feng chuckled. It's alright, I think it's fine this way. Xiao Chun is happy, and I'm happy too. That is. Li Xiaochun hid to Zhang Feng's right, sniffing Lu Yanqing with her nose. Her expression was incredibly irritating. Lu Yanqing? You brat, do you think your old mom can't lift a knife anymore? Seeing that his mother-in-law was about to lose her temper, Zhang Feng quickly pressed Li Xiaochun behind him. Eat your food, don't keep making mom angry. Ah. Li Xiaochun reluctantly agreed, then picked up her bowl and began to eat. Her action made Zhou Mei laugh heartily. Suddenly, Zhou Mei remembered the phone call she received that morning and said, Xiao Feng, your dad called this morning. Everything is almost ready over there. The full moon celebration is set for the day after tomorrow, and most of the people have been notified. When do you think we should go back? Zhang Feng paused, his hand still holding the food. The day after tomorrow? Okay, let's go there the day after tomorrow. By the way, have you chosen a date for my wedding with Xiao Chun? I've already chosen one for you, it's the 18th of the 12th lunar month.
Lu Yanqing chuckled. Originally, we planned for you and the baby's full moon celebration to come together, but then we thought about it and realized that a wedding is a wedding and a full moon celebration is a full moon celebration, so it wouldn't be appropriate to do them together.
So we'll separate them. But we'll just have a few simple tables then. What do you think?
Zhang Feng turned to look at Li Xiaochun, chuckled, and shook his head. That won't do. Xiaochun is with me, so I have to give her a grand wedding. There's no room for discussion on that. As for the wedding date, it's set, but I think the wedding won't be held in Shanghai.
At this point, Zhang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun. What do you think?
I'll do as you say. When the wedding was mentioned, Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and she thought of the Nine Heavens dragon in phoenix robe. But when she remembered what happened that day, her face couldn't help but turn red. Lu Yanqing ignored her daughter's changing expression and nodded, saying, "Okay, as long as you have an idea in mind, your father will take care of it."
After lunch, Zhang Feng originally planned to accompany Li Xiaochun to take a nap.
But before they even reached the bedroom, he received a call from Wang Lebao. "Brother Feng, hurry over to Fuxing Road."
Zhang Feng was confused. Wait, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Did you have a fight with the class monitor? Get lost, it's the boss. He's going to confess to the school beauty here today.
Hurry up and come over here to give the boss some courage.
Puff.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded.
Chapter 117 Confession, I know. Shanghai, Fuxing Road. When Zhang Feng and Li Xiaochun arrived, Gao Haoyu and Wang Lebao were whispering to each other in an ice cream shop. Upon seeing the young couple, Wang Lebao quickly waved to them.
When they got closer, Zhang Feng noticed that Gao Haoyu, who was usually calm and composed, was now unusually showing a complex mix of nervousness, apprehension, and guilt. His face instantly brought Zhang Feng's thoughts back to 6 years ago, to the scene when Gao Haoyu first confessed his feelings to Mu Qingwei. She raised her hand and put it around Gao Haoyu's shoulder.
Zhang Feng was both amused and exasperated. Seriously?
You've already confessed once, and the school beauty has clearly accepted you this time.
How can you still act like this? Boss, you need to step up. Come on, lift your head, straighten your back, be confident, believe in yourself, you can do it. Gao Haoyu rolled his eyes in annoyance. Get out of my way. Do you think this thing can be controlled? Get lost. I brought you here to cheer me on, not to laugh at me. Holy crap? Zhang Feng laughed. Okay then, good luck.
After saying that, he let go of Gao Haoyu, walked to the side and put his arm around Li Xiaochun's slender waist. Wife, let's go, this guy doesn't welcome us.
Put.
Li Xiaochun smiled slightly, gently punched Zhang Feng, and then said to Gao Haoyu, Boss, keep going.
You can do it. You have to believe that Qingwei likes you too. He could joke around with Zhang Feng, but when facing Li Xiaochun, Gao Haoyu still showed the demeanor of an older brother. However, the bitter smile on his face couldn't be hidden. I believe she has feelings for me, but knowing that is one thing, it's another. It's really not something I can control. Zhang Feng pursed his lips and winked at Wang Lebao. Where's the class monitor? Going to pick up the school beauty, she'll probably be here soon, right?
Wang Lebao sat next to him, sipping a glass of lemon honey water.
Zhang Feng nodded slightly. So how are you planning to confess your feelings later? Do you have a plan? Speaking of this, Wang Lebao had a look of utter disdain on his face. What kind of plan is this?
When the boss came to me yesterday, I thought it was a good thing, and I should plan it out properly, preferably with a grand confession ceremony.
But do you know what the boss said?
This guy actually said that the grand confession ceremony is already planned, and what they need now is a simple and ordinary one.
Holy crap, Brother Feng, do you think the boss's brain has gone mad? Snap. Gao Haoyu slapped Wang Lebao on the head in annoyance. What water? Didn't we use the grand confession technique back in school?
Besides, you don't know, after spending more than 2 months together, I've gotten to know Qingwei quite well. She's not the kind of person who cares about formalities.
Just watch, I'll definitely succeed this time. Hey, we'll see.
Wang Lebao smirked, remaining non-committal. Zhang Feng coughed twice to interrupt him, then looked at Gao Haoyu. There must be a gift for the confession, right?
This is available.
When this was mentioned, Gao Haoyu's face showed a rare hint of awkwardness, leaving Zhang Feng and the other two completely confused. The underground parking lot of the Third People's Hospital of Shanghai.
Zhang Tiantian skillfully drove the car out. Once they were on the road, she turned to look at Mu Qingwei sitting there and asked, Qingwei, do you know why the boss wanted to see you this time? Mu Qingwei smiled and nodded. I know, he confessed to me yesterday. Puff. Zhang Tiantian almost choked on her own blood by Gao Haoyu's outrageous actions.
Others confessed their feelings by surprising the girl with unexpected gestures, hoping to win her favor and move her heart.
Even Zhang Tiantian, in a moment of madness, agreed to Wang Lebao's proposal. Gao Haoyu told Mu Qingwei everything. Without any surprises whatsoever, would Mu Qingwei agree to this?
Noticing that Zhang Tiantian's mood was a little off, Mu Qingwei smiled slightly, leaned back in the passenger seat, squinted her eyes, and smiled, seemingly looking forward to this confession.
Seeing her expression only made Zhang Tiantian's mind race even further. Okay.
You two, one of you leaked the confession beforehand, and the other was looking forward to it, it's really. However, she also breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least this meant that Mu Qingwei did not actually reject Gao Haoyu. Perhaps she had been waiting for this day for a long time.
Is today just going through the motions?
The distance from Shanghai 3rd Hospital to Fuxing Road is less than 3 kilometers. In addition, it wasn't peak time, so Wang Lebao received a text message from Zhang Tiantian in less than 5 minutes.
Upon seeing Zhang Tiantian's reminder, Wang Lebao jumped up. Damn, they're almost here, boss, you.
Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lebao saw that Gao Haoyu was still sitting there, not moving at all, and even had a look in his eyes as if he were looking at an idiot.
Li Xiaochun giggled as she watched, her hands tightly wrapped around Zhang Feng's arm. Honey, do you think Qingwei will accept the boss? How would I know? Zhang Feng kicked Gao Haoyu's shin in an annoyed tone. You really aren't going to move an inch?
Gao Haoyu sighed. Can you two stop this? I finally managed to calm down, and you two are making me so nervous again.
Seriously, do you two just not want me to succeed in confessing my feelings? Damn it. Wang Lebao was completely dumbfounded, and simply waved his hand. Fine, I feel like I shouldn't have called Brother Feng over. You can handle it yourself. I'd rather drink a couple more glasses of lemonade than waste this energy.
Just then, a car horn sounded outside.
Immediately afterwards, the car stopped in a temporary parking space in front of the ice cream shop. Zhang Tiantian was the first to get out of the car and quickly ran into the cold drink shop. Looking at the 4 people sitting there leisurely drinking lemonade, a bunch of question marks popped up in her head. Wait, you guys. Boss, what happened to the confession you were supposed to do? Is this all? Gao Haoyu didn't answer her.
Instead, he looked at Mu Qingwei, who followed him in, and with a slight upturn of his lips, he got up, picked up a glass of honey water, and walked over. Seeing this, Zhang Tiantian was completely stunned.
She quickly walked over and sat down next to Wang Lebao, whispering, No, what's going on? What's wrong, boss? Wang Lebao gently patted her shoulder. It's okay, the boss has already planned it out. Just keep an eye on it. It's not like he hasn't failed before. Zhang Tiantian. Okay. The plan is all set.
This was clearly a spur-of-the-moment decision made on a whim, and then they just came to go through the motions.
If they had known this would happen, why were they in such a hurry?
You should know that after learning last night that Gao Haoyu was going to confess his feelings today,
Wang Lebao and Zhang Tiantian stayed up most of the night, brainstorming ideas for Gao Haoyu's confession, and this is what you give me? Chapter 118. Congratulations. True love prevails.
Wang Lebao carefully pulled Zhang Tiantian into his arms and comforted her. Don't be angry, your health is the most important thing.
Zhang Tiantian rolled her eyes. I'm not angry. Why would I be angry? This is their business. Why would I be angry?
As she spoke, she shifted her gaze from Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei to Li Xiaochun, who had just given birth, her face gleaming with envy. Xiaochun, were you comfortable after giving birth?
Put.
Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun, who was drinking water, immediately spat out all the honey water in her mouth.
He kept coughing. Their faces turned an abnormal flush as a result. Zhang Feng quickly patted her back gently, then glared at Zhang Tiantian with annoyance. Hey class monitor, can you think before you speak? Zhang Tiantian blushed slightly, feeling a little guilty. I was just envious of Xiaochun.
I still have 3 months until I give birth, and I'm feeling so uncomfortable these days. Wang Lebao only realized this at this moment. Oh right, Brother Feng, your wife gave birth, where's the baby?
You've kept it a secret pretty well, haven't you? None of the brothers have told us. When are we going to go see him? The day after tomorrow. If you're free tomorrow, you can go to my hometown.
Also, please inform my second brother and the others that I'm having a baby's 1-month celebration in my hometown the day after tomorrow, and you guys can come over and help me out.
Zhang Feng looked at Wang Lebao and gave him instructions. Hey. I get it now, I'm just a dedicated tool. Okay, the day after tomorrow, right? We'll be there before that day. Just as Wang Lebao finished speaking, he saw Gao Haoyu holding Mu Qingwei's hand, the two of them walking over chatting and laughing. The two looked so affectionate and sweet. All four of them sat there dumbfounded, their minds completely blank. No, what did you guys say? Confess your feelings? What about the process? So all you two did was whisper a few words to each other, and that was it? So what's the point of them being so nervous all this time? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time at home with your wife and kids?
Wang Lebao and Zhang Feng looked at each other, feeling an urge to pin Gao Haoyu to the ground and beat him up.
This is so damn exhausting. Go ahead and do whatever you want, even if it works, that's fine. Oh.
So all that tinkering around here for half a day turned out to be of no help whatsoever.
The taste was beyond just being described as sour and refreshing, okay? Gao Haoyu chuckled and pulled out a chair for Mu Qingwei. After she sat down, he sat down beside her. Alright, I'm officially telling you now, stop showing off your love in front of me, I'm no longer single. No swearing. Mu Qingwei smiled and said, thank you for your help today. Zhang Feng waved his hand, it's not exactly troublesome, but it's really frustrating. I mean, boss, you're something else, aren't you? You sent us here today just to make us watch you in the school beauties PDA, right? Wang Lebao suddenly realized, oh, is that so? I was wondering why, boss, you're not human anymore, are you? But didn't you choose the wrong target? Gao Haoyu chuckled foolishly, no, I just wanted to find someone to try out what it's like to feed dog food, hee, and it seems to be working pretty well? You big idiot. Wang Lebao couldn't sit still any longer.
He suddenly jumped up, grabbed Gao Haoyu's head, and started shaking it. Taking the opportunity, Li Xiaochun sat down next to Mu Qingwei and smiled as she took her hand.
Congratulations! You two have finally gotten together.
Mu Qingwei looked at Gao Haoyu, who was playing around with Zhang Feng and Wang Lebao, and said, it's definitely something to congratulate you on.
By the way, you're out of confinement? Why didn't I see you go to the hospital? Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue. Zhang Feng kept a medical team at home, and even converted his house into an operating room. I gave birth at home. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwei and Zhang Tiantian were instantly dumbfounded. No. Now that you can't feed your dog food, you're starting to show off your wealth, huh? Everyone knows that Zhang Feng bought a professional medical team, we've seen it before. They even set up an operating room in their own home. This is rather unacceptable.
It's important to understand that the most crucial aspects of an operating room are sterility and a sealed environment, and achieving these conditions alone requires a significant financial investment.
In addition, there are various medical facilities inside. Zhang Tiantian might not understand.
However, Mu Qingwei, as a medical worker, knew very well how much it would cost to build an operating room. Even the smallest one costs millions. Seeing the changing expressions on her two best friends' faces, Li Xiaochun stuck out her tongue, looking slightly guilty.
Did I say something wrong?
Zhang Tiantian pouted and said helplessly, no, it's just that neither of us wants to talk to you right now.
Mu Qingwei nodded in agreement, that's right, we both want to be alone right now. At this moment, Gao Haoyu, who had been playing around earlier, finally escaped Zhang Feng and Wang Lebao's encirclement and suppression and sat down next to Mu Qingwei, panting, what are you talking about? Nothing much. Do you have any plans for the future? Mu Qingwei smiled and shook her head, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes.
Although Gao Haoyu has never been in a relationship, it doesn't mean he has low emotional intelligence. On the contrary, he has very high emotional intelligence.
Meeting Mu Qingwei's gaze, even though he hadn't made any arrangements beforehand, how could he possibly show any weakness at this moment? A smile played on his lips, does a date count? After saying that, he worried that Mu Qingwei would think he wasn't sincere, so he quickly continued, this is our first date, so. After several months of contact and understanding, Mu Qingwei had a fairly clear understanding of Gao Haoyu. It was obvious he hadn't made any arrangements at all, so I glared at him irritably. Let's go. If you don't satisfy me today, we'll be the couple with the shortest relationship. Gao Haoyu panicked. Their pleading gazes instantly fell upon Zhang Feng and Wang Lebao. But Zhang Feng simply pulled Li Xiaochun to his feet, walked over to him, and gently patted him on the shoulder. Boss, have a great date, good luck. Li Xiaochun nodded repeatedly from the side, clenching her little fist. Boss, you can do it. Keep it up. As for Wang Lebao?
He glanced at Cao Haoyu with a cold smile, then carefully helped Zhang Tian up. Wife, let's go.
They're going to spread some lovey-dovey stuff, so we won't eat anymore.
Zhang Tian's eyes sparkled, and she smiled broadly. Okay, I'll ask Mom to prepare your favorite stir-fried pork slices with vinegar for us.
Really? You're so sweet, honey. Chapter 119 Returning to my hometown. In just half a minute. Only Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei remained in the cold drink shop. Gao Haoyu stood there dumbfounded. Only after Zhang Feng and the others had all gotten into the car did he suddenly realize, wait, am I still a brother?
But Mu Qingwei, who was standing nearby, was so amused that she covered her mouth and giggled.
Then, seeing Gao Haoyu's bewildered expression, she patted him and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Aren't you on a date? Come on, are you waiting for me to treat you?" Gao Haoyu took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Okay, let's go on a date. Who's afraid of who? Mu Qingwei?
Even so, Gao Haoyu was grateful to Zhang Feng and Wang Lebao, and he only realized it after the two left. Today is, after all, the day he and Mu Qingwei successfully confessed their feelings to each other.
It's definitely not advisable to have someone else accompany you on your next date. Otherwise, there are many things you can't do, both psychologically and physically. It will create an invisible constraint that makes you feel restricted and unable to let loose. This is absolutely fatal for someone on a first date.
On the other side, inside the Lincoln, Li Xiaochun was happily humming a song when suddenly her face flushed red, her expression twisted in an instant, and her hands unconsciously pressed against her chest. Slightly startled, Zhang Feng quickly pulled the car over to the side of the road and pulled her close with a worried expression, asking, "What's wrong?"
Li Xiaochun pouted and pointed to herself. "It's gotten bigger." Zhang Feng. He glanced up at the camera in the distance, quickly restarted the car, and said softly, "Didn't you smoke when you came out today?"
"No, that thing hurts too much when it sucks, I don't want to use it."
Li Xiaochun frowned slightly. "I'll hurry up now, and get the babies to eat as soon as we get home."
Zhang Feng pressed the accelerator slightly harder. Speaking of this, Li Xiaochun suddenly thought of the solution she had found in Sanya a few days ago. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she glanced at Zhang Feng and then suddenly giggled. The two originally thought that the matter would be resolved once they got home. To their surprise, when they got home, Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing had just finished feeding the babies formula. The three little ones are now lying quietly in the stroller playing.
Even if Li Xiaochun put the grain bag right next to their mouths, these little guys don't even bother to look at it. Instead, they thought it was Li Xiaochun playing with them, and they were all overjoyed.
Li Xiaochun was stunned. She really didn't want to use a breast pump, it hurt so much. So in the end, her eyes fell on Zhang Feng, who was sitting there. Noticing Li Xiaochun's gaze, Zhang Feng was immediately speechless and stood up, saying,
"I'll go get it for you. I'll go with you."
Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhou Mei and the other girl, then quickly followed.
As for whether the two mothers will overthink it, who cares about those things at a time like this?
10 minutes later, Li Xiaochun, arm in arm with Zhang Feng, walked out of the bedroom looking refreshed. Before she could speak, Zhou Mei chuckled and asked, "Where's the milk you pumped?"
"Give it to me, I'll freeze it." "Brush."
These words were spoken. Li Xiaochun's pretty face instantly turned bright red, and she looked at Zhang Feng pitifully. Although Zhang Feng was thick-skinned, he still felt his face burning hot at this moment, so he simply picked up Li Xiaochun and said,
"Mom, I'm taking Xiaochun out for a walk."
Watching the two run away, Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing looked at each other, then laughed at the same time. Beside the lotus pond, Zhang Feng cast the fishing line out, then picked a lotus seed pod, peeled out the seeds, and put it to Li Xiaochun's lips. Li Xiaochun rested her chin on her hands and instinctively ate the lotus seed. But soon her brows furrowed, and she spat out all the lotus seeds.
"It's so miserable. Humph, you bad husband, it's all your fault. Mom must have thought of it. How am I supposed to face anyone now?"
Zhang Feng chuckled and ruffled her hair, saying, "It's all right.
Mom and the others have been through this before, they definitely know. You're just overthinking it." "Real?"
Li Xiaochun stared at Zhang Feng with pleading eyes, her face full of seeking comfort, which made Zhang Feng feel extremely sorry for her.
"Of course, believe me, when has your husband ever lied to you, right?" "That's true." Li Xiaochun nodded in sudden realization, then snatched the lotus seed pod from Zhang Feng's hand. "I'll eat it myself." "You didn't even remove the sprouts for me, it was so bitter." The following morning, Zhou Mei received another call from Zhang Jiandong.
We've already notified everyone back home, now all that's left is for them to come over.
Have you arranged accommodations for Doctor Who and the others?
Zhou Mei, holding the phone, greeted Lu Yanqing, who was cooking, and then returned to the living room.
Everything's ready. 3 guest rooms, everything is new, don't worry. When exactly are you coming?
I'll let Xiaofeng know in a bit. If all goes well, he should arrive this afternoon.
Okay, I'll wait here. Call me when you arrive and I'll come pick you up. Good.
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Mei returned to the kitchen and repeated what Zhang Jiandong had just said.
Lu Yanqing smiled and nodded. It's good to go back early. You can leave things here to me. Go tell Xiaofeng and the others. By the way, have you thought about how to get home after you get there?
3 babies, plus the 7 of us, we'll need at least 3 cars.
Yes, old Jiang has made all the arrangements. I'll go wake them up. Why aren't they up yet at this hour?
As Zhou Mei spoke, she left the kitchen, but when she arrived at Jiang Feng's room, she found that the young couple had already gotten up and were packing their things. Upon seeing Zhou Mei, Li Xiaochun quickly dropped her luggage and ran up to her with a grin.
Mommy, is breakfast ready?
Zhou Mei opened her mouth, amused by the two of them. No, I was originally planning to come and inform you, but it seems that's not necessary now. Hurry up and pack up, we'll leave after we finish eating.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, the family, along with 3 accompanying medical staff, left Tianji Mansion and headed straight for the airport. At the same time, outside Dongyang International Airport,
Zhang Jiandong and Li Weijun were leaning against the front of the car, smoking. Beside them was a young man who looked to be about the same age as Zhang Feng, also smoking. A moment later, the young man threw his cigarette butt into the trash can, glanced at his watch, and then said to Zhang Jiandong with a look of grievance, "Uncle, they won't be here for more than an hour, right?
Was it necessary for us to come so early?" Zhang Jiandong's lips twitched slightly, and he kicked out in annoyance. Hey, you brat, if your brother hears you saying that, do you believe he'll beat you up?
The young man laughed and dodged. No way, my brother loves me so much, from childhood to adulthood, have you ever seen him bear to hit me even once?
Then why are you still feeling wronged? Zhang Jiandong was amused.
The young man scratched his head sheepishly. It's not that I feel wronged, it's just that waiting for someone is really uncomfortable. But now that I think about it, I'll be able to see my brother and sister-in-law soon, so I don't feel wronged anymore. Uncle, please wait here for a while.
I'll go buy something. Otherwise, waiting like this is just too unbearable. Without waiting for Zhang Jiandong's response, he happily ran off. Chapter 120 Cousin Zhang Hao. 10:40 a.m. Exit of Dongyang International Airport.
Li Xiaochun, arm in arm with Zhang Feng, who was pushing a stroller, walked out of the station exit. Behind them, Zhou Mei, Lu Yanqing, and Hu Yuding each pushed a stroller, while Song Ting and Li Meng pushed suitcases. This combination instantly attracted the attention of passers-by.
The clamor of discussion continued to ring in their ears. Are you all a family? They look like a family. My goodness, are they triplets? Stop looking. This person is obviously rich. Instead of focusing on others, you should think about how to make money next.
Hearing these sour comments, Li Xiaochun looked up at Zhang Feng with a smug expression and asked, "Honey, can you smell lemons?"
Zhang Feng, both amused and exasperated, pinched the tip of her nose, about to speak. A slightly unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. Holy crap! Bro, you guys are finally back.
If you hadn't come, your little brother would have been roasted to a crisp. Before they finished speaking, a clean-cut, handsome young man with good looks jumped in front of them.
Looking at the person in front of her, Li Xiaochun was a little confused and instinctively shrank behind Zhang Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng suddenly raised his hand and slapped the young man on the head. What are you yelling about? Can't you see your little niece is sleeping? And your sister-in-law is here too, what if she gets scared?
After saying that, he turned to Li Xiaochun and said, "This is my younger brother, Zhang Hao, the youngest son of our second grandfather's eldest uncle."
Li Xiaochun suddenly realized, and then smiled and nodded at Zhang Hao. Hello. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Hao was utterly shocked by Li Xiaochun's beauty.
But he quickly shook off these distracting thoughts and said with a smile, "Brother, sister-in-law, you don't know, my aunt just finished talking to my uncle over there, and my uncle brought us over.
We've been waiting for more than an hour." Zhang Feng smiled enigmatically. What? Feeling wronged? That's impossible.
Zhang Hao quickly shook his head. I feel wronged waiting for someone else, but I definitely won't feel wronged waiting for you, brother.
Let me see my niece.
As he spoke, he moved closer to the stroller. Before he could even see who it was, Zhang Feng pushed his head away, saying, "All right, let's go first.
You can look around whenever you get home. There are 3 little ones there, you'll have plenty to see."
3? Zhang Hao stared at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Then he looked at the 3 strollers behind him and was completely shocked. As a top student at Donyang University, Zhang Hao had heard of multiple births before. Not to mention triplets, the record abroad was said to be 9. But having heard of it is one thing, having heard of it is another. This was the first time I'd ever met him, and he was my own cousin. The impact of that was far greater than any news article on the internet. The intense impact meant that Zhang Hao didn't react until he had driven nearly 3 kilometers away. Looking at Zhang Feng playing with the baby through the rearview mirror, Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with envy. "Brother, I heard you've made it big now?" Zhang Feng hummed in agreement, handed the baby to Li Xiaochun, and then looked up at Zhang Hao. "Graduated?" "I've graduated and just received my formal employment contract from my internship company." Zhang Hao chuckled and replied, "You know what? When I got the contract, my first thought was to brag to you, but now it seems I should just forget it. Anyway, I figured it out, I'm destined to be crushed by you for the rest of my life." Zhang Feng shook his head, both amused and exasperated. "Oh? Looks like your job is pretty good. What company is it? How much is your monthly salary?" Speaking of this, Zhang Hao's eyes began to light up. "Working as a researcher at the research center under Dongda University, the monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, not including benefits and bonuses."
"That's amazing."
Upon hearing this, Li Xiaochun looked up and stared at Zhang Hao in surprise. "I didn't expect you to be such a super genius, little brother. I can vouch for you, you're better than your brother in this respect."
"Hee, thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law."
Zhang Hao glanced smugly at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng raised his hand and ruffled Li Xiaochun's hair, then glared at Zhang Hao with annoyance. "Drive carefully."
"Zhang Hao. Put." Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh, leaning on Zhang Feng's shoulder. "You two have such a good relationship." It was close to noon. The car finally drove into Xinyu village.
Because they were holding a full moon celebration here, Li Weijun also moved in.
As for the supermarkets and shopping malls in Doku Town, that thing has already been transferred out by Li Weijun.
Of course, it was Zhang Feng who suggested it. As a son-in-law, Zhang Feng is now rich. Although neither of the elderly people in the 2 families is very old, stopping to rest early is always good for their health. However, what truly made Li Weijun make up his mind was this kid, Li Chen. In just a few months, the 70,000 yuan in Li Chen's hands had turned into more than 3 million yuan. This guy seems to be a natural investor. Every investment he makes has an average daily return of over 10%.
Less than 1% of investments resulted in losses. Keep in mind, this kid is only a freshman and has been in school for less than 2 months.
If this trend continues, by the time he graduates from university, he might not have a lot of money, but he'll probably have at least a few small goals in hand. The daughter is married well, the son-in-law is capable and dotes on his daughter, and the son is successful.
Li Weijun's life has been fulfilled.
He used to work at the shopping mall because he wanted to buy Li Chen a house and help him get married. Now that he doesn't need Li Chen anymore, he can do whatever makes him comfortable. Zhang Jiandong goes without saying. Zhang Feng is an only child, and his family now has assets worth hundreds of billions. He felt that if he went back to work, he might be embarrassing Zhang Feng. And after such a long period of adjustment, they have now discovered that drinking tea and playing chess every day is truly a wonderful life. When the car stopped at the Zhang family's gate, the area outside the door was already crowded with people.
Standing at the front were Zhang Feng's uncle Zhang Jianyang and his wife, their eldest daughter Zhang Yuan, their son-in-law Zhang Tingle, and Zhang Feng's nephew Zhang Weiming.
Beside them were Zhang Feng's aunt Zhang Yufang, his uncle Yun Ting, and his cousin Yun Mengmeng. The rest were all neighbors from the village. Surprisingly, Teacher Qin and Teacher Luo were also there.
After getting off the bus, Zhang Feng first introduced Li Xiaochun to the person. This was also the first time Li Xiaochun had appeared in front of the Zhang family.
Therefore, Zhang Jianyang and Zhang Yufang, who were prepared in advance, both prepared red envelopes for her. Even knowing that Zhang Feng has become successful, the rules still need to be followed. Li Xiaochun's originally mischievous nature was suppressed to the extreme at this moment, and she held Zhang Feng's hand like a little lamb the whole time. By the time she had identified all the people, her palms were completely soaked with sweat. Finally, they stopped in front of Teacher Qin and Teacher Luo and bowed to them in unison.
Seeing this, Teacher Chin quickly helped the two of them up. What are you two doing? Hurry up and stand up straight. Teacher Luo looked pleased. Not bad, where's the child? Let us see him? Eh? Jiang Feng responded, Teacher Chin, Teacher Luo, let's go home and see. After saying that, Jiang Feng turned around and shouted to all the street visitors, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I'm having a full moon celebration for my children at home the day after tomorrow. I don't know how my dad informed me, but I'm telling you all here. If you think highly of me, you can all come over the day after tomorrow. Eat and drink as you please, just bring your own mouths. We just got off the plane and need to rest. So, everyone, please go back now. Chapter 121 The Chosen One. A dozen minutes later. In the Jiang family's spacious living room. Jiang Jianyong and his wife, and Jiang Yufang and her husband, each held a baby and played with them. Teacher Chin and Teacher Luo were also holding one. Looking at the three pink and tender little babies, everyone's face was filled with joyful smiles. Especially Jiang Yuan and Yun Mengmeng. They were so easily startled that people who didn't know better would think someone was bullying them. Teacher Chin was getting on in years, and after holding the child for a while, she felt a little tired. She handed the child back to Li Xiaochun and patted her head with a look of satisfaction. Great, great. Seeing you all so happy is the best thing ever, don't you think, Teacher Luo? Teacher Luo, who was teasing Xiao Yueming, paused slightly, then nodded expressionlessly, it's good, but the real good thing is to live a good life from now on. Jiang Feng nodded solemnly in response, I understand, Teacher Luo, just watch. Teacher Luo breathed a sigh of relief and teased with a smile, by the way, I heard you're quite wealthy now. Have you ever thought about donating some money to the school? Jiang Feng was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, donating money is no problem, but could I know how this money is intended to be used? Hey, you little rascal, are you afraid I'll steal your money? Teacher Luo chuckled and scolded, then sighed, I want to renovate the school's classrooms. Although the school receives subsidies every year, it's just a drop in the bucket. All the schools in town have already implemented multimedia classrooms, but our school still uses traditional blackboards and chalk. Not to mention the teacher's health, the children's health. Anyway, if you think it's okay, you can donate some money. It doesn't need to be too much, around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan should be enough. Teacher Chin smiled and nodded, let's fix the playground too. Consider it an old woman shamelessly asking Xiaofeng for a favor. The ping pong tables and basketball court are still usable, but the parallel bars, the running track, and the soccer field are all outdated. Many students who love playing soccer can't play on the playground anymore. So, Xiaofeng, what do you think? Become. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate and said directly, I'll go to the school tomorrow and we'll calculate together how much it will cost. Then I'll approve it directly. Teacher Luo patted him on the shoulder, you little rascal, thanks. Alright, we won't disturb your family reunion any longer. I'll wait for you at school tomorrow. Bye. We saw the two teachers off. Jiang Feng was then pulled aside by Yun Mengmeng, who started chattering and asking for a gift. Looking at his cousin, who had just turned 16, Jiang Feng couldn't hide the doting affection in his eyes. Okay, I bought you a gift. It's at your sister-in-law's. Upon hearing this, Yun Mengmeng's eyes lit up, and she looked at Li Xiaochun expectantly. Li Xiaochun gave Jiang Feng a reproachful look before pulling Yun Mengmeng aside to whisper to each other. Jiang Yuan joined in when she saw this. Looking at the room filled with laughter and joy, Jiang Feng sat on the sofa with Xiao Yueming in his arms, a relaxed and content smile on his face. Sometimes he really wondered if he was the chosen one. He has a harmonious family background, close siblings, and now he has an understanding, quirky, and incredibly beautiful wife, as well as 3 adorable babies. Compared to these, money, ironically, has become the least valuable thing. Just as Jiang Feng was filled with emotion, Jiang Hao suddenly sat down next to him, gently nudged him, and whispered, Brother, my dad is calling you. Jiang Feng? Uncle, you were looking for me? Jiang Feng handed the child to Li Xiaochun. She came to Jiang Jianyong's side and gently massaged his shoulders. My uncle is 58 years old this year, but due to years of hard work, his health is not very good. Rheumatism and gout make him suffer greatly, and he always has plasters on him. Jiang Jianyong gently patted Jiang Feng's hand, his face filled with deep satisfaction. Xiaofeng, have you told your grandparents yet? I mentioned it last time I came, and this time I plan to tell Grandpa and Grandma after the full moon celebration. Good, you've made something of yourself. Come back and visit more often. Okay, I got it. Zhang Feng replied with a smile, "Uncle, if you ask me, you and Aunt don't need to work so hard anymore. Xiaohao's job is stable, and my sister is married. You can just enjoy your retirement. I'll get a bigger place here and build a big house so my parents can come back and visit you more often." Zhang Jianyong was amused by this. "It's not as easy as you make it sound. Your brother just started working and doesn't even have a wife yet. Your aunt and I still have to take care of him. Besides, we've been working our whole lives. If we suddenly stop, we won't be able to handle it." Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to say something, Zhang Jianyong interrupted him directly. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I know you're doing well in Shanghai now, but just remember that there are still people at home. If you have any difficulties or need any help, be sure to tell us. Although we don't have any great abilities, we can still lend a hand." Zhang Feng nodded with a smile. "I remember." The family enjoyed a happy lunch together. The Zhang Jianyong and Zhang Yufan families then left. Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing took the children back to their rooms to sleep, while Zhang Jiandong and Li Weijun went out again to find someone to play chess with. In the courtyard, Zhang Feng lay on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Early winter has gradually arrived in Dongyang, and the sun is warm and pleasant at this time of year. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above his head, and at the same time, a pair of slightly cold little hands reached directly into his neck. Hiss! Zhang Feng suddenly shuddered and jumped up. Looking at Li Xiaochun, who was giggling incessantly behind him, he was so angry that he laughed. He took a step forward, raised his hands, and pinched her face. "Little girl, do you think your husband is too good to you? Is that why you're getting bolder and bolder?" Li Xiaochun instantly looked pitiful, her eyes misty, and she clasped her hands together. "Honey, I was wrong, what? Don't be angry anymore, okay?" "I'm not angry." Zhang Feng turned his head away arrogantly, clearly with an expression that said, "I'm very angry," but the upward curve of the corners of his mouth betrayed him. But Li Xiaochun didn't care whether he was faking it or not. She pounced on him and landed a quick kiss on his cheek. "A good husband is the best, he won't get angry with the baby, right? He. Honey, let's go for a walk. We didn't get a good look around here last time we came back." "You." Zhang Feng gently stroked her long hair, then carried her out of the courtyard. Chapter 122: The Fields of Childhood. As the days grew shorter and the temperatures dropped, the villagers gradually stopped taking their midday naps. The streets were filled with villagers chatting and laughing in small groups. Everyone greeted the young couple with smiles. Zhang Feng responded to each of them. Zhang Feng simply ignored their slightly strange looks. On the contrary, Li Xiaochun buried her head in Zhang Feng's neck in embarrassment, lowering her head and giggling incessantly. The two followed the streets of the village until they left the village. Li Xiaochun jumped off Zhang Feng's back and, looking at the endless expanse of lush green wheat seedlings, happily ran forward. Zhang Feng shook his head, both amused and exasperated, before quickly catching up. "Slow down. Slightly." Li Xiaochun turned around, made a face, and continued running along the path in the fields. Her long, flowing hair, accompanied by her clear laughter, carried far away by the breeze. That's all. The two ran for nearly 10 minutes before Li Xiaochun stopped. Regardless of whether the field ridges were dirty, he sat down directly. He reached out and pulled up a wheat seedling, pinched off the head and tail, and gently bit it in his mouth. The newly sprouted wheat seedlings have a slightly astringent, green juice, but they also have a fragrant aroma, and you can even taste a hint of sweetness when you eat them. Zhang Feng sat down next to Li Xiaochun, and Li Xiaochun leaned against his shoulder. "Honey, I want to eat maltos." Zhang Feng put his arm around her shoulder and pinched the tip of her nose. "It's no use telling me this. You have to tell your mother-in-law. She can make it, and she makes it really delicious." TSK, now that you mention it, I want to eat it too." Put. Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh, nestled in Zhang Feng's arms, and looked up at him. "Then shouldn't you thank me?" Yes, thank you, my dearest wife." Li Xiaochun listened to Zhang Feng's heartbeat with a look of enjoyment. "When I was little, I loved newly sprouted wheat seedlings the most because I could eat them. Back then, my family was poor, and I didn't have money to buy snacks. Humph, I remember when I first came here to study, you even gave me a white rabbit milk candy to annoy me. You were so mean." Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. My thoughts gradually drifted back to 20 years ago. At that time, the village was very poor, but Zhang Feng basically never lacked food. Things like maltos, white rabbit milk candy, sunflower seeds, donuts, etc. He can eat it every day. Who told him to be the only boy in the Zhang family at that time?
This situation continued until he was 6 years old, when Jiang Hao began to eat complementary foods. However, by then the family's conditions had improved, and he still had plenty of food. At that time, Jiang Feng was the darling of the entire Jiang family. His uncle and aunt spoiled him, his parents spoiled him, and even his older sister Jiang Yuan spoiled him. Just as Jiang Feng was lost in sweet memories, he suddenly felt an itch near his mouth. Looking down, he realized that Li Xiaochun had placed a wheat seedling near his mouth.
Try it?
It's really delicious. Jiang Feng tightened his grip on her arms, feeling a pang of heartache.
Only then did he open his mouth and eat the wheat seedlings.
I must say, they really had a unique flavor. The young couple rested by the field for a while, and then Li Xiaochun started running in the field again, just like when she was a child. However, back then we had to watch out for the potholes under our feet.
Now, although we can run freely and no longer have to worry about our footing, we no longer have that carefree joy we had as children. Snap.
Jiang Feng gently patted his forehead, shook his head with a wry smile, and said, "What are you thinking about?
Aren't you happy right now? Don't be so dramatic. Yes, others might reminisce about the past.
But Jiang Feng doesn't need to.
His life is so much happier now than when he was a child. What is reminiscing about the past if not being sentimental? Honey, come and chase me."
Li Xiaochun's voice brought Jiang Feng back to his senses. Looking at Li Xiaochun standing on a high hill, Jiang Feng was momentarily captivated. A light blue trench coat, tight-fitting jeans, long black hair flowing in the wind, an exquisite face, and outstretched arms, she looked like an elf lost in the fields, captivating anyone who looked at her and couldn't look away. A good 10 seconds later, Jiang Feng's lips finally curled into a smile.
He then ran over quickly, scooped her up in his arms, and lifted her high in the air. "Thank God."
Giggle. Li Xiaochun burst into laughter and shouted after Jiang Feng, "Thank you, God." The two stayed in the fields until 3 p.m., when Li Xiaochun, exhausted, finally slumped onto Jiang Feng's back, letting him carry her towards home. As they approached the village, Li Xiaochun suddenly whispered in Jiang Feng's ear, "Honey, I love you so much, so much. I love you so much that I'm super in love, so we'll definitely never be apart, right?" Jiang Feng walked briskly, a smile on his face. "That's right, I just thanked God, thanking him for bringing you into my life.
Even if mountains crumble and the heavens and earth unite, I will never say goodbye to you. My husband is so good."
Li Xiaochun nestled against Jiang Feng's back, an irrepressible smile playing on her lips. She slowly closed her eyes and whispered, "Me too.
Thank God you weren't out of my sight. Thank God I made that decision."
Many people might wish time could stand still at this moment.
But neither Jiang Feng nor Li Xiaochun had this idea. Because they firmly believed that a happier and better life awaits them in the future. Half an hour later,
Jiang Feng carried Li Xiaochun back home. Seeing that Li Xiaochun had fallen asleep, Zhou Mei was furious. She put Xiao Xining, whom she was holding, into Jiang Jiandong's arms, picked up a broom from the yard, and walked towards Jiang Feng.
Seeing this, Jiang Feng quickly said, "Mom, what are you doing now? My wife is just tired from playing. What does that have to do with me?" Hearing the sound, Li Xiaochun groggily opened his eyes. As soon as he regained consciousness, he heard Zhou Mei's words, "What were you playing that made you so tired? Did you bully her? You brat, you stop right there."
Jiang Feng looked aggrieved.
What had he done to deserve this? How did he end up with such an unreliable mother?
Fortunately, Li Xiaochun finally came to her senses and quickly slid off Jiang Feng's back, blocking Zhou Mei. "Mom, I was just too happy and played a little crazy. It has nothing to do with Jiang Feng. Also, Mom, your daughter-in-law wants to eat maltose candy.
You know how to make it, right? Perhaps it's a case of one thing subduing another?"
Zhou Mei, who had been so aggressive, instantly changed her expression upon hearing Li Xiaochun's words, and happily grabbed Li Xiaochun's hand.
"Yes, you wait here, I'll do it right now. But this will take several days, but that's okay. As long as you want to eat it, Mom will make it for you no matter what."
Li Xiaochun happily hugged Zhou Mei, nestling her head in her lap and saying, "Thank you, Mom.
I knew Mom was the best, moi. Jiang Feng? Am I being wronged?"
Jiang Feng glanced at his mother-in-law sitting beside him, holding little Sheila, and walked over with a pitiful look on his face. "Mom, please comfort me." Lu Yanqing chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll go and deal with your wife for you in a bit."
Li Xiaochun, who was in a good mood. "Ha? What does this have to do with me?" Her bright, sparkling eyes were filled with a bewildered disbelief at the meaning of life.
At the gate, Song Ting and Li Meng, who were eating sunflower seeds, looked at the happy family inside and were filled with envy. When I think about finding a partner in the future, I don't care about their job or whether they have money, but their family atmosphere must be good.
You absolutely shouldn't live in a family that's constantly arguing and bickering. Chapter 123 Full Moon Celebration. The next day, in the morning,
Zhang Feng first went to the school to meet with teacher Luo and calculated all the things that needed to be supplemented at the school.
He was busy until almost noon before returning home. At this moment, the entire Jiang family was fully mobilized.
Because of Jiang Feng's last-minute decision, the original plan of holding a full moon banquet with only 30 tables was increased to 100 tables, and the amount of ingredients was more than 3 times the original plan. Even Hu Yuding and Song Ting joined the team washing and picking vegetables this time. As for Jiang Feng's uncle's family and aunt's family, they were no exception, and even the neighbors came to help.
The chefs specially hired from the town have already started preparing the ingredients.
That's right, Zhang Feng decided to just follow the traditional rural banquet style.
As for why we didn't go to a hotel?
Most people who have eaten at rural banquets don't really like eating at hotels. It's not that the hotel did a bad job, but it just didn't have that flavor, that unique flavor that rural people love most. Just as everyone was busy, 3 taxis stopped in front of the Jiang family's house, and then Gao Haoyu, Mu Qingwei, Wan Lebao, Sun Wei, and the others arrived. Jiang Tiantian stayed in Shanghai because she was pregnant.
Fengzi, we're here. If you need any help, just let us know.
As soon as he entered the courtyard, Gao Haoyu quickly rolled up his sleeves and called out to Jiang Feng, who was washing vegetables. Seeing the group, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. You've come at the perfect time.
Clean up the fish over there, and the chicken too. Boss, Lao Si, aren't you too good at handling fish? You'll be able to handle 100 fish, right? Gao Haoyu was completely stunned. 100? Xiao Fei was dumbfounded. We are good at killing fish, but 100? Fengzi, aren't you going a bit too far? Stop talking, I'll help too. Judging by the looks of it, we'll be busy until at least midnight tonight.
Wu Zijuan walked over with a smile, rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a fish, skillfully tossed it on the ground, picked up a brush and smacked it on the fish's head, then began to scale and remove the gills. The whole process was so smooth that Jiang Feng and the others were dumbfounded. A few seconds later, Gao Haoyu squatted down, grabbed a fish, and began to kill it.
Wow, you're something else. Did you do that on purpose before? Wu Zijuan smiled enigmatically. It's your disbelief that has nothing to do with me. Wang Lebao had already gone over to slaughter chickens.
His family used to run a chicken farm, so he was very familiar with the process. It was just that there were a lot of chickens, which made it difficult to handle. Seeing that his brothers had all gotten started, Jiang Feng didn't linger there. There were still quite a few turtles waiting for him to handle.
As for Mu Qingwei, this girl came from a big city.
By this time, they had reached Zhou Mei and Li Xiaochun and joined the vegetable picking team while chatting and laughing. Even with the addition of 6 fresh recruits, it was still 10 p.m. by the time they had all prepared the ingredients. Fortunately, the chefs had prepared a table of cold dishes before they left.
Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing took the child to bed, and Zhang Jiandong and Li Weijun didn't join in the fun.
Hu Yuding and the other 2 went back to their bedroom early. Li Xiaochun pulled Mu Qingwei into the guest room to whisper, leaving only Jiang Feng and his 6 brothers in the large living room.
Jiang Feng picked up 2 bottles of Wulianye liquor from the ground and placed them on the table before sitting down. Brothers, thanks for today. If you hadn't come, I reckon we wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. What are you talking about? Your business is our business too? Sun Wei punched Jiang Feng, grabbed the bottle and opened it.
Smelling the pungent aroma of the liquor, he said with a look of pure delight, no wonder you're a landlord.
This Wulianye liquor tastes so damn good. Come on, hand over your glasses. Tonight, we're not leaving until we're drunk. Get lost.
Gao Haoyu glared at him, annoyed. I have things to do tomorrow, so let's just have a little today.
If you want to drink, we can drink our fill after lunch tomorrow. Sun Wei smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll listen to the boss.
But Fengzi, you really didn't do right this time.
You didn't tell us when the baby was born.
You came to see our little nephew and niece today, but you've been working all afternoon and we still haven't seen them.
So, what are you going to do? What do you mean, how to do it? Do it the way you're supposed to. Drinking, the kids are right there, what are they going to do about it?
Wait until tomorrow, I'll let you see them all. But let's make this clear first, whoever gives less red envelope, I'll teach them a lesson.
No way, the red envelopes are already prepared. Wang Lebao smiled and took out the 3 red envelopes he had prepared. These were all made by Tian Tian.
I don't know the exact amount, but please don't think it's too little. The brothers chatted and laughed as they finished off 2 bottles of wine, after which Zhang Feng escorted them to their guest rooms.
At this point, Zhang Feng couldn't help but praise his father, Zhang Jiandong.
Back then, Zhang Jiandong defied all opposition and built a large 2-story house with 5 rooms, totaling 11 rooms, otherwise there really wouldn't have been enough room for so many people. Because Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei have just confirmed their relationship, they haven't taken the final step yet.
So tonight, Mu Qingwei went to Song Ting's room and stayed there all night. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten.
Zhou Mei's loud voice woke Zhang Feng from his sleep. "You brat, what time is it and you're still sleeping? Hurry up, the chef will be here soon, and we need to finish all the preparations this morning."
"They're here. They're here."
Zhang Feng instantly woke up and quickly jumped out of bed. He was just about to cover Li Xiaochun with a blanket when the girl woke up. Opening her eyes groggily, Li Xiaochun shook her head. "Stop doing that, I'll get up and help too."
"Goodbye."
Zhang Feng pressed her down. "Mom will bring the baby over in a bit. You and Qingwei can take care of the baby today.
Leave the rest to us. Don't worry, nothing will happen."
At this point, Zhang Feng suddenly laughed and tapped Li Xiaochun's nose. "The most important thing is that you're in charge of collecting the money."
Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. "That's right, they're coming to give the kids a gift. Hee, honey, how much money do you think we can make today?" "You little money grubber, do we need money? The gesture is enough. I'm leaving, you can lie down a bit more."
Zhang Feng said this and then walked out. As Li Xiaochun watched Zhang Feng leave, she started muttering to herself, counting on her fingers.
The workload this morning was no less than, and perhaps even greater than, that of yesterday afternoon.
After all, we need to turn all the prepared ingredients into dishes this morning. To ensure the success of the banquet, the chefs arrived at 6:30 a.m. and immediately started cooking. Zhang Feng and the others were also busy, helping to chop vegetables, divide the food, plate it, set the tables and chairs, and wash all the bowls and dishes. At 10 a.m., Zhang Feng's relatives began to enter the house.
After a brief greeting, they went into the bedroom to see the baby and presented their gifts. Half an hour later, Li Xiaochun's relatives arrived. In the bedroom, Li Xiaochun felt her face was almost frozen from smiling, but she couldn't relax yet.
After all, the guests were elders and relatives.
Who would she be showing a different face to?
Fortunately, Mu Qingwei was there to help take care of things, and with the help of Li Meng and Song Ting, Li Xiaochun wasn't too upset. This situation continued until 11:30 a.m. before the relatives and elders in the house left. The banquet is about to begin, so they need to go out and find seats. That's right, it's that straightforward. After seeing off the last person, Mu Qingwei walked over to Li Xiaochun and sat down, both amused and exasperated.
To be honest, I'm a little scared now. Li Xiaochun's eyes sparkled. "I didn't expect it to be like this either, but it's okay. Seeing so many people sending blessings to my baby makes me very happy."
Mu Qingwei chuckled, reached out and tapped Li Xiaochun's forehead, then took out a large handful of red envelopes that she had prepared in her pocket. "These are for Haoyu and the others, and some for me." Seeing that Li Xiaochun was about to refuse, Mu Qingwei quickly said, "Don't rush to refuse. After all, I'm not married to Haoyu yet.
We're still 2 families, so we need 2 gifts. Wang Lebao and Tian Tian only have 1 gift. Do you want to take a look now?"
Li Xiaochun waved her hand. "I'm not looking."
Just then, Zhou Mei walked in from outside with a smile. "You guys, do you want to go out and get something to eat?" Song Ting and Li Meng quickly shook their heads. "We won't go.
We can just grab something to eat after we're done." Even so, if the 2 of them hadn't made such obvious swallowing motions, Zhou Mei might have believed it. He chuckled and pushed the 2 little girls out, saying, "Go on, finish eating first, then come see the children. I'll take care of things here."
He. Li Meng smiled awkwardly. "Then Auntie, we'll head out first, and we'll come back to relieve you in a bit. Hurry up, or there won't be any seats left for you."
After seeing the 2 girls off, Zhou Mei sat down on the edge of the bed and smiled at Mu Qingwei, saying, "Girl, I won't let you go out. After they finish eating, you can eat with Zhang Feng and the others.
Xiao Chun can go over too.
I'm fine with anything, Auntie doesn't need to worry about me.
Besides, I haven't had enough of the babies yet, can't you just say they're so adorable?"
A maternal smile graced Mu Qingwei's lips as her gaze remained fixed on the 3 little ones, unable to look away. While everyone was enjoying themselves in the bedroom, things outside had turned into a complete mess. Jiang Feng led Gao Haoyu and 5 others to personally serve the dishes, along with Jiang Hao and several other young people, which barely kept up with the chef's pace.
The banquet lasted until 1:30 p.m.
After seeing off the guests, Jiang Feng and his group cleaned up all the trash scattered on the floor and the plates and dishes on the table before returning to the living room, exhausted.
I can't take it anymore.
I don't realize how tiring it is to organize a full moon celebration.
It's even more tiring than my wedding. Wan Lebo leaned back in his chair, completely unwilling to move.
Sunwei, both amused and exasperated, playfully punched him. Come on, that was at the hotel, where you could just eat and drink.
Unlike now. But you know what, I really love this kind of food. Fengzi, where's the food?
Hurry up, are you trying to starve us all to death?
You're here, what's the rush? Hurry up and come help. Chapter 124. I have no taboos now. It's 7:30 p.m.
Jiang Feng stood at the door, tightly gripping Gao Haoyu's hand, his brows furrowed.
No, what do you guys mean by this? Is there no room for you or what? Do you really have to leave today? Just now, they finally finished drinking. However, everyone knew what was going on, so they didn't drink much. There were only 3 bottles of wine shared among the 10 people, and given the long time that has passed, everyone is now only slightly tipsy. As for Jiang Feng, he was completely unharmed. Just as Jiang Feng was about to escort them back to their rooms to rest, they suddenly said they wanted to leave. This action completely stunned Jiang Feng. Gao Haoyu chuckled and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Don't bother, you're all adults, how could you possibly lose it?
Moreover, the financial reports from IFC Group and Rongshan Technology just arrived last month, and I need to check them as soon as possible.
There are also the financial reports from Juzi Platform and Jin Mao Tower.
These are all things to take care of.
Now that I've taken charge, I can't just leave everything to the finance department.
Besides, Xingwei has a seminar to attend tomorrow. Wang Lebao simply put his arm around Jiang Feng's neck. That's right, Tian is about to give birth, I have to hurry back and be with her.
That's settled then. We won't bother you two any longer.
We're brothers, no need to be so polite.
We're leaving now. Sunwei waved and walked out the door first.
Chao Fei and Wu Zijuan followed closely behind, and Wan Lebao also chased after them with a smile. Watching Gao Haoyu and Mu Qingwei leave hand in hand, Jiang Feng suddenly said, By the way, boss, wait for me, I'll give you something. After saying that, he didn't wait for Gao Haoyu's response and quickly ran into the house. After finding paper and pen, he wrote down Si Fengwen and Pang Xiaoming's contact information. He returned to the door and placed the 2 men's contact information in his palm. These are the contact information for Si Fengwen, chairman of Xinhua Group, and Pang Xiaoming, chairman of Yanli Group. I still own 5% of Xinhua Group and 10% of Yanli Group.
I'll have them send me their financial reports later.
Gao Haoyu paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll contact you when I get back.
A few minutes later.
In the bedroom, Jiang Feng looked at Li Xiaochun, who was lying on the bed rummaging through red envelopes, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Upon noticing Jiang Feng enter, Li Xiaochun's body stiffened for a moment, then she blinked rapidly.
Honey? Where are the boss and the others? As she spoke, she secretly hid the red envelopes behind her back.
But how could she possibly hide those red envelopes that covered the entire bed so easily?
But
Jiang Feng, who had been holding it in for a while, finally couldn't help but laugh.
He then closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed. They went back. Were they opening red envelopes just now? Li Xiaochun was slightly taken aback. They left? Why did they leave? Didn't you ask them to stay? We tried to keep them, but we couldn't. Jiang Feng casually opened a red envelope. Don't change the subject, were you just opening a red envelope?
Li Xiaochun playfully stuck out her tongue. No, I was just counting the red envelopes and haven't had time to open them yet. Honey, do you know how many red envelopes there are?
How many?
Jiang Feng smiled gently.
What could he do if his wife wanted to act like a silly little fool? He could only play along.
Li Xiaochun grabbed a handful of red envelopes and placed them in front of Jiang Feng. Clang!
Clang! Clang! There are 456 in total, isn't that a lot?
Although he had some guesses, after all, there were 3 children, and each of them had to prepare at least 3 red envelopes, Jiang Feng was still stunned when Li Xiaochun actually announced it. It should be noted that although there were quite a few people present today, most of them had already handed over their monetary gifts to the gift table, and that money was now in Zhou Mei's hands. These red envelopes were given directly to Li Xiaochun by people she had a good relationship with.
Li Xiaochun was delighted with Jiang Feng's reaction. She reached out and hugged his neck, pouting as she said, "Honey, will you help your sweet wife open the red envelopes?" Jiang Feng, both amused and exasperated, pinched her cheek. "Okay." As the red envelopes were opened, Li Xiaochun's screams never stopped in the bedroom. "Wow, honey, there's so much." It's from my aunt's family, 1,000 yuan for each child." "This is quite a lot too, it belongs to the eldest sister, each child gets 1,000 yuan. "And this too, there are so many." "Wait, is this the eldest's? 3,000 for each child? Is the eldest rich now?" "Wow, honey, look. This is Wu Zijuan's. He actually gave each child 5,000 yuan. And this one, Sunwei's, is also 5,000 for each child. And also, this is Qingwei's. 500 for each child, that's not a small amount, considering she just started working." Jiang Feng just looked at her, a doting smile always on his lips. There were more than 400 red envelopes, each containing at least 200 yuan, so much so that Li Xiaochun couldn't help but cheer every time she opened one. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was quick and helped dismantle most of it, otherwise, the kids wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. Even so, it was still an hour later when they finished opening all the red envelopes. Looking at the banknotes scattered all over the bed, Li Xiaochun climbed on top of it with a happy expression, squinting her eyes and breathing in the scent of money. "Honey, so much money, hee." "Yes, a lot of small change." "You little money grubber, why don't you hurry up and count how much there is?" Jiang Feng smoothed her long hair and spoke with a smile. Li Xiaochun sat up abruptly. "Oh yeah, we need to count the money." But she immediately realized what she meant and stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief. "You bad husband, I'm not a little money grubber." Jiang Feng chuckled. "If this isn't a little money grubber, then what is?" "No, it's not." Li Xiaochun made a face. "I'm called a big money grubber, hee hee." Jiang Feng. 20 minutes later, Li Xiaochun, clutching 2 thick stacks of money, happily leaned against Jiang Feng's chest. "Honey, that's a total of 184,800 yuan. Let's save this money for the babies, and give it to them as pocket money when they grow up." "Okay, you can handle it. It's getting late, time to sleep. We have to go back tomorrow, there are still people in Shanghai waiting to give the babies money as gifts." "Real?" Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Jiang Feng twitched his lips, both amused and exasperated. Well, he shouldn't have said that. Just as Jiang Feng was about to turn off the lights while holding Li Xiaochun suddenly spoke up. "Honey, I have something to tell you." "What?" Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment. Li Xiaochun pursed her lips, her pretty face slightly flushed. "I'm truly fearless now." Jiang Feng was stunned for several seconds before he suddenly realized what was happening. Then, he pounced on him. Chapter 125 Fengzi is a cheat code. At the same time, Dongyang International Airport. Gao Haoyu, Mu Qingwei, and Wang Lebo were sitting in the waiting room waiting for their flight. Their tickets were for the 9:40 p.m. flight, and they had half an hour to wait. At this moment, Wang Lebo was having a long phone conversation with Jiang Tiantian, while Mu Qingwei was processing some documents sent from the hospital. Suddenly, Gao Haoyu stood up abruptly, his face showing a look of utter shock. His actions startled Wang Lebo and Mu Qingwei, who looked over in confusion. Gao Haoyu took a deep breath, unable to hide his shock, and sat back down, staring blankly at Mu Qingwei. "Do you still remember the 2 contact numbers Fengzi gave me when I came out?" Mu Qingwei didn't pay much attention to business matters, so she frowned in confusion. "Is there a problem?" Wang Lebao also came over. "What happened?" Gao Haoyu forced an awkward smile and said, "Before we left, Fengzi gave me 2 contact numbers, the chairman of Xinhua Group and the chairman of Yanli Group." "I just checked, never mind, you can check them yourselves." Several minutes passed, and Mu Qingwei and Wang Lebao fell silent. The 3 of them leaned back in their chairs like wooden statues, beginning to question the meaning of life. In the end, Mu Qingwei was the first to come to her senses and gently patted Gao Haoyu's arm. "So, in just these few days, Jiang Feng has spent tens of billions to buy shares in these 2 groups? Is that what you mean?" Gao Haoyu opened his mouth. "Although I am very reluctant to admit it, this is the truth." Wang Lebao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Thinking about how I'm happy like an idiot every day with my monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan, I suddenly feel so ashamed." "Me too." Gao Haoyu patted Wang Lebao on the shoulder. "Forget it, don't think about it. Fengzi is just a cheat. Let's compare ourselves to other people. For example, me. I earn 50,000 a month and get commission. I can't compare to Fengzi, but compared to you, hey? I feel much better." Giggle. Mu Qingwei playfully punched Gao Haoyu in the chest. What nonsense are you talking about? Hee, Wang Lebao, don't take it to heart. I'll beat him up for you when we get back. Wang Lebao rubbed his face hard and took a deep breath. I'm not angry. There are tons of people who earn less than me, why would I be angry? But you two stay away from me now, I don't want to be near you. Gao Haoyu chuckled and put his arm around his shoulder. No way, we're brothers, and I'm your older brother. How could I abandon my brother? Sister-in-law, Mu Qingwei, you need to control your man. Wang Lebao was about to cry. Mu Qingwei chuckled softly beside her. I can't control him. You'd better figure it out yourself. After all, my salary isn't even as much as yours right now. Wang Lebao was slightly taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Hey? That's right. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Haoyu took Mu Qingwei's hand and walked towards the ticket gate. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Wang Lebao was stunned, then quickly chased after them, exclaiming, Holy crap, boss, are you out of your mind? The next day, Jiang Feng walked out of the bedroom feeling refreshed, even humming a tune while washing up. That's understandable, having been single for over 20 years. Although I have a child, I didn't feel anything last time, but this time. Anyway, I feel much better. Seeing Jiang Feng humming a song, Zhou Mei walked over in confusion. What's making you so happy? Jiang Feng froze on the spot, mechanically turning his head to look at Zhou Mei who had suddenly appeared. If I say it's nothing, do you not believe me? Zhou Mei, being an experienced woman, understood Jiang Feng's intentions even though he hadn't said anything. She slapped him lightly, half laughing, half crying. You brat, alright, didn't you say you were leaving today? Did you book your plane ticket? No, I'll book it later. It's only a little over an hour's flight, no rush. Do as you please, hurry up and wash, then get out of here. I'm waiting to wash up and cook. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shanghai, Tianji Mansion. Oh? You're back from your hometown? Quick, let us see the child, oh dear. Just as they reached the entrance of Villa number 2, Si Fengwen, who was sitting in the yard playing chess with Peng Xiaoming, immediately dropped the chess pieces in his hand and ran out, snatching Xiao Xinla from Jiang Feng's hand. But the girl seemed to be recognizing people. The first thing she saw was a large, unfamiliar face. Then, noticing that it didn't smell like poop, she paused briefly before bursting into tears, her little hands and feet moving incessantly. Her loud cries left Si Fengwen dumbfounded. Jiang Feng quickly took his little baby and gently coaxed him for a couple of minutes. Smelling the familiar scent and seeing that handsome face, the little girl giggled, reached out her chubby little hand, grabbed Jiang Feng's clothes, and babbled, warming Si Fengwen's aging heart. Only. Why does he cry when I hug him? I remember Pan, you didn't cry when he held her. Could it be that he wasn't popular with the children? Thinking of this possibility, Si Fengwen felt as if his heart had been stabbed, a sharp, piercing pain. At this moment, Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian also came out. Seeing the three of them, Jiang Feng handed the child to Hu Yuding beside him and said with a smile, Did you three brothers wait for me specifically? That's a nice idea, but since you've put it that way, let's pretend we've been waiting for you. Would you like to come in and have a seat? Si Fengwen made a joke. Alright, wait, Brother Peng doesn't seem too welcoming? Jiang Feng greeted Li Staochun and the others, then followed Si Fengwen into Villa number 2. Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian followed behind them. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, an awkward smile appeared on their lips. How could I dare not welcome you? If you get angry and throw away your shares, my company might go bankrupt. But brother, to be honest, you really surprised me this time. Those are nearly 20 billion shares. You just took them like that? Jiang Feng, led by Si Fengwen, walked to the stone bench and sat down. It's nothing, right? I just think your company has a good future, so I took some money to earn some retirement savings. I hope you don't think it's too much. Wow, you've got quite a big hand with your retirement money. Peng Xiaoming chuckled and nagged Jiang Feng before sitting down opposite the two of them. Lu Qian then sat down and said, Brother, so you're saying you don't like my company? No way. What's wrong? Are you planning to give up some shares, brother? Jiang Feng looked at Lu Qian with a half smile. He knew that although Chairman Lu was the chairman of the board of directors of Kufeng Group and also held the position of chairman, he actually owned less than 20% of the shares in Kufeng Group. So, it was impossible to get him to give up any of his shares. Sure enough, Lu Qian was stunned as soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking. He then hurriedly waved his hand, saying, I'll leave it at that.
But if you ever take a fancy to our group's shares and want them, remember to let me know.
My heart isn't very strong, and I'm afraid I might suddenly pass away. That would be a huge responsibility for you." Upon hearing this, all four of them burst out laughing.
Perhaps the noise was a bit too loud, waking Panyu, who was sleeping in the room.
Of course, it's also possible that Panyu was already awake. Amidst laughter, Panyu emerged in her pajamas.
Just as she was about to speak, she saw Jiang Feng sitting there, paused slightly, and then walked over to see Fengwen and sat down next to him. "Little brother's back?"
"Sister Panyu." Jiang Feng nodded, indicating his approval. Chapter 126. My status in the family is getting lower and lower. After the argument, Si Fengwen suddenly looked at Jiang Feng with a serious expression and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "Brother Jiang, it's like this.
Because of what happened at the last charity gala, many people have been asking me about you, including chairmen of groups with assets worth tens of billions."
You see. Jiang Feng was not surprised by this. After all, every level has its own circle.
Now that Jiang Feng has stepped into this circle, it is inevitable that he will interact with the people in this circle.
Moreover, he was a young tycoon who suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
He overpowered Si Fengwen at the charity gala and won over the heart of the beautiful and ruthless lover, which aroused great curiosity in everyone. Ultimately, it was Jiang Feng's sudden display of strength that made these people interested.
Si Fengwen and Pan Yu's affection for each other is well known in the entertainment circle.
Just as Peng Xiaoming said at the time, the love that shakes the city was actually prepared for Si Fengwen and Pan Yu.
Everyone actually knew this, otherwise why didn't those big shots with hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars in the VIP seats speak up? They're just waiting for Si Fengwen to take it down.
But Jiang Feng suddenly intervened and, after bidding, Si Fengwen didn't even try to retaliate.
What does this mean? Did Si Fengwen give up to Jiang Feng? Impossible, because Si Fengwen wouldn't do that.
The only explanation is that Jiang Feng, the seemingly extremely young man, has assets and resources that Si Fengwen can't afford to offend. However, despite understanding the situation, Jiang Feng still had no intention of associating with those people. It was too tiring and troublesome.
Wouldn't it be better to spend that time at home drinking tea and spending time with his wife and children? As for whether those people will try to trip me up?
He doesn't have any specific business of his own, just Jiwa Law Firm, which no one can take away. As for the remaining shares, he really doesn't believe that those people would suddenly take action against Rongshan, Xinhua, IFC, and Yanli Group because of this.
So Jiang Feng shook his head almost without hesitation. "Brother, you know me. I'm not interested in these things. If we're destined to meet, we'll definitely run into each other in the future. Let's forget about making friends on purpose.
Compared to these things, I prefer to spend time with my wife and children." Si Fengwen had anticipated Jiang Feng's reaction, because as soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, he smiled and looked at Peng Xiaoming and Lu Qian. "See, what did I tell you?" Peng Xiaoming looked at Jiang Feng with envy. Brother Jiang's carefree attitude is truly enviable.
"That's absolutely right." Lu Qian nodded in deep agreement. Just think about how much effort they put into the group every day.
Discussing partnerships, attracting clients, negotiating projects, making decisions. No matter how wealthy they are, in such interactions, they inevitably have to be mindful of others' feelings.
But Jiang Feng didn't have to worry about any of that.
He lived each day according to his own wishes, happily. It would be impossible not to envy his life. Si Fengwen patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. "All right, since that's the case, I'll reply to them for you."
Finally, what are you planning to do about the full moon celebration in Shanghai? I don't plan on what to do. I'll just call over some familiar people here at Tianji Mansion, have a meal and drinks, and make a fuss. There's no need to go all out. I knew you'd say that. So, have you set a time yet? Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. "It's too late today, let's do it tomorrow at noon."
"All of you brothers can come over then, but let's make it clear first, we'll only talk about romance, not work." Upon hearing this, the others present all nodded in agreement. At 5:30, Jiang Feng returned home.
After glancing at the three sleeping little ones, I lay down on the sofa, looking a little tired. Li Staochun walked over and sat down next to him, resting his head on her lap and gently rubbing it. "What are you two talking about? You look so tired?"
Jiang Feng closed his eyes and shook his head. "It's nothing, just that some people wanted to get to know me, but I refused, and there's also the matter of holding a banquet here." Li Staochun said knowing that Jiang Feng didn't like those scheming ideas.
Actually, she didn't like that either.
Compared to those, she preferred the ordinary life she had now, with her husband, children, in-laws, parents, and everyone being happy and carefree. At this moment, Jo-mei came out carrying a fruit platter. When she saw Jiang Feng lying on Li Xiaochun's lap like a king, she was slightly taken aback. She pointed at him with a wry smile and said, "Hey, you brat, you've just gotten home and you're already ordering my daughter around, aren't you?" Jiang Feng sat up, bewildered. "Put." Li Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh, then pressed Jiang Feng back down and continued to help him relieve his fatigue. "Mom, Jiang Feng is very tired, I'm just helping him relax." Jo-mei nodded with a smile, "Just keep spoiling him like this. Sooner or later he'll become too wild, and then we'll see how you handle it." Li Xiaochun smiled and shook her head. "No, I believe Jiang Feng, right, honey?" "That's for sure." Jiang Feng quickly expressed his opinion. "Nonsense, if I don't speak up soon, my mom's invincible fist will come crashing down on me again." To Jiang Feng's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Jo-mei kicked him in the shin in an annoyed tone. "No matter how sure you are, it won't work. Go and get the wheat seeds I washed. It's time to start planting the seedlings." Jiang Feng. In the evening, Jiang Feng sat in a rocking chair in the courtyard. Looking at the crimson sunset on the horizon, not far away, Zhang Jiandong and Li Weijun were fishing. Li Xiaochun, like an elf, followed behind them, glancing at her father-in-law's float one moment and her own father's float the next. Then she would occasionally offer her own insights, making the two fathers burst into laughter. Of course, with her involvement, the two fishing experts will probably go home empty-handed today, but what they're really fishing for is the atmosphere. Whether they catch any fish or not is actually not important. Inside the pavilion, Jo-mei and Lu Yanqing were cultivating wheat seedlings in preparation for making maltos. With Hu Yuting and her two friends watching over them, the children, lying in their strollers, would occasionally let out bursts of clear, cheerful laughter. The sunset, laughter, and family created the most beautiful picture for Jiang Feng. Until... "Hey girl, what are you doing?" Jiang Feng suddenly jumped up from the rocking chair, looking at the water droplets on his body with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Li Xiaochun giggled beside him and waved her hand at Jiang Feng again. "Honey, everyone's busy, is it appropriate for you to lie there?" Jiang Feng walked over irritably and lifted her up in one swift motion. "Girl, it seems I've been too good to you lately. Do you want anything?" Before he could finish speaking, Jo-mei's voice came from behind him. Jiang Feng casually placed Li Xiaochun on his shoulder. "What I mean is, how about we experience what it's like to be a trapeze artist?" "Mom, are you all ready? You're smart to know what's good for you." Jo-mei glared at him and pulled Lu Yanqing into the house. "Jiang Feng? Wow. Is her status in the family getting lower and lower?" However, listening to Li Xiaochun's laughter, it seems that this feeling is quite nice, right? Chapter 127. The little guy can roll over. 80,000. Pong. 9 of bamboo. 9 of bamboo. Ha, watch me draw a pure suit. Morning. Jiang Feng leaned back on the sofa, playing with the three little ones. Behind him, Li Xiaochun, Jo-mei, Lu Yanqing, and Li Chen are playing cards. It's not that they're really idle. But when I woke up this morning, I found that it was raining. The drizzling autumn rain caused a significant drop in temperature throughout Shanghai, and judging from the puddles on the ground, it had clearly been raining for quite some time. In addition, the rain shows no signs of stopping. Going out at this time is just asking for trouble. Nothing much is happening at home. Playing cards is undoubtedly the best way to kill time. Sudden. Honey, come quick and take over for me. If you don't come soon, they're going to win your wife away. Jiang Feng, who was fiddling with Xiao Xinla's chubby little hands, almost fell headfirst into Xiao Xinla's arms when he heard Li Xiaochun's words. He got up, feeling both amused and exasperated, and walked behind Li Xiaochun to take a look. Well, the peanuts in front of her are gone. Li Chen's was about the same. After a quick scan, he noticed that Lu Yanqing had the most, followed by Jo-mei. Honey. Li Xiaochun pitifully grabbed Jiang Feng's hand, sobbing aggrievedly, "Your two mommies are too much. They didn't even know how to let me win. I've lost all my money and I still owe 3 beans. Please help me get revenge." Ha! Hearing Li Xiaochun's sweet, coquettish words, Li Chen shuddered violently. "No, sis, can't you talk normally? It's so hard for me to accept the fact that you're my sister. Get out of here." Li Xiaochun snapped at Li Chen, then looked at Jiang Feng with a pitiful expression. Li Chen's lips twitched. "All right, I'd better not get in the way here. I'm going fishing with Dad and Uncle."
Without waiting for Li Xiaochun's response, he quickly fled. Just before leaving, he kissed each of the three little ones on the cheek before happily running out. Jiang Feng patted Li Xiaochun's head. Now look what's happened, your brother-in-law has run away, how are you guys supposed to play now? Li Xiaochun gritted her teeth, staring towards the doorway, growing angrier with each passing thought. No way, I have to go and drag him back. Humph. Come back here. It's raining outside, what are you doing running around? Jiang Feng pulled her over with a doting expression and pressed her down on the stool. I'll go call Sister Yuding and have her come over to play with you. But I lost so much. Li Xiaochun rested her chin on her hands, giving off a sense of utter despair. Thump. Lu Yanqing tapped her forehead impatiently. Can't handle losing? Then don't play. Ugh, what a stinky mom, she doesn't even know how to cherish her own daughter. I now seriously doubt where you took me home from back then. Li Xiaochun shrugged at Lu Yanqing. Then, just as Lu Yanqing was about to explode, he quickly hid behind Zhou Mei and made a face. Mom, look at my mom, she only knows how to bully me. Lu Yanqing? Zhou Meilei was overjoyed and grabbed Li Xiaochun's hand. Let's go and see how the wheat seedlings are doing. If they're doing well, we can make maltos for you today. Real? When maltos was mentioned, Li Xiaochun's eyes lit up instantly, her sparkling gaze almost blinding. When Jiang Feng led Hu Yuding in from outside, they had all already gone out. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the empty living room. No, what happened to our card game? Where are they? Put. Hu Yuding, who was following behind Jiang Feng, couldn't help but laugh. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. Dr. Lin just called. There's a pregnant woman at the hospital who's having some problems, and she wants me to come over and take a look. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback, then frowned and asked, Dr. Lin? They're looking for you? Hu Yuding nodded, yes, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't have agreed, would they? I'll be back soon. Alright then, drive carefully. After seeing Hu Yuding out, Jiang Feng saw Li Xiaochun shouting and yelling in the pavilion. Zhou Mei was pulling up and gathering the tender green wheat seedlings. It was clearly time to harvest them. He glanced again at Li Chen, who was fishing with Jiang Jiandong and Li Weijun, before returning to the house. But when he walked to the sofa and looked at the three babies, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Snap. A few seconds later, Jiang Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, staring dumbfounded at Xiao Xinla lying on the sofa. Yes, he remembers it very clearly. When he left, the little guy was lying down, but now he's lying on his stomach? So, is Xiao Xinla about to turn her life around? Giggle. Little Xinla seemed to sense her father's thoughts and laughed happily, putting her two chubby little hands to her mouth, drool dripping down her cheeks. Bite. Host detected witnessing baby rolling over, baby's happiness level increased, gained +4 to constitution gift. Sure enough, upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Feng was incredibly excited. You should know that 3 months is for rolling over, 6 months for sitting, and 9 months for crawling. Most babies take at least 3 months to roll over, and some even take 4 to 5 months. But his baby is only a little over 2 months old. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to add 4 points of physical strength to each of the 3 babies. Jiang Feng excitedly picked up Xiao Xinla, lifted her high, and then nuzzled the little one's body with his head. Xiao Xinla, Xiangbao, you can actually roll over? Ha, you really gave daddy a super big surprise. After saying that, he felt unsatisfied and picked up the little guy to go out. Seeing the drizzling rain outside, he had no choice but to go back to the sofa and put the little guy on it. He then ran out quickly, shouting, Wife, Mom, Xinla can roll over now. Li Xiaochun, who was grabbing wheat seedlings and putting them into her mouth, froze on the spot, staring in astonishment at Jiang Feng's excited face. Zhou Mei's eyes sparkled. They're really going to turn things around? Jiang Feng nodded repeatedly. Would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Oh. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, Li Xiaochun screamed and quickly ran past him into the living room. But just as she was about to pick up the baby, Jiang Feng pulled her out. Go change your clothes. You're all wet. Do you want the baby to get sick? Li Xiaochun pouted and glared angrily at Jiang Feng. Sure enough, my stinky husband still loves the babies more. I, the big baby, have lost favor. Tell me, when are you going to banish me to the cold palace? Seeing Li Xiaochun acting like a drama queen, Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh and kissed her forehead. What are you saying? Baby's sick, would you be happy, big baby? No way. Li Xiaochun pretended to be deep in thought.
tilting her head for a while before walking towards the bedroom somewhat dejectedly. Okay, I'll go change my clothes. I'll let the baby roll over when I get back.
Chapter 128. So young, yet already jealous. A dozen minutes later. When Li Staochen came out after changing her clothes, the sofa was already surrounded by people, including the two girls, Song Ting and Li Meng.
Zhang Feng sat on the sofa, teasing the three little ones. As the little ones grow bigger, their sleep time is decreasing.
Now I can play for about 5 hours every day.
Seeing Li Xiaochun come out, Zhang Feng quickly waved to her. When Li Xiaochun came over, he placed Xiao Xinla on the sofa and winked at her. Baby, roll over, quick. Little Xinla sucked on her little hand, giggling as she watched Zhang Feng make funny faces. After watching for a while, it seemed to feel uncomfortable, and suddenly lifted its two little feet. With a flip, he landed face first on the sofa. The little one paused for a moment as she rolled over, then burst into giggles. The little feet kept tapping on the sofa, having a great time. Just then, Xiao Xining, who was lying next to Xiao Xinla, kept looking to both sides out of curiosity, but her little head could only turn within a small range, so how could she possibly see anything? A few seconds later. The little girl panicked, twisted her body, and turned around, leaving the little guy bewildered. Only then did the people in the room realize what was happening, and they all cheered. Li Xiaochun, in particular, happily picked up Xiao Xinla and kept kissing her face. Oh my, baby can roll over now, that's amazing, hee hee. Mommy kisses. As Xiao Xining rolled over, Xiao Xinzi also successfully rolled over a few minutes later. Only that brat Yueming seemed completely unconcerned about all of this. Lying there sucking on his little hand, with an expression that said, "Don't bother me, I'm contemplating life," everyone burst into laughter. After playing with the children for a while, Zhou Mei looked at Song Ting with some concern. The baby is rolling over so early, is it okay? Song Ting was poking Xiao Xinzi's armpit when she heard Zhou Mei's words. She paused for a moment, then shook her head. No, this means the children are very healthy and their bone development is excellent. There won't be any harm, Auntie, don't worry. Zhou Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief, picked up Xiao Yueming, and tapped his nose. Little guy, your sisters can all roll over now, but you're still here without any reaction. What are you thinking about? Xiao Yueming looked at Zhou Mei with a puzzled expression, as if trying to figure out what she was talking about. But after thinking for a long time, the little guy still couldn't figure it out. But just then, he saw Li Xiaochun, who was holding Xiao Xinla and was extremely happy. His eyes widened and he stretched out his little hands, wanting his mom. But Li Xiaochun's mind was entirely on her eldest daughter, and she didn't notice her son's actions at all. After struggling for a few seconds without receiving a response, Xiao Yueming began to contemplate life again, and then made a surprising decision. Wow! The loud cry stunned everyone who was happy. Everyone looked at Zhou Mei, and the little Yueming in her arms. Zhou Mei's lips twitched. Don't look at me, this kid is jealous because he saw Xiao Chun holding his eldest daughter. But everyone laughed at that remark. Li Xiaochun quickly handed Xiao Xinla to Zhang Feng and reached out her hand to Xiao Yueming. Seeing his mother's hand, Xiao Yueming giggled and quickly offered his little hand. Zhou Mei felt as if she were being pierced by 1,000 arrows by Zhou Mei's happy expression. She gave the brat a light slap on the bottom, laughing and scolding, "You little rascal, I love you so much, you deserve a beating." However, Xiao Yueming, who had snuggled into Li Xiaochun's arms, didn't care about this at all. He held Li Xiaochun's hair with both hands and kept giggling. As the three little ones gradually learned to roll over, the house was filled with even more laughter. Almost every moment, you can hear children's laughter and adults doting words. Zhang Feng was, of course, the happiest one. After all, it's his own child, and he's increasingly grateful for the choice he made. If he had started a company and an enterprise like everyone else, he would never be experiencing such a strong sense of happiness now. However, just as Zhang Feng was happily spending his days with his babies, a phone call from Jiang Tiantian forced him to temporarily leave his own children and go visit Wang Lebao. Suishio residential area. When Zhang Feng arrived, Wang Lebao was sitting on the balcony holding a bottle of beer. That once vibrant face now looked much older, and its eyes were full of sorrow. Even his beard has grown quite a bit, he's really got a stubble. Anyone who didn't know better would think this guy had suffered some terrible injury. No, what happened? Everything was fine last month, wasn't it? What? Did I time travel? Zhang Feng walked up to Wang Lebao, dumbfounded, and sat down, waving his hand in front of Wang Lebao's eyes. Jiang Tiantian walked over, both amused and exasperated, and handed Zhang Feng a drink. My due date is approaching, and he's been worrying every day about whether the baby will be healthy, whether any unexpected things might happen, and what if something goes wrong during my delivery. In short, it's all this messy stuff.
I'm worried too. I've heard that many people experience prenatal depression, but isn't that mostly a problem for women?
Zhang Feng suddenly realized, and with a wry smile, slapped Wang Lebao on the back. Hey Xiaobao, there's no need for that.
Look at me, your sister-in-law was pregnant with triplets back then. You only have one, what are you worried about? Don't worry, everything will be fine. Wang Lebao took a deep breath. I know. Put.
Zhang Feng nearly choked on this guy's words, and annoyed, he raised his hand and punched him. You know that?
What are you still worried about?
If you're really worried, you can have the squad leader give birth at my place.
I'll definitely give you a healthy wife and child, okay? Wang Lebao sighed sadly. Brother Feng, I actually know everything.
Modern medicine is so advanced that childbirth is commonplace, and the probability of an accident is less than 1 in 100,000.
But my brain just won't listen to me. I tell myself every day, it's okay, you're just overthinking it. But I just can't control myself, what can I do? Zhang Feng. After a moment of silence, he stood up. He grabbed Wang Lebao by the collar and led him outside. Squad leader, I'll take this guy out for a bit, I'll be right back.
Jiang Tiantian smiled and said, okay, I'll leave everything to you.
Chapter 129 Prenatal Depression. A dozen minutes later. Shanghai Park.
Zhang Feng casually tossed a bottle of mineral water to Wang Lebao, then sat down next to him. Xiaobao, do you know why you're worrying so much?
Wang Lebao nodded. How could I not know? I just care about Tian too much.
I'm genuinely worried that something might happen to her. Honestly, compared to her, the child isn't that important to me at all. I could even choose not to have her, but
you big dummy.
Zhang Feng almost slapped this guy across the face. Let me tell you, you're a fucking bastard.
Think about it yourself. You have a car and a house now, right? Your class monitor is so nice, and you're about to have a baby. Your life is better than many other people's. Look over there, do you see it? Wang Lebao followed Zhang Feng's gaze and looked over.
Outside the park, an elderly scavenger was talking to an equally filthy vegetable vendor.
Although their lives may be tough, both elderly people had warm smiles on their faces. Take another look over there.
Not far away, a young man who had lost his right leg was handing out flyers with crutches, his face beaming with hope for tomorrow and a confident smile. Even when faced with some people ignoring her, her smile didn't diminish in the slightest.
Everyone is living their lives in their own way, doing their best. Aren't you living a more comfortable life than them? You think you're the only one worried about the class monitor?
The class monitor not only has to endure the pain of pregnancy now, but also has to worry about you.
Xiaobao, if you keep worrying like this, don't blame me for looking down on you.
Wang Lebao's heart trembled. I know, I'm trying my best.
I'm sorry for making you worry. No, saying that makes me even more worried about you. Zhang Feng took a deep breath.
He also knew that for conditions like prenatal depression, simply offering a few words wouldn't be of much use. After all, there are so many people with depression in the world, and many of them are in better circumstances than Wang Lebao, but every year some of them still take their own lives.
He pondered for a moment.
Zhang Feng stood up and patted Wang Lebao on the shoulder. Go back and tell your parents-in-law that you and the class monitor will stay at my place for the next period of time.
I'll have Sister Yuding check the class monitor's health every day. You should be able to rest assured now, right?
Wang Lebao forced a smile, exhaled, and stood up. No, things are already chaotic enough over there, with 3 children.
I don't want to add to your troubles. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to defeat. Like you said, I have a wife and kids, and I own a car and a house outright. What the hell would make me do something stupid? Are you really alright? Zhang Feng looked on with suspicion. Get lost. I'm perfectly healthy. I was just overthinking things. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Wang Lebao patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. You're back? Holy crap.
Zhang Feng watched Wang Lebao run away like the wind and suddenly laughed.
Well, that makes sense.
With Wang Lebao's carefree personality, even if he suffers from depression, he can get through it on his own. The real reason Zhang Feng laughed was that Wang Lebao was a very responsible person. As long as he was sure that Jiang Tiantian and the child still needed him, he would never do anything foolish.
The rest is up to Wang Lebao himself.
However, Zhang Feng then decided to have Hu Yuding go over tonight to help Zhang Tiantian take a look, to reassure Wang Lebao. There was nothing more he could do to help.
As noon approached, Zhang Feng returned to Tianji's residence.
Li Xiaochun, who was playing with Xiao Xinla, noticed Zhang Feng's unusual expression, blinked curiously, handed the child to Li Meng beside her, and ran over with a smile, taking Zhang Feng's arm. "Honey?
What does Xiao Bao want with you?"
Looking into Li Xiaochun's clear and innocent eyes, Zhang Feng chuckled and pinched the tip of her nose. "You know what?
Xiao Bao is showing signs of prenatal depression."
Hiss.
Li Xiaochun was stunned. "No, how can you still laugh? Aren't you two best friends?"
Zhang Feng walked to the sofa, picked up Xiao Xining, and nuzzled her, making her giggle. Then he said, actually, he was just too worried about the class monitor.
"But the class monitor is due in 5 weeks.
In such a short time, even if he does have depression, it will only be the most superficial level and is easy to treat.
And I trust him, there definitely won't be any problems."
Li Xiaochun was still somewhat worried.
At this moment, holding Xiao Xinla, Song Ting chuckled and said, "What the boss said is right.
In fact, prenatal depression is not a big problem.
Many mothers start to show signs from 2 or 3 months into their pregnancy, but they will basically recover after giving birth. Only a very small number of people will get stuck in a rut and not be able to get out."
As for Wang Lebao, the time was too short to lay the foundation for developing depression, so Xiao Chun, you can rest assured.
Li Xiaochun said, "Oh, is that so? Okay then, but let Sister Yuding go over today. Isn't he worried about the class monitor? Then let Sister Yuding check on the class monitor." As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Honey, am I very smart?"
Zhang Feng chuckled and touched her forehead. Yes, my wife is the smartest. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Sister Yuding. After she comes out of the hospital, she'll go straight to Xiaobao's house to see him."
At the same time,
at Wang Lebao's house, Zhang Tiantian looked at Wang Lebao, who had returned alone, and walked to the door in surprise. She looked outside and, after confirming that Zhang Feng hadn't followed, looked at Wang Lebao with a puzzled expression. "Wait, where's Brother Feng?
Didn't he come back with you?" "No."
Wang Lebao took off his coat, walked up to Zhang Tiantian, and hugged her. "I'm sorry, I made you worry." Zhang Tiantian trembled slightly and reached out to hug him. "It's okay, as long as you're alright, our life together has just begun."
"Don't worry, the child and I will be fine. Didn't you say you were planning to arrange a marriage between our children?" Wang Lebao's eyes lit up, an annoying smile finally appeared on his face. "Not bad, I'm even planning to dig up Brother Feng's assets, ha. Honey, I've thought it through. Let's go, I'll take you out for something delicious." Snap. Zhang Tiantian smacked him on the head in an annoyed tone. "What do you want to eat? Everything here is forbidden for me now, do you want me to die?
Just stay at home and make me some spicy and sour vegetables, I want to eat that."
"Okay, I'll go buy groceries now."
Wang Lebao took a deep breath, then slapped himself across the face, and complained to Zhang Tiantian in astonishment, "So dramatic."
"But..." Zhang Tiantian couldn't help but laugh, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Wang Lebao on the cheek. "Okay, go on now."
Just as Zhang Tiantian was about to close the door after seeing Wang Lebao off, Hu Yuding called out to her as she rushed over.
Zhang Tiantian had met Hu Yuding before, so she walked over with some surprise. "Sister Yuding? What brings you here?" Chapter 130, bringing my brother-in-law over? What else could it be? "I heard your husband is developing depression?" Hu Yuding said with a light laugh.
Recalling Wang Lebao's behavior a while ago, Zhang Tiantian couldn't help but laugh again. "Yes, but Brother Feng came over and said something to him, and he's all better now." Hu Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, but since I'm here, let me give you a checkup first to see if there are any problems. It's best if there isn't one, but if there is, we can take precautions in advance."
This. Zhang Tiantian hesitated. "How about, we wait until Wang Lebao comes back before we do it?"
Hu Yuding didn't mind at all, and nodded with a smile. "It's okay, I'm just here to serve you too, and I don't have anything to do this afternoon, so you can do it whenever you want."
"Call."
Zhang Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Then I'll have to trouble Sister Yuding."
3:30 p.m.
Wang Lebao looked at Hu Yuding, who came out of the bedroom, with a nervous expression. Although his emotions have recovered considerably, it's impossible for him to say that he has no worries at all.
"But..."
Hu Yuding burst out laughing, but quickly covered her mouth with her hand, glancing enviously at Zhang Tiantian in the bedroom. "It seems that the boss's brothers are all quite good. He's loyal and devoted to his wife, and I've heard he has a few single men too."
Should we introduce our niece to one of them? This is a question worth considering. Seeing Hu Yuting's ever-changing expression, Wang Lebao was dumbfounded. Wait, Sister Yuting, is my wife alright?
Hu Yuting snapped out of her thoughts, smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, Tian Tian is in great health, and the baby is healthy too.
Just wait to become a father. Call.
Wang Lebao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, thank you for your hard work, Sister Yuting.
How about we eat here tonight? What would you like to eat?
I'll go buy the groceries now.
Or we can eat out.
Hu Yuting waved her hand. No, I've been out for quite a while, I have to go back, otherwise the boss will think something happened to me outside. As she spoke, Hu Yuting had already packed her things. However, as she reached the door, she turned back and said, by the way, Tian Tian shouldn't get too much exercise these days, but she can't do nothing either. Accompany her downstairs for a walk every day, about half an hour a day is enough. When your due date arrives, it's best to go to the hospital or directly to your boss so you can handle any situation at any time.
Okay, I got it. You're really not eating here? No, I'm leaving now, expectant father.
When Hu Yuting returned to Tianji's residence, it was nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
In the courtyard, Zhou Mei and Lu Yanqing were making the final harvest of maltose. You can smell a faint aroma of malt from afar.
Li Xiaochun huddled around her two mothers, occasionally sneaking a piece of food into her mouth, a look of pure bliss on her face.
Zhang Jiandong and Li Weijun sat in the corridor, locked in a fierce battle of chess. Judging from their anxious and flustered expressions, things were clearly not going so well.
Song Ting and Li Meng stayed by Jiang Feng's side, helping him look after the three little ones.
Everything seemed so ordinary, yet it was so captivating and irresistible. Seeing Hu Yuting return, Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback.
He pinched Xiao Xinzi's cheek, turned around and walked over. How was it?
Hu Yuting chuckled. It's all right, Tian Tian is very healthy. Wang Lebao was just worrying unnecessarily.
However, his mood had already recovered when I arrived, so there won't be any problems. Although he had suspected it, Zhang Feng finally felt relieved at this moment and chuckled. That's good.
You've had a long day. Go back and rest for a while. Good. Sister Yuting, hurry up and try this. My mom made this maltose by hand, it's so delicious. Just as Hu Yuting was about to leave, Li Xiaochun placed a piece of candy in front of her. Judging from the expression on her face, someone who didn't know better would think she did it herself.
Hu Yuting smiled and winked, took the malt candy, and put it in her mouth. Instantly, a rich malt aroma filled her entire mouth.
The subtle sweetness is not overpowering, but just right.
It gave Hu Yuting a sense of clarity, like being in a wheat field, wandering freely.
Li Xiaochun looked at her playfully. How is it? Isn't it delicious? It's really delicious, thank you, Xiaochun. He.
You're welcome, there are plenty more over there. Li Xiaochun was overjoyed and pinched another piece, holding it to Jiang Feng's lips. Husband, eat some too. Well, I haven't even recovered yet, and here comes more dog food, a Chinese slang term for public displays of affection.
Hu Yuting smiled enviously, turned around, and walked past the two of them into her room.
Watching Hu Yuting's retreating figure, Li Xiaochun nestled in Jiang Feng's arms and whispered, Honey, I heard that Sister Yuting got married.
Do you think we should bring her husband over? Jiang Feng pinched Li Xiaochun's nose, both amused and exasperated. What are you talking about? How are we going to take her in? Sister Yuting is our employee, so it's fine with whatever we do, but what about her husband and children?
If we take them in, they'll feel like they're living under someone else's roof.
Don't worry, Sister Yuting has considered things more thoroughly than you have. Li Xiaochun sniffed. TCH, you just want to say I'm stupid, huh? I'm ignoring you, I'm going to eat some candy, he.
Even so, Jiang Feng still mentioned it to Hu Yuting during dinner.
Of course, living in Tianji Mansion is impossible. However, it's really not a good idea to just let the couple live separately like this.
In addition to Zhihua Law Firm and Zhang Jingyu, Jiang Feng considered getting them an apartment nearby.
Anyway, he's not short of money right now.
All the rewards, dividends, and rents he's received add up to more than 5 billion, and it's all in cash.
That's Jiang Feng for you. Anyone else with that much money would have invested it all long ago, but he doesn't think about that at all.
No matter how much the money depreciates, it still is money, enough for him to live on for hundreds of years.
Invest? Is it really necessary to keep yourself busy like a dog every day? Hu Yuting was somewhat tempted, but then shook her head. I'd better not. They're doing quite well in Beha.
Hu Yuting's words pulled Zhang Feng back to reality. Seeing the longing on Hu Yuting's face, he chuckled and shook his head. I've already made a decision.
I'll make the arrangements in a bit. Living apart isn't a good thing after all. So, I'm the boss, so listen to me.
Hu Yuting was slightly taken aback, then bowed deeply to Zhang Feng, and then chuckled, then thank you very much, boss.